Hey everybody, we're back for part 2 and the long road to midnight UK time. We're going for the next 12 hours up to 7 PM Eastern as part of our 24-hour bonanza, and we are here for part 2, so just to show you what is coming up in the next few hours. John Maakaron is joining us in just 25 minutes, first time guest, Lions on SI writer, Detroit podcast as well, does some really good stuff in the space, so really looking forward to chatting with him. Then we're going to have tape review with Isaac TeSlaa, or looking at Isaac TeSlaa. Jeff Risdon from Lions Wire is coming up after that at 2 PM UK time. It's 9 AM Eastern. He's up in the UP. I really hope his internet holds. Then you can ask us any question you like with a half an hour, any questions asked, any questions answered. And then Kimber, Micro Mike himself, will be joining us for a short time before we head into the pre-game for Lions' pre-season game against the Miami Dolphins. At the end of the part 1 stream, we were looking at the offense and joint practices. So it's time to talk about the defense, and there's 2 main talking points here, Ash. Aiden Hutchinson is doing it against everyone. All comers will fall by his sword. But the big news really is that Broderick Martin has seemed to have a light switch on for him, that he's playing his best football since he was a rookie in terms of showing some juice in the pass rush. And, he needed to show something, and maybe he doesn't make the roster, but maybe he's showing enough to at least make the practice squad if he doesn't get claimed. Or maybe, maybe he does sneak on to the 53.
Yeah, I know probably on this podcast I've probably been one of his main detractors just because 3 different defensive line coaches haven't been able to unlock it, and hopefully now been proven wrong that Casey Rogers is doing it. He's worked with players like Broderick Martin before, Vita Vea. Pretty much, I'm not saying Broderick Martin is going to turn into Vita Vea, but at least if we can get some semblance of that for our backup nose tackle, it makes our roster look a bit better, because I know we've brought in Roy Lopez to basically give Martin a kick up the arse and say, right, last chance to lose now. You show something, or you're gone. We're playing Roy Lopez. It's kind of worked, and hopefully this does continue. Hopefully in 6 hours' time, we see Broderick in the backfield folding Zach Wilson like a lawn chair. We see him shutting down their run game, because I want that. We've invested all. I know, obviously, we've got the picks that we used to trade up for him in the trade backs in the 2nd and 3rd rounds and that, but we invested a pick in him when there were arguably, I'd say, better players on the board. I want to see the fruition of what the team sees in him, like I do with all our picks. Didn't like it at the time. I'm still supporting him.
Yeah, like we got to do. Once you're a Detroiter, always a Detroiter, exactly. And we're going to back you to the end. I am fairly bullish on his chances. I think I always saw in him some level of ability to do something. It was just, the fundamentals that he never really got sometimes that is so key with Dan Campbell. If you let him down in that aspect, he's not going to stand for it. And, that's what ended James Houston's career with us. If that light has flipped on for Broderick, where he's got the fundamentals and now he can bring back what made him a special pick in the first place for the back office, maybe that can be the thing which propels him forward. I would rather continue to give him a chance than, I don't want to say Keith Cooper, but I'm going to end up saying Keith Cooper. The high end of Broderick Martin is probably the ceiling is going to be higher than the ceiling for Keith Cooper. It just will be. Yeah. If Broderick has started to show that he can incorporate some of that high end, I'd rather take a shot on that in that low depths, because, if it is that the fundamentals are kind of coming as well as the high end, then you're still going to have a relatively good floor. That's the point at which you've kind of crossed over to there. So I also want to take swings, especially with where we are and at that low down in the depth. If we get injuries, Roy Lopez is there. We'll still have the practice squad if we really, really need it. Let's take a swing on someone that they believed in all along.
You know what I'm about to say, don't you?
Say it anyway.
Keith Cooper and Broderick Martin played different positions.
Keith Cooper is. They play
Is it
different.
Levi?
Yes, they play different positions, but they might be fighting for the same roster spot, even though they play in different positions.
The positions. So for me, that's why I'm kind of against it, because what would you rather take, nose tackle 3 or free tech 2 right now? Like, you got Ty Leak, Pat O'Connor is maybe there, but he's injured. He might turn out to be put him on IR. That's why I've frowned a bit, because it's just like, which you're taking nose tackle 3 when you've got DJ Reed who's there here already, and the other then you've got Roy Lopez, and then we usually like take the nose tackle off on third downs anyway. And that, would you rather take someone who's going to take 5 snaps a game there, or 5 snaps in the interior pass rush? Might be the Broderick. That's what we do with Broderick. He actually has the Liam McNeil, Tyler Williams transformation. He does go from that nose tackle build to maybe something that's a bit more free tech-ish. I need to see it though. Like, right now, he is very much still nose tackle 3 for me, even though we haven't seen Roy Lopez in the preseason, just because I've seen Roy Lopez play nose tackle against us for the Cardinals and with the Texans. Like, I've seen him do it in the pros. I haven't seen Broderick play that sort of PF6, like 60.0 PFF level, but obviously their bank average. I haven't seen that from Broderick yet. I've seen it from Lopez, and I've seen flashes of it from Cooper in a different role. So yeah, Broderick and Keith are definitely fighting. I'm leaning Cooper right now, just because of we need his position more than we need Broderick.
Dan Pass says, I feel very scared for Broderick's future with us. Unfortunately, feels more James Mitchell than Derek Barnes entering year 3. Can't argue with that. He says, pad level right, question mark. Is he too tall? Is Manu? I think with Manu, I don't think he's too tall, but I'm not sure it helps. For Broderick, 6'0", he's not a small man, but I don't believe that should give him trouble with pad level. It's just bad fundamentals. But I don't think he's too tall. You do see defensive tackles of that height, so it can't just be that. But as you say, as you indicate, that might not be the best thing ever. When we were looking at Tyreek Williams, one of the best things he did is he was able to get underneath people pretty well. He's not the tallest person in the world. I do think that helps. So, yeah, I see what you mean. Paul Airwalker says Bromart is still very much outside the bubble for me. Yeah, he would be for me as well, but he's got 2 more games, right? The roster cut downs will happen the Tuesday after preseason game 4 for us.
Yeah, and the good news is he's got the other days of training camp as well. So he'll be going up against, ultimately, he will be playing the Texans' second and third stringers. And I know with our comments earlier that we're not exactly high on the Texans' offensive line right now, but it's not like they're, rostering scrubs or anything. Like, they do have some veterans there. So Jake Andrews is their second team center. That's a guy who started many, many games for the Patriots. You've got Drew Struggs, who started games in the league. You've got Ed Ingram, who we've seen time and time again playing for Minnesota. Like Ladarius Henderson, who was out of Michigan in last year's draft in the 7th round, 2024 draft. There's guys there who are good enough to, if Bromart shows out against them and then in the games plays well enough, that I could be convinced and I could be swung to have him in over Keith Cooper. But yeah, right now, if Brad Holmes, I don't know, walks through that door in a second and says, right, I need your help choosing the 53, Broderick's on the practice squad at best, and even then, he might be one of the last people on the practice squad for me, because I want to take another corner. I want to take some of these safeties who were risking losing maybe to other teams like Hallett and Strickland. I want to take Jackson Meeks. It's hard. It's hard because I want the best for him, and I know Ant absolutely loves Broderick Martin because he loves his Hilltops, he loves his Sunbelt guys, but it's hard. It's just hard, unfortunately, because we haven't seen it yet. That's why I just want to see it. I want to see it consistently instead of, with debuting in nice and lovely helmets. And I'm like, oh my fucking God, who's that being pushed back 5 yards by the Raiders center? Oh God, it's Broderick.
Yeah, could happen. Let's talk about the rest of the defence. Grant Stewart backs up comments about the physicality of the Dolphins with 2 dominant physical practices. You got to wonder sometimes when someone makes comments like that, whether it's going to come back to haunt him. And it did not, although I think it ruffled a few feathers in the Miami camp. Shame they couldn't do anything about it. Cornerback-wise, entire secondary held Miami day one to absolutely nothing, although there was no Tyreek or Waddle. Nick Whiteside competed, got a day one interception, got a big shout out from Dan specifically saying he really loved what he was doing. I'll go to safeties and special teams in a minute, but linebackers and corners, and I'm just going to refill my drink. Ash.
Yeah. So obviously, I did put the Grant Stewart thing on there because I love, as Matt quite rightly pointed out, sometimes you say those comments, it comes back to bite you in the arse. And Stewart decided not to do that. He spoke his shit on the Dolphins. He ruffled their feathers, and he came and smashed them. Like one of one supposedly was a sort of late hit out of bounds on Ollie Gordon, who, you know, a couple of years ago for Oklahoma State was a Doug Walker candidate. That, like, I'm going to be honest, Ollie Gordon is built like a fucking linebacker playing running back, and the fact that Grant Stewart smashed him and got him ruffled, love it. I absolutely love it. I know that's what Stewart is all about. He is that kind of special teams point and shoot linebacker. But he kind of showed it against the Dolphins because, I know I said it yesterday, and Grandize, if you hear, I'm going to repeat what I said, but again, I'm doing it in the context. So the Grant Stewart's different. Don't actually believe us. The Dolphins do kind of have that reputation of being a fair weather, speedy, but light team. Those kind of like tricky ones. Stewart is complete opposite. They're like the kind of scalpel laser. He's just a massive sledgehammer, and he showed that against Ollie Gordon, who I know, he's a big guy, as I said, built like a linebacker playing running back, but love that he showed that. And then the secondary showing their stuff as well. Like the fact that, we held them just consistently. No touchdown in the red zone stuff. The fact that Whiteside got an interception and that, like, Dolphins are much right to rag on them. They do have some good receivers. It's not just Tyreek and Waddle. Eric Uzoma I mentioned is good. They've got some other guys who they are good. And the fact that we managed to hold them to nothing, basically, for entire practice. I love it.
Dan Pass says about Whiteside, as silly as it sounds, I think it's got a really good shot at the team. I agree. Excuse me, sorry, I was munching on a chip. All right, we've got 13 minutes until at Detroit Podcast joins us. Safeties. Ian, and I think we have been probably saying it wrong. I think it is Canelli, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it's called. He said it's called some bouncy after practice on Wednesday. That is Canelli.
Ian Canelli. I love your terminology here. Got a reverse Kindle Vildor. He caught a Zach Wilson interception off a tip off DiCaprio Bootle's head. So, yeah, very much worked in our favour that time. Rock Ya-Sin almost got an interception on Tuesday, but the ball was badly thrown. Zach Wilson not exactly covering himself in glory in this practice, apparently. On the special teams, kick return starters, Rock Ya-Sin, Derek Barnes, Isaac TeSlaa, Trevor Nowaski, Brock Wright, Ian Canelli, Nate Lynn, Shane Zylstra, Zach Cunningham, Sione Vaki as the returner, Grant Stewart as the returner. Looks like he has very much kept his spot despite the fumble. First play up. Let's see what happens later on in the game and whether he continues with that. I suspect he will. Kick coverage, starters, missing one player. Rock Ya-Sin, Trevor Nowaski, Grant Stewart, Craig Reynolds, Sione Vaki, Derek Barnes, Pat O'Connor, Avonte Maddox, Isaac TeSlaa, and Jake Bates. Jake Bates on kick coverage?
Because he has to kick the ball.
Oh, yes. Duh. Sorry.
You can't just kick it and be like, I'm just going to stand here and not do anything.
Yes.
Do you really think Dan Campbell would have a kicker like that who's like,
yeah,
I'm going to kick the ball and just stand here and let the returner score?
I'm wondering, who that ends up being the two-phase, both sides of the kick guys. Rock Ya-Sin is in both. Derek Barnes is in both. TeSlaa.
Stewart. Reynolds is not, actually.
No, Reynolds isn't. Zach Cunningham's only on one. Nate Lynn's only on one. Zylstra's only on one. Vaki's on both. Okay. Interesting to see who the two-phase guys are there on the kick coverage and kick returners. Okay. Cool. Good news about Canelli almost getting that interception. Yes, it's on a tip drill thing effectively, but he He's fought his way into consideration. It still feels like after a few people saying, oh, I really think he's going to make it, that maybe he still has a bit more to do before getting there. And do they take 4 safeties at all, or can they get backups from cross-training some of the corners and into safeties? That might hurt his chances, but he's doing everything he can.
Exactly. Like, I still want him to make the roster because, as I've said time and time again, I think he is the best pure like-for-like replacement for Kirby in terms of skill set and body type and that. So him kind of showing the ball skills that Kirby has by sort of reacting in a way to the tip drill. That's what I want to see. I don't want you to sort of see him be like, it's a deflection, I'm just going to let it hit the ground. No, go for that, because in a game, are you really going to stand there and say, it's a deflection, I'm just going to let it hit the ground? No, you're going to go die for that shit. So nice to see him doing it in practice. And then you see him, I think the rep that this was talking about, he's playing single high, the Kirby role. And yeah, he's in a perfect position, but if Zach Wilson actually threw the ball well, would have been picked off instead it got overthrown. Like, the fact that he is showing that positional versatility, as I say, he came to us as an outside corner who, could play nickel, but suddenly now he's like the strong safety role that we have with Branch, that covers a bit of nickel in the box, so that makes sense to do that. But the fact he's able to do the single high stuff like Maddox can, it just means that when it comes to roster cut downs, we can be a bit more creative. We might not have to take an extra safety then, like Canelli, because we've got Maddox and Rocky Hussein who can back up basically every defensive back position. And then for the kick return stuff, like, I know it's been commonly said, I can't wait to see Varky and Stewart just return a kick, because who are you going to kick it to? You're going to kick it to Varky, who's got speed and can deliver it, like breakthrough tackles with his body type, and have Grant Stewart lead blocking for him? Or do you kick it to Stewart, who might not be the best returner, but is a big motherfucker, can run through your arm tackle, and you've got a former safety turn linebacker who's lead blocking for him and absolutely be a missile to whoever's going to come and try and tackle him? It's going to be a tough choice for teams to decide.
It is indeed. It is starting to heat up over here. It's 12:20, so good afternoon, everybody. It's going to be 28 here this afternoon, which, translating into Fahrenheit, is 82.5, which I realise is maybe not the warmest day ever. But believe every American you've ever seen on TikTok who now lives over in the UK, the heat's unbearable. And it doesn't have to be that hot for it to be unbearable, unfortunately. Mm-hmm. 28 over here, so 80, 84, whatever that was, I can't remember now, feels worse than 115 in Vegas. That's fine. 110, 115 is not a problem compared to this. So I am going to roast in my little tinderbox over here while we do the rest of this stream. What fun it's going to be. It doesn't mean I need to have my door open, which means our lovely new neighbours who moved in yesterday are going to hear every word that I say, which is not exactly the welcome I wanted to give them, but never mind.
Well, at least it allows me to make a joke later if it starts going bad. Complain, Matt, don't do it. Don't go into the light. Don't do it.
Don't go into the light. Is that a quote from A Bug's Life?
Yes.
I thought it was. I'm going to out myself, and I'm going to out you here as well a little bit. I had a song in my head as I was going to get a drink, and I know how much of a fan of this band you are, so I'm wondering if you know this straight away. It was Aqua's third biggest song.
See, you can't. That's a so it's. I know obviously their top song is Barbie Girl.
Everyone knows that. Which you have famously sung on karaoke and then posted the video of that on our Discord channel.
Yes, I have. Third biggest. See, because I love loads of theirs, so you're getting a drink.
I think it's their third biggest song. I might be wrong.
So you got that. You got Turn Back Time, which I say is probably their second biggest one because that got a UK #1 just before I was born.
Was it really? Okay, I'm wrong then.
It was.
I'm wrong. So
yeah, because it was the theme song for Sliding Doors, the film with Gwyneth Paltrow and John Hannah in.
Okay, so if that's bigger, then this is number 4. Then to me.
So you got My Oh My is probably their third.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm way out there. Then this is just is a depth song.
My Oh My. You've got Lollipop Candyman, which has got a very good trap remix. It's on my gym playlist. You've got Bumblebee, which is a TikTok, which then resurged a couple of years ago with TikTok. Like, there's so many. There's so many. I could, like, you said this, and now
you haven't mentioned the one I thought was the second biggest one anyway yet.
Really?
Yes. I don't think so. It was something to do with someone in the medical profession.
Oh, Dr. Jones. Like,
so that isn't the one I had in my head. That's the one I thought was bigger than this one.
Dr. Jones is up there, though. Obviously, the Dr. Jones in that is actually, it's based on Indiana Jones, not an actual one.
Yes, indeed. But it was. But the video was in a doctor's, a general practitioner's, wasn't it?
No, it wasn't.
No,
it was like based on the opening of Raiders of the Lost Ark.
Oh, okay. I'm being a fool then. Right, it wasn't that one.
We are what it's supposed to be.
No.
Oh, it's just not even cartoon. Cartoon Heroes.
Correct.
Jesus.
Correct.
That's what I was like. That's what you can see. We are what we're.
Oh yeah, that is that one. That is that one. Yeah.
Illusions of your fantasy. You got it.
I mean, I'm just having an absolutely terrific time. It's such a good song.
It is such a good song that now it's stuck in my head. Like, it's Barbie Girl, Dr. Jones. So yeah, it's probably like the top 5.
Yeah. Okay. Paul's at Matt. Just tell him the bloody song. It's a 24-hour show. We've got to have some torture in here.
True. Well, yeah, exactly. Talking about Akko, Jesus. What next? We're going to start discussing Steps discography.
I can't do Steps. I don't know him. I just don't. Sorry. I obviously do know some Steps songs. It's more just I've never really invested any time.
I know what to get for your birthday. Then I'm going to get you 2 tickets for the Steps musical when it goes on tour.
I will take great pleasure in declining.
Burning them. Yeah.
But hey, there we go. All right, we should be expecting John in just a couple of minutes' time, so that will be great to meet him finally and chew the fat about the Lions. We are then going to go into our tape review of Isaac TeSlaa. We'll have Jeff Risdon coming up, as well as any questions answered, and then Micro Mike in the flesh before going into our Dolphins preview. And not forgetting the quiz. Not forgetting the quiz. I have spent a long time doing that. If you're a fan of a trivia quiz, it's 40 questions long. I was going to do 50, then I was going to do 30. I split the difference. Oh, thanks, Poole. Oh, jeez. Come on, man. You're better than that. Yes. Oh, no. I hate it. It's not even their song. Anyway.
I've now had to check the YouTube comments. Give me a second.
Yeah.
Yes!
Yikes. I don't like it. I do not like it one jot.
I guess you're saying that joke was better best forgotten then.
Exit stage left. Yeah. Oh God!
We are in delirium state, and it's going to get even worse for you guys because Villa are kicking off in 2 minutes. You're probably going to see me have a meltdown.
I mean, this could actually be a good season for you guys. I know that it hasn't been the best off season, but you guys had a terrific season 2 years ago. Last season, wasn't what you wanted it to be, and not really much has changed. I don't think so. You're still a good team in my eyes. I'm expecting much.
Except for when we play you guys, then you want to pump us 4-2.
We'll see. I don't think that Liverpool will pump too many teams just because we're going to concede an absolute hatful. I am looking forward to Kanate being benched after yesterday's performance. He doesn't want to be there anymore. I do wonder if we might sell him.
Oh, you did just bring in that 17-year-old one from centre-back from Florentine as well, haven't you?
Yeah, for $25 million, $32.5 million to buy a player at 17 years old.
Jesus.
It's a lot of money.
We've brought in a 17-year-old one from Turkey, and we've got him on a pre-contract.
Yep. Dan says, I'm glad we re-signed MGW, first year back in Europe and with the guilt of taking from Crystal Palace. Crikey.
Yeah, I do love Morgan Gibbs White. I'm glad he's like because I know like Langer, I'm about to keep an eye on him playing against us for Newcastle now. It's just you still got Hundoy. It's just strike. You need a new striker, but yeah, I've got faith you Forest guys. I'm gonna get their away shirt as well. The Forest away shirt is on my list to get when I get some money because it's a beauty. It's all like all white, like a sort of cream, like accents really nice. Yeah, I hope you guys can do well. It's just, can Santo not fall apart like he did at Wolves?
That's a big question. All right, we are at 7:30 Eastern time, so just awaiting John coming in. And he has entered the chat, so... Oh, I've just realised that my name is the channel name and not my name, which is good, isn't it? And Doc is in the building, sporting a soccer scarf. I don't know what team that is, though. What team is that, John?
Let's see here.
Can you hear us? Not yet. Coming in a second. This is why StreamYard is better than Zoom, yeah. I think. Although Streamlabs is more customizable and I can do all of my content. There we go. John's in the building. How are you?
Good morning, fellas. Good to see you. Thank you guys for the invite. Yeah, sorry I had to push the buttons. It's early in the morning. And you know how it is. You wake up and you're like, okay, I know I've done Zoom a million times, but you got to set the system so that I can hear you, fellas. But let's go, man. I'm excited. I'm going to be at Ford Field in a matter of hours, and it's going to be a fun time. Credit to you guys for the work that you've done online. I see your stuff, and it's great, man. The fans got after it and got me an invite, man. I'm looking forward to it, and anything I can do to help with charity is great, man. Thank you for having me.
Oh, thank you for coming on, especially with the artificial short notice, just because I screwed up. So that's my bad. What's the scarf you've got there? I'm so intrigued.
I'm surprised you don't recognize it.
I think you guys do.
Oh, is that Liverpool? Is it? It is.
It is. Now, yeah. I feel like I have to come and represent that I am a worldwide sports fan, and the EPL kicked off last week, and with the Community Shield, I thought that it was wild that Liverpool lost the cup there early to Crystal Palace, but I've been an EPL fan since the Gerrard days, Arsenal and Thierry Henry. That's when it really got me, when Arsenal was just lighting up the league. They were basically like, it was unbelievable the run that they had, and it hooked me. And then Gerrard helping them Liverpool win. So then I was like, all right, I was all in, and that's the league I follow across the pond. And it's amazing every single year how much passion, as much passion as Lions fans have. You guys over there in football is amazing. So you have to, when they come to town or they've come to Ann Arbor, Michigan, I've always been there, and I've always had simply an amazing time interacting with football fans, man. It's amazing. So I don't like, I'm not a hardcore supporter per se, but I follow and all the news and the happenings and the transfers with Liverpool and Arsenal.
Paul in our YouTube chat, who is a Manchester United fan, has just been sick on his keyboard, which is a shame. But hey, there we go. There's two of us now, so there we go. I didn't recognise it because I couldn't see the logo underneath there.
I think he can relate if he's a Manchester United fan. It feels like he can relate to the Bears because they've kind of fallen down the table, so they've kind of dipped. Right? I've never seen Manchester United. I thought it would be unheard of for Manchester United to be below 10th. What an awful campaign they had last year. I'm sorry, mate. Bad year, man. Oh my God, what happened?
I love it. You said about Ann Arbor. Is that where you reside, John?
No. I reside about 30 miles north. When teams come for preseason action, there've been some high-profile exhibitions. I believe it was Real Madrid came, and I think it was against Manchester United. Liverpool has also come here. It's a 100,000 seat college football stadium that can support soccer matches, and it's just simply amazing to see some of the talent that would come through, and really just the vibe, singing, enjoying, how the level of support, that it was wild. Now I can share a fun story from last year. I drove to New York for the Lions joint practices against the the Lions joint practices against the New York Giants. And it was a beautiful 8-9 hour drive all the way up until I get to MetLife Stadium, and then traffic comes to a standstill. And I'm like, what's going on? Because it was literally packed wall to wall. And I look and I see, oh, there's a soccer match going on. Who is it? It's the preseason contest between Real Madrid and Barcelona. I'm like, we ain't moving anywhere. And it bottlenecks. It was unbelievable, the level of support. It was a rainy day by the time the match started, but the level of passion and the way in which the supporters were talking about the clubs in the preseason, I was just excited to see at the hotel what was going on and see all the kids and the fans. It's just the same level as we have here with the Lions.
I
You
have
guys
been.
know.
Yeah, we do know El Clasico travels very, very well.
Yeah.
I have been to the Big House, that's a heck of an experience. I watched Michigan Ohio State in 2021, which was the first victory Michigan had in a decade over that team. So, and they haven't lost since, I don't think. So it's been a nice stretch for Michigan. Then I tell you what, I wouldn't want to go and watch soccer there in the winter. That would be really, really chilly, really horrible. But hey, let's talk about you just a little bit, because Doc is not just a nickname, but you are a licensed, I was going to say psychotherapist, but is that right?
Yeah, absolutely. I went to Michigan State. I represent the Spartans, so it's always fun to banter with Michigan fans, especially with what happened yesterday with the penalties that were handed down. Manchester City understands those things with the way they get their hands slapped for the transfer violations, or per se playing loose, hard and fast with the rules. But similarly, I think everyone can relate. Manchester City was like, what's the purpose? What's going to allow us to avoid cheating when we just get a little financial fine that it can be spent in a drop of a hat? You know, they're spending so much on transfers that a little piddly fine from UEFA means nothing. So it's wild to look at. And for me, I knew that I had a helping heart when I started in college. I thought I was going to be a regular physio, regular doctor for kids, maybe. But then I read, Psychology 101, and I was really intrigued by the whole concept of psychology and helping people, the way people behave. And so I got my psychology degree, and I got into both graduate school and med school. But I just felt like, the avenue of going down the road of 8 years of more school, it was taxing, man. School is taxing, education's tax. So I was just like, I think I can get an opportunity to get after it after a couple years to get a master's degree. So that's what I did. And then since then, I've been practicing. I have a private practice office to combine with the sports love. So it's just really a perfect balance for me of helping people guide themselves through some tough times. And then also at the same time, the passion for Detroit sports started really kicking off strong when I, really as a youth with the Tigers in 1987 and all those kind of things. So then just starting a podcast in 2013 was just a natural transition.
And so you cover all the Detroit sports in that. And is there anyone in particular that's your preferred team then? Is it the Tigers, as you mentioned, that's like kind of the thing that really sparks up and still is like the love that you have there, that's kind of like your number one team? Or is it all equal to you? How does that kind of go in your pecking order?
Yeah, the pecking order is clearly won the Lions. When they got to the 1991 season, that was a fun ride. I would have been, I think, 12 years old. So that was a fun ride when that team really scored a lot of points. They were, Barry Sanders was just right there getting after it. And so that was the chance maybe that I think activated the curse. You would say, oh man, they were there in 1991. They got to the NFC Championship game. They got their tail kicked in. But at that point in time, as a youth, you go, okay, that's, this is what sports is about, getting close. And so then, yeah, for me, it would rank. I love all the Detroit teams. I rep all Detroit teams equally. The podcast that I started, we talked about everything, but naturally we complain. Hefty portion of podcasts early on would be complaining about the Lions, but it would go 1 Lions, 2 Tigers, 3 Red Wings, and 4 Pistons.
I mean, that kind of represents their fortunes right now, I guess, as well, in some ways. God, those Tigers are frustrating sometimes, because are they good? Or, like, what has it been a blip recently, or was the start the blip? I can't really work it out. I know that they've won 10 of their last 17 or whatever it is, but
that's what's so great about English sports and United States sports. It's so relatable to a lot of people. It's pretty simple. It was a squad that you would perceive could always, be fifth or sixth in the table. But right when they needed to make some investments to get over the hump, to be annually in the top 4, to get to the Champions League, there's no money for the transfer windows. We went out and got guys from the 4th league. We're like, no, go get guys that are a little bit better from the Premier League. Go get some loans. Do something to help out. What the Tigers did was, at the trade deadline, after starting the season amazingly well, everybody in Detroit felt like, okay, the owner is going to drop some cash and get some real players that are established. And what they did was they went out and got a bunch of projects that are in the bullpen, and that at this point in time doesn't lend us to really believe that when it comes down to the nitty gritty that the Tigers are going to end up winning it all. But it's a good baseball team. But at this point in time, Detroit fans, we're pretty straightforward. You guys know, for most Lions fans, it's when are you going to win a Super Bowl? Everything else is conjecture and being a passionate fan. But finally, you got to quench the thirst of these fans. The Tigers haven't won a World Series since 1984, since I was 5. And so the fan base here locally is in that mode where we like the fact that teams are getting better. They're making decent moves, but those final moves needed to get over the hump to win the championships, like similarly, you could say maybe Brad Holmes and Steve Yzerman and now Scott Harris of the Tigers, they're not making that all-in pitch. They're not sprinkling this amount of cash externally to put the teams over the hump. They are a little bit cautious in the way in which they allocate their dollars. And the fan base just goes, right now, if you ask the average Tigers fan, do you think they're better than the Dodgers or the Yankees? They're going to say, well, they can compete, but going into those series, they don't believe that they can get over the hump. And that's a little bit frustrating because I felt like this team, if you added 3-4 higher price guys that were available, it wasn't going to cost you all that much. It was just basically doling out the cash and giving up some prospects. Fans are not attached to the young developing players in the minor leagues. They know that there were some players available they could have gotten, and they didn't do it.
Just looking at the last time a Detroit team was in the finals or the Super Bowl or whatever. I know obviously the Lions haven't been in the Super Bowl, but just to kind of cover all of the bits. So the last time a Detroit team was in the finals of anything was the World Series in 2012?
Yeah. I mean, you look at it and you say, man, my goodness, the drought that we had the last decade has been quite challenging. The college teams have kind of made some nice runs as the Final Four, but yeah, it's just one of those things where we're not sipping championships anymore. It used to be Titletown with the Red Wings and the Pistons, and the Lions were always, in the mix, but, in the 90s. But a couple eras really dipped for the hopes of the Detroit Lions fans. But thank goodness, guys, you guys know, when Dan Campbell and Brad Holmes got here, it breathed a whole new life into the sports scene. And my goodness, man, the Lions, the level of conjecture and talk and speculation, it literally is at the level of Liverpool, Manchester United, Manchester City. Now it's every move. Now we get the trash talk on my Twitter account at Detroit Podcast. It's unbelievable. I was intentionally trolling the Bears, and this week I unintentionally trolled the Dolphins. I was just doing a standard interview with the linebacker for the first time and just going through the questions, just asking them, hey, how's it been? I know there was an injury situation last time. And then the last question was just simply, hey, okay, you guys are having a new team come in. Tell me what you think. That wasn't the intended point of the article, but he just goes, man, I don't think these I don't think these Miami Dolphins are coming in here ready to practice against us. He just said it, and I was laughing, and I was like, oh, wow. So I put up the article, and I think it's just going to be a normal article, normal level of banter, like, okay, we have a new team coming in. But what happened was, which was awesome in the dynamic of sports, I didn't know this per se, but the Dolphins fans have this very sensitive thing going on with their perception that they're soft. And Grant Stewart activated that, and everybody picked it up in Miami. So this week, I became public enemy number one in Miami because basically our player called their team soft through me, and it was great. This is what you live for in sports, is to poke the needle a little bit. And I'm like, oh, a guy like me realizes, oh, the Dolphins fans don't like being called soft. So I went on 3 Dolphins podcasts, called them soft. I said, oh, I kind of believe that most teams are not going to understand how to practice against the Lions because, oh my goodness, guys, you guys are reading it. You know, Dan Campbell runs an intense, physical, competitive practice that the players now across the league know about. And not only do they know about it, they love it. They want to be a part of it. Grant Stewart was talking about it excitedly, giddy. He was like, yeah, man, full stop, full stack. The Dolphins don't know what's about to happen to them. And oh my goodness, were they sensitive about it? And I just loved it because you can poke the bear. And then not only did I get to trash talk the Dolphins on podcast, then on Wednesday, I've never seen a universal practice where all the reporters on both sides are like, yeah, the Lions whipped their ass. It was awesome. It was just tremendously amazing for Grant Stewart and for the Lions to talk the talk, and then they walk the walk, man. So it was awesome. Awesome week. Really was.
Before I get more into training camp with you, I just want to ask about how you got into SI, because I think that's amazing that you've managed to obviously have your own private practice as a psychotherapist and also managed to have such a successful, I want to call it a side project because it clearly is not your main profession, and yet SI come calling. That's an incredible thing to do when you're splitting time.
Yeah, well, now it is my main profession. So what had happened was when I first started as in psychology, I had many clients and I took everybody that called. And it was a full load, 40, 50 hours a week, sometimes more. Sometimes just fitting in anybody to try and help. I have the passion to do it because I feel good, having a laugh, having a conversation with somebody to try and change their mindset a little bit, look at things from a different perspective. So in the psychology world, people kind of always look at it from the perspective of, oh, you sit and listen to people complain all day? I go, no, that's not what I do. What people share with me is their tough moments, things that they're going through that are challenging. My work is, the best way to put it as a psychologist is I try to help find solutions and help the client guide them to figure out their own pathway and to get after it. But it kind of veered into, I used to work with kids and a lot of families, but lately it veered into a lot of working with high performance athletes who feel this intense pressure to get into college, to earn that scholarship, to make their family happy. And the blessing over time is I've gotten to work with a lot of youth locally as my name got out there and they know that I'm in sports. So it worked hand in hand where now a lot of my clients, I'm not privy to say, but they're those that are trying to achieve very, very challenging heights in the sports community. And so it's been a blessing to help people just relax, stay in the moment, figure out how to optimize their passions in sports and not let pressures and their own thoughts and anxieties impact them. And when you unlock your mentals, man, people can achieve a lot of great things. But a lot of people deal with pressure because, they're youth and they want to achieve. They don't want to fail or make people disappointed in them. And sometimes I just sit and go, it's okay, mate. You can strike out. It's okay. It's going to go to the next one. It's okay. And so I have a lot of great conversations with people to help people. And that's my helping heart. Now, as a natural fan, I loved sports radio growing up as a teenager. It was just a great way to listen to people communicate, the way in which fans could interact with hosts. I loved it. And then, like many, when podcasting started, I definitely was a huge fan. I was just a huge fan of Adam Carolla, the Man Show, his bits. I just thought, man, that dude is just naturally funny. And so I listened to his podcast. I followed his journey, and I said, in 2013, there weren't many. There were maybe a handful, 5, 6. I said, I think if I partnered with my cousin who studied journalism, studied radio, I said to myself, I think we can have a good time and just see what happens. So it just started off as a fun, simple project. Simple, let's just talk amongst friends and get after it. So it steadily grew because we were wild. We acted, and I say this proudly, we acted like hooligans on the internet. We would yell about Jim Caldwell. We would yell about the Lions. We would say unsavory things. It was hooligan behavior every week, but we would come away with it laughing and going, we are crazy, but we want to win. We don't want the Tigers to get to the postseason and then lose every game. So we were not the positive fans. We were the what the F is going on here fans. And we would yell, scream, cuss. And I would cuss at him because he loves Michigan and I love Michigan State. So I would yell at him. He would yell at me. We would troll each other. And it was just really an extension of two brothers getting after it. And it just steadily grew. Now, I had no desire to be in media, guys. None at all. But it got activated in me out of sheer, in my way, the way I perceived it, as disrespect. So I would invite, eventually we learned how to get guests and figured out, hey, okay, a new guy would come to town. His name was Justin Rose. He came to town new. I had him on my podcast to promote his new job and everything like that. And so I figured most people, if you have them on, your show, if they have a show, they would kind of in turn return the favor. Like you just trade back and forth. Like one day now I'm looking forward to having Ash and Matthew on my podcast, and I will return the favor. And I've done that 99.9% of the time. The time comes for me to get on. I'm like, hey, Justin, I really want to get on your couch and go on Channel 7 and be on the local television show on Sunday nights. He had a local show that was popular. And he's like, man, I'm sorry. We don't know who you are. Like my producer can't put that on a sheet because we don't know who you are. You're not media. So I took that as like just complete disrespect. And I said, oh, I'm not media. You can't just make it happen. You're the host. I said, fine, I'll become media. And I said, well, I don't know how that's going to work for me, but I'm like, let's just start getting credentialed. So I just start emailing the teams and I started sharing with them my numbers. And I'd say, here's who listens to us. We're growing. And this is about 2015-ish, 3 years in. No money, just pure fun. Eventually, the teams start telling me, you're not media. You are non-traditional media. So now I'm getting pissed off. Now I'm like, and I didn't share BS numbers. I sent them exactly how it's recorded. By that point, in 3 years in, I had 300,000 listeners. I said, wow. Fellas, I said, teams, I feel like there's something going on with podcasts. I didn't eloquently tell them it's going to become big, Joe Rogan, Pat McAfee. I said, this is a medium. And I told all the teams, Pistons, Wings, Lions, and they told me, listen, you're not media. If you expect to become media in this avenue, join a network, join somebody, have somebody pick you up. I said, absolutely not. I am big. I said, I am the media. I'm me. I said, these are numbers that are not normal. I said, fine. I kept emailing. And finally, the Tigers were the first to give me a credential and the Lions on a part-time basis. But I kept knocking on the door, covered golf, covered college sports. I did all the local high school stuff. I started covering sports at the basic level to get my name out there. And I covered college sports like it was the final of the UEFA Champions League. Because I was so mad. I was so upset because they didn't see the vision. I knew podcasts were going to grow. I knew it was going to be lucrative. I knew it was going to be great for me. And the Lions put me on probation. So literally I come at it. And listen, I don't have anger in my heart, but I was livid in my heart. Like, you guys are so lacking in your vision. Radio stations still lack in their vision about what podcasts are. Other media members still don't understand the power of communication and the passion you can develop. So I was just livid. And so basically I hoarded every credential humanly possible. I covered LPGA golf. I covered as many things as humanly possible so that I could show that I'm a reporter. And it grew and grew and grew. And okay, at that point I realized, okay, this is big. The podcast keeps growing. And my opportunity with SI came really in the end, fellas, through luck. Here's how it happened. Well, I'll say it this way. I had a lot of guests come through the Detroit Sports Podcast. I talked to Adam Carolla. I talked to big guests. Everything in the podcast realm. I had sponsors. It was all fine independently. I would have been fine, and I would have got a credential. My first credential with the Lions says Detroit Sports Podcast, which I have. So to me, it was the avenue of I'm kicking the door down. I'm an outsider. They don't like me. They view me as some internet scum. And I knew that it was going to reach McAfee levels in my brain. I knew every person in the world that would try a podcast would love it. You cannot not love it. It's beautiful. It's fun. It's enticing. And it's just, you had to convince the teams that it was a medium. They were so, you need to work with CBS and SI and you need to, and I told and the blessing is I have emails from the Lions. You are non-traditional media. This is da, 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 da. And then my responses were, no, this is going to become real media. So the blessing is I told them I'm coming. Like, there's no way you're not going to see my face because I'm that crazy and I'm that driven and I use nonsense to piss me off, to motivate me. So I become media, and eventually what happens is, not my cousin, I interviewed another person that covered Michigan, and we would just have a good time, have interviews, talk, and eventually he got an opportunity first with SI, and they were looking to expand their operation beyond the magazine to websites. And so SI said to my colleague, whose his podcast is the Michigan Podcast. You see it on my site every week. He's a nice, humble dude, and he just is a wild Michigan fan who just loves the university so passionately that I think he'd go down with the ship when they get caught cheating. But that's fine. They're allowed to do that. And he and I thank him humbly thank him. Steve Dace, thank you from the bottom of my heart. He told them, John Maakaron will cover the team and he'll blow up your site. And so the management of SI called me and they said, hey, are you interested in kind of joining our team? I said, and I want your audience to know what kind of guy I am, because some people misperceive how I use motivation for myself to call me names or think I'm different. I told the management, I said, listen, guys, I'm wild. Like I'm a free bird. Like I don't care about rules. I don't care about journalism rules. I just want to talk with my friends, have a good time, and I can grow an audience. I'm a psychologist first. I don't want to besmirch your organization. I don't want to ruin your reputation. I'm a loose cannon and I don't care anymore. I have a successful life outside of sports. I'm very happy. And they said, no. They should have, by the general sense, shut me down and said, okay, this guy's an idiot. And they said, no. Just tell us, we see the noise you're making online at Detroit Podcast. What did you do to do that? I said to the boss man, I said, listen, I'm passionate. I've done a podcast fresh every week on Thursday since 2013, going through family. We've never had a best of show. We've done a podcast new every week for 13 years. And I said, I have a passion for sports. I watched all the games. I covered the teams. I feel like I know the pulse of what to talk about and how to have normal discussions with fans. And he said, okay, what would it take to get you? I said, excuse me? I said, because I wasn't a writer. I was just a loud voice on the internet who just was acting wild. And I basically said, man, I'm a hooligan. Like the premise of the Twitter page, guys, and I'm not like that outside of sports, but my premise was, what happened if somebody just shared raw instinctual stuff that they think in their head online in 2009 when I started the Twitter page? What if I just didn't filter myself and just said, hey, if I think it, just post it? What would happen? That was my thesis. And so it worked. Now it has caused problems at times when people are like, why are you saying this? Because I thought it. That's why I posted it. So eventually they said, what would it take for you to join us? He said, listen, man, you're perfect for us. You are what we need. And I said, wow. I said, okay. You want me to cover the team? At this point in time, it was great because I knew if I worked for SI, the Lions couldn't give me probation. They had to acknowledge what I was doing. So I said to him, this is what I want. My brother-in-law, thank God bless his heart, he said, listen, if they want you, just ask for whatever you want. So it wasn't money. It wasn't this all-encompassing thing. I was simple. I had 2 young kids. I said to him, if you want me, I will guarantee you this company will make a lot of money, and I will blow this thing up to a degree that you're going to be impressed with. I just want freedom. I don't want you to tell me what to write. I don't want to sit in meetings with people to tell me about internet stuff. I know all that. I said, here's the proof in the pudding. I just want to not travel. I don't want to sit on planes at 6 a.m. coming from Green Bay. I have 2 young kids and I'm scared to death of flying. I just want control. If I want to go to practice, I go. If I don't want to go to practice, I don't go. And so I figured out that the players don't like talking to the media on Fridays. So I skip it. I skip it altogether. I don't go. So I don't travel. I've enjoyed watching my kids grow up from the time they were, when I started 3, now they're teenagers. And I just said, I want control. I want to work with my friends. I don't want your input on anything. Just let me run the ship, and the John Maakaron will deliver you a product you will love and a product that you will be happy with. Now, for those that call me rogue, I hired 2 journalists to edit the site. So it looks good when you guys come visit me. Those editors make sure the commas are where it needs to be and it looks clean. So I'm not adverse to working with journalists, but I knew back then that just the facts would not keep lights on. I was entertaining. I was fun. I was spicy. I would yell and do podcasts and talk about things that maybe other people wouldn't talk about. So in the end, the sports teams put doors up for me. They put hurdles up to kind of keep me out. And so here's the Matthew and Ash, here's the beauty of this. On the podcast, I shared my journey with everybody. Those that listened to me in 2015 said, guys, there's a virus coming, and his name is John Maakaron, and it's going to be a problem for these teams. And they didn't understand what that meant. It meant that I now was one of the people that shared with them that podcasts were media. So you see half the time, you'll see in a given day a couple tweets from me on local accounts where it just says #podcast, because it was so disrespected. They didn't understand the power of the medium. And so to be an NFL credential reporter, when I get that credential, when I get it in my hand, every year I get it, I sit there and I hold it, and I'm almost in tears in the media room because of how hard I worked to get it. I almost sit there and just like freeze out for a minute because it meant so much to me, because they didn't understand and they put hurdles in front of me, and they don't realize when a guy like me, if you put a hurdle in front of me, I'm going to not only clear it, I'm then going to tell you I cleared it, dance and tell you, here's how I cleared it. And then I'm going to tell you, you were so far behind the curve on what you guys were doing. You should have had me in there in 2018. You should have had me in there the first time when I shared with you. The current media guy has the vision. He understands. The previous guy was lost. He was like an old school suit guy, didn't understand nothing. But it made me feel good, because actually in the end, when someone puts a hurdle in front of you, labels you, and then you clear it to the degree of the success that I've had, now you get to sit back and I say and do basically whatever I need to do. I've already reached the mountaintop. I'm very happy. And SI has been the most amazing partner. They lived up to their word. And you know why they lived up to their word? I made them a crap ton of money, fellas. And fellas, I'll say this. When you're a hooligan and you tell everybody, here comes the hooligan, and you tell everybody how you're going to do it, all along the way, when you actually do it, there's no better feeling in the world that I get to run a website covering the team I love and the way in which I want. I'm literally asking Dan Campbell, the head coach of the Lions, as a former season ticket member, questions like literally this week. Maybe it was stupid, but I asked him, Dan, tell me why Jamison Williams can beat Tyreek Hill in a race. That's what I got to the blessing to ask. It's fun, and I've made it fun. This has never been a job. Like you guys call it, just a simple fact, guys. My fans got me here. You guys never invited me. Wink, wink. You guys messaged me and said, John, and I'm humble, Matthew. Listen, don't worry. You will invite me again. I can tell. Matthew, you said, John, I humbly apologize. One of your listeners reached out and said, hey, have this guy on. And to me, of all the things I did this week, that's the nicest thing really anybody can say is that, hey, we like this guy. And hey, if you have him on, he'll deliver good content, and he's a good dude. And so the listeners that I have, they know what I'm about. The haters are going to hate. That's fine. The media can hate. Anybody can hate. But I've now been a little more vocal in the fact that I was successful in my venture, because, man, guys, it was, the reason why I talk a long time about it, it was a struggle. It was a level of disrespect that I felt, that I perceived to feel, that they didn't understand. Like, I'm telling you, I'm a regular guy with 300,000 listeners every week. Like, you don't think that that's going to grow? You don't think that they didn't appreciate it? And they made my ass work for every single thing that I got. But in the end, I wouldn't have it any other way. The more hurdles that they put in front of me, the more I clear them and the more successful I am. So I'm the hooligan of the media, but in the end, I do a good job. I'm respectful. but I have a little spice to my game, and in the end, it worked out. So the real simple, long story short is, if you have a clear vision, the NFL can tell you you're not welcome. I kicked the door down and made myself welcome. And now when I sit in the chair, man, does it feel good? I'm like, hell yeah, I'm welcome. And I'm not an average reporter. I'm a pretty good one.
Good to hear that Eamon is better than his predecessor. That's cool.
Absolutely, he is. He had a vision. The other guy was cool, but they didn't know. Listen, you have to have some people to tell you what's happening. And and listen, in the end, the blessing is I told him. I wasn't like I said, hey, please let me in. I said, guys, no, this is media. This is media. So when the other part is with Eamon, he's cool. So I was on probation. So I'm in the locker room, and he's, with me, generally serious. I was on probation, so I could go like once a week. I couldn't have full access at that time. I said to Eamon, did you get the call yet? And he said, excuse me? I said, oh, you'll be getting a call from management. And I walked away. And then SI then called, and then it was all clear, baby. When SI called him, they said,
so sweet.
I walked to him. I said, hey, did management call you yet? And he was like, what? And he's like, oh, you'll be receiving a call pretty soon, and it's going to be about something very important. And SI management called and said, we would like Mr. John Maakaron to run our operation. We believe he can cover the team in such a beautiful manner. And listen, I'm not saying it to brag, but I got millions of readers, millions of video views. And their promise was, listen, you do you, we'll do us. We'll spread your videos across the internet. We are a global digital brand that's go out to do some things. And then not only did they say what they were going to do, they did it. You see my videos on Awful Announcing, on NFL.com. You see my stuff spread. And not only did they deliver what they lived up to their word, they humbly let me do and when I rocked the boat a little bit, they defended me against the Lions when they didn't understand that I was fully honest. I wrote a rumor, and I put it as a rumor, but it went worldwide, and people didn't like that. And SI could have said, hey, John, tone it down. They said, no, we understand what you did. You labeled it properly. You understood what it was. And when they supported me, I said, I'm loyal to that company forever. I don't need another media job. They were loyal to me. They stood up for me, and they empowered me to be John Maakaron. And man, when they do that, when you have the right opportunity, man, was there success, man. It was awesome. It was just a beautiful storm for me. And like I said, tell me I can't do something. Watch what happens.
A great story. I absolutely love it. What a journey you've been on. Let's talk about the Lions then. I mean, they have torn shit up when it comes to the Dolphins, and what a turnaround for the offense that looked like it was maybe struggling a little bit early on, which happens every camp, I realise. But, it's lovely to see them flourish. You said Super Bowl or bust earlier. And I know that as a fan, that's the goal, right? Especially now that we're here. But do you really feel like that's how it is for them too? Because it feels like it has been that way for some time. And yet, it's just great to see progress too. It feels like they're still moving in the right direction one way or the other.
Yeah, it's the best time, guys, to be a Lions fan because there's clear expectations. If the Lions don't win a Super Bowl, it's a failure of a season. And it's just at the level of passion, and I know your listeners understand it. If Liverpool doesn't finish first, it's a disastrous season. People are mad. If they get eliminated in the Champions League, it's a disastrous season. It's all about the trophies. It's all about how many. And you guys in England are wild. You guys sometimes have expectations where you guys want Liverpool to win the league, the Community Shield, the FA Cup, and the Champions League. And if they don't win all four, then they're not living up to the expectations. And I'm like, damn, you guys are wild. And I'm like, you know what? That's the best fan to be. The best fan to be is the one that demands the team win. Like, the winning is the best feeling ever. I got to celebrate the Red Wings on a local street and cheer and holler and celebrate parades. The night that 1997, the Red Wings won the championship was the night I graduated high school. So I graduate high school with the cap and gown. I go to a friend's gathering. The Red Wings defeat the Philadelphia Flyers. We then head to the local street, and we honked and celebrated for miles and miles. And the community nature is great. And for the Lions, our thirst is sick because they've never been to the Super Bowl. Our hearts have been broken. They haven't quenched the thirst of the one thing that the local Detroit fans want, win the Super Bowl. And so now it's actually, before we would joke and say, hey, can the Lions win the Super Bowl? And everybody would laugh at you. We were the laughing stock of the NFL. There was no English podcast covering the Lions. They were talking about everything but the Lions. Now there are great podcasts abroad like yourself, Germany, worldwide fans coming in. I saw the International Fan of the Year at Allen Park. The reach of the team now has grown so much because of Dan Campbell and Brad Holmes, and the feeling of winning is so good. Listen, guys, the Lions are winning. They had one winning season, and now the fan base is acting like we are the kings of the castle. And hey, I probably have done it too. But for a football club, and for a football team, this is the best way to be, where you guys are noticing now, if there's a guy that just has a little bit of a rolled ankle in practice and he leaves, the fan base is panicking. Some people are like, guys, calm down. That's not the way to be. No, this is the way to be. This is the fruit. This is the joy, where you're watching John Maakaron and Pride of Detroit and Jeff Risdon and Dave Birkett. And now, if you guys will put my name on the label this next hour, maybe they'll know about Detroit Sports Podcast. And they are into every transaction, every move. And this is the joy of sports. It's not to say, oh, let's calm down until the playoffs. No, I'm not calm. I want to know what's going on with this club, so that every transaction, how does it relate to them potentially getting us to the Super Bowl? That's the best fan to be, is the one that's all in, that gets nervous when Ahmed Hassanin rolls his ankle. Is he coming back? When's he coming back? How's he doing? That's the best fan to be. And I think the secret that I'm going to share with you guys is an active, engaged audience is one that is more in tune with supporting local websites. Telling everybody to calm down doesn't foster the love of pure joy of sports when people go to pubs and enjoy sports. This is the best, because in the end, guys, you guys have been doing it now, I think 5-6 years. Back in 2018, 19, fellas, we were doing mock drafts in October. So it was like, who's getting fired? Who's leaving? Who are the free agents we got to bring? We would start talking about the next season in October. Now we have hope until November, December, and we're 10-point favorites against the Commanders, and it's a devastating loss where if you're a sports fan, it hurts you. You're like, oh my God, we were that close. The 2023 loss should sting, man. It should still sting when you think about they were 1 30-minute football period away from the Super Bowl. I still think about that, and Dan Campbell was honest. I think he felt like that team was the Super Bowl team, and he went up there and said, man, I don't know. I can't guarantee you guys were coming back. It's because I think he knew the youth, the contracts, the fresh nature of not knowing what the hell was going on. And the Lions in 2023 were like the hooligans of the NFL. They were like, nobody knows what the heck they're trying to do, and they were trying to get after it. And I felt Dan felt like if they got to that Super Bowl, they were winning it. But oh my God, now guys, there's 50 podcasts that talk about the Lions. There's new ones popping up with the local journalists every single day. Oh, and by the way, to bring it full circle, now every single journalist in town must have a podcast. And if they don't, they're viewed as not doing their job. So not only did I be part of a little bit of a change, I'm also at the forefront of it. I'm 15 years ahead of them. So not only am I ahead of them, I'm already looking to the next stuff, the video podcast and how that plays out. I'm a little bit behind on that because I said, who would put this face on a video and share it all over the world? I just wanted to talk junk behind a microphone. But now I'm embracing it through the help of others who tell me, John, listen, you're talented. We like what you do. Get yourself on video. Stop hiding and get after it. So this is the best time to talk sports. You guys said come on at 7:30 in the morning on a game day, and I said, okay, that's a little early, guys. This is America. This is a little early. But I would get up if you guys told me to come on and talk Detroit Lions football at 4:30 in the morning. I would come on, and that's the appreciation I give, is that I rarely turn down an interview. 4 a.m., 5 a.m., 7 a.m. You want to talk Lions? You want to talk Detroit sports? I'm your triple espresso. That's how much I love it. I think you can tell how passionate I am and here now it's 8:15 in the morning, and luckily I haven't woke up my family yet, but that's how much I love sports, and that's how much I love NFL football.
Ash, you have some questions for John, because I feel like I'm getting a Dan Campbell's coffee order right now.
Oh yeah, same. I'm feeling 100% inspired here. Like, you are speaking really to my heart, because I'd love to say I'd hopefully on the same journey. Like I said it when we started this show, like when I started on this 3-4 years ago, I was originally in the comments and now I'm here. And yeah, just seeing even that growth myself and this podcast and that, and you are completely right that for every time that someone says no, puts a hurdle up, smash through it, and then dance on their graves. Like looking at over here, like, oh yeah, who would care about some blimey Brits talking about the NFL? What do they know? And now suddenly we're interviewing you. We've interviewed some of the some of the other big journalists. We've had people. We have people come to us now from American podcasts saying, "Come on, we've got a college show which is one of the most listened to and upvoted college shows of all the internet." You like just yeah, I'm fired up now. Like I was starting to drift off. Like it's been 12 hours. I'm like, how can I do another 12? Another 48 hours. Let's do this. Let's do this.
No, and that's the thing, guys, is that when you have passion and you see the communal nature of it, you just know. I mean, people like to talk. They like to engage. They like to have a deep connection with the hosts. Like it was simple for me to relate to it because I developed that connection with Adam Carolla. I would get excited when he'd interview a guest. I'd get excited to see what kind of it would be like, oh man, what's going on in the world? What does Adam Carolla think about it? So it was just radio, really. In the end, it's just radio, but on a more independent, without the shackles. Radio shackles creativity. Radio, you have to have rules. Like if I want to say, Jim Caldwell, God darn it, can you figure out the rules of the game during the 60 minutes that you're coaching? You can't sometimes say that, and sometimes you're constrained with all the commercials. In a podcast, I could just go on and rant for 45 minutes straight about something that I'm passionate about. So the avenue of what a podcast can bring is so powerful. I'm so blessed that I knew it, but I mean, I knew it. There was no way that podcast would not take off. And then the blessing is that when the biggest names do it, Pat McAfee, all the athletes now doing it, when that comes in, it gives me the validation of saying, hey, you were right. You knew what was going on. And now it's media, guys. It's media. This week, Ryan Clark, and it brings me joy. Like I'm going to be probably at this level. Maybe I'll get to more levels as I pursue my career. But I get to sit back and I watch Ryan Clark podcast walk right through Allen Park and all these podcasts. Ndamukong Suh came back as a podcast. So I get to sit back at my level and realize not only is it media, but it's huge media that delivers where Dan Campbell is on a podcast, Bussin' with the Boys. Now I need to get him on my podcast, but I may have in my endeavors acted in a hooligan type manner that the affiliation of like Dan Campbell and John Maakaron, they don't know what I would ask them. Like they can't, I mean, I probably could, make that happen, but I like the little bit of that rogue vibe that I bring to the table. But I'm not rogue, guys. I'm normal. I'm a normal sports fan. And so I play it up. I'm not a hooligan. I'm a passionate guy that just wanted some acceptance. And all I ever wanted was when I email your team and say, hey, I got this many listeners, come tell us about it. What? You got 300,000 listeners as a podcast? Come tell us about it. Let's have a talk. Let's have a chat. Let's learn about you. What does that mean? You're independent. Let's not declare that, hey, you need to join somebody else, because in the end, if I didn't join SI, the Detroit Sports Podcast would have just been a credentialed media outlet by itself. And it just would have been that. But in the end, a partnership is great because they lessen the burden for me. They are, when you truly work with it, I'm not employed. And I want to let you guys know, I'm not employed by them. We partner. So we work together. I provide the content. They provide the tech. We partner together, and we have a beautiful financial agreement that has made the DOC very, 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 very happy. And in that sense, it's actually the blessing because I'm free to go do whatever I want. I'm representative of John Maakaron, and one of my biggest partners is on SI and the brand, but I'm free to take my talents anywhere to do whatever I want on a bunch of different things. I'm always going to stay on SI. But I could show up and do interviews there, everywhere. The only thing I ever asked for from them is remove the shackles from this whole notion that, oh, you're locked into us. You can't do a European podcast. You're locked into SI's podcast. I was like, absolutely not. I'm going to go on every single podcast in the world. And if you stop me, I'm leaving, and I'm taking my big audience with me. And when you have that power, man, it's fun. It's very fun to say, guys, I as a media member, I skip the whole day. I don't talk to Dan Campbell on Friday. I don't talk to the players. I sit at home and relax and have a cocktail, have a pint of Guinness, and check in with the Lions. I have the best. I have the best media job in the area, but in the end, with football, I need this football team to deliver now, because that's the standard. When you guys look at Jared Goff and Dan Campbell and Brad Holmes, the prism in which I view it is, are you first, top of the table, or are you last? That's it. And I don't care. I know that people do the Jared Goff chants and they have a lot of respect for QB 116. I always look at it from the perspective of, he doesn't have any rings yet. I need him to deliver that ring. And that's kind of the way it was in the past with Steve Young. He was viewed as a good quarterback, but not great. I don't want Jared Goff to go down as Dan Marino. You got to win the ring. You got to deliver. And the last performance that he had that counted was not a good one. That was not indicative of a quarterback making $50 million. So I'm also more of the vocal complainer, where if I view the sport from a GM perspective, if there's a player that can help, go get them and cut all the guys that you don't need. You need to win. Yeah. So and so that's where I'm a little bit different, is that a lot of the media are player focused. I'm GM focused, which is, if there's a guy out there that can get 10 sacks, you bring him here. I don't care if it's Zadarius Smith, if it's somebody else, if it's Trey Hendrickson. I don't care about the rationale about, is it feasible? Is it possible? Trey Hendrickson, Myles Garrett, TJ Watt, anybody that is prominent, you envision if you put them in this team would help the team. So that's how I focus on sports, is you're first or you're last. There's joy and there's anguish. And the Lions have not been able to finish number one. They're close. But I will say this year, it's a little bit tough to look at this group of guys to say that they're going to finish number one, but they're going to be in the mix. They need a couple moves for depth, just in case, along the interior of the line, defensive end. They just need, I would say, if they made a couple more moves at the trade deadline to shore up some things, maybe depth along cornerback, they're right there. They have a chance, but it's great to be in the conversation. But I'm always of the opinion that you're allowed to have skepticism of the Lions. They've never done it. It doesn't mean I'm less of a fan. Doesn't mean I'm a hater. It just means that also, too, you got to protect your little heart. We've been disappointed, for 60 years, and I'm 46. So I've been disappointed for almost 41 years of being a sports fan. We got to protect our little hearts. And the way you protect it a little bit is just a little bit of doubt. Like, okay, maybe, the teams now that you could compare the Lions to, the Rams, the Eagles, the Commanders, they have some talent too. And we know it's super duper hard to get to that level, but let's enjoy the ride. But along the way, I don't have to praise every move that the organization makes. Some of the moves I don't like. And it is also, too, guys, and here's where you can expand your minds as fans. People already think the Jahmyr Gibbs pick has already been determined and proven a winner. No, it hasn't. Guys, Jahmyr Gibbs is a good football player. But what if Brad Holmes would have made different moves? What if he would have took a defender? What if he would have taken different people than Hendon Hooker and Broderick Martin? What if Levi Onwuzurike was a hit? What if Ifeatu Melifonwu was a hit? We could be sitting here saying they already have a ring and let's go to the second ring. So I'm always of the opinion, I got this nagging feeling Brad Holmes owes us one, because it feels like a couple different moves could have been made to maybe already give us that ring. So that's how you got to sometimes expand your mind and not just concretely say, well, Jahmyr Gibbs is a good football player, now it's a good pick. Great pick. But in the end, in the grand scheme of things, we're still sitting here ringless. I need that fat ring that I can replicate so that we can be at the mountaintop. So I expand my mind. I think about a lot of different things. And that's the way I like to present information, is think about it. Don't be closed-minded in sports. Open your mind, open your heart to, hey, yeah, maybe they won't get TJ Watt, but what if he was here? Oh my God, you probably would presume they'd be a favorite over the Eagles. So that's how I like to expand my mind and think about a lot of different wild things.
You gave me a flashback when you mentioned Jim Caldwell and complaining about him, because I loved him as a person, but man, his timeout usage was so poor that anyone who'd ever played any Madden whatsoever knew that he had no idea what he was doing on the sideline in that regard specifically. I couldn't understand why there wasn't a specialist coach on the side telling him it'd be a great idea to take a timeout right now, and that's just that guy's job. Pay him like $500 a game just to sit on the bench and go, now's a good time. And that's all that guy has to do. But like, you just play a little bit of a video game and you know when you should be taking timeouts. Like, it doesn't actually take that much to understand, which is why I'd never understood why head coaches, and they seem to all be bad at it, is taking timeouts. So you reminded me of that emotion that I had inside me, and everyone had the same thought about Jim Caldwell, which was really frustrating.
Everybody felt like he was a great motivator, but I think that history will say, okay, Bob Quinn was probably right to move on from Jim Caldwell, but absolutely wrong in his choice. He should have been a visionary and gotten the next young mind, not the next young defensive mind. That was wrong. With Matthew Stafford and the talent that you had, you probably should have leaned more toward somebody else to keep the situation going. And that's where his biggest mistake was. Nepotism killed the Lions, and Matt Patricia's era was a flop. But it was right, because most people believed that Jim Caldwell had a ceiling. And Bob Quinn, I just felt like if he would have thought it through, maybe would have tailored, similarly to what the Lions are doing now, is tailor a football team to Matthew Stafford, build around him a little bit, add some more defensive weapons. Maybe Stafford would have got a ring too.
I could have seen it. God, we had some good teams in that Matthew Stafford era, but there we go. We're coming up to an hour with you, and we're going to play some recorded content that we have very shortly. But just to kind of finish off,
hey, listen. I got nowhere to. I'm gonna leave here for the game 9:15. If you want more, you guys woke me up. Anything you want to ask from the chat, I'm here longer too. If you want me.
Ash, do you have some questions?
Well, I know obviously you mentioned the way back. Obviously you were the one that got the nice comment out of Granshard. And then the sort of, what sense of satisfaction did you get then to sort of see him absolutely smash the hell out of Ali Gordon out of bounds, someone who's built like a brick shit house at running back? Like, sort of, how does it feel to see, instead of a player saying that kind of stuff and not backing up on the field, how does it feel now to sort of see the players be able to back up all these fighting words? Because we've had it time and time again. Like, some of the players, some of the stuff they've said, and then suddenly, they're giving up 200 yards and 3 touchdowns to Justin Jefferson. So how does it feel to sort of finally have that vindication of words being backed up?
Yeah, absolutely. And the blessing of having Dan Campbell and Brad Holmes is they've set forth a path of like, these are the players we want. They got to love football. They got to be gritty, and they got to love to compete. And so that's why I relate, is that even though I've reached a level of success, I'm not really happy. I want more. And it's the competitiveness, the drive that you need as a football player. You think Amon-Ra St. Brown is happy today? He's like, the one drop that he had maybe in the joint practice, he's probably thinking, how can I do that better? And that's the mindset that they're looking for, is guys that are competitive, that don't just want to sit and be like, hey, I got my fat check and now I'm going to not go more. When I got the level of success, I went harder. I did more podcasts. I did more articles. I'd be fine. I could do 3 articles a day. I do 10 because I love it. And I want to do more. If I reach a certain marker in a month, I want to do more the next month. And that's the way to look at it. And so for the Lions, they wanted to identify a certain type of player: gritty, loves football, believes in competition, and believes in, I want to reach my potential, but when I get there, I want more. So the blessing is Dan Campbell's got it. If and when they win that Super Bowl, he'll celebrate it for 72 hours, and then he's going to try to win that second one. That's the mindset you got to have in life. And it's a beautiful thing, because I can relate to it 100%. I feel like Amon-Ra St. Brown. He was a 4th-round pick. I felt like I was a 1st-round talent. And I was viewed as an undrafted free agent. And that is rocket fuel for people that are trying to compete and get to their success. And I wouldn't have it any other way. I like it more. I like the challenges more. I like being told no. I like when emails don't get answered. I like the hurdle. I like being perceived as somebody that's an outsider when it's not true. The things, and now I actually do have to remember that I sometimes forget that, the things I say have meaning. Like, I can't just fly off the handle and say what's in my brain. I do have to have some level of restrictions. And now with the Lions, man, the level of talent that they brought in, and here's the best part: they're gritty. Like, they fight. And it really was highlighted by Dan's intro speech. Many people on the outside, which is great, they viewed that speech as, this is some rah-rah nonsense from a coach that's going to flop. No, Dan Campbell gave the thesis right then and there. He said, no, we're going to set forth a path where if you come play us, we're going to kick your ass. And if you beat us, that's no problem. We'll stay down for a beat, but we'll get right back up. And then when we do get up, we're going to super kick you down and take off both your kneecaps, and we're going to smile at you. And so many people laughed at that. And I think the people I was on that Zoom call, and it's a blessing because it has so many views, and you can always hear my voice asking. I think I asked a quarterback question. He's like, "Man, John, that's a little soon for that kind of talk." But I just walked in the door, and you're already asking me about my quarterback. It was great, and the blessing is he walked in and he said, "I'm telling you guys what's coming, and when we do it, get ready because it's going to be fun." And then many coaches have given those kind of speeches, but then they found the guys to actually do it. Amon-Ra St. Brown. The core is great. But again, you have to sprinkle it in with some external guys to make the team whole. GM's job is so tough. It's the draft, it's the current roster, it's developing, and it's rounding out the roster with the last couple pieces externally. I think once Brad Holmes gets comfortable getting some talent outside the organization at the final deadline, the couple pieces, because remember, Eagles got Saquon Barkley, Rams got Von Miller and OBJ. His predecessor was F them picks. So there's nothing better than proven talent that you can bring here. So the Lions are at the doorstep. They're at the doorstep. And I think that this window, but the blessing is, let's just say, the window doesn't hit in 25 or 26. They can tear it down for a year in 27. I expect 28, 29, 30 that they're going to get right back into it. I don't expect lulls. I expect this football team to be knocking on that door quite a bit. So in essence, for the chat, the Lions have built a Champions League top 4 team every year. They've built Arsenal. They've built Arsenal. But in the end, I don't want to end up feeling like Arsenal every year where they're number 2 and number 3 and number 2 and number 3, semifinals Champions League, quarterfinals Champions League, round of 16 Champions League. Eventually, we need that trophy raised. We need that cup. We need that celebration. So I'm happy being Arsenal. But it was fun watching Liverpool win last year. And so that's the mindset. I think you guys abroad can understand it. It's that time, end of the season. I want to be top of the table, top of the world. And I can't wait to share when that happens. I'm coming on here and we're going to celebrate. We're going to have a pint together.
Absolutely. Yeah. I cannot wait. We do need to get to our next segment, John, but we need to get you back on the show because I think you're going to vibe very, very well with the guys that we have here on the show. And unfortunately is working in the middle of this, but we'll bring him back in. And yeah, it's funny what you were saying about the show. We've been listening back to our episode 1. This is episode 330 something. And one, how bad we were, but also 2, listening to us basically introducing ourselves being depressed at how bad the Lions were. I was the season started well for half a game. And then it went downhill from there. And here we are. So, yeah, it's amazing to reminisce with you in your journey and thinking about all the Lions teams through that process to being here now. I feel like we've not touched nearly enough on the current Lions, so we need to bring you back. Thank you so much for coming on. Anything you want to shout out before you head off? Any articles that you've got in the works that you're excited about or anything like that?
Yeah, it's the hub for me on X is at Detroit Podcast. I have now started a YouTube channel, Detroit Lions on SI. You can find the videos. This training camp. The best way to put it is, in my free advice to you guys, more. Always look to better, bigger, more, bigger guests, big things. I was doing everything fine, and I started a YouTube channel. And this, and to leave you with this, I didn't have to do a daily training camp video recap. I'm fine. I have enough metrics across the board, but the fans were like, we kind of like this. And so the fans told me, John, we're liking the daily work that you're doing. You're working hard and you're coming on and sharing inside information every single day during training camp. That's the secret sauce, is to always want more, never be happy. You have 1 show, do 2 shows. You have 2 shows, do 3 shows, and never be satisfied. Always look to the future and always look to do better, because the moment that you don't grow, you're stagnating. And you guys, listen, 5 years, in the end, we're all one big podcast family. Everybody's at a different success, but you guys having success doing the charity work and having the knowledge and the passion to invite the media to come on. You didn't have to invite me. You didn't have to expose yourself to a guy like myself, and you did that. So I have no doubt that the universal appeal of the Detroit Lions is now reaching abroad. man, you guys are wild and passionate fans too. You guys bring the knowledge. I listened to the questions you asked, Jeremy. I listened to the questions you asked some of these reporters. You guys, and I listened to the breakdown of Khalil Dorsey on special teams. So don't ever think that, wow, this guy's on SI or this guy. You guys can reach any single marker you ever want to. Do the work, get after it. And when I interview you guys, I can't wait to hear about the big things you guys are doing. So thank you for the invite. And always, first and foremost, go Lions. And one day, England will win some penalty kicks and figure out that when there's time for kicks, the mission is to score more than the opponents. So when you get to that penalty kick situation, mates, I need you to win it 3-2. It's been the other way for 5-6 decades, and I know it's hurting. So England, get it together, win those kicks so my mates can feel happy. Peace, brothers. Peace and love.
Cheers,
Thank
John.
you.
Much appreciated. We'll see you soon. And mentioning the charity work just before we get to Ash's breakdown of Isaac TeSlaa, and thank you to John, he was amazing. We are here to raise money for charity, Habitat for Humanity of Michigan, and Maggie's, which is a cancer charity in the UK. Habitat obviously providing housing to those most in need in Michigan, and Maggie's providing ancillary support for cancer patients, for them and their families, psychologists, places to talk with, like therapy groups and that sort of thing, all the stuff that you kind of need to keep your head in place while you go through the biggest fight of your life. So please do donate. It's in the description down below, and we are going to get to some lunch for me and Ash while we watch his Isaac TeSlaa breakdown. So that is coming up right now. If I can get this right. Boom, boom.
And welcome to our rookie tape review for our third round pick, the wide receiver out of Arkansas, the hometown hero, Isaac TeSlaa. This review will be made up of 3 games worth of film on him, the 3 that were on caddies, which were the games against LSU, Ole Miss, and Texas A&M this past season. It will be split into roughly 4 sections, the first of which is his hands, looking at the catches he made in those 3 games, his ability to catch the ball through contact, get open. After the catch, what does he do? Does he keep the ball secure, etc., etc.? The second is looking at the routes he ran in those games, if there's any particular ones that are of note. For example, there's going to be quite a lot of those intermediate digs I've been going on about for a while, that kind of stuff, or ways that Arkansas used his routes to get other people open. So getting those and having a look at those, see what role his route running can do in our offense. Though obviously we've had a few training camp practices now and a couple of preseason games to really see it out. So by the by. The third section will be his run blocking, looking his ability there, because we know with the Lions, if you don't block, you don't get the rock. So looking at the notable examples of run blocking he did in those 3 games. And then finally, I've also cut up some of the times that his QB scrambled, trying to see what TeSlaa does in those situations, because sort of the scramble drill is one of the biggest things for a receiver for me. It's looking at their ability to then find open space, make themselves available for the catch for the QB, and considering that TeSlaa is a former QB himself, you'd hope he does well in those situations. So let's take a look, shall we? So in this first clip, we can see TeSlaa lined up in the slot against Texas A&M. He runs his route. The QB has to move, so he scrambles away, gets himself open, makes a nice over-the-shoulder catch, gets away from his defender, and scores a nice touchdown. Nice, lovely opening for our rookie wide receiver. Here we can see the all-22 angle. Missing, we won't see too much, but as you can see, pressure on the QB, steps up in the pocket. TeSlaa has made himself open and available, tracks the ball in, catches the ball with his hands rather than with his body, and then just breaks away from the defender. Perfect. As we can see here, TeSlaa uncovered basically. Nice quick simple hitch towards QB, makes the catch nice and easy. To all 22 angle, you can see QB takes the ball, quick step drop back, uses his body to shield the ball from the defender, makes the catch. We are again in the Tamu game, TeSlaa in the slot as is usual for Arkansas. On the snap, he runs a hitch in between the second and third levels of the defense, so there's linebackers and the safeties, and makes a nice easy catch. Here in the all-22 angle, you can see the QB takes a snap, quick drop back, sees TeSlaa coming open, fires under pressure, and here's TeSlaa fighting through arm tackles to get an extra couple of yards. Love it. Still in the Tamu game here, and on this play, TeSlaa runs a kind of bubble screen for the QB, uses his receivers who are blocking for him really well, and then as you can see, just about fighting through some contact just to get an extra yard or two, which again is our grit mentality. Nice and open quickly, catches the ball and uses his block as well, and as you see, the fighting through the contact. We've now moved on to the LSU game, TeSlaa in the slot, and with that hitch I mentioned a minute ago, just runs the exact same, finds the hole in the zone, turns towards the QB, makes himself available for the catch. Here with the all-22, you can see again, QB takes the ball, quick 3-step drop back, steps up, fires it into TeSlaa, who uses his shoulder to shield from the incoming defender, makes the catch. Moved on to the Ole Miss game now, TeSlaa still in the slot. Nice, simple, 5-yard out, makes the catch in between two defenders, fights through the contact really well, gains a couple of extra yards. Love it. All-22 angle, see the running back being sent in motion to go out wide, so it's an empty set. Scanning the field, TeSlaa's there, gets his hands up, grabs the ball out of the air between the two defenders, and as you can see, even with two defenders wrapped around him, still makes the catch. Still in the Ole Miss game here, and TeSlaa again in the slot. Simple intermediate out as well, but as you can see, it's QB drill. So just gets himself that little push off to get a little separation from his corner, make himself available for his quarterback. All-22 angle, so we can see the pressure coming on the QB, double pumps, has to scramble, just lobs it up to TeSlaa, who's got that little bit of separation and gets out of bounds to stop the clock. Final one of TeSlaa's catches from these games here. He runs a double move, faking the out before running a post, leaps up, gets the ball, but as you can see, just as he's about to score a nice touchdown, number 5 punches the ball out for a forced fumble. Clear denial of goal scoring opportunities, a red card in his part usually, but hey ho. On the all-22, you can see it's a new QB, it's number 3, not number 10 here. Feathers the ball into him in space. TeSlaa is running, and 5 just sees that the ball slightly loose and punches it free to stop the touchdown. Shame. And so there ends all the catches that TeSlaa made in those 3 games. Conclusions I have drawn from those catches: very, very good catcher of the ball in the air. We saw a couple of times, particularly that last one, but also the catch he made between 2 defenders against Ole Miss. He's able to go and high point the ball and use his body to shield the ball from defenders, as was the case with the hitches we saw earlier. Slight issues with ball security maybe after the catch with that last one, but didn't exactly hold the ball high and tight. Was holding it a bit like a loaf of bread to Shady McCoy as he used to hold the ball. But all in all, very good catcher that was just underutilized by Arkansas maybe. We saw with that last one, the backup QB trusted him, maybe because they've got a bit of chemistry from practice. But overall, TeSlaa was mostly used as a decoy/blocking option rather than a catcher, as we'll now see in this next section, which is the route section. So looking at his route running when he doesn't get the ball, and maybe some of the ways that Arkansas used him when he wasn't getting the ball as a blocker or as a decoy. So the first of the interesting routes here I chose because I wanted to see how he makes his break on this in-breaker. Uses a kind of step to get a bit of separation from his defender, but unfortunately the ball does not go his way. The second of these routes I selected for a similar reason, getting a better look at that kind of stutter step he uses on in-breakers to get some separation. It's a nice little move. This third clip shows how he also uses this stutter step for outbreakers, meaning it is not a tell for what route he's going to run. Again, get him some nice separation, but the ball doesn't go his way. This next clip shows that because of his physicality, he's very useful on pick plays that force defenders to make a choice, which Arkansas uses to good effect here to get someone open. People who watched the Falcons preseason game will recognise this route from TeSlaa because it's the route that he got hit for a touchdown from Kyle Allen from, showing that he does have some NFL route tree in him. Another one of these outbreaking routes here against Hamu for TeSlaa, this time without the stutter step instead of just a simple overstep to make the route break. Very nice. Again, a crossing route over the middle, something that TeSlaa will be running a lot from next for us. This time the route break is not as crisp as you'd want, kind of more angled, maybe by design. Interesting one here for TeSlaa, as he seems to be running that hitch we saw earlier in the catches section, but this time it's to open up an underneath route. Fortunately, the defender does not stick with him, and the catch is contested. Bit of a longer clip here, so we've moved on to the LSU game, as TeSlaa is running that intermediate dig I won't shut up about, but from the slot. The reason it's longer is because on the all-22, you can actually see pretty much all the routes. And as I mentioned a couple of clips ago, with the in-breaking route he was running that was kind of slanted, as you can see, TeSlaa's going to his finger wall. Yes, he's got a defender in his way. The route break is very rounded. It's not as sharp as crisp as you'd want. Again, a longer clip here from the LSU game, and again it's an intermediate dig. This time TeSlaa uses a kind of stutter step on his cornerback. The cornerback is facing zone, he reads that and he cuts inside for the dig. Fortunately, the QB has to scramble and the ball does not come his way. And again, on the All-22, you can see the angle. So he's faced up against 8, reads the zone, cuts inside, but unfortunately the QB has scrambled. TeSlaa, as you can see on the screen, is still making himself available, but the ball does not come his way. Still with the LSU game here, and I chose this clip in particular because it shows how Arkansas liked to use TeSlaa's physicality to open things up for their receivers. So as you can see, TeSlaa's in the slot, and he runs a clear out go, which puts the cornerback in a little tiny bit of hesitation, which opens up the drag for the underneath receiver. While yes, the linebacker does crash down on the route, on the All-22, you can perhaps see it a tiny bit better, that TeSlaa's route makes number 2 hesitate, which opens up that extra little tiny bit of space for the drag for the outside receiver, gaining a couple of yards. Another intermediate dig here from TeSlaa. Again, nice kind of cut, but again, slightly rounded, not as we'd like. Scramble drill tries to get open. Hopefully on the All-22 we can see it a tiny bit better, hence longer clip again. So you can see number 10 to make it check the line, gets the snap, TeSlaa's there, rounds the cut again, and so the cornerback kind of leaves him to the zone and the QB has to scramble. This time it's a rare outside snap here for TeSlaa, but unfortunately Arkansas doesn't use him correctly, just puts him on a nice quick hitch, supposedly to open up that drag, but it just doesn't work at all. Same story here, another outside snap here for TeSlaa, quick hitch again, but the ball isn't thrown in his direction. Bad play by Arkansas. Similar kind of play again here from Arkansas. TeSlaa outside hitch, but this time it's to open up the slot fade, but the QB just overthrows the receiver. Back into the slot here for TeSlaa against LSU, and what do you know? It's another intermediate dig. Rounded route cut, and onto the Ole Miss game again. And with this, again, the route might look familiar. TeSlaa is on the Walmart logo, and it's that switches play that he got the touchdown from Kyle Allen on, but the QB unfortunately overthrows him. So let's watch it from the All-22 when it swings back round. You can see again, it is not their usual QB number 10, it is number 3 instead. So maybe he has a bit more trust in TeSlaa as a backup. Scramble, 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 and just up platform throw just overthrows TeSlaa. Final clip here for TeSlaa in the slot again against Ole Miss, and it's that shimmy stutter step move again to try and get the rope break on an intermediate dig, not targeted. So there is all the sort of interesting routes that TeSlaa ran during those 3 games. Does pretty much all of them, to be honest. As I say, it's only 3 games worth, and with him being there, wide receiver 3, 4 in the depth chart, didn't really get too many snaps. And as you saw, most of them were as that sort of inline slot role, so not much outside usage apart from those couple of hitches that were used to open up other things in the games. Overall, decent route runner, though obviously with those intermediate digs and in breakers and out breakers, you saw that the cuts weren't as crisp as you'd like most of the time. They were quite rounded, which does make it easier for the defender to trail you and keep up with you on them. Does use to like the sort of stutter step move to see which way the cornerback feints and then cuts the other way if it's the right way that he wants to run the route. But for the most part, he's got good enough route running that there's that sort of foundation to build on. The main issue with him, as we all know, is that because he doesn't play outside for Arkansas, he does not have the full route tree there that we want from our X's. While there is stuff we saw on tape there, especially with him in the slot, the kind of routes he will run at the NFL level. So obviously, as I mentioned, there's a couple of times where there's a switches concept that uses sort of natural pick play to get him open. He obviously got the touchdown for that against the Atlanta Falcons. That kind of thing he does have in his locker, but unfortunately, for the most part, the route running is stuff that needs to be worked on. But as we've heard out of camp, this is something he's been excelling in, as well as his ability to catch and the run blocking, which is our next section to bury the lead. For the most part, prototypical X build, just wasn't used that way Arkansas because that's not how they chose to use him, stupidly or not stupidly. He obviously agreed to play that role, maybe shows his team first mentality, which is obviously a good thing in our case. But there's definitely, as you can see on that tape, especially with the sort of the cuts on those sort of flatter routes, the digs, the ins, the outs, he needs a bit of work there because it is rounded a lot of the times, and that's not really what you want. As I just mentioned, this third part of the tape review will focus on TeSlaa's run blocking. So the stuff that is the nitty-gritty stuff that is definitely getting him some praise from camp. Just look at Alan Ross' comments when he was interviewed a couple of days ago. It's the kind of stuff that maybe will go unnoticed because we do want that big, flashy, big play receiver, don't we? Though we already have that in JMO, and seemingly, just ask Jack Jones, seems Aaron Ross also that these days. But it is something that's very fundamental to our team. We do have the no block, no rock sort of mentality. That's JMO. So this is something that's very important to us, which is why, again, I've picked out the times that you can really see him run block. What does he do? What's his technique like? Effort, etc., etc. So let's take a look. And so we are back to the Tamu game. It's a nice, easy run blocking rep for TeSlaa in the slot. Matches up against the nickel corner and just rules him off from the play. Here in the L22, we can see snaps taken by the QB, handed off to number 22. After a quick check, we wait. TeSlaa, as you can see, guy's guy, hands are latched on, walls him off from the run. Very nice. Still in the Tamu game for this clip here, TeSlaa, again, in the sort of inline slot, lines up against a linebacker this time. And while, yes, there's a bit of an outmatch and the run is going away from TeSlaa's leverage, still manages to keep up with his linebacker and slow his progress to the point where he's not able to make a play on the running back at all. Here from the L22, we can see number 20, the linebacker TeSlaa going up against, to get him, latches on, and does enough to sort of put him off that he doesn't make a play on the running back. Similar kind of process here for TeSlaa, this time against LSU, lined up in the slot, matches up against his nickel corner, pushes him off just off balance, and then does enough to stay in front of him, even with the forced fumble. That's not his fault. Once against the LSU Tigers yet again, this time TeSlaa matches up against one of the linebackers and just absolutely walls him off from the play. Fortunately, other defenders do make a play on the ball, but here from the L22, we can kind of see number 18, I believe it is, that TeSlaa will be crashing into in a second. So number 10's making some changes at line, snaps the ball, hands it off to number 0, and there's TeSlaa just absolutely walling off his guy, only letting go when the whistle is blown. These final couple of clips are all from the Ole Miss game. Again, TeSlaa in the slot, absolutely obliterating a nickel corner in the run game. Beautiful. Once again, TeSlaa in the slot against Ole Miss, this time with nobody covering him. So what does he go and do? He goes and finds some work. So the ball is snapped and he runs, finds that safety, walls him off, doesn't turn his head back and just maybe stays engaged. Maybe the QB gets an extra couple of yards. But TeSlaa, for the most part, when he needs to find work in the run game, he goes and does it. So here it is from the All-22 view. The QB makes a motion to the running back. Either that is scratching an itch, and it's a nice, simple read option. TeSlaa's there, and yeah, if he just doesn't get his head up, maybe stays on his safety, maybe could have done a run block, but at the same time, needs the awareness for that fumble. Here, TeSlaa's basically lined up blocking in line tight end and does a one block on the collapsing linebacker, completely walling him off from the run. A little bit of hand fighting, but we don't mind that. Neil 22, you can see it here. There's number 25. TeSlaa climbs up, whams him, gets him out the way, and just holds him off. Even a little bit of afters after the play. Similar situation here for our final snap of run blocking for TeSlaa. Another one block again on 25. This time the run goes a bit more outside and isn't able to ward him off just as much, but nice to see that Arkansas highlighted a mismatch and went for it in these situations. And therein ends our little section on his run blocking. As you can see, given the fact that Arkansas basically used him as a big slot / inline tight end substitute at some points in his role, very, very accomplished at his run blocking. No real major criticisms. The only one I mentioned in those clips, as I said, on the QB read option, he did sort of let up for a second to see where his QB was. Just focus on blocking your guy. If it's a flag, it's a flag. Keep your head on your guy. As soon as you get distracted, you lose the battle, as we saw there. And it did kind of result in the QB fumbling, though that's not on TeSlaa at all, in my opinion, from what I could see. That is just poor ball security from the QB. But for the most part, as a run blocker, given his size and strength and speed and all that, and his experience of doing it, should translate very, very well to the pros. As we're hearing from the comments from Amon Ra a couple of days ago, saying that he's won the respect of the locker room already with his run blocking, and then with what happened in day one of joint practices against the Dolphins, where he literally had his helmet rocked off and he still was going after someone. That's the kind of group we like in our players. Makes sense. Love to see it. Long may it continue. All those sort of adages. And that means we're down to our last section now, which is the QB scramble section, which I know is a bit hard to judge, but in these kind of situations, it's perhaps the easiest way to see how a receiver is, because you've got to find space, you've got to go open field guys. That really shows your effort, because if you just see your QB scrambling, you just stand there, like I've seen with some players when they play flag. It doesn't make it easy for your offense, and it means you're going to lose those snaps because someone will do that and get those snaps. And while, yes, Goff isn't the most mobile guy, if he is going to try and get rid of the ball under pressure, it's more likely a throwaway than it is going to be a QB scramble. But it still is an option there that Goff might need to sort of get out the pocket. And in which case, it's nice to know how our ex-receiver is going to perform in those situations, especially since he's got the height, speed, weight profile to be that kind of 50-50 ball option on those plays where Goff can kind of see him get open and be like, right, I trust him to go get the ball. So let's see how TeSlaa has performed in QB scrambles in the 3 games that we are looking at. And we're back to the Tamu game for our first instance of a scramble drill, where TeSlaa can sense that his QB needs a better help. He moves towards the ball, but unfortunately the QB goes elsewhere and it ends in an interception. Bad, bad, bad. Our second instance also comes to the Tamu game. TeSlaa runs a kind of hitch, sees that his QB needs a better help, starts moving towards the ball again, but unfortunately the QB just throws it away deep. Another scramble from the Tamu game here, where TeSlaa's running a simple flat from the slot, sees his QB's under a bit of pressure, starts to run as a blocker, but then kind of gets back, makes himself available for the ball. Unfortunately, it hits the turf before he can make the catch. From the All-22, since obviously you've got targets on this, we can have a look. Number 10, the QB for the Arkansas Razorbacks, takes the snap, in pressure, under pressure, gets out, keeps his eyes downfield, throws the ball only where TeSlaa can get it, or it's going to be an incompletion. As I said, unfortunately, hits the floor. Still with the Tamu game here for a scramble drill. This time, TeSlaa is running that kind of dig, sees that his QB needs help, so instantly backtracks on his own route, comes back towards the ball yet again, and the QB throws it away. We've finally moved on from the Tamu game now to the LSU game. TeSlaa runs one of those hitches again from the slot, sees his QB needs help, starts to move, but unfortunately he's sacked. So because it's the LSU game, we actually get some proper 22 here. So we can see it from the sort of QB's point of view. He's under pressure, tries to step up. TeSlaa, you can see moving away, but the defender's right there, so it would have been a jump ball. Poor opportunity. And here's our final clip for today's tape review. TeSlaa in the slot against Ole Miss, running a kind of corner route, sees the QB's under pressure, starts to move back towards the ball, but unfortunately the QB is sacked. So as you can see, TeSlaa's experience as a QB does lend him well in scramble drill situations, as does his frame, because it makes him a nice sort of jump ball target for when the QB is under pressure. They can kind of throw it into his area, and because of his catch radius and height, he should be able to bring it in most of the time. If not, he uses his body to shield the ball from the defenders, making it hard for them to make a play on the ball. However, as you could see, most of the time the QB was getting sacked, which meant that a lot of the times these chances were not converted for TeSlaa. But in the NFL, with a better QB like Goff, he should be able to get more opportunities if so needed, and with more accurate throws his way, should be able to bring him in for some nice conversions on key critical downs potentially. But that does conclude all the clips that you've got to see. So instead of seeing some lovely football plays from TeSlaa, you are now about to see, unfortunately for you guys, my ugly mug. For our third round receiver, Isaac TeSlaa out of Arkansas. I'm sorry, but it's shorter than the others. You're probably used to a nice full hour, but unfortunately, with the amount of tape available for TeSlaa, with only 3 games on caddies, and each one of them's only about 10-15 minutes, and me cutting out quite a lot of the plays that are just meh, like you ran routes, wasn't really targeted, nothing really special there. It does mean, unfortunately, this one is a bit shorter than I would have liked. We'd love to have got you a couple of more games of tape just to really break down, maybe discuss some of the things that I wasn't able to just because it wasn't on tape. But there's definitely the signs there. You can see why the team liked TeSlaa, the big frame, the speed, the willingness to run block, the ability to play in the slot and out wide, experience at QB, meaning he knows what to do on scramble drills, that kind of thing. It shows why the team really invested in him, traded up for him, especially with the dividends we're already getting out of that now. We've only a couple of weeks into the pre-season through training camp and to get to about to become 3 games. Obviously, we're week 2 of the pre-season, a couple of hours' time when you're watching this. But you can also see why there were question marks on the drafting of him. The route running isn't exactly perfect. Limited experience at outside receiver, which is where he projects best for us at the X role behind Tim Patrick, maybe even overtaking him by the time of the bye for that, hopefully. Stuff like that. Also, just there's tiny little technique things that need to be worked on in terms of the route runners. I said the rounding of the cuts, the fact that he likes to just stutter step a lot of the time to try and duke out a zone defender, working on a release package because we didn't really see too much of that on tape, that kind of thing. But that's stuff that I trust Scotty Montgomery, Seth Ryan, who is our assistant wide receivers coach right now, I believe, son of former NFL head coach Rex Ryan, which is why Rex sometimes wears Ryan stuff on national punditry stuff. There's definitely stuff there, and I am excited to see TeSlaa, especially if he does play against the Miami Dolphins in a couple of hours' time when you're watching this. But all in all, I am very excited to see what TeSlaa can do for this team because he might finally be that nice speedy X I've been calling out for years. So, all I've got to say now is thank you guys for watching. Hope you've enjoyed our 24-hour stream so far. And let's go One Pride worldwide.
Did prematurely end that because I thought it was done. So apologies for doing that. I need to get to some notifications, but what a great breakdown. You've got lots of props in the chat, which I know you've just recognized. But yeah, that was really, really good. Obviously, the way all 3 of us have done those are very different. I quite enjoy you breaking down skill position in particular. I quite enjoy doing trenches. I know Ant particularly enjoys doing trenches. I think that actually works, and we didn't do it on purpose. I think it worked really well overall. So, get a pat on the back for everyone for what they did there. But yeah, well done. Some notifications. Many thanks to Contrapastam for sending 5 gifted memberships out to Nanite, Michigan Sports 3666, Gizzards, Austin Damon, and Det Fan Man. Much appreciated. And then I realised I probably missed a tip from Motor City Kitty, which is the second one from that account, but I recognised that it was probably someone's logged in as someone else. Was it Brent? Or was it Mile Marker? I can't remember who it said it was. Regardless, the comment's hilarious. It says F. Bend over Johnson and the Teddy toilet seat, sweeping Chicago, and 2 beatdowns coming, 1 Pride Worldwide Go Lions. That was $10, much appreciated. Then it was my dad, who I already acknowledged. Anonymous, who I believe was probably John on his way out, tipped $10 and said, keep grafting, fella. All of these tips are going to the charities in full. That's the reason why we're doing it that way. And just now, Warg has tipped $25, says, cheers from Western Michigan. Keep up the good work. It was Brent. Thank you very much for that, guys. Thank you so much. We are $1.44 away from 50% of the way there. We've got 10 hours left on the stream. And yeah, we are making some good progress. Anything you guys can do to help us is much, much appreciated. If you have already donated, obviously, that's absolutely fantastic. If you can get the word out there that we're doing this, or even if you can just send the link out to try and get some donations, even if they don't watch the show, that would be so much appreciated. So thank you in advance. I knew that was Brent. I don't know why I brought Mile Marker into it. It's definitely Brent's comment. It had to be. We should have Jeff Risdon coming on shortly, but I did just see a comment saying that he's going to struggle for internet where he is at the moment. So I'm just going to message him. You are on mute, by the way, sir.
Yeah, I believe he's moving his son into his college dorm today. By the looks of his Twitter this morning.
He is. but he said he should be in the UP, and given he's moving his son to Michigan Tech, that is right at the top of the UP. So I presume he's already around there, because otherwise that's like an 8.5-hour drive or 7.5-hour drive, something in that realm. So that's not ideal, but I'll just give him a quick message and see how he is doing. I also need to make sure that we've given the Zoom invite to Mr. Raz himself as well, Kentley Platty, because we've arranged for him to come on at 5 p.m, which should be great to do just before we have our breakdown, as Ash has donated $10 to make up for having to deal with me. Man, your breakdown was so good. So there's no putting up with at all. Don't even joke about that. But you are putting up with Aston Villa, I'm afraid, although it's still 0-0, and that's okay.
We've had this Conte sent off. Literally, I make a joke in the breakdown, like, oh yeah, clear red card for Dylan, goal scoring opportunity. What is he going to do?
It's quite funny. I actually really found that quite amusing. Okay, got to DM Jeff. All right, I just need to actually refresh the list of what's coming up, because we have gone through a few things and I have not updated it, which is not great. What have we got coming up then? I need to remind myself. We've got that, and then we've got... All right, so here is what is coming up in the next few hours. Jeff Risdon, we hope, is going to be coming up shortly. Then we're going to do an any question answered session, short session, 30 minutes or so. I'll give you a link. You'll be able to submit any questions to us on any topic, and we will do our best to answer, if we are able. Mike Kimber, Micro Mike, is going to be in the house. That is at 10 a.m. Eastern Time. Then we'll have a quiz, which we've got penciled in for an hour and a half. Don't know if it's going to take that long or not. 40 questions, bit on the lines, bit on the NFL at large. If you know your history, you'll do well. One of the answers has already been spoiled, but were you watching when it was? And then Kent Lee Platty, Mr. RAS himself, will be on for his third appearance on the show before we go into the game pre-game show. I don't know what to call that. Pre-game show, that's the one. And then Lions versus Dolphins play-by-play, followed by post-game reaction, a fan call-in to finish before tossing up the donations and signing off. We are halfway to our goal with Ash's donations, so we're going to try and raise $1,000, $500 for each charity. I think that'd be a really cool thing to do. So anything you guys can do, much appreciated there. Have not heard from Jeff. So I'm thinking what we do is actually maybe move things around and start doing an AQA now, Ash. So I have this ready and available. So let's see if this works. If I do that. And that, and then we show that instead. All right. Not as big as I would like it to be there, but that'll work. Okay. So the link is here, and I'm going to put it in the chat. Billiam TV has just asked, what charity is this? Going to be split between two charities, one from the UK, because of where we are, and one from Michigan. So the Michigan one is Habitat for Humanity of Michigan, providing housing services to those in need in the state of Michigan, including lots of really good veteran services as well. The charity from the UK is Maggie's, which has helped one of our co-hosts with cancer. So they don't provide like the primary medical services, they provide all the ancillary services, financial help, psychiatrists, psychologists, stuff to keep your mental state above water as your body is going through the fight itself. But Billiam replies saying, I coach some football around Michigan. I know it's short notice, but would you want me to ask a buddy who is most likely going to make the practice squad to come on with you guys? Also, we love Habitat. We would love to have a potential practice squad guy come on the show. We absolutely can fit that in. So if you do have that connection, that would be absolutely fantastic. We will find a way to fit it into the slate. If we have to go through the quiz quicker, that's absolutely fine. So give us a shout, and I'm sure we can get in contact with them, or if you can give some contact details, that'd be fantastic. Right. Link is in YouTube and Twitch right now, so if you click on that link, then you should be able to submit a question, which we should be able to see here. Although I wish this was... There we go. That's probably better, isn't it? Okay. So, Dan Pascal submitted a question without doing it through the link, but there we go. Question for you. I know we sometimes overestimate our players making it to the practice squad. With that in mind, who's your pick for the Starling Thomas Award? I'm guessing that is awarded to a really good player that you want to keep around but doesn't quite make it and then gets poached by another team without getting to the practice squad.
I'm going to mispronounce that because I know we literally said it earlier. It doesn't want to pronounce, but Kennelly.
Many thanks to the Hat and Beard Show with the $5 super chat. Says, let's go, boys. One pride worldwide, even if you're on the wrong side of the freedom pond. Thanks, the Hat and Beard Show. Much appreciated. Who would it be? I like Ian Kennelly being that guy. Nate Lynn has to be up there.
Yeah, Lynn's a shout.
I do wonder whether he's done enough to actually put himself in the shop window, though, because we know that he's done really well. How much are other teams actually taking notice of what he's done? Because it's only been a couple of preseason games. I'm not aware of him being on the radar for anyone else, really.
It could be like a Romeo situation. If you remember, we did joint practices with the Giants, and then obviously they cut him. We picked him up, and he became who he was for us. So it could be, I don't know, the Dolphins might have seen it and thought, you know what, if he gets cut, we'll pick him up. He has a place now 53. Can't see it with the Texans off the top of my head because obviously they've got really good edge duo and some guys behind them. So maybe not them, but I could see, Miami saying, if you get cut, we'll happily pick you up. You have a place now 53. But the thing that helps Neil right now is obviously he's being listed as a starter on the kick team. So that's obviously a leg up for him if he's playing a key role in special teams.
The Hat and Beard Show suggests Sailors. I am going to push back on that. If the question was, who of the bubble guys has been very impressive? I agree. I think he's been an exceptionally impressive guy. We're not carrying 5 running backs, so he's definitely going to be waived and he'll be subject to waivers. I don't think he's a vested vet. The problem that he'll face is the problem every running back faces, which is there's a lot of running backs who all don't get paid very much. And actually getting a very cheap, solid veteran is very easy. So the majority of these guys have a really hard time making onto a roster at his sort of level. I mean, let's not forget that he wasn't exactly our first choice for our practice squad. No one picked him up straight away. Or if they did, he was then on the scrap heap afterwards and we picked him up. But, you know, there hasn't been a fight for him before. And I don't think a couple of preseason games is changing that. Hattenbeard says Sailors bumps Reynolds. Dude was solid in UFL. And he was. But there's no way in my mind that the Lions are going to bump Reynolds for Sailors. I just don't think it happens. If you ask me who's better, I don't know the answer to that question. I love Craig. I do think Sailors has it in him to win that job in terms of being a better player, but I just think they absolutely love Craig.
And Craig does, again, it's listed as a start on special teams. And that's the thing, like when you come down to those sort of bottom of the roster battles, special teams is the big thing, and I don't think Sailors has done as much on special teams as Reynolds. Obviously, Reynolds has been our kick returner before. He's on the coverage teams, so it just gives, and the fact the team knows him And we've got to remember, it was Morton. Remember way back on Hard Knocks, it was Morton who was the one that says, how would we feel if we cut Craig? He was the one that went to battle to keep him on the 53 initially, and now he's our OC. I think that sort of nepotism, in inverted commas, is going to help Reynolds stick around as much as I want Barkey to overtake him eventually as well and become running back 3. I think right now it's Craig running back 3.
Paul Airwalker says he thinks it could be Meeks. I think Meeks will be picked up if we let him go. He was paid like a priority UDFA, and that means that he probably had quite a lot of people who wanted him, and he got a good amount of money for it. So yeah, Billiam TV suggests Hendon Hooker would be on there. I do think Hendon would be picked up because of his draft pedigree, even though I don't think anyone would pay a 7th round pick for him. I think we're in that sort of territory with Hendon, where he just definitely would get shot somewhere else, but I don't think that anyone would trade for him. Billiam says, I don't know if Z gets signed. Just on the side, I am not counting on it. I don't think the Lions should count on it either. And then finally, Hat and Beard Show says Vaki gets a shot to shine today as well. And yeah, when we talk about who needs to have a really big game today, he's got a great opportunity to cement himself as a running back, like a bona fide running back. Never mind just someone on the team who's good at special teams and is nominally a running back, but someone who can actually take snaps in relief, because he's got that home run ability. There's no doubt about it whatsoever.
We all know that I love Ravaki, and I hope he does shine. And yeah, with the Z stuff, obviously, the big connection, which was the fact he was dating Detroit rapper. I can't remember her name. I think it's like Cash Doll or something. They've broke up, and now he's supposedly sniffing around Chicago. So yeah, if Z goes to Chicago, which would be terrifying, to be honest, him and Montes, whereas an edge duo is actually not too bad. But they also, Chicago need receivers. They've got a good starting couple, but their depth is horrific.
I think that Ronnie Bell could be someone that maybe gets a look, just because he's a bit more of a vet. He has some stuff on tape already, and he's done a few bits for us here. I think that he could get picked up potentially if and when he gets cut. Given the lack of offensive linemen out there, I wonder if Jamarco Jones gets to go somewhere else, but I'm not exactly crying when he gets let go. Hat and Beard Show did suggest that Hassanin versus Lynn for Edge 4 is a battle. And I agree that those are the two right people fighting for that spot. The problem that Lynn's going to have, like with everything, is that they do show tremendous loyalty to their draft picks.
Yes.
And Hassanin is probably a better run defender, even though it wasn't exactly a positive of him, of his before. But I think he still has a higher floor in that regard.
Oh, definitely. Like, there were just the snaps from the Chargers game and from the Falcons game where, based on my initial understanding of Hassanin, I would have expected him to scream past the running back / quarterback and open up a big hole. But the discipline he has shown in his run defense surprised me. He's someone that, if TeSlaa hasn't had the meteoric rise he's had in camp, Hassanin would be up there for me as well, which I know is kind of similar sort of vibes in terms of maybe putting the cart before the horse. But the discipline that he's shown in run defense has surprised me in a good way.
Ant has reacted like there's been a goal in the game, but I haven't seen it.
Probably his one, because I know Chesterfield are playing right now, because that's why he's
I see.
Just before you put my tape review on, he said, question for Mr. Soden, which members of this panel's team is currently winning. As Chesterfield have just scored 84th minute.
Nice. Oh, against Bristol Rovers as well. Please beat them. I really don't like them. What else do we have here? The Wizard of War says, good morning, boys. Hater Wizard of War. And tagging just do at, I think.
Yeah,
Hassanin's run defense is really, really fun, isn't it? Because, it's clearly a work in progress, but it also might be something that's good enough that it sets him apart from some of the other depth guys who only can run defend or only can pass rush. He can do a bit of both. Got a couple of questions that have been submitted on the AQA. Thank you for doing that, guys. Contrapastan asks if Ben had left a year earlier, which quarterback would he have drafted in 2024? A question that we had posed earlier to one of our guests, but now it's posed to us. Ash, do you think it would be Caleb or would it be someone else?
Probably still be Caleb, but I think if it was Ben, then their QB, let's say, I don't know, somehow they didn't get the first overall pick in this situation and they couldn't get Caleb. I think it would have been May over Daniels because Drake May is more of a Ben Johnson QB than Jaden Daniels.
I agree with that wholeheartedly. Here's the other side of this take. I don't think they would have picked number 1. I think they would have traded out. I would think they would have let someone else take him, and I think they would have kept Fields.
Yeah, I could see that.
I can see Ben going, Fields has eviscerated our defenses for some time. It provides me a flaw. I'm deferring my decision on a quarterback for some time while I do some other bits with the roster, because if I get a quarterback now, I'm putting a timer on my back for how long things are going to take, and I haven't even picked my guy. Or I only get one chance to pick my guy. I don't want it to be in this time. Whereas I can get a king's ransom for it and really start to rebuild this roster in my own way.
So by building off that, if he had to make a decision this year, let's say he didn't have Caleb or he did that and he deferred it to this year, which of this year's crop of QBs would have been his pick?
Oh.
Because I have an answer in my head and it probably won't be popular, and it might just be me huffing my own gas because I was high on this guy. But for some reason...
So for the 2026 eligible players?
So 2025, so this class just gone.
Oh, okay. You answer, and then I'll go if you have an answer.
For some reason, I could see him really liking Tyler Shough.
Interesting. Do you think he would have been content to wait?
Potentially, yes, because I know obviously they picked 10th this year. He would have probably wanted his Sam Laporta, his kind of over-the-middle weapon, because we all know that's what Ben Johnson's offense revolves around, is that sort of short to intermediate sort of inside presence. So probably still would have gone Loveland, but yet then where they picked Luther Burden, he might have then took Shough, and that would have been his QB to mold, obviously, with the obviously caveat day 2 QBs don't usually work out, etc., etc.
Okay, I don't think he would have liked Cam Ward. I think he would have quite enjoyed Shadur, to be honest.
Yeah.
Shadur is accurate and on time.
Mm-hmm.
That Ben loves that. Other quarterbacks I think he would have liked. I think he would have liked Jackson Dart, but maybe not where he was drafted. I think he would have liked Quinn Ewers. Maybe Will Howard as well.
Carl McCord.
Yeah.
Carl McCord is such a Ben Johnson QB.
I think there's quite a few QBs in that early day 3 range that he would have really quite enjoyed. Yeah. So, cool. That is the answer to that question. Hat and Beard shows us Caleb is soft. I don't think I agree with him being soft, but I do think he's... I think there's some growth that still needs to happen there. I think that for him to create what he did outside of the pocket, and he took a bit of a pummeling in his career, USC didn't exactly protect him very well. I wouldn't call him soft physically. Mentally, I think there's still some growth there, but yeah. We do have another question from Paul Air Walker. If you want to get a question into this little board here, I'm going to put the link in again. Please do get them in there. Who is your surprise pick to make the 53?
Yeah, I'm gonna stick by one of our early texts. Keith Cooper. We just need someone to rotate in at that sort of free tech, big end role. I know obviously Pat O'Connor can do that, but he's currently injured. So let's say that injury keeps Pat O'Connor out for a while. Keith Cooper.
If we have to go for surprise one right now, I'll choose one that will surprise me if it happens, even though I think there's a shot. And that's Nick Whiteside. CB5 right now, probably. I think there's a chance. I still would be surprised if he makes it. But at the same time, if I build a 53 right now, I wouldn't be surprised to see me put him in it, even though I would be surprised to do. Like, it's a weird thing, but it feels like that's how it's going to shake out. But it could be a choice between him, Hallett, Strickland, Anthony Pittman, Nate Lynn, Natane Moody, or Michael Neese, Zach Horton, Ronnie Bell, or not even Ronnie Bell, sorry, Jackson Meeks. They could all be fighting for like one spot. So I think that's going to be really interesting who goes to that, who goes on the number 53, or do we even carry 53? Like I said before, the Lions have a habit of only carrying 52.
Yeah, that's true.
Hat and Beard says, is Cooper a surprise though? He got a lot of smoke blown up his ass, deservedly, and yet the media have slightly pushed back on the idea, I think, that he is more in than out. I think that people are trying to reverse that a little bit and still say, yes, he's versatile, and yes, he has done some things, and he's like second up in that 3-tech spot at the moment. Having said that, he's a UDFA, and he still has to show more before he's in, and he's still out right now, which I think is probably the right area in which he should be. I don't know if you agree.
Yeah, I completely agree. Like, can't say it better than you did, so.
Fair. He says Kennelly would be a surprise. Cooper's been playing well for a UDFA. I think they've both been playing exceptionally well for a UDFA. I think Kennelly versus Cooper as to who's more likely to get in is a fascinating argument, because Kennelly has to deal with the guys who can play both safety and corner, whereas Cooper, as a bit of a tweener who's done the 3-tech stuff but can kick outside, and does that help or hinder him, especially with people like Pascal and Wingo to come back? And because Wingo is basically exactly the same sort of idea of a player, right, where he plays inside but can kick outside. Cooper won't survive on the roster regardless when people come back. There's no doubt if he stays, he'll eventually hit the practice squad. Kennelly might not. If he makes it, I don't see another safety really necessarily coming in to replace him. Maybe Maurice Norris if he goes onto IR and then comes back. But I don't know. Yeah, interesting. Yeah. Poole has another question, which is, who's winning the backup centre job? I'm going to say...
I would have...
You say.
I was going to say Colon. Before he got his elbow injury, I would have said it was Colon's job to lose. Now, if he's not here the next couple of weeks, it'd probably have to be a Gurukun by default, because it just seems that it's between them two. Nice was just getting nothing, so...
So if we carry 9... It's the starting 5. Skipper, Awashika is 7. Manu is 8. So with 9, you already have a backup guard in Awashika. You have Skipper as a backup tackle who really plays 6th man or guard, but is not a great tackle. Manu who can't do any of it right now. So you could go for a pure centre because there's a little bit of backup otherwise. But... I don't know. I don't like the lack of backup at tackle that can actually play tackle. Colon did have the inside track for sure. Apparently, Aguakin is behind Nice as a pure centre, which I think is interesting. That was from Riz, I think.
Yeah.
But if Zach Johnson, who's the if Gunnar Britton continues to impress, then maybe he's got the inside track because he can play tackle. I don't know. But, I mean, it doesn't matter because Miles Frazier will be coming back, hopefully, and then he'll take that
exactly.
spot.
Plus, people do forget it that Awashika's also played tackle in this league. He hasn't done it for us, but with the Eagles, he was a tackle.
It's true. It is true. Okay, I haven't had any reply from Jeff as yet, so that's unfortunate, but I knew that his internet would be pretty iffy where he is at, and of course, with moving in his son to Michigan Tech at the moment, that's not a surprise. Contrapastan asks, think we'll use TeSlaa as gunner regularly, been excellent.
Yes, yeah, 100%. I can see week one, our starting gunners being the two of Maddox, Rocky Sin, and TeSlaa.
Do you think that Dorsey comes back and takes that spot? Do you think Dorsey struggles to get his spot back on the roster when he comes back from injury?
No, because number one, we obviously need secondary depth as it is anyway. So him coming back, he'll fill that kind of role anyway. But also because that's his like superpower. Like he is one of the best gunners in the league. And yes, while when he comes back, I'm sure it'll be an open competition kind of thing. He'll let him fight for his spot. But given the sort of track record he has with the team, especially in that gunner role, I would be more surprised if he doesn't win the job back than him winning it back.
Yeah, I think TeSlaa's day one starter at gunner. I think he would definitely be in there. And then, yeah, one of the other two. I just think if you don't have him as starting gunner, you can make him inactive. That's the problem he's going to face. If you're going to be a backup wide receiver, especially with Raymond around and Tim Patrick, you need to be playing on special teams to be active. So if TeSlaa isn't the starting gunner, then I worry as to whether he'll be active or not. And I think that would be super disappointing for the fans who are probably, really wanting to.
You say that, but given with the new dynamic kickoff rules, he's got the perfect body type to be one of those kind of blockers for it. So like that's why Zane Silstra is on special teams, because he is able to do that. TeSlaa's got the height, weight, speed to be a good version of one of them. So you have one if he's not a gunner on like punt situations and that, he's definitely got a sort of place on kick coverage teams for sure.
All right, 2:30 in the afternoon. We have got 9.5 hours to go. Just looking at donations at the moment, we're at $508.56, just under $500 to go, raising money for Habitat for Humanity of Michigan and Maggie's Cancer Care. Please do donate generously. You can only do that through the link at the top of the YouTube description from Streamlabs. That is because Streamlabs do not take anything away from those tips, meaning more money goes to the charities. If you want to give money to us, you can do that through Super Chats. That will be deducted at 30% as it normally is, or through Twitch subscriptions. Either way, would love for you to give us money. I'd rather you give it to the charities through the Streamlabs link. I know it's a little bit fiddly, you have to give a username and stuff like that, no spaces, all that jazz, but it does work, clearly, because we've had 508.56. So please be generous, and if you have been generous, please get the word out. And if you can't be generous because you're on a fixed income or whatever it happens to be, things are tight right now, and that's okay. If you can get the word out for us, that would be absolutely amazing. Thank you. Hat and Beard Show says Dorsey is done in the 3-1-3. Humbly disagree. I think Dorsey is a really great reserve to have, because I don't think he's going to have delusions of wanting anything bigger.
Yeah,
his pay is never going to be particularly high. He's going to be a guy super happy to be there, going to lay it all on the line. Smart kid, fast, great instincts on special teams, can do a bit as a corner. And
he kind of owes the team. I think it was Dorsey who had the medical issue and the team stood by him, helped him with that, and now he's repaying this kind of the faith. And yeah, we look back to last season when he had to play for a bit. He didn't look too bad. And then obviously you add in the fact that when he's on his day, he is one of the best special teams gunners in the league. It all just adds up that if we can get him back nice and healthy, the team will want him here because he just offers so much in different areas.
What do we got? Grant Stewart is going to be Pro Bowl kick returner, lol, says Hat and Beard Show. I hope you're right, but I have my doubts, unfortunately. But there we go. We've just ticked around to 2:30. And I have completely forgotten what we're doing now. So 2:30, we are into the AQA bit. We've got Mike Kimber coming on in half an hour's time from Lions Talk by Chat Sports. Micro Mike on the airwaves now, on your radio stations, in your ear holes. He is a great bundle of energy. Can't I'm looking forward to speaking to Mike very, very much. We've then got the quiz, Kentley Platty, Mr. RIS, the game pre-show, and then we've got Lions versus Dolphins play-by-play, post-game reaction, fan call-in, thank you, and sign-off. So just going to continue going back and forth with you guys until we have Mike coming on the show. Ash, what are you thinking right now? My words are failing me.
Since we were talking special teams, I'm just in my head now, just thinking like I know obviously the first team kick returners today will be Grant, Stewart, and Varky. We want to see that. But who else could we see returning today? Because for example, Lovett would be perfect candidate for this, but unfortunately he's going to be out with the abdominal injury probably. Could we see your guy, your UDFA, maybe return some kicks, maybe make up for the lackluster performance in the Hall of Fame game?
Yeah, he couldn't track the punt, could he? That was super disappointing. Yeah. Another question from Contrapastan says, between JJ McCarthy and Jordan Love, who throws the most interceptions this year?
Oh, Jordan Love, because McCarthy, while he's the rookie in inverted commas, he's playing in that system, the Kevin O'Connell system, that's a bit more QB friendly. A bit more QB friendly. I know both are playing in the sort of McVay Shanahan scheme, so it's very similar. But what LaFleur asks of his QBs is a bit more risky than what Kevin O'Connell will probably ask JJ McCarthy to do in his system.
It says Anthony is joining, but he's at work. I think it'll be Jordan Love too, if I'm frank. He's still awake. He's still awake. Although he's on mute. Is Mr. Fitzpatrick at work?
We all good.
Yes, can't hear you that well, but we'll have to take what we can get, I think.
Oh, that might have just been me speaking quietly.
Okay, how's it going?
Oh, not too bad. It's a slow afternoon at the minute, but nearly there. Just a couple of hours to go, and then we're all done.
Oh, yeah.
Amazing. Okay, did you hear the last question?
No.
Between JJ McCarthy and Jordan Love, who throws the most interceptions?
Ooh. Jordan Love. He's not got as good as receivers as JJ McCarthy has. So I think, Jordan's definitely going to throw more.
Kevin O'Connell's a better OC. They are going to play more complementary football. And JJ McCarthy is a more accurate quarterback. Love is a bit more erratic. He just is. It's his style of play. Love is going to make more plays with his legs. He's a bit more experienced, but he also does love to throw a pick every now and again. Many thanks, by the way, for the donation from Damien, tipping $13.56. Says, thanks for doing this. Keep up the good work. Much appreciated, Damien. Thank you. Another step on the road to 1K. We had a few questions that maybe you can answer as well. And we had a question earlier, which I don't know if you actually answered. I think you asked the question of our guest, but now Contrapaston asks it of us. Do you think it would have been Caleb in 24 if Ben had left a year before?
I understand the answer that was given initially by Chris. They're saying he's, the best quarterback in class. And I don't know. When you look at the style of it, Caleb doesn't seem to fit the style of what Ben needs. Ben needs someone who's consistent. Like Ben needs someone who can work in structure and someone, who, as I say, he's just very consistent with his throwing. Caleb has never been that. He's been a very out of structure guy, a guy who plays out the pocket a lot. He's rushed a lot. It's not. I don't think he would have. Now, I'm not saying that just because he's there with him, he's got him there now, but whether it be who, I kind of figure he would have liked maybe more of a Bo Nix type. Like with Bo, he does have ability with his legs, but first and foremost, he's going to stand and deliver in the pocket. He's highly accurate. He always has been in a career. He can, hit the three levels of the field. I feel like he would have been a more Ben quarterback. I just don't think Caleb's it. And that's not saying Caleb's bad. I just, the way Ben's system runs, it needs an accurate, persistent quarterback, and that's just not Caleb right now.
Carlton Wood asked, does Grant Stewart knock Anthony Pittman and Ezekiel Turner off the 53 and into the practice squad?
Yes.
Yes.
Absolutely.
I think there's a chance we take 7 linebackers. We have done it before. If there is 7, I think Pittman gets it. I don't think Ezekiel Turner is long for this roster. I'm not even sure he goes to the practice squad, if I'm frank. Carlton also thinks that Zach Cunningham's making the 53 as well. I would tend to agree with that too. What other questions did we have? Who do you think's winning the backup centre job? And if we even take a dedicated backup centre, because of course Ratledge has been cross-trained.
Oh, it's tough at the minute because, I love a Gua, but it's been too inconsistent really to take on the 53. So I don't think they will take. I think they'll stash him on the practice squad again, but not really anybody else who plays dedicated centre. Like I think they're probably just going to go. I mean, maybe Neat gets it, but I mean, it depends entirely. I don't think there is a good backup dedicated centre on this roster right now. Periphery, so I think it's very tough. I think it's somewhere you need to probably look at again because they're bringing a lot of linemen in. So, yeah, I'm really not sure on that one. I would say Nice because he's been. I would like it to be a good. I don't think he needs to perform really well. Let him play in the Miami game today. See.
That's all the questions we had there. What about in here? We had some really good questions. Surprise to make the 53.
I still think Kennelly can make a shot at the roster. I think at this point, I don't know whether to say Nate's a surprise because he's doing so well, and he probably should have made the roster last year if not for the injury. I don't feel like it's a surprise either. I think Kennelly would be a big surprise because of where he's from and the undrafted free agent status. If he has one more preseason game, he could honestly be threatening that spot, depending on what you classify Maddox and that as. But I still think Kennelly is going to surprise with the way he plays. I think he's got an outside shot of making it.
It's definitely got a fighter's chance. There's no doubt about that. Do you think Keith Cooper would be a surprise to make the 53, or do you think he's more in than out at this point?
So listening to Jeff last night, then he was talking about how they're utilising him and who they're playing. Yes, that they are going to be taking him with, because I think he's playing at no Davenport like that, and and they spoke very highly of him. He's had some, maybe not necessarily in the games themselves, but in the practices that play with more, played better in those. So, I mean, of course, it will be a surprise. He's undrafted free agent, right? So, of course, it's going to be a surprise, but I don't think it's like the biggest surprise. So, like Kennelly would be the big surprise for me. Then, like medium surprise would be him, and then lesser surprise would be Nate Lynn. I think that would be the ranking, the 3-level surprise there.
Many thanks to Wizard of War for donating $50 to the cause. Many thanks. That's absolutely amazing. Jumped us up now to $572.12. Just $4.28 to go. We are well on the way with just, coming up to about 9 hours to go in the show. Carlton Wood asks, defensive ends Hutch, Davenport, Mohammed and Hassanin are in the 53. Does Lynn or Cooper make it? We've kind of alluded to that before. For my 2 cents on that, Lynn is the one that would surprise me the most out of all of the guys we've been talking about. And it's not because Lynn isn't a good player. In fact, I think he might be the guy performing the best out of all of those guys. It's that I think it's quite hard to take 5 edges. And with Cooper, he's got that inside-out flexibility we talked about before. He's being used very often as that backup 3-tech. So when you're 3-tech 2 and you use a lot of 3 technique, it's a lot easier to take Cooper than it is to take Lynn, especially if he's going to be behind Hutch, who never comes off the field. Davenport needs to rotate. Well, he'll rotate with Mohammed then. And frankly, Hassanin can probably come in for a few of those reps as well. That isn't a lot for anyone else. And yeah, you probably need people on the practice squad when injuries hit, but I think it's going to be hard to carry Lynn when it means cutting Kennelly or someone else, because like I was saying to you, Ash, before and you jumped on, I think it's going to be 8 guys we all want to keep fighting for one spot. That 53rd man, where it's just like, pick the best guy. Or pick a guy who can play special teams, who also is the best player out there if you can do both of those things. And I just don't know whether Lynn's that guy.
Well, the only pushback I give there is that's fine, but I think you've got to take into account you're taking 4 edges. One is notorious for being injury prone. One is A3 rough going his first year. That room could soon empty. And I think you have to take that into account, and you have to have some insurance depth there, because I don't know whether Nate makes it through waivers. I honestly don't. He's had a great preseason last year. He's had a great preseason. Somebody is struggling for a little bit of depth, and a lot of teams will be looking now, because we keep, when we keep bringing guys back, like Starling Thomas, keep bringing him back, keep him around the team, then teams like, hang on, the Lions know players, especially they know they're lesser known players well, and we're going to have them. And, would I want to risk losing him for the sake of taking, I know 2 of them are not reliable at this time. They could be. It could work out well, but I think you have to have the insurance bet on it. And you know me, I don't like using arenas too much. So I would rather, if it's there, I would take a bit just to keep me covered and take some reps there, because you just can't trust them at the healthy. Then obviously you've got the question of when Pascal comes back. Like, that's going to be a quick question. And I mean, you keep Lynn there, but you're going to need to add Pascal eventually. So where are you going to add him at the expense of who? Like, it's a lot of questions to be asked.
We have a question from Contrapastan, who asks, we fixed our O-line this season falls apart first? Chicago or Minnesota? So let me read you the offensive lines of those 2 teams. The Chicago Bears are going to be rolling out, well, they don't know a left tackle is the honest answer, but let's say it's one of Braxton Jones or Ozzy Trapillo. I actually think, given that they're be saying that Trapillo looks much better at right tackle than he does at left, I think Jones is going to win that job. We shall see. I don't know. Also, I think Theo Benedetto is meant to be in the hunt as well for that job, which is going to be a real shock if he gets it. Joe Tooney at left guard, Drew Dolman at centre, Jonah Jackson at right guard, Darnell Wright at right tackle. They've also got a 3rd round pick from last year, Kieran Amagaji, and as well as Ozzy Trapillo, 2nd round pick this year. So they've got a little bit of depth too. And then on the Vikings side, their offensive line is Christian Darrisaw, rookie Donovan Jackson, Ryan Kelly at centre, Will Fries at right guard, and Brian O'Neill at right tackle. I have some very strong thoughts on this. What about you guys?
Got to figure the Bears come first. Jonah's more than likely to get a knock at some stage. Guys left tackle. Braxton's had his injury issues. Rapio, he's always been a right tackle at Boston College. It's rare you get them to switch to the blind side at this level. Especially, I don't think he's built for it either. So I think you're going to see a lot of pressure on there. And Tooney's getting on. What is it, 33 now? Moving on to 34. He's just getting up there. So, I think they're the ones like to break. With Minnesota, generally, they've done well with their line. The tackles are really good. It's the interior that's been a bit funny, but they seem to be working out. I would say the Bears want to go down first. The coaching is a big part of it. Coaching is terrible there. It's been better in Minnesota.
Ash, do you have some thoughts? You're on mute, sir.
The dangers of eating my Magic Stars. Yeah, it's Chicago for me as well, just because you pretty much stole my point. The fact that they don't even know who will be starting at left tackle for them week 1 is a bit of a red flag. So, while yes, they've invested all the money in the world on that interior, trading for Tooney and Jonah Jackson, getting in Drew Dolman, even though he's his own centre and they will play largely gap. It's the fact that they don't know what the tackle situation is going to be like. So that I can't back that like them sort of lasting. But that's me. It just shows why you don't put precedence in PFF O-line rankings, because if that's their number 4 rated offensive line, then God, what's our offensive line going to be? At least we know who our 5 starters are.
Yeah, it's definitely the Bears. There's they have more turnover of their line, less is consistent at more important positions. Wright is good. I'm not sure he's great, but he's good. I like Jonah. I'm not going to say a bad word against him. Dorman, Tooney, fine. Braxton Jones is not that good. They've got to build that chemistry. There's a lot that can go wrong. There's a bit of depth, but none of it's in the interior. It could work. It could work, but I do think it's a bigger risk. For the Vikings, they have left tackle and right tackle still as it was, and as a tackle tandem, it's top 4 in the NFL, maybe top 3. It's up there with us. We're better, but not by a huge amount. You know, Decker is not as good as Darasaur, and Brian O'Neill was one of the better right tackles in the NFL, it's just not Saul. And then I liked Donovan Jackson. I thought that was probably rich for me, but I think he's going to be a very solid interior piece. Part of my value on him was just, I expect him to be a guard. I don't want to take a guard here. He's a very solid player. And then I really like Ryan Kelly. And it's going to help Kelly to have Fries next to him, who he's played with at the Colts. So they'll have some existing chemistry already. So there's just something about their moves I like more. I don't like saying that, but I think it's true. Contrast down again with another question, but first actually I want to get to Twitter. Andrew Walker sent in a question by tweet and says, 2 years ago quarterback backups weren't good enough and so Teddy came in. If neither Hooker or Allen make it, who is this year's Teddy Bridgewater? Who's the parachute emergency quarterback? It's a great question.
Who's going to say the pretzel? Wenzel pretzel, Carson Wentz.
He's retired.
Mm-hmm.
You never know, he might come out. Well, so was Teddy at one point.
That is true. I don't even know who's available right now. If you have a look at the trackers, they're not up to date.
Mm-hmm. So my guy technically isn't available yet, but from what I know, he is very likely to be cut in a couple of weeks' time, and I'll be more than happy to take a shot at him. Currently wears silver and black. Aidan O'Connell.
He's going to get cut.
Yeah, I've seen some reports that they do not like. They're not happy.
That's shocking. Because he did quite well at the Raiders in a terrible situation. I'm shocked.
Mm-hmm. It's because I know obviously they've just brought in Gino, and then they've just brought in Cam Millen. Supposedly Cam Miller's looks good in camp. So Aidan O'Connell, it might be that they keep all three, but I have heard some rumblings that he might be cut, and they go for like Cam Miller backing up Gino because he's a bit more mobile.
So just looking at the two teams we were talking about in Chicago and Minnesota, if both teams only carry 2 quarterbacks, Case Keenum will be available from the Bears, and I don't hate that. And on the Vikings side, they have 2 quarterbacks I don't hate at all in Brett Ripien and Max Brosma. Max apparently has had some rave reviews in camp. Apparently he's done very well, and I don't see him being carried. They've got Sam Howell as backup, so...
Give me Brosma. I know I'm stealing your thunder here by saying that, but give me him.
I don't know who else. I've only just looked at 2 teams, so, you know.
Trying to think. Give me a second. I can pull up.
I'd still go and get Davis Mills if he's available.
Yeah.
Just give the Texans something for Davis and get him here. I think that'd really pay off for us.
I'm going to have a look through all of the teams in the NFL very briefly, just to have a look and see who the backups are.
That's what I'm trying to do. Position.
Mike White is probably going to be available from the Bills. Not sure I really want to go down that road. Zach Wilson is probably going to be available from Miami, but all manners of no.
The
Pats.
Hang on. So Philly have got 4 QBs on their roster. They've obviously got Hurts. He's not getting cut. McKees looks really good in preseason, so he's probably going to be their backup. That means they're cutting their other two, which is Dorian Thompson-Robinson, and they just drafted Carl McCord. Robinson, DTR, yeah, but if they, for some reason, they cut Carl McCord, smash the get him in button.
All right, he is here from the beachy shores. The micro Mike himself, Mike Kimber, is here. Mike, how you doing, man?
Hey, how's it going, fellas? Appreciate you having me on. I bet you guys are getting a little bit tired by now. Man, it's a long time you guys been on.
Yeah, we're into almost 15 hours now, but it just means we've got 9 to go, and we're almost home and dry, so it's all good. How's things with you, man? There's lots been happening since we last spoke.
Oh, yeah, everything's going good here. Just excited for this Lions season, and obviously with different transactions that's been occurring, and super stoked to see this defense and offense play this year, man. I'm ready for a Super Bowl. I want it so bad.
You guys take this for a second. I just need to refill my drink. I am roasting in here. It is so hot.
It looks hot.
Of course, he's saying that when he's sat in his nice shed in rainy England, and then you're sat on the beach. So you should be the one complaining about the heat.
Yeah, I'm definitely on this fake beach that I'm sitting at, even though it's in my house right now. I wish it was really like this. That would be great. It is hot in the state of Michigan. It's been real hot here. It's been real hot. I don't know about you guys, but it's been hot here.
True. Well, humid. I know it's definitely humid here, and I know. Well, one person who's definitely feeling the heat in Michigan was obviously a tour with the Hutch rule, just throwing the ball away whenever Hutch was blowing up his plays. I think he's really feeling the heat, and hopefully, Zach Wilson and Quinn Ewers will feel the heat tonight when you've got the Egyptian Pharaoh bearing down on him from one side, and then Nate Lynn coming from the other side, just to absolutely ruin their days.
Man, this team looked really good against the Miami Dolphins in practice, and they just look physically. They're just the better football team, offense, defense. And it's so good to see that. It's so good to see that this team and the offensive line starting to gel a little bit.
Yeah.
Having Tate Ratledge in there, starting to get on the same page with Graham Glasgow. That's my biggest takeaway. If this offensive line can start to finally gel, this team is going to take the next step. That's been the biggest question, right? Is the offensive line. When I look at this defense, I think they're a top 3 defense in the NFL right now. They look absolutely great. I love Shep as the hire. I've been saying it for a long time. I was really excited for him to take over on defense. You can see it on the field. They're a little bit more energetic. You got the players coming back from injury. This defense is going to be ridiculous. And you got Davenport. If he could stay healthy, holy crap, man. This defensive line could get after it. So that's just a big if, though. So I'm really excited. And then you got the preseason game today, like you were saying, having Hassanin out there, see what he could do. Nate Lynn, I've been loving what he has been doing as of late. So there's things to look at in today's game, and some of these players trying to make that roster. Yeah, I don't know if Dominic Lovett's going to play. I don't think he's going to play today, but.
So if he's only just come back from that abdominal injury, hasn't he? He's probably going to be saved till next week for the Texans.
Saved till next week, right? And then you got the linebacker room is so good. It's so good for the talent, just to see who potentially come in there at the final linebacker spot, because it's so damn good. Better than last year's depth. So I'm really excited.
So we've been asking the question of everyone today, Mike. So we got it asked for us, but rank the 3 levels of the defense from strongest to weakest. What do you think? Number 1 is the strongest. Number 3 is the weakest. The linebackers and the secondary.
Man, I'm going to go with linebackers 1 right now. Just the depth is just sick. It's just sick. But I got to say the secondary is right there. You got Brian Branch and Kirby Joseph, Terry Arnold and DJ Reed. So that's great. I think there's some question marks on the defensive line, but it's just all injury. So I'll go with linebacker 1, secondary 2, and defensive line 3.
That's what we said as well. So it's good.
Really, I had no idea, man. I'm just seeing the depth at linebacker.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like they're sideline to sideline in the 4th quarter of a preseason game. It's like, holy crap.
Exactly. One of our backups is is Grant Stewart, who's absolutely smashing the hell out of Ollie Gordon, who's built like a brick shithouse playing running backs. Like if we've got one of our backups is able to do that, and obviously I know Malcolm won't be back till late in the season off his ACL, but there's a guy who started games in this league and looked pretty good. That's what our depth's like. Like, what about the guys who are going on the practice squad? They must be pretty good as well. And to think we've gone from the dark days of a couple of years ago with Jelani Tavai and Jamie Collins patrolling the middle of our defense to now you've got our defense teaching the opposition their ABCs with Anzalone, Barnes, and Campbell. What an upgrade!
And if there's an injury, one of these guys can step in. Is anybody when they say Grant Stewart, be like, yeah, he could step in. If there's an injury right now, I say, hell yeah, he can step in right now. This guy's crazy. Yeah. Zach Cunningham's crazy. They're all crazy. It is a beautiful thing to watch because this is something I've talked about the Lions for years. Is I just want to have a great depth at linebacker, and the depth right now is the best that I've ever seen it from top to bottom. So I'm not even concerned about the linebacker position. If we lose Derek Barnes for a game or Alex Anzalone or Jack Campbell, it's like, okay, one of these guys could step up and the production's not going to drop off that much, to be honest with you. So I'm really excited about that. And I got to say too, with the secondary, Rocky Sin coming out of nowhere, just being an absolute stud at safety and cornerback. I know we lost to Ennis Rakestraw, but that really helps. It makes that losing Ennis Rakestraw the sting a lot less when you see Rocky Sin rocking folks, like just smashing them like they're like they're linebackers or Bill Goldberg from WWE, just smashing. And so I absolutely, he's surprised me in a good way. This team's got great depth on defense. It really does.
Is the offense or defense going to be Jim?
Man, I think the defense could be better than the offense. Like, I know that sounds crazy, but I think it can possibly be better. It's just been so impressive to watch how they look. They look like they've taken some nitrous. Just everything's a little bit higher from last year. I don't know if it's everybody starting to come into their game because, they've been in this same type of system for the last 4 years. But it's really starting to come together all around defensively. I do think Shep, he's just a hell of a coach, and I'm happy that he's our DC.
What I found fascinating from our chat with Jeremy Reisman is he kind of alluded to the fact that Shep is more blitz happy than AG was, and I think it was a criticism sometimes of AG. We thought maybe he was just, when in doubt, let's run a blitz. To hear that we might be seeing more blitzes, to me, is slightly not concerning because I trust Shep. But at the same time, I was like, holy shit, we were like one of the top blitz teams in the league. I think we were number one, weren't we, last year for blitz rate?
Yeah, I think 37% is what we did last year defensively in the blitz. Yeah, I wasn't too happy about constantly blitzing. It was a little bit different last year, though, because we had nothing to get to the quarterback. So if they blitz now, though, you got Hutchinson and Davenport. If they stay healthy, it would be a crumbling of the offensive line. I don't know. We'll see how blitz heavy they are. Maybe it's just situational, but that is concerning. I don't want to go above 37% because that is a lot. That's a lot of blitz. That's all. That's more than every blitz on every once a down in a on a drive. So that's pretty hard. But we'll see. We'll see.
Have you been out at training camp? Because you used to go a lot, right? I presume with your radio slot as well, you're there, but I don't really know. We haven't talked for a while, so.
Man, I wish I could, but I actually hurt my spine this summer.
Oh.
And I was unable to really do anything I was pretty much on the couch or bedridden for about over 30 days. Ended up being about 5 weeks. And I'm still having a hard time sitting. So it's been a tough road. I really wanted to go, but honestly, I can't even drive probably more than an hour before I'm in a lot of pain. So I got injured, and so it kind of screwed me this summer.
Really sorry to hear that, man. Hopefully that gets sorted out soon. I know that you've had so many, medical bits and pieces done over your life after you got discharged. So that really sucks.
Yeah, it's definitely been a pain in the arse. That is for sure right there. I got to go with the Scottish right there. It's definitely been a pain in the arse, but I gotta say, I'm working with the VA, so hopefully we get the surgeries and everything done. So I don't have to pay for it because they got paid for that stuff. That's what I've been dealing with this week, going to the VA, trying to get everything taken care of.
Fair. We had a question from Carlton Wood asking, which position do you think we blitz from the most? I think there's a really super obvious answer, which has to be Barnes, right? If we're in base.
Derek Barnes. That would be Derek Barnes, and that's the problem that we had last year is because he went down so early, and that's one of our pass rushers, a situational pass rusher at linebacker. It'd definitely be Derek Barnes. He's going to be the guy this year, and if there's an injury, unfortunately, that would suck. We kind of know what would happen at that point, but yeah, it's Derek Barnes.
Ash, do you have any other answer? Do you think we might blitz from somewhere else?
I want to see more blitzes from Branch. Like, that guy's a homing missile of a blitzer, and I know we saw it in his rookie year. We dialed it back a bit last year, but that's maybe because of the changed responsibilities for him going from slot corner, where it's a lot easier to blitz from, to being safety and having to play obviously like nickel corner and base downs against tight ends and that, but then being the strong safety in sort of other downs. I want to see more from that because we know he can do it, and we can trust our corners now to be one-on-one with receivers. We don't have to sort of worry about, can we keep a guy back? You've got Kirby back there for that. Trust your corners to cover. Send Branch like a homing missile onto the QB, and hope that he lays out a cushion and a blanket for the QB so he doesn't get flagged like Tracy Walker used to get flagged all the time for sacking Kirk Cousins when he was in Minnesota.
Is that 12-game ban Tracy Walker we're talking about here? Do you see that? Shocking. What's he doing? I didn't think Tracy was like that. Is it performance enhancing substances or something like that? I didn't see. I don't think
it's ever revealed. It was just on the waiver wire. It was just on like the transaction wire it's happened. I don't think it's ever been reported what it was.
Probably. Yeah, I didn't see what it was either. Hey, Tracy Walker, what you doing, man? You're walking in the wrong direction.
Oh dear Lord.
Yes.
So, what are you up to at the moment then with work and stuff? Because if your spine's doing that, then has that hampered your ability to go into like studio for radio slots and stuff like that? Because I know that you were making such inroads.
It has absolutely been hampering me. If you look at my videos, you'll notice there's a lot of screen share as of late because, as you know, editing takes a long time and graphics take a long time. And if I can't sit more than 45 minutes at a time, it's going to I'm going straight to screen share because I just can't take the time to do the graphics. It's hurt the radio for sure. I had to miss a couple of shows and opportunities to get on, and that sucks. But it's starting to get better. I was on the huge show. I hosted the show about a week and a half ago. So it's starting to get better. It's just a day-by-day thing. And I got to say, like, preseason, I hate preseason. Sitting here doing the play-by-play. Oh man, it doesn't justify the sitting sometimes that long.
I don't blame you. And us mugs are doing it later on tonight, so there we go.
Yeah. You guys are still going. It's going to be a long one for you.
It is, but hey, we're doing okay. Raised almost $600 for charity now, and given our size, I think that means we're punching at about our weight. We're aiming for $1,000 by the time we get to the end of the show. So we've got 9 hours to go. I'm sure we can get there. We just need...
That is so awesome, man. That's so awesome. I'll make sure I'm doing the stream today. I'll send people over there. So we'll do I'll try to do a jump into your stream when I do the...
That'd be really cool.
Well, we'll do that. But it's preseason, it's not as big numbers as usual.
No.
So... But I'll try my best, man.
Much appreciated. I really hope you get your 100K this year. I saw on Facebook that's what you're aiming for. You want that YouTube plaque. I think you can do it.
Yeah, I'm going for this plaque this year. Preseason is not that great, right? But I'm even considering doing games on like Monday Night Football. That's not the Lions. I am going all in this year. I'm getting that 100K plaque. I'm 14,000 away. I can do it. I could definitely get there. Because that does take your channel to the next level. It does raise like everything. Once you hit that number, the YouTube really pushes your channel. So Like I'm going all in. It's going to happen. And I hope it does, because my guy, then I'll be down in Florida from a 100K celebration.
Hell yeah.
Oh, I love that so much. And you've worked so hard to do what you've done on that channel. And I mean, no one's anywhere near close to your numbers in the space. It's so impressive what you've done.
7 years of doing this, man. It just, like, if you're someone out there that's wanting to do it like ROTL UK or anybody else, just do it. Like, you don't have to think about it. The more you think about it, it's a day that you're losing. It just takes time. Like, that's all it is. It's just time, and you consistently go. And after a while, it picks up. So, like, you guys, you're doing great. Like, it just takes time, it's tough. You got to make content every day. But yes, I've been going for 7 years, over 2,000 videos. Apparently, I hit over 16 million views last week. So
wow,
it's just been crazy, man. Absolutely crazy.
That's ridiculous.
I know.
Okay, some quick fire questions from some of the stuff we're doing just before you came on. Who is a surprise cut from this team?
Oh my God, it's so difficult. It's so difficult. When I look at when I look at this team, I think the surprise, it's not going to be much of a surprise. Maybe like Dominic Lovett, someone that we like and been in training camp, but what if they only want to go 5 receivers? I don't think that he's going to get in over a Khalif Raymond. So I think he could be somebody. I don't think they cut Tim Patrick. I think they like Tim Patrick. I think he's still going to be here. I don't know if Colby Sorsdale would be a surprise cut. I think he'll get cut. Broderick Martin, I think he potentially could get cut.
Yeah, Sorsdale can't get cut because he's on injury reserve now. He's done.
Oh, yeah. Well, I had him getting cut before even he was thrown on the IR. That's right. Broderick Martin, I have getting cut. Hendon Hooker, I have getting cut or somehow moved. I just don't have him on the Lions roster week 1. What do you guys have on that one? Kyle Allen or Hendon Hooker?
I have Allen. Allen's staying. Hooker's
that's
going.
What I got too.
And I think the nail in the coffin could happen tonight. If Allen looks good enough tonight, that really cements it. And I mean, the thing about Allen is that he has shown as a starter that he can have wins. He's not a great quarterback, but he has some pedigree there. And as a backup, he then can lead you to some wins. That's what we need.
Wasn't it the 2018 Panthers where Newton and that other QB went down? Allen came in and went 5-1 to close the season for the Panthers.
Yeah,
like he's done it before, and at least when he tucks and becomes a runner, he knows to tuck the ball and protect it rather than have it all out there. So that's the main thing. As much as I want Hendon to succeed, it's that my optimism's gone from Hendon's probably QB2, Allen can stick on QB3 maybe to completely flips now, which is unfortunate.
I was rooting. I've been a Hendon Hooker fan. I said the Lions would draft him. They drafted him. I said in the 3rd round. They got him in the 3rd round. I liked what he did the work in college. But what I have seen from this summer, I don't know what you guys have seen from this summer to last year, he's regressed. In preseason, he looks skittish. He's scared in the pocket. When he's on the sideline, his demeanor is down. He lost his confidence. It's in his head. It is fully in his head because in practice he's doing better, but when he gets on the field, it's in his head. I don't know how he has regressed in a year. It's the weirdest thing that I have seen for Hendon Hooker, and it sucks. Sometimes it just happens like this. Players don't develop or whatever, it gets in their head, but you're right. Kyle Allen has been much better. He looked very confident last week. Extremely confident in the pocket. He was doing exactly what the scheme designed. He was not holding on to the ball. He got rid of it within about 2 seconds. And especially with that big old play action where he did the 50-yard bomb, extremely confident, going downfield, unlike Hendon Hooker, who doesn't do that. So,
despite that being his calling card at college, by the way, Hooker's deep balls were legendary.
It was. And everyone's thinking, Hendon Hooker, could you imagine if he developed and Hendon Hooker to a Jameson Williams, because that was his thing. And he had opportunity with Isaac TeSlaa, and he wasn't doing it. And instead of keeping your eyes downfield, he would run. Wide open. Players are wide open, man. You got to use your arm. We know you can run. I get it. Okay. But can you throw the freaking football? Because we're not going to be able to constantly win games when you're running on every other play. So that's discouraging. And I don't know what's wrong with him. What's in his head? And you guys seen the demeanor on the sideline, and when he talked, it was bad. That's not what you want a quarterback to have. A quarterback needs to show a little bit of confidence, and even if they screw up, they can kind of shrug it off, right? You see that with Jared Goff. It's like, dang, and he just shrugs it right off. You seen it with Kyle Allen. He sucked in the Hall of Fame game. He shrugged it off. So I don't know what's going on with Hooker, but I have him not making the team.
Yeah, I think it might just be that finally the guy they've brought in as the veteran guy is someone that can actually challenge him. Because you look at the guys he's been in camp with before, Jake Fromm, who's now working as an insurance advisor, Nate Sudfeld, who was a glorified clipboard holder, that kind of guy. Hooker could be them like, yeah, this guy's not really challenging me. Like, this is just someone to help Jared and me develop. Now we've brought in Kyle Allen, who's someone that even played games last year for Pittsburgh. I think we played a couple. He's actually gone now. Actually, no, he's took the kick up the arse, to put it colloquially, in the wrong way. Instead of taking it as a challenge and accepting it and being like, okay, I need to prove myself, he's kind of just buried his head in the sand and gave up, which is the last thing you want. And yeah, it's probably doomed him now, because what other team's going to see that and be like, you know what, that's the guy we want to come in and try and mold. The guy, as soon as we give him a challenge, he's just going to bury his head in the sand and shit his pants.
I concur with you right there. I mean, that's exactly what it looks like. He's given up and he's lost his confidence. What team is going to want that? Nobody's going to want that on their quarterback. You look at quarterbacks that failed in the beginning, they're trying to come back, right? We've seen that with so many quarterbacks. Geno Smith, we've seen it with Bryce Young. We'll start to see it with Bryce Young. Hell, even Trey Lance looked pretty damn good against us the other day. And so, like, you got, as a quarterback, you have to not show that it's in your head at all. You got to have the look of a little bit of confidence, even if you're not. You got to be able to kind of present that, because if you don't, players around you is going to pick up on it, and it's like a bad egg spoils the bunch. And I did not like the demeanor at all that he was showing. It's like, dude, I get it. You fumbled. Okay, shrug it off. But he was in the pocket. He got scared and just kept doing it again. I don't know what to say.
Wizard of War just says, if we think Allen is QB2, shouldn't Hooker play the last 2 games full time? I mean, for me, it doesn't make any difference. I want to see them split reps, because if Allen is going to be QB2, I'd love to see him have a bit more time on task. Like, it's not about giving Hooker every opportunity to make the roster anymore, because I kind of think I'm beyond that. So, in some ways, I kind of be like, give Allen all the reps.
Which is my point, because you want to give everyone else a fair evaluation. So you want to see what can Jackson Meeks, Ronnie Bell, Malik Taylor, all these guys, the offensive line, the running backs, what can they do when you know what you've got a QB, rather than splitting it again and suddenly you're like, well, maybe you can excuse Hendon's bad play against the Dolphins today because he's playing with the first string offensive line. He's got Mason Miller as his right tackle. You've got a guy who just signed off the street as his left tackle, so maybe we can give him a big excuse. No. As the start of preseason, where it says give Hooker all the reps, we know what got in Kyle Allen, give Hooker all the chance to develop. Now, in the opposite way, you start Allen because you need to give the other guys who are fighting for the bottom of the roster on offense fair reps so they can actually show what they're doing. Because half the time, if you've not got a good QB, how are you supposed to evaluate how Zach Horton, the UDFA tight end out of Indiana, how is he doing as a pass catching option in line? If you've got Hooker throwing the ball, who's skittish and won't even throw the ball, what we're supposed to do?
Dan Campbell basically said that, right? He was talking about we have to evaluate players. And you just made this great point. Like, it's all the players. It's not just wide receivers. It's the offensive linemen, because he's not doing what the play is designed to do. So if you're doing a play action pass, you got to do your play action and throw it. You can't keep him standing there, because it's going to screw the whole dynamic of the offense off. That's the problem. When you're doing that constantly, the offense not designed for that right now. Okay, it's designed specifically what we have been doing the last couple of years, so it screws everybody up, and you cannot completely get a good look at some of these players because of that. But I agree. I think Kyle Allen's going to get a lot of probably reps today. You'd think maybe through the third quarter, even maybe first through third. And I think what's going to happen probably next week is you're going to look at Hendon Hooker, and maybe Kyle Allen gets a drive or two or the first quarter, and then you're going to see I think at that point Hendon Hooker, because they've already decided. Yeah, that last preseason game is pretty much telling. If you're playing in the fourth quarter, that's pretty much telling that you're not going to make the team.
Mm-hmm.
Very, very true. Many thanks to MileMarker301 for the $10 donation to the charities. Many thanks, MileMarker. Another step on the road to 1K. We're at 582 right now, coming up to 8 hours 40 minutes to go on the stream. We're almost, what's that, 2/3? No.
2/3, yeah.
2/3? Mathing.
You guys are doing it, man.
I wonder. Well, like, what do you usually work with in your job, Matt? Oh, numbers. Oh, God.
Yeah, fortunately, I have a computer for that. I don't do math. I can't do that anymore.
Math, that's something of the past.
Yeah, who needs it? But another step on the road. Thank you. Brent suggests Jake Fromm, bring him out of retirement, and Bryce Perkins, who was a name that actually was linked with the Lions quite a bit.
Yeah, Paul McGinn, Michigan Panthers. I can see that for sure.
Jake Fromm working in an insurance agency is the funniest thing of all time. By the way, Jake Fromm State Farm, like that's what
he didn't even do that though. He had the perfect opportunity, and he's working for like boring run down in Atlanta. Like, you had the chance to go for the meme and really put yourself out there, and that would be great for the company. But now I'm just going to go work for like this once called like Vanquity or something. I can't even remember. It's just
embrace the meme, man. That could have been a great marketing ploy. Like, it really could have.
I mean,
you could see him standing next to the other Jake from State Farm, and like, it would be great.
Do you not think that his company are going to use it as a joke in their local commercials? I can so see him being so, "Hi, I'm Jake from whatever," and they'll riff on it. I cannot wait. I can't wait to see it. It's gonna be so good.
You have to embrace it, man. You got to embrace the meme. Don't get butthurt about it. Be excited that there is memes out there, and that's what you got to do. I agree.
Someone else has just brought up the Browns quarterback situation, just saying, could we pick up someone from that? Because of course they've got 5. They've got Kenny Pickett, Joe Flacco, Dylan Gabriel, Shadur Sanders, and Tyler Huntley. I mean, realistically, I don't know if Pickett is so injured that he's going to miss the cut downs. I presume he's going to be okay, and he's probably going to ride. I don't know whether it's going to be one of Pickett or Flacco, but maybe it's only one of Pickett or Flacco. I don't know.
Who knows, man? That's intriguing what's going to happen over there, huh? Because you guys, they drafted 2 players in the 3rd round and the 6th round. We could talk about the Sanders, but then they got 5 quarterbacks on the roster, man.
Well, and Deshaun Watson makes 6.
Mm-hmm.
It's so ridiculous. So Tyler Huntley's clearly the odd one out. He's going to be available. That's probably an upgrade. Lest we forget he's a Pro Bowler, right?
Well, unless they want, they can just get more quarterbacks too if they like. I remember when was it the Minnesota Vikings? They had like 12 tight end, or was that the Bears?
Oh yeah. It was the Bears, wasn't it? Last offseason they had like all the tight end. Yeah, they had everyone.
You could have the all quarterback team over there. Might as well trade Kirk Cousins from the Falcons over to the Browns, and hey, Hendon Hooker, we can trade him over there too, so they can have the all quarterback team.
Yeah, well, obviously they brought in Durham Smythe and Colson Loveland. Did we need any more indication they weren't that sold on Cole Kmet than what they did last year with the number of tight ends they tried to bring on to knock him off the roster? Man.
The thing is, they'll have him there and not only play him against us, because for some reason he always does well against us, and then he'll just go back into hibernation. It's like the meme that you could always guarantee back like in the past couple of years that random wide receiver 6 on the Packers is the one that's going to catch 120 yards and 2 touchdowns on us.
Yeah, but we don't have to worry about Bo Melton anymore, thank God.
You guys are making me laugh. I'm trying to have a conversation. It's so funny.
I mean,
the memes of the NFC North is great. Then you got the male cheerleaders.
The male cheerleaders with the Vikings, yeah.
That was really funny.
The Bears quarterback wears freaking fingernail paint. Hey, what's going on in the world today?
Oh,
I love being the
you mentioned
Lions.
you mentioned in the best. You not even mentioned the best meme from last year. Just Tyreek Stevenson just standing talking to the Commanders fans while there's a fucking Hail Mary going on. And I love Tyreek in the draft as well. And I saw that and I was like, you know what, fucking fair play. Like, what a dumbass.
I'm just looking at who is wide receiver 6 on the Packers just to see who it's going to be this year. And I think it's a straight fight between Mecole Hardman, Malik Heath, who's done it before to us, and Cornelius Johnson, formerly of Michigan. So that could be an interesting fight as to who's going to absolutely eviscerate us this year.
With all their injuries, they could be playing week 1. So our Romeo Dobbs got injured too. So, hey, maybe we'll see that number 6 is a number 1.
Oh, who else is down the depth chart? There's no one really there of note. Christian Watson's down. Jaden Reed. Matthew Golden does look good, I will say. It is annoying me that he looks quite crisp. But hey.
Hey, they got to get one guy that can help them out over there offensively. I mean, we got 3 starters. We feel like we got 3 number 1 wide receivers right now with St. Brown, Jameson Williams, and Isaac TeSlaa coming out here looking great. So, I don't know. I'm really excited for this season. I'm not worried about the NFC North. I think a lot of people are. I'm starting to think that the Lions, they may bulldoze some teams more than we think. What they did to the Miami Dolphins and just seeing this defense, how it's been so good.
Yeah.
And then the offensive line now starting to gel. I'm starting to think that the Lions may kind of smash the Packers week 1 a little bit more than we expect.
Yeah. Hell, the performance against the Dolphins, because I mentioned it earlier, I think it was talking to Jeremy about it, because the Dolphins are in the same system as the Ravens, and just seeing, I know obviously the Dolphins talent-wise to the Ravens is like the difference between us and the Bears. Like big gulf, but the fact we were able to handle their system so well and deliver all these balls, that it makes me a bit more optimistic that when we go into the dark place as Baltimore, that the good thing that happened the last time we went there was that it was Jameer Gibbs' coming out party. We might actually have a chance to be the second NFC team to ever knock off Lamar Jackson at home after Daniel Jones's Giants.
I hope so. It's going to be a tough game, but I actually like our OC now compared to Ben Johnson in a game like this because I want to run the football. I don't want to do a whole lot of trick plays, man. They got Derrick Henry and Lamar Jackson. I want to pound them. Want to see who's the more physical football team. That's the type of thing I'm looking for that game. That's a game I got marked on my calendar. It's going to be physical versus physical. Derrick Henry versus our defensive line. So that's going to be a fun game, and I think our upgraded secondary is going to give Lamar a little bit of fits this time compared to last where he smoked us.
Oh boy, yes, I agree very, very much. We are coming to the end of our time, Mike, because we are going to run a quiz that I have designed. I don't know if you want to participate in the quiz as well. 40 questions about the Lions in the NFL. So,
I would love to do that, but I do got to get ready for my stream that I got it starting about an hour.
Okay, that's fair. Mike, we know you very, very well. I'm sure the audience do too, but tell us where the stream is, will you?
Well, the stream should be on Roar Lions UK, folks. If you go on my channel, I'm actually going to be posting probably a lot in their link to go to this channel for the stream. So if you're listening, don't even go into my stream. Make sure you stay in this stream. Or if you're wanting to do a dual stream, that's perfectly fine. But let's forget about let's focus on this, guys. So if you're listening, don't even come to my stuff. Make sure you come to here. And if you do, I'm just gonna tell you to come to here and on my stream at the same time. So
love it.
Don't even worry. Don't need to plug me.
Mike, we need to get you back on more often. It's always a joy to talk with you. Thank you so much for donating your time, and we'll see you soon.
Anytime, man. Hey, I'm starting to get a little bit better with my spine, so it's starting to come out of it a little bit. So just hit me up, and we can get her done, man.
For sure. Can't wait. Good luck with it all, and we'll see you soon.
Cheers, boss.
Awesome. Take it easy, guys.
All right. Quiz time. I'm ready. I'm not ready. I need a very, very quick refill. I'll be back in 2 seconds, and then the quiz will be a go.
Oh no. I'll entertain you guys while Matt's gone, and then I will need to run and empty the pail, shall we say? But yeah. Oh, give me a sec. Do not look at the stream. Do not look at the questions, people. Do not look at the questions. No. Oh, Matt, what have you done? We will roast Matt when he comes back for spoiling some of the questions. God damn it. Exactly. Like, obviously we all know one of the questions because Chris accidentally spoiled it yesterday. I do know what one of the other questions is because I was helping Matt put it together in a way like me and him were I was working on stuff. I was working on the docs we've been using while he was building the quiz, so I do know a couple of areas. From football, we beat Italy to win the fifth place, sixth place match against the host China tomorrow, 3 a.m. Matt, you done it. We can see the first 5 questions.
Yeah, but not the answers.
True. You need to pause me. I now need to go. I need to go empty the pail if you catch the drift.
Okay, I will wait for you while people come into the quiz. Please, 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 I would love this to be well attended. It's going to be a bit of a laugh. It's not serious. Please do come and join. I would be so, so grateful if you could. The link is in the YouTube and Twitch right now. Like I say, a bit of a laugh. It will test some knowledge on Detroit, on the NFL at large, some key dates in NFL history. You'll be asked to rank certain things. It'll be fun. So please do come on. I can see that we've got about 21 guys in the chat right now. So I'd love it if we could get half of you guys on this one. I can see 4 in there already. Come on, it's going to be good. I'm looking forward to it. 7. Oh, that's amazing. Cool. Just going to wait for Ash to come back because he'll be one more. 8. Thank you very much. Just a reminder, of course, we are doing all of this for charity, and I would be very, very grateful if you could put the word out there that we are doing this. That's probably more important than actually donating in itself, because the more people we have watching, then hopefully the more donations we'll get that way. So just sharing the link out there and saying we're raising money for Habitat for Humanity of Michigan. I'm sure that the guys listening from Michigan or just care about the state, and if you do support Detroit, then you probably do care about Michigan. Such a great charity. And of course, 50% of the money is going to go to them. And then 50% is going to go to a cause that matters a great deal to us. And if you're here, you probably enjoy our content too and know and have seen Steve early on in the stream and you know what Maggie's has meant to him. So please do give generously or share far and wide. Thank you. I am just going to take a quick sip of this. Oh. I started too hard last night, I'm not going to lie. I had far too much to drink at the start of the stream, and then after my 2-hour sleep, I woke up with a hangover, which is not ideal for a 24-hour stream. Goodbye, Brent. We'll see you on the flip side. Yeah, probably not a wise thing to do on a 24-hour stream to go too hard at the start, but I was enjoying myself. And we've had such a great show. As 24-hour show go, we have really packed in the guests. They've been such high quality. The fan calling was really cool. It was great to meet Lisa. I think that the tape reviews have gone exceptionally well. I think Ash's was excellent in the way that was formatted. Really enjoyed going through the first episode that we did. If you hadn't seen that, that's right at the top of the show. Basically, we go in through bits and pieces, and just hilariously bad, like shamefully bad. So that was really funny. All right, Ash, we're waiting for you.
I'm coming. Yeah, I agree that going through the first episode is funny. feel free to obviously shame me as well and find my. God, I can't even remember what my first episode would be.
I can't remember it either, otherwise I would go and find it. Right, let me know when you're in and I'll start. 11 people. Amazing. Thank you very much.
E-H.
Is that you?
Hopefully in a sec. Come on, there you. Join now. Yep, in, I think.
All
Just to say, not being an angel hole. There we go.
I love it. It says 10 players ready, but there's 12 people in. So if you're in, but you haven't yet done something, then please just click something on your phone or on your computer and it should bring you through to this screen. God, the sound on this thing's really annoying. Let's turn off the music. Okay. Oh no, I don't want to turn off the music because I don't want to do the countdown. All right, here we go. We are starting the quiz right now. Answer quicker, you get more points. All of my answers are final, even if they're wrong. I'm sorry if I get anything wrong. How many NFL titles have the Detroit Lions won? Is it 2, 3, 4, or 5? Nice, easy one to start. How many NFL titles have the Detroit Lions won? 2, 3, 4, or 5? Question number 1, 15 seconds to go. The last one was in 1957. I hope that isn't a question. I can't remember. I designed these a little while ago. A couple of people haven't answered, but never mind. Time's up. And only 2 people got it right. 4 titles for the Detroit Lions.
Oh. I'm coming. Thank you.
A squeak, but it's cold.
Although I actually think my note there is wrong. I thought it was 1934
Thank you.
that we
Take anything down.
won.
Empties.
Yeah.
I'm just going to wait for Ash here.
Sorry. Sorry about
What's this, that?
I think I'm wrong there. I thought it was 1934, not 1935. Maybe technically it was in 1935, even though it was the 34 season. Yeah. Cool. Right. Question number 2 coming up. Which Lions head coach has the best win-loss percentage? Is it Dutch Clark, Buddy Parker, Clark Potsy, or Dan Campbell? Which Lions head coach has the best win-loss percentage? Dutch Clark, Buddy Parker, Clark Potsy, Dan Campbell. Few people haven't answered. Got to get it in quickly, otherwise time's going to run out. No one guessed Clark Potsy. But there you go. It's not the easiest question in the world, but there we are. Clark Potsy Clark. Never mind. 0.679, 31 to 40. It was a long time ago. But, you know, Dan Campbell is up there and he's rising fast. It could be him very, very soon. Question number 3. Who was the Lions' first All-Pro? Was it Ox Emerson, Dutch Clark, Forrest Dudes, or George Christensen? The Lions' first All-Pro. Ox Emerson, Dutch Clark, Forrest Dudes, or George Christensen? This is a history round, Wizard, so it's only going to be 10 questions of stuff that goes back a bit further. We're going to get a bit sooner soon. And the answer is Forrest Dudes. He was All-Pro in 1930. Dutch Clark in 31, Ox Emerson 32, and George Christensen in 33, of course. Dutch Clark was All-Pro in 6 of the 7 years he was with the Lions. And Ox Emerson was in 5 consecutive. Question number 4 in the Lions history round. Which current NFL team do the Lions have the best record against regular season only? Is it the Jags, the Falcons, the Cardinals, or the Browns? Who do the Lions have the best regular season record against? All of these teams the Lions have a good record against. Obviously, the Jags have not existed for particularly long. The Browns inherited their old record, even though the team's obviously moved, changed name, what have you, but they've inherited all of their old stats. They've been around a little while, I think. We'll see when the answers come out. The answer is the Cleveland Browns. Actually, I think that is because, of the opposite of what I said, which is that their old history was wiped. Maybe? I don't know. Anyway, 3/4 of the games we've beaten the Browns at. Blame PFR. Okay, if you don't like it, that's where the stats have come from. Jags 0.667. Anyway, question number 5. I'm sure Ash will take me up on this afterwards. Doesn't look happy. When did the Lions move to Detroit? 1928, 1930, 1932, and 1934. The Lions were originally from Portsmouth, Ohio. They were called the Spartans. When did the team move to Detroit? (1934). Well done. A majority of you got that right. Excellent stuff. Founded in 1928 in Portsmouth, Ohio as the Spartans, joined the NFL in 1930 and relocated in 1934. Let's look at a mid-round leaderboard. And Dan Pask takes an early lead from Big Aries, and then Ash, Jason after that, Carlwood, Contrapastan, Wizard of War, Shank 7L, Mile Marker 301, and James McClure Experiment. All right, Dan's got 3 in a row. Nice. Let's move on with question number 6. Who is second in career receiving yards for the Detroit Lions? Is it Johnny Morton, Brett Perryman, Amon-Ra St. Brown, or Herman Moore? I think you can guess who's first, but who's second in career receiving yards for the Lions? Johnny Morton, Brett Perryman, Amon-Ra St. Brown, Herman Moore, all up there. And yes, all one of you, but everyone else got it right. Herman Moore. Well done, everybody. 9,174 for him. Morton was second with 6,500. Brett Perryman 5,244. And Amon-Ra isn't far behind. He could be third this season if he can get 1,650 yards or so. It's eminently possible. Question number 7. Rank these Lions legends by PFR's AV metric. AV is value, effectively. So who was the most valuable players for the Lions? So from most to least, which of these players were the most valuable? Lem Barney, Barry Sanders, Matthew Stafford, Calvin Johnson. Now, think about what value means in the NFL as well. But which of these players were the most valuable? I think we might have one more person to respond. Got 10 seconds. There we go. And there is the correct order. 2 of you got it right. Congratulations. It was Barry Sanders, Matthew Stafford, Lem Barney, and Calvin Johnson. And obviously Calvin didn't have a long career. I think that's one of the reasons why. Barry was well clear. Barney and Stafford were particularly close, and Calvin was actually a little way off the pack there. But all absolute legends of the Lions. Moving on to question number 8. Who has the most first-team All-Pros for the Lions? Who holds the record? Is it Jack Christensen, Barry Sanders, Dutch Clark, or Joe Schmidt? There is a very clear winner. All legends, of course, of Detroit. We saw Dutch Clark earlier on in a All-Pro question, so you saw how many he actually had. But the others, all legends of the sport. And it is Joe Schmidt. People put in Barry, but again, short career. Short career. Joe Schmidt has 8 All-Pros. All the others had 6. I think he had even more All-Pro Pro Bowls. He was unbelievable, Joe Schmidt.
He was, yeah.
Penultimate question in this round is question number 9. Which Lions jersey of those currently retired was the most recently retired? Number 7, number 20, number 37, or number 56? Which of the jerseys currently retired was the most recent? James, I'm hoping that the next few rounds will be better for you than this, so stick with it. Which was the most recent retirement of a jersey? I mean, when was the last time you saw it, eh? Number 20 it is. Some people went for 56, one went for 7. So number 20 was retired in 2004. Notable people who wore that, of course, Barry, but Sims and Len Barney as well. Doak Walker was in 1955. Joe Schmitz is unknown for 56. Obviously, he played sometime in the 70s, but actually, so it should be number 2. I don't know why I put that in at number 3. It's definitely after 1955. And then Dutch Clarks was retired in 1939. When have you ever seen a Lion wear 7?
True. I think Schmidt's like the mid-80s.
Yeah, I think that's right. So, my bad. But anyway. Last question in this round, and then hopefully some more of you will have a good time with the rest of these. List these Lions quarterbacks from most to least by career regular season passing yards. Joey Harrington, Scott Mitchell, Jared Goff, Matthew Stafford. I believe in you guys. You can do this. Stafford, Goff, Mitchell, Harrington rank from most to least by career passing yards. And it is Stafford, Goff, Mitchell, and Harrington. I actually said it in that order, so hope you listened. 5 out of 10 got that right. Well done, everybody. Stafford obliterates everyone 2.5 times what Goff has done, at least. Then Mitchell, then Harrington. But Goff is on the way. All right, let's have a look at the leaderboards at the end of the first round. Ash has got himself up into second, but Dan Pask is still leading the way. Jason is third. Carlton Wood has gone down into 5th. Contra Pastan has done some good stuff there. James McClure has done some good stuff in the second part of that round. Shank 7L, Mile Mark 301, Wizard of War. Things will get better when we come up to round number 2. Lions statistical leaders. I say it will get better. Yeah, maybe it won't. We'll see. I can't remember what any of the questions are at this point, so it's a surprise to me as it is to you. Let's go for question number 11. Who is the Lions' leading rusher in the 21st century? Is it Kevin Jones, Kevin Smith, Jahmyr Gibbs, or David Montgomery? So since and including 2001, who is the Lions' leading rusher? Running out of time, and we're done. And the answer is Kevin Jones. 3,067 yards, which is pretty shocking when you think about it. Gibbs should overtake that this year to be the leader in rushing. Kevin Smith, only 11 behind Gibbs as he went into second this century. Question number 12 coming up. Who led the Lions in passing in 2010? Is it Dan Orlovsky, Matthew Stafford, Sean Hill, or Dante Culpepper? How well do you remember that season? Who was or was not at quarterback that year? Ash thinking very hard about this one. Who could it be? Waiting for one more answer. Doesn't get it in time. The answer is Sean Hill. Sean Hill. And actually no one answered Culpepper, even though I think he took some reps that year. Dan Orlovsky, I don't think, was on the team at the time. Sean Hill was the leader, although, Drew Stanton played 3 games. Stafford had 2 injuries to his right shoulder, eventually having season-ending surgery. I think he played 3 or 4 games before that happened. was pretty rough, but there we go. Don't use Google, James. Don't do it. Right, next question is number 13. In the 2000s, i.e. 01 to 10, how many times did the Lions finish in the top 2 of their division? Was it none, 1, 2, or 3? How many times between 01 and 10 did the Lions finish in the top 2 of their division? NFC Central crosses over into this, of course, for the first few years before it becomes the NFC North, so there's a bit more to this than you think. All I can say is I'm sorry. The Lions never finished in the top 2.
I was stuck between 0 and 1, and I went optimistic. I should know with these kind of questions, never go optimistic.
They finished 3rd 4 times, 4th 5 times, and 5th once. It was the dark times. Question number 14.
Oh, shit.
Which lion holds the record for most punt return touchdowns? Is it Mel Gray, Jamal Agnew, Eddie Drummond, or Jack Christensen? I hope that you guys remember Jamal Agnew and what a weapon he was. I was so disappointed when he moved on.
Patricia for you.
Flamed out of the league afterwards, though, didn't he? I don't know if he's still around. He's still in Jacksonville, is he?
No.
No.
He's in Atlanta.
Okay. The answer is Jack Christensen. Did you get that right, you little bastard?
Come on, it's punt returns. You know what I'm like with special teams.
Jack Christensen had 8 punt return touchdowns to Drummond and Agnew's 4, and Mel Gray only had 2. Last question in this half round. Question number 15. Who is the Lions leader in kick return yardage per return with a minimum of 10 returns? So removing basically 1. Is it Ned Matthews, Jeremy Ross, Justin Jackson, or Amir Abdullah? Who's got the best average kick return? And the answer may surprise you. It is Amir Abdullah. Well done to the 4 of you who got that right. He actually had a really good time of it, Amir Abdullah here. 27.8 yards per kick return to Ned Matthews' 27.4, Jeremy Ross's 26.9, and Justin Jackson's 26.7. They are the top 4. So, yeah, good fun. Anyway, it is time for the mid-round leaderboard, and Ash has gone into the lead. Jason, though, is in 2nd. Dan Pask in 3rd. Big Aries in 4th. We're getting on now to question number 16. Who is Jason, by the way? I don't know who that is here, but anyway. Which Lions quarterback has the highest rushing yards in a single season? Which Lions quarterback has the highest rushing yards in a single season? Is it Bobby Lane, Rodney Peete, Greg Landry, or Tobin Rote? Bobby Lane, Rodney Peete, Greg Landry, Tobin Rote, Lions quarterback with highest rushing yards in a single season. And only one person got Greg Landry. Of course, it was Ash, because I know he's a little bastard. Jason's from Talking Grit. Of course he is. My apologies. I didn't realise he was still here, Talking Grit. Appreciate you. You're doing very, very well on this. Greg Landry. And not only did he do it once, he's got the top 2, 530 yards and 524 yards. Bobby Lane, 411 was his highest. Question number 17. Who is the highest non-kicker scorer in a single season for the Lions? Obviously, kickers dominate the scoring charts, so we've got to remove them. Which of these Lions has the highest points in a single season for the Lions? Gibbs, Williams, Megatron, or Barry Sanders? Who scored the most points in a single season for the Lions who isn't a kicker? Is it Jameer Gibbs, Jamal Williams, Calvin Johnson, Barry Sanders? 6 seconds to answer. And it is Jameer Gibbs. Well done to the four of you who got that right. Gibbs was first with 120 points. Jamal Williams was second with 104. Barry Sanders 102. And Calvin Johnson 96. Number 18. We're coming up to halfway through. Who is the Lions' career tackle for loss leader? Robert Pourchaire, Ezekiel Ansah, Sean Rogers, and Dominican Sue. Which of these Lions leads the franchise in tackles for loss according to Pro Football Reference? Robert Pourchaire, Zeke Ansah, Sean Rogers, and Dominican Sue. And the answer is Dominican Sue, which I think is shocking considering how long he was here. Sue has 66 to Rogers' 65, Ansah's 60, and Pourchaire's 56. James McClure says AI says it's DeAndre Levy. I do not believe that's the case. But anyway, never mind. My answers are final, as stated at the start. We're on to question number 19. Rank these Lions kickers by extra points made from highest to lowest. Errol Mann, Eddie Murray, Matt Prater, Jason Hanson. 4 of the most tenured Lions kickers who hit the most extra points. And I mean, you're kind of just saying who scored the most touchdowns in the era in which these guys played and how long did they play. I realise that, but then that makes it quite simple, I guess, right? Right?
Dope.
Rank these kickers from best to worst by number of extra points made. Errol Mann, Eddie Murray, Matt Prater, Jason Hanson. By the way, I will say, James, the AI was really not good with some of the answers to these questions. I did use AI for some of it, and then I checked the answers and they were outright wrong for some of them, so you can't trust AI on some of these statistical bits. The answer is Jason Hanson, Eddie Murray, Matt Prater, Errol Mann. 3 of you got that right. That's really impressive. Well done, guys. Hanson, 665. Eddie Murray, 381. Matt Prater, only 231. Feel like he was here for a lot longer than that. And Errol Mann, 213.
You gotta remember, Prater was here for the Patricia years, who didn't get many touchdowns to kick extra points from.
There it is. Last question of the round. Which head coach took charge of the most Lions games? Is it Wayne Fontes, Jim Caldwell, Monty Clark, or Potsy Clark? Potsy Clark? Which head coach took charge of the most Lions games? Wayne Fontes, Jim Caldwell, Monty Clark, Potsy Clark. The answer was Wayne Fontes, which 5 of you got right. Well done. Fontes took charge of 133 games. Monty Clark 105, Potsy Clark 85, Jim Caldwell 64. Let's have a look at the leaderboard at the halfway mark. Ash extends his lead after a very good round 2. Dan Pask is in second after overthrowing Jason. Big Aries in 4th. Top 5 are rounded out by Shanked 7 Iron. We are moving on. Can't remember what the round is, but it's round number 3. NFL History Hall of Fame Legends. Yeah, a lot of this is history. That's probably not great for some of you guys. I'm really sorry. Oh, round number 3, Hall of Fame Legends. Here we go, everybody. Question number 21. Which Hall of Famer holds the record for most career interceptions? Is it Ron Woodson, Ed Reed, Paul Krause, or Charles Woodson? Which of these Hall of Famers holds the record for most career interceptions? Rod Woodson, Ed Reed, Paul Krause, Charles Woodson. It is Paul Krause. Only one person got that right. Do I need to guess, Ash? Paul Krause had 81, Ron Woodson 71, Charles Woodson 65, and Ed Reed 64. So a good way clear, Paul Krause. 81 is an obscene number of interceptions because that's 13 seasons at 7 a season. If that was the average that you were going to do, like it's a ridiculous number to get to.
9 a season for 9 seasons. Like that's insane.
That's more like what I was saying. And my numbers didn't actually in math then, but never mind. Next question is number 22. Which team has the most Hall of Fame inductees according to Pro Football Hall of Fame? The Chicago Bears, the Dallas Cowboys, the Green Bay Packers, or the Pittsburgh Steelers? Which team has had the most inductees?
Dylan Gabriel will be starting for the Browns today.
Put him in the Hall.
Exactly.
That's pretty cool, actually. I like that. All right. Who was it? Well, the answer is Pittsburgh Steelers. It is not, but 8 of you went for it. It is the Chicago Bears. Ash, you're looking at me like you got it right again. I don't like this when everyone else gets it wrong. You get it right.
They're one of the longest tenured teams.
And actually, the Steelers were not even second in this list. The Packers were second. Much as I hate blowing smoke up the Bears' ass, but they've been ass for a long time, so we don't have to worry about that.
I mean, they've won it in the same way Villa's got all our trophies. They've just been around a long time, so they've had more chances to get in.
Question 23. When was the Pro Football Hall of Fame established? Or when was the first induction class, I guess I should say? 1959, 1963, 1967, or 1970? I don't know why it goes up in step to 4 and then suddenly the last one is a step of 3, but there we go. When was the first Pro Football Hall of Fame class?
We can tell who's watched into the latest Inside the Den by who gets this right.
Mm-hmm. As long as I've ticked the right answer. 1963 it was. Well done, the 4 of you that got that right. Really good stuff. It's the first Hall of Fame class and consisted of 17 members, 11 players, 1 founder owner coach, and 5 owners execs. Question number 24. Who is the first African-American coach in the Hall of Fame? Tony Dungy, Art Shell, Fritz Pollard, or Dennis Green? I went to great lengths to try and get this right because it is not a straightforward question. So if you don't like the answer, my answers are final. First African-American coach in the Hall of Fame.
Total guess.
The answer was Fritz Pollard. Only one of you went for that one. Fritz Pollard was the first in 2005. Art Shell was inducted before, but as a player, even though he was a coach afterwards. He was not inducted as a coach. All right. Question number 25 before we see the mid-round leaderboard. 25. Who was the first pure kicker inducted into the Hall of Fame, i.e. did not play another position? So Adam Vinatieri, Jan Stenerud, Morten Anderson, or Lou Groza? Not an easy question, I don't think, but there's not many of them in the hall, to be honest.
Mm-hmm.
And the answer is Jan Stenerud. Morten Andersen is also in it for well done for that, if that's what you went for. He went in 1991, Morten Andersen in 2017. I think they're the only two that are in as pure kickers. Lou Groza played tackle kicker. He was inducted in 74, and Vinatieri will probably go in, but he hasn't yet. And Ash is really pulling away now as Jason gets into second place again. Big Aries in fourth, and Shank 7L into fifth. And we're going to keep on keeping on with the Hall of Fame Part 2. Question number 26. Which Hall of Fame inductee was the first defensive player to win the NFL MVP? Ray Lewis, Lawrence Taylor, Reggie White, Alan Page. Which Hall of Fame inductee was the first defensive player to win the NFL MVP? Wizard of War, in terms of how is Vinny not in, he's only been eligible for a short time. I think was last year his first ballot chance?
I think so, yeah, because it's 4 or 5 years you have to wait
5
after you
years,
retired to get into. We just have to wait.
And the answer is Alan Page. Lots of people remember LT. But he was in 1986. Alan Page was in 1971. Only 2 defensive players ever to win MVP, and maybe the only 2 ever, because, you know, will it ever be a defensive player again?
So you're saying that when Branch gets 10 interceptions, 10 sacks, and 25 TFLs this season, he's not going to win MVP?
That is exactly what I'm saying.
Drats. Your love for Josh Allen is too much.
Question 27. Which Hall of Fame running back led the league in rushing 4 times in the 1990s? Was it Emmitt Smith, Terrell Davis, Marshall Faulk, or Barry Sanders? Which Hall of Fame running back led the league in rushing 4 times in the 1990s? Emmitt Smith, Terrell Davis, Marshall Faulk, Barry Sanders. The answer is Emmitt Smith. A few of you got with Barry there. Emmitt won it in 91, 2, 3, and 5. He really sewed it up at the start of the decade. Question number 28. Which Hall of Fame quarterback was the first ever to pass for over 50,000 career yards? Was it Dan Marino, Johnny Unitas, Frank Tarkenton, or Joe Montana? The answer was Dan Marino. 8 out of 9 got that right. Well done, everybody. Dan Marino was the first on November the 10th, 1996. Question number 29. Which Hall of Fame defensive end was nicknamed the Minister of Defense? Was it Bruce Smith, Reggie White, Michael Strahan, or Julius Peppers? Which Hall of Fame defensive end was nicknamed the Minister of Defense? Was it Bruce Smith, Reggie White, Michael Strahan, or Julius Peppers?
I have to say, I didn't know Sergio Perez played in the NFL as well as race F1 cars.
What?
That was his nickname when he was a driver. Checo was known, other than obviously Checo, he was known as the Minister of Defense because he was so good at being second and stopping people from getting to max.
Fair enough. All right. 8 out of 9 again were right with Reggie White. He was defensive end for 50. Wow, I cannot spell. Bloody hell, that's terrible. 15 seasons for the Eagles, Packers, and Panthers. He was an ordained evangelical minister. That is why he was nicknamed that. And many thanks to Ellie Soden for the $10 donation. She says, you have been amazing to bring all this content together, all for such good causes. Well done, guys. Thanks, Ellie. Appreciate you. Question number 30 at the end of this round on Hall of Fame legends. We have what percentage of Hall of Fame finalists are eventually inducted? This was from a source in 2014. I presume that this still continues to be true, but it's in a ballpark. So is it 0 to 25%, 25 to 50%, 50 to 75%, or 75% to 100%? Obviously, it's an exact percentage, but I'm just giving you the range to make it a bit easier. Of all of the finalists there have ever been, up to 2014, from 1970, how many of them got in? And the answer is 75 to 100%, and all of the answers came in at 50% or less. If you are a finalist ever, you are probably going in. The actual answer was 84.4%, super high. If you became a finalist, you were a finalist for a reason. You got through the long list to the short list to become a finalist. That means that you were really, really, really damn good, and given enough time, you go in eventually. Leaderboard. Ash extends his lead again, but Big Aries jumps into position number 2. Jason at 3, Dan Pask at 4, and Shanked 7 Iron at number 5. We've got 10 more questions left. This has gone a bit quicker than I thought it would. Should I maybe put a pair of tickets up for this one from the guys? We'll put a pair of tickets up for the donators if they're able to go, and a pair of tickets up for the winner of this who's able to go. Obviously, you're not going to be able to go, so that actually kind of makes it quite easy there. I think that's good to split it that way. A pair of tickets to next week's preseason game from the quiz, and a pair of tickets from the donators. Yeah, that sounds good.
Yeah.
All right. I'll just have to email you guys as I can. Did you have to enter with an email address or not? I guess you probably didn't actually this time.
I've put mine in, but you could. But yeah, there is the option to put it in.
Okay. All right. Final round is NFL history, historic games, and milestones. Good luck, everybody. You're fighting for second place because I think Ash has won at this point. But he hasn't seen the questions beforehand, by the way. 31 of 40. Which team won the first Super Bowl? Was it the Green Bay Packers, the Kansas City Chiefs, the Dallas Cowboys, or the Oakland Raiders? James, I don't know whether Jared Allen would have been a finalist before 2014. I doubt he was probably playing at that time, I think. He went in this year, didn't he? I think Jared Allen. But yeah. Which team won the first Super Bowl? Packers, Chiefs, Cowboys, Raiders? The answer is the Packers, of course. They beat the Chiefs 35-10. Question number 32. What player famously guaranteed a Super Bowl victory in 1969? Was it Joe Namath, Terry Bradshaw, Bart Starr, or Johnny Unitas? Which player famously guaranteed a Super Bowl victory in 1969? Joe Namath, Terry Bradshaw, Bart Starr, Johnny Unitas. It was particularly noteworthy, apparently. I wouldn't have done it if I was him, but, you know, it worked. Mm-hmm. The answer is Joe Namath. 6 out of 9. You got that right. That is really, really good. Maybe you're right, James, on that. I don't know whether. So, did Bradshaw do it in 1969? Because maybe he did. I don't know. Apologies if that's true. Yeah, Joe Namath, quarterback of the Jets, famously guaranteed a victory for his team in Super Bowl III against the heavily favored Baltimore Colts. This became a defining moment in football history as the Jets upset the Colts, winning 16-7. Question 33. Who has kicked the longest regular season field goal in history? Sorry. Matt Prater, Tom Dempsey, Brett Maher, Justin Tucker. Ash hates me now. Do you remember? You're right, Terry Bradshaw does say a lot of dumb things. James, you're right, that is getting eclipsed this season, but it hasn't been yet in a meaningful game. Everyone gets that right. Bit of a layup. Apologies. I was struggling for a question, so I chucked it in just to see if anyone was paying attention. Justin Tucker, 66-yarder against the Lions. Despite Cam Little's 70-yarder in this preseason for the Jags, it's definitely going. Question number 34. Which game is known as the greatest game ever played? This was mentioned earlier in this show, but the answer wasn't. Do you know what it is? 1958 NFL Championship, Super Bowl... I don't know what number that is. 42? Ice Bowl or Super Bowl 3?
Yeah. That's 42, yeah.
What's the greatest game ever played? 1958 NFL Championship, Super Bowl 42, Ice Bowl or Super Bowl 3?
Did you specifically pick Super Bowl 42?
No.
That's a fun answer, because I think that was the Panthers Broncos Super Bowl. That was really shit. That's why I saw it and I was like, if you picked that on purpose, that is so fucking, that is actually really funny. Let me double check, but I think that is that one. Super Bowl 42. Oh no, that was 2008. So that was the Giants upsetting the Patriots for the first time. So actually, that was a good game.
Okay. So the 1958 NFL Championship was the first sudden death overtime NFL game. Baltimore Colts defeated the New York Giants 23-17. Last question in this half round, the final round. Who was the first player to rush for more than 2,000 yards in a season? Barry Sanders, O.J. Simpson, Eric Dickerson, or Jamal Lewis? Who was the first player to rush for over 2,000 yards in a season? Sanders, Simpson, Dickerson, Lewis. It was OJ. 5 out of 9 if you got it right. No one was tricked by Sanders being in there. He got this in 1973 when he got 2,003 yards. Leaderboards going into the final 5 questions. Big Aries and Jason are really stretching their battle out in second and third. Only 38 points between them. It really could come down to who answers the questions most quickly. In fact, Big Aries and Jason both got more points than Ash in those 5 questions, despite you getting all 5 right. All right. Battle to get into the top 5 as well. Dan Pask is in there, shanked 7-iron, but James McClure Experiment is only 104 points behind shanked 7-iron. Carlton Wood is only a couple of questions back too, and so's Wizard of War and Mile Marker. They can all get in those top 5 places. Let's see what happens in the final 5 questions. What is the longest unbeaten streak in NFL history? Is it 17 games, 19 games, 21 games, or 23 games? How long was the longest unbeaten streak? It happened relatively recently in the scope of NFL history. (17, 19, 21, or 23). What is the longest unbeaten streak in NFL history? And the answer is 23 games, which only one of you got right. Was it you, Ash?
Potentially.
The Colts won 9 straight to end 2008 and 14 straight to start 2009. Ridiculous record. Question number 37. Which team has had the only perfect season including the playoffs? Is it the Patriots, Dolphins, Steelers, or Cowboys? Which team has had the only perfect season in NFL history, including the playoffs? but I mean, I guess I should say is regarded to have had, because I guess in the depths of the NFL way back when in like the 30s or something, maybe someone had a perfect season and there were no playoffs, but there we go.
In the Super Bowl era,
Yeah.
say.
The answer is the Dolphins. 5 out of 9 of you got that one. The Dolphins in 1972 finished 17-0 and won Super Bowl 7 against the Washington Redskins. Question number 38. Which team, wow, I can't spell, which team has suffered the worst defeat in Super Bowl history in terms of points margin? The Buccaneers, the Broncos, the Giants, or the Bears? I really gave up putting the full names in, didn't I, of these teams? But hey, question number 38. Which team has suffered the worst defeat in Super Bowl history by points margin? So the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, the Denver Broncos, the New York Giants, or the Chicago Bears? The answer is the Broncos. Split a lot between the Giants and Bears and Broncos. It was the Broncos. They lost 55-10 in 1992. The 49ers, a 45-point loss. A travesty.
Mm-hmm.
Penultimate question is question number 39. Which quarterback has led the largest comeback in NFL playoff history? Was it Tom Brady, Frank Reich, Joe Montana, or Peyton Manning? Note playoff history, and note not Super Bowl history. Largest comeback in NFL playoff history. Which quarterback did it? Brady, Reich, Montana, or Manning? And the answer is Frank Reich. I find that to be unbelievable, to be honest.
Mm-hmm.
He led a 32-point comeback for the Bills against the Oilers in 1993. Everyone thinks of Brady, of course, but yes, James McClure rightly says Music City Miracle. Final question. This is for all the marbles. Here's question number 40. Who scored the first Super Bowl touchdown? We know who won it. Max McGee, Bart Starr, Jim Taylor, Elijah Pitts. We know which teams were in it because it was in a question earlier. Do you know which players played for each respective team? I don't know, but who scored the first Super Bowl touchdown? Max McGee, Bart Starr, Jim Taylor, or Elijah Pitts? Thank you, everybody, for playing. I hope you enjoyed it, even if the questions were somewhat difficult. The answer was Max McGee. Got a spread of answers there, which really pleases me. That's good. Max McGee scored the first touchdown for Green Bay against the Chiefs in Super Bowl 1. Let's have a look at the final scores. Ash does win, but Jason slips into second. Jason is the one who's obviously putting up the tickets. So you won the back. That's so good. So I don't know where Big Aries where you reside, sir, but well done. You have come in the first qualifying position there. So if you would like a pair of tickets to go to the Texans preseason game, that's going to be on our friends over there, Jason at Talking Grit podcast. So get in touch if you would like those. If not, I'll check the results and go on to the next person, which is Shanked 7 Iron. I know that obviously a lot of you guys don't necessarily come from the Detroit region, but there we go. JS says great job on the questions. Thank you very much. Wizall says fun. Appreciate that very much. Talking Grit redonating the tickets. Thank you. Yes, Ash, you're not allowed to win this, but there we go. Rain Man-esque performance. Dan Pass says nice. Thank you everybody for playing. We've gone on actually longer than I thought we would do in that. So hey, let's turn that off. And let's. Ooh, what have I done there?
Did you mean? I thought we were scheduled to fill this up to 5, so we've still got half an hour.
It didn't go on as long as I was thinking.
Oh.
So my
That's because of
words
stuff
are
there.
failing me. Got the games in an hour and a half. It's not. It's creeping up on us.
Yep.
So Riz just got back to me saying he literally just got service 30 minutes ago. I've just said to him, if you want to come on, then you can, just to fill the next half an hour. Oh, JS is shanked and would love to, but live in Green Bay, so apologies for that. Big Aries is looking into his calendar. I don't know, Big Aries, if you know how to get in touch with us, but there is an email address. I think you're on our Discord as well, so you can DM us or I can DM you. I think you're on our Discord.
If not, now's a great time to join our Discord.
Yeah, why not? I'll put a link for our Discord in the chat, actually. Good morning to Lisa. Hope you're all well this morning. And yeah, Big Aries is on the Discord. Thanks, I thought you were. Right, I'm going to just pop off for 2 minutes, and hopefully Riz comes back to us, or tries to enter the chat, in fact. And I'll be back in 1 minute.
I haven't heard that Lovett was released with injury settlement. I can look into that. If it has, then that makes things interesting. Let's have a look. Lions official team. Transactions. No, it was running back Shabari Small that was waived with an injury designation, but that's God, a good couple of days ago. Jesus, time goes on quickly. Yeah. So we haven't. I hope we haven't waived him with an injury settlement because I know. Obviously we picked him, and I do have high hopes for him. I know I have hinted a couple of times that I could see him potentially not overtaking, but taking over Khalif's role in terms of special teams from next year. Because obviously, as we all know, Leaf's contract has rolled up, so this will be his last year on this current contract. Obviously, could easily go and play himself into a new one, could sign a new one. Would not be totally surprised at that. But given his age and cost, shall we say, I could see the team looking to get cheaper and younger, which Lovett would be a good one for because he can play gunner. He's done that at Georgia, and he's got the speed and that to potentially be a returner. I know obviously he didn't have the best showing of it in the Hall of Fame game, but it could be something they work on in the practices for next year or so. You can learn from Leaf and take over that way. Or, someone else could easily do it, but I do love it. There we go. Talking about it. Says our good friend say it's out there this week, not in full-time fair. Good. I do really love it. I just about remember when we drafted him because at that point I think it was like this. I was running on 2 hours sleep and just played in the flag games, came back and was covering it. And I remember looking at Bluffett and I was like, you know what, I can see the vision here. Same with Darian Jackson. I hope he comes back well next season. But yeah, I'm hoping Lovett. You probably won't see him today. I say that and he'll probably take the opening kickoff or something stupid, won't he? But I do hope we see him at least next week against the Texans just to see how he's feeling because he was on the roster bubble in a way. Like he was the leading contender for wide receiver 6 for me, but yeah, he could have been overtaken by Meeks, by Ronnie Bell, as you said. Hell, Matt's favorite guy could look really good today. Keeney James, and he might be making a push for the roster for that special teams role. Could be some, yeah, true. You know what I'm like? I like trying to plot out like stuff. Like I've got a running 53-man roster, 53-man roster and a 90-man roster thing that I keep on my computer, like depth chart wise, so I can see where I visualize players, and I do have. Actually, Lovett's listed as one of my gunners as well. I think it was him and TeSlaa and Maddox and Reisman listed as my gunners based on what I've seen. So, yeah, Jemai Small was the one that was waived 10th, so good a couple of days ago. I believe. But it's sad because he came in and looked good in parts, but obviously it's just a bit of a rotate. Like running back's one of those positions you can pick someone off the street and they do well. Look at this might be a throwback because I think he's retired now, but I remember when Raheem Mostert got picked up by the 49ers because he was with the Bears playing out there, was a street free agent. The 49ers picked him up and suddenly he was like 1,000-yard rusher for them. So you never know. There could be a little running back, well, I say little out there, a running back out there who's currently not with a team that could come out and absolutely surprise people this season.
Just had my 5th costume change.
You're worse than me.
I have worn almost all of my Lions jerseys now. Don't have my special Barry Black one, and I can't fit into my Slay, Acquire, or Stafford ones because I'm too fat. So, yeah, there we go. Dan says the Lions want blocking running backs. I think nice to see Jamar get a touchdown for the Titans. I love Jamar. I think he's great.
Yeah, as soon as I saw that, I did put it in our Discord for Ant because I know Ant is Jamar Jefferson's #1 fan. So I was like, I'll go and cheer him up. I was winding him up a bit, teasing him. So I was like, I'll be nice and give him something to smile about.
Talking Grit, guys, I don't know how you are able to send the tickets, but I have Big Aries on DMs in our Discord. So if you let me know what you need, then I will ask for that from Big Aries and send that on to you by DM. I think that's probably the safest thing to do, or just put you guys in touch. Oh, is there anything nicer than a shandy?
2 shandies.
Just need an email address. Thank you. I will collect from Big Aries when ready, and then I will DM that email address to you guys on Twitter, Talking Grit, Jason. And yeah, that should be good. All right. Well done, everyone. That was really good fun. We have raised almost $600 for charity today. We are going wire to wire on a Saturday, UK time, midnight to midnight. Of course, 7 p.m. to 7 p.m. Friday to Saturday in Michigan time, Eastern time. We have $407.88 more to our $1,000 goal. Anything you guys can do, whether it is putting the word out there or dipping into your pocket, would be much, much appreciated. Thank you to Lady Clemmy for following us on Twitch. Appreciated. Yeah, we would love to get to $1,000 and be able to split $500 to each cause. Frankly, if we stop now, I think $300 each is still absolutely amazing. I'm really, really pleased with that. But I think we can get there. We've got 7.5 hours to go. So I have not had a reply from Riz. So we have got a guest coming up in another half an hour anyway. So let me fill out exactly what we're doing because I'm useless at this and never can remember what we're doing. So we've got... typing really just isn't my forte, is it? This is basically the last update because the one after this is thank you and sign off. So here is what's coming up for the remainder of the show. Kentley Platty, the founder of Raz, Mr. RAS himself, will be coming on at 5. Pre-game show will then be airing after that. Then we'll be doing the play-by-play for Miami at Detroit before a post-game reaction, a bit of a diagnosis of what happened, and then a fan call-in before finishing up. Message from Lady Clemmy on Twitch saying, am I missing where to donate? And it is pinned as a comment in Twitch, but I will redo it. Give me a second. I love the sound of Dan Campbell when the tip jar is donated into. There, Lady Clemmy, is the link to... It's a tip jar for us, but our donation bar is tracking what we're putting in, and then I'm going to split it 50-50 and put notification of the donations going into those charities on Twitter, just so everything is above board as I can possibly do. Carlton says, why does the charity live stream banner say 19 hours to go? Because I literally couldn't tell it how many hours. It was just in days, and so I just had to put 2 days so it covered the stream. Also because maybe people donate after the stream's finished because they catch up on it, and it's still in the description of the show, so we might actually get some more after we're done. Thank you so much to James McClaw with a $100 donation.
Jeez.
Says, thank you for significantly enhancing my Detroit Lions fan experience. Thoughts and prayers up for Steve. Cheers to that, James. Thank you so much. That's really, really cool. Thoughts and prayers up for Steve. I hope he joins us at some point today. He won't be awake for much longer today because, as you were hearing last night, his bedtime's like 8 p.m. UK time, just because he hasn't got the energy or strength. If you didn't watch Steve coming on, I mean, I was completely taken aback with him coming on because it was like 1 o'clock in the morning our time or slightly later. Yeah. He looked much better than I was expecting. I had communicated with him and I thought, that it was really kicking his ass. And, he stayed for longer than I thought. And, he's just the most charismatic and funny man you would ever see. He really knows how to stick the boot in sometimes in some of the funniest ways. So it's a really good bit to go back and listen to. So please do that when you can. That's good. Right, we've got the father of RAS, maybe your own personal hero. That's probably not true. It's Eric, isn't it? But you've got to like Reisman.
I do. It's the other panel member who doesn't like Raz.
I don't think that Ant would say he doesn't like Raz. I would say that he would say that people follow it blindly without taking into context. I can't speak. I'm so sorry, guys. I did actually have some sleep. I managed to get 15 minutes, which is why the stream went off air momentarily. And then I probably had an hour to 80 minutes, which is not too bad. I mean, I've done all-nighters before, but it's just not pleasant. Mm-hmm. But I did stay up for 60 hours playing poker straight with no sleep. That was rough because you start making really bad decisions. But there we go.
Right, playing poker.
It's fun though. I can't wait. I cannot wait to take a sabbatical to go and live in Vegas for a month. Mm-hmm. It's coming. When I'm 40, I'm going to go for the World Series of Poker. I just need to earn money.
Yeah.
Please. I think I'm earning enough where I could feasibly have enough in the bank to do it, but it will mean scrimping a bit, and I don't like doing that. So I just need to get promotions. Wizard of War asks, how far did he make it during the poker tournament? I mean, I've played a lot in my time. So I haven't done Vegas for a month. I'm going to do Vegas maybe for a month, maybe 3 weeks. When I went out there last, I came 13th out of 115, and that won me $600 profit. And I probably drank about $200 worth of beer during the tournament as well, which was great. And the time before that, I also cashed. It wasn't a tournament, actually. I played a cash game and I won $1,300, which was really cool.
That's decent.
Oh, so the 3-day thing, I was just being an idiot and pulling an all-nighter for no reason when I was doing that. I haven't really gotten deep in any of like the really, really big tournaments. I almost won 30 grand when I was 18 years old. That was cool. Got very, very close and got knocked out in horrific fashion, but there we go. Poker is one of my loves, but it is a vice, and I need to just I need to hold myself in check. I have got Big Aries' email address. I don't think I have Talking Grit DM actually, do I on mine? But you do, so shall I message it to you?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and then I'll DM it across in a sec.
Thank you, sir.
But
All right, so we've got $308 to go to our goal, and we have 7 hours 22 minutes left. Lady Clemmy, if you're having trouble donating, I believe you need to put in a username with no spaces, and if you set it as a one-time donation, then the donation bar should go live. It's a bit of a frustrating experience. The reason that we've done that is that they don't take anything away from the donations. Everything that's donated will go to the charities, whereas if it's a Twitch or a YouTube thing, they always take about 30%, which is not what I'm about. I don't want to, in a charity stream, remunerate those guys. Very happy for them to take a cut of the stuff given to us when we're doing bits, but you know. Okay. What do we got? Kentley Platy coming up in 20 minutes' time. Wizard of War says Vegas gets old very quickly. I love all of the, you know, Neon is one of those things I absolutely adore, and I really like how different all the casinos are, and I like the architecture, even though it's all pretty fake. I know it's a bit tacky, but because I do and my expectations are lowered, then it's great. So
yeah, plus if you time it right as well, and I'm sure Ant, if he ever hears what I'm about to say, will 100% back me with this. If you time it right, you can also go and watch Rebels game, the UNLV Rebels.
I would love to do that.
Because I've, again, someone that I know from Flag, I didn't know this until last week. I was talking about the tournament. He lived in Vegas for 6 months because he works and like the slot machines and that, how like the computers behind him. And yeah, he went to like so many of the games. And like, I was like, I'm so jealous.
I've just realised. Sorry.
I was about to say, I said that now. Ant will probably rise some E for just like, ooh, Brennan Marion, woo.
Ant should be joining us again shortly, maybe in the next hour or so after his shift finishes. I've just realised I've left my phone in the house, so I'm going to go and get it. Give me 2 secs.
No worries. I'll get the chat back up. Sorry. There we go. Hello, beautiful people. Magic the Gathering, now that's a shout. I'm more of a Yu-Gi-Oh guy, but I did used to collect some Magic the Gathering cards. But yeah, Yu-Gi-Oh was my card game, which probably won't surprise anyone. It's got to the point my brother bought me a booster pack the other day when he went out for my family, and I pulled 2 dog cards. I was like, right, they're going to the top of the collection pile. Yeah, I was going to chuck it past. I'm currently at my aunt's for the whole stream and that, because people who watch, obviously, I'm back with my parents now. I just didn't want to annoy my family and the dogs by just sitting in the light for 24 hours. So I've come to annoy my aunt instead, and she's made me some lovely chili that I'm slowly eating my way through. And what deck did I had a couple. I was definitely like 7 Samurai, I think, was the one I had mostly when I was playing like properly at school. But I just collect the cards now just to see like a cool booster box I like. I just, you know what, spend 10 quid of that. Let's open it, let's have a look, see what nice cards I get.
Question for you in the YouTube chat, by the way.
Do you have a second lover? Oh, yeah, actually, you know what? Yeah, so it's one of my local ones, and also my brother used to play for their youth team as a goalkeeper, but Hale's in town, so the Yants in obviously in Birmingham, so they're about 3 mile away from where I live, and as I say, my brother used to play for them. So yeah, sometimes when I'm free, I go watch them, or slightly higher. This is a team that Brian's team, so Bradford play this season, so Warsaw FC. They're also kind of close to me, and I've been to their stadium a couple of times because it's also where Villa do their pre-season games quite a lot of the time. So we had Roma there a couple of last week, watching Roma play at the Bescot, what? And also the Villa women play there a lot, so go and watch them at the Bescot as well.
Many thanks to Von Roker for the $67.80. That is £50 from, I think, real name Michael John Poet. Thank you, Von Roker, for that. Absolutely incredible. Says, love the show, great causes, always watch your shows, and great to hear you a UK perspective. Go Lions. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Lady Clemmy says, yes, that's what's going on. Just got a text in the bank, so that should be fixable real quick. So there should be another donation coming there. We are only $240 away now, man. We're going to get there. We're going to get there. We're going to get there. Come on. Thank you, Von Roker. Much, much appreciated. That's awesome. Yeah, we've got 7 hours, 15 minutes to go, $240 to get to 1K. This is going to be awesome. This is going to be so cool. I know that other, similar podcasts have done incredible amounts of money. I know that, Detroit Lions podcasts have done incredible things with their live streams. And I think if they've reached 100K now total, I'm pretty sure they have.
I think so, yeah.
Which is outrageously good. But we're just starting doing this sort of thing. We have never done anything like this before. And of course, their viewership is bigger and they do run things for a bit longer and they're a bit more manicured when it comes to that sort of thing. They do, raffling off the stuff because they get bits and pieces to raffle off. Yeah, so, that is what it is. If anyone wasn't aware of it, the person who donates the most is going to have the first option on the other pair of tickets that are being donated by Talking Grit. So if you're interested, if you're in the Michigan area, if you do put in your donations that, you're interested in the ticket, or if you can put in the chat that you're interested in the ticket, then I'll try and run down the list of the email addresses that have been provided for the donations and then just ask the question. It's for the Houston game next week. So, yeah, if you'd like to go, you want to be that person, you don't mind dipping your hand in your pocket, you can win those tickets with a nice chunky donation. All right, 15 minutes until Kent coming on.
Mm-hmm.
An hour and 15 minutes to go until the game.
Exactly.
I'm going to celebrate with a Domino's.
Oh. Domino. Woo-hoo.
I don't think it's the best pizza in the world, but considering we're doing the play-by-play, I feel like it's easy for me to eat.
Yeah. I do got to say, I do miss Little Caesars. I did have it a couple of times, and my last month in Oncoming, it was pretty good.
Just had a message from Dan McGuinness on WhatsApp. He's struggling to donate, so he's going to bank transfer me some money, and then I'm going to donate that. So let me just give you my bank details. Hopefully not visibly on the stream. James,
steal all his money, Dan.
James says it's early here in CDT, but if you guys have a beer, then I will too. It's not a good beer, but it's a good beer for a shandy.
I've got you'll know this little Stompers, the leverage of Copperbergs. Got 4 of them downstairs in the fridge. I'm saving them for the game.
I had way too much to drink last night, so I'm trying to take it easy with the shandies to start with. Carlton Wood asks, any idea what strategy the Lions will use today as regard to the use of starters, or is it second or third stringers? I think it's going to be second and third stringers again, to be frank. I don't think many of them.
So I think, because I know they've posted pictures like TeSlaa walking into the stadium and that, I think they're going to use this as kind of like the Hall of Fame game where all the rookies that are available will dress as if it's an actual game, but then they won't take part because, again, it's just getting the process of what to do on the game day down. And then next week, we'll probably, we won't see any of them. It'll be the second, third stringers as well next week against Texans.
Many thanks to Lady Clemmy, who's got the donation to work after resolving that with the bank. $100. Thank you so much. That means the absolute world. That's awesome. I saw that you I think on Twitter engaged with Ant about doing some forfeits or something like that if we hit a particular goal. I can't remember what was actually suggested. I'll have to ask him, or I can look through because there might be something from yesterday here. Da, 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 da. Oh yes, that's that's going to be bad. I'm not sure I can do that in my workplace and still keep my job. So I may opt out. Lady Clemmy suggested that we permanently colour our hair Lions colours. Oh, a blue and silver wave in the hair. The problem with Ant is he doesn't have any hair.
You went. I didn't. And for the record, I did not go there. He did. I did not say anything. I was just considering. I was considering the logistics of it because obviously I'm job hunting. So do I really want to turn up to a job interview with Amon Ra hair? I don't know.
Lady Clem said, "Did mine black and Honolulu blue workplace be damned?" I agree, but my mortgage provider may not.
Yeah,
that's the problem I've got. I am very happy to do a forfeit, which is particularly painful. I don't really mind if it's like food challenges or something like that. That doesn't really bother me. I know that Pride of Detroit obviously promised quite a lot of stuff in their charity show, which they've ended up paying off much later over time. So if it's anything like that, what someone wants to suggest, if we do make it to the 1K, I'm happy to kind of take suggestions.
I was about to suggest one. And it'll probably take a couple of months for me to sort out. If we hit the 1K, I will get a Detroit Lions themed tattoo.
Wow.
I mean, it was on the docket anyway. I wanted to get one in the next couple of years anyway. But yeah, if we hit the 1,000, if we hit the 1K, once I've got it sorted logistically, I will get some form of the Lions tattoo. I'm thinking, the old like sort of bumper logo, Lions logo that we have.
Yeah, that's cool. I like that.
I'll get that. So there you go. There's your incentive, people. £1,000 and you get
$1,000.
$1,000, and you get to put me through I have to go through my pathological fear of needles yet again.
Mooks Ferrum says, "No way, Ash, make it more than 1K for the tattoo." The problem with that is I'm not sure we're going to hit another milestone after 1K.
Plus, as I said, I want more tattoos anyway. But yeah, it just moves it up the docket of being instead of just getting something stupid, like something boring. I'll get a Lions one in colour.
Dan Pass says, "Eat Ryan's Bean Boozled for him." I don't know what the Bean Boozle is. I'm presuming that's Ryan Matthews of POD who hasn't paid that off yet.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is. I'm sure
you
it's
don't know
probably...
what Bean Boozled is?
No.
It's so jelly beans?
Yeah.
They're jelly beans, and you can get there's some that's like, it's a blue one. It can either be blueberry or be toothpaste flavour. You get one that's like yellow with red spots in it. It could be peach or it could be stinky socks. It's kind of like a sort of like shot roulette kind of, but with jelly beans.
I have received from Dan the money, but I actually swiped away before I saw whether it was it 20 quid? I don't know, I'll have to check. I'm being an idiot. What did you say it was, Dan? It's going to be £20, isn't it? Yes, it is. Thank you. Okay, right. I just need to log out of Streamlabs. Oh, and then it doesn't like me anymore. Okay, let's get a £20 donation in.
Oh, wow.
What's oh wow?
Looks like Sunderland are about to beat West Ham 3-0.
Oh, wow.
There we go. Fair play.
We made it.
Great. Okay. I'll sort it out. It will probably take it will probably take a couple of months to sort out, but I will get the hang on. For context, Detroit.
And we're going to go over it now because I'm donating the £20 that Danny just sent over to me. Many thanks, considering that you are the most recent donator anyway. Lady Clemmy, $141 says, YOLO, let's get that $1,000. Lady Clemmy has gone into $241, is very much the top tipper. Lady Clemmy, I think it's probably quite clear right now, unless we have someone gazumping you. I don't know if you're from Detroit or in the area or could get there for the Texans game and you don't already have a ticket, but we do have a pair of tickets from Talking Grit for when they came on. They wanted to donate something. If you want to go to that game and have 2 tickets, then let me know. I'll just need your email address to pass it to them, but you'll be able to go for that. I think we should call it there because I don't think we're going to get any more than that, to be honest. 241 is quite a lot of money, right? So
yeah,
that's awesome. Thank you so much. Lady Clemmy has tickets and she's going already. Please pass it to anyone watching. Thank you. I will perhaps revert to the next highest person in there. Danny Max has gone in as well. That is now $27.12. So we've got up to $1,028.04. I'm going to go on to Streamlabs and reset the goal, I think. Just need to actually log in. $1,028. We fucking did it, man. $500 to each charity. That's so cool.
Yep. No, my mum's probably going to kill me.
Well, okay, but you should have thought about that, shouldn't you?
I know. And she won't. She just like, oh. She'll be like, you dumbass. And then she's got tattoos herself, so.
Has she?
Yeah. She's got where I've got my helmet and that, she's got the Charmed logo. And then on the back of her neck, she's got the Wonder Woman logo.
Charmed as in the TV show Charmed?
Yes.
Cool. I love that.
Oh, my mum's not killing me. She says, oh, yeah, I love heart emoji. So it looks like I've got her approval to get the tattoo. Hell yeah.
Carlton Wood has donated too. This is unbelievable. Carlton Wood donated $40.68 and says, Ash, are you going to get a tattoo like ex-Lions DE Anthony Zettel?
Oh, let me have a look, because I was looking. I know I said the bumper one. I was thinking then the
68.71.
Anthony Zettel. Let me have a look what the ones he's got. Oh,
why has that happened?
What happened?
I reset the counter, but I wanted to reset the counter. I just couldn't then put in a starting amount. So there we go, 1,068. We've now got a $1,500 target. Lady Clemmy said it's easier to ask for forgiveness than permission. So true.
Yes.
Mook Experiment says, wow, so awesome of you.
Very true.
It really, really was. I am ineligible to go either, but wasn't going to mention that as I want people to donate larger amounts. I mean, it might happen. I know it says 23 hours to go, but there isn't. We're coming up to 5 o'clock now, and we're going to have our next guest soon, which is Kent Lee Platty. And when we do get to 5 o'clock or midday Eastern time, we will have 7 hours to go. So this is very quickly getting to a close. Matthew and Ash did say that they would sing the Gridiron Fight song if they reach a donations of $1,000. Did we? I don't know if I did say that.
I didn't say that.
Oh, man. Lady Clemmy, you're an absolute hero. Thank you. And thank you to everyone who's donated so far. You guys are the absolute best. Grandaz said, now you lads can shut it down and get some sleep. I mean, we could, but we've got a game to watch. I mean, we'd be live. We'd be coming on live in 45 minutes' time anyway.
Yeah.
Dan Pass says,
That's
so glad Kent
not-
is coming in, and Lady Clem said, just living the pay it forward lifestyle. And I love that. I love that very much. Mark said, apparently I did say I would sing the fight song. Okay, maybe I should pay that off then. I want to make sure I get the lyrics right, because I never get the bloody thing right.
Yeah, that one's good. Okay.
Oh, well, that isn't exactly what I wanted. Bloody pop-ups. Okay. Kent is just about to come in, so I'll pay this off just before he does. Forward down the field, a charging team that will not yield. And when the blue and silver wave, stand and cheer the brave. Rah, 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 go hard, win the game. With honour you will keep your fame. Down the field again, a Lions victory. Go Lions! Alright. I hope you enjoyed it, because that might be the last time I'm doing that. My voice is terrible. Right, let's welcome Math Bomb himself. Kentley Platty, founder of Raz, is coming in the building right now.
Hey there, fellas.
Hi, Kent. How are you?
Great, man. How you doing?
I'm doing well. Apologies for the lack of response this morning. My bad.
You're putting together a 24-hour thing, man. I think you're good.
We are deep in the doldrums right now, not really making much sense, so apologies for that too.
Well, you're on hour, what, 22 you guys will be on, right? You started at 7 your time?
We started at midnight our time.
Okay.
So we're 17 hours through.
17 hours.
Yeah, we're almost there, but we've got Lions Dolphins to watch in an hour's time, so that'll be good fun.
That's gonna make it a little bit easier to swallow, I bet.
Maybe. I mean, if they play like they did in training camp and the joint practices, that'd be good. But it's not the ones playing, so apparently it's a bit more even for the twos. But hey, we have to obviously start with the draft and RAS, because you do a ridiculous amount of work for the draft every single year. I know that you have looked for help in the past and what have you. I think, was it your biggest year for RAS in terms of the number of players that you profiled?
Yes, by far, because of the COVID year, and we're just now getting all that catch up. But it was by a lot. It was by about 600 players.
And how did it all go for you as a project this year?
So the draft went as smooth as it could have gone. Everything up to the draft went really smoothly. Since that time, it's went quite badly. Not for anything that anybody did. The WordPress, which is what I do my site through, had an update, and then the sites that I do, the plugins that I use for the tables and stuff, they also got updated. Now, like, nothing worked on the site. All of my tables stopped working. A bunch of my code stopped working. So I normally pick up an intern to help do all this stuff, but I'm repairing things. I didn't even have a site that anybody could work on to begin with, right? So I had to get it back to a functional state, and I think I'm at a point where things are working again. The main table is working. I got to fix the draft filters and stuff, but the site's working again, and things are able to actually be tuned up. I can actually do things to the site, so maybe I'll start looking into bringing in more people now. But it derailed my plans for a couple of months there.
That's a massive bummer. Oh, that's rubbish. But hey, at least you've got it back working now. That's something, even if it set you back a bit. I love how, like, the graphical display of it has changed over the years. I think it looks so clean now in terms of what you've done. I don't know if that's something intentional that you going, oh, I want to refresh this again because, it's got stale or...
A bit. So I hate graphic design. I understand how essential it is. I work in like my day job. I work in I make documents for a living. So graphic design is like part of my job, but I hate it. But when I first did the Raz stuff like a million years ago, it was just black and white with the red, yellow, and green color scheme. It was real bare bones. But I found that when I added team colors for the player cards, it increased my traffic for my viewer for those individual posts by like 300 to 1,000%.
Wow.
So not a small amount, just by changing the colors to match the teams. So I over the years I've kind of refined it and updated it and added to it. And then the year before last, I hired somebody to do the graphic design because again I hate it. So I hired someone to do the graphic design for the cards that I have currently. And I haven't really modified them a whole lot since then. I haven't needed to. They look pretty clean. The amount of real estate that it uses is pretty good. There's a few things I'm going to try to tweak this off season if I can to tighten it up a little bit and maybe give me enough space to do to add wingspan. I want to add wingspan so that's visible on the cards.
Yeah.
But there really just isn't a spot for it currently. But that's one of the things I was hoping to do.
We have a comment from one of our viewers, which is just about tech. And Experiment says, Kent, have you ever considered moving away from WordPress? We use Java Spring Boot for the back-end stuff and Angular front ends. With Google Gemini, it can basically write code for you. I've learned new technologies very quickly these days. Maybe there's a better way of doing it. I don't know, with AI.
Yeah, I've considered it. WordPress isn't the greatest, but they're easy to... I like things that are modular. I like things that I can switch in and out very easily. And they've been really good with that part up until this recent off season. So I launched the site in 2017. So I've had it up for quite a while on there, and I haven't had any significant issues. You know, as the data has increased, I've had to increase loading times and things like that have caused problems. Right now, I'm building it out in React. Not a huge proponent for React, but I know how to do it, and React is really light. So I'm hoping that if I can get that working, players or users will be able to go onto the site, pull up a player page, pull up the compare page directly off of that, and everything will load cleanly on the client side. So all the stuff will load on the client side. There'll be about maybe a 30-second load at the beginning if I do this right. And then they can pull up cards without having to load up new pages. So there won't be that reload time of having to do all that.
That would be really useful. Yeah, because it does take a while to load, but there's so much data there. So
yes, and everything right now is server side, which was intentional. I built everything server. So this is the techie bit, right? So everything that I built out server side. So everything runs on the server. It's never on the user's computer. So it's really data light when users are going onto the site and looking things up. The problem was as data increased, eventually loading times started to get slower. And it's been a struggle to try to keep pace with that. And we are very much at the point where there is no keeping pace. If I don't do something between now and the next draft, I just can't run the site that way. It won't load. So I'm working on that bit and trying to review it. Everything will look roughly the same. The initial landing page will be very, very different, but the actual player cards will look pretty much the same. There'll be more tools and more information available when I get it done. But this is basically a full rebuild of the site.
Let's move on to this draft class. I don't know if you've done much analysis of like the class as a whole, but anecdotally, it feels like classes are getting more athletic. Do you know if that's borne out in the stats?
So it's not, but not for the reason that people think. It is true that we constantly have players that are beating records. That's what records are for. If nobody ever progressed, nobody ever tried to get better, then a lot of these records would hold up for longer. But NFL players, the mentality that it takes to become an NFL player, you have to be competitive. And as much as we think of the NFL Combine as a testing thing, it's still a competition. They're still trying to beat each other and trying to beat all the old records. So players are always going to be trying to one up themselves. But if you go back, you're going to find players as far back as 87 when the draft information started that are among the most athletic players to have ever played. The reason that we don't see it and the reason we think that players are getting more athletic is the availability of data has increased so substantially between the beginning of the draft and now. 1985 was when the first major combine kind of happened. There was stuff before then. The real like combine of what we think of it today was 85. My data starts in 87. That's because the data wasn't really recorded. It was all pen and paper. It was in 87. It was all the way up through a good portion of the 90s. A lot of that stuff was just pen and paper. The only reason I have any of it is because I know people who were scouting at the time and have that data. So I was able to pull that in. Now, the downside of that is the reliability of that data is not as great as it is today. So we have a lot more reliable data today. But sheer volume, there's more players in every individual draft class in the 2000s than there was in the entirety of the 80s and 90s combined. If we combine every player that I have in my database from 1987 to 1999, it's about the same amount of players as you would get in any individual draft class now.
Wow.
The data just wasn't available. And if it was, I don't think you would see a trend of like this, what we think of as it's significantly more athletic. You wouldn't really see that trend play out. It would be going up, but it would be a much more like slight curve upward.
I guess one of the things I thought might bias the data and the data set is just that there seems to be a massive trend now with players just not wanting to test if they know they'll test badly, and so you only get people testing if they know they're going to have good stats. I know that's not wholly true, because of course you still get some people with some really bad RAS scores, but on the whole, at least with some of the players who are going to go in the top 2 rounds, they'll just opt out of so many drills because they know, they're fast in a straight line, but they won't do the 3-cone because, or they won't do a shuttle or whatever. Or some people just opt out of all of those drills altogether and just do height, weight, arm length, or something like that. So that must make statistical analysis hard of draft classes, of the data that you have.
I think it makes analysis of the first round harder, because a lot of players are skipping. That's not really a new phenomenon. That's been going on forever. I think the availability of social media makes people think that it's a much more prominent thing than it really is. But players have skipped the combine testing forever. Eli Manning, Peyton Manning, they skipped. They didn't test. They didn't need to. It's the same. The same is true with players like Abdul Carter, who didn't test because we didn't need to see it. We don't really need to know what he tested at. The thing that fans specifically, need to really recognize about this stuff is the testing is not for us as fans. The testing is for the NFL teams. So when you have a player that doesn't test because they think they'll do poorly, they're going to do those drills. That's happening. When you see a player, they skip the agility drills because they're stiff. They're going to do those agility drills. If a team wants to see them, they'll ask to do them. And if a player says, no, I won't do them, that team is probably going to remove them from their draft board. They're probably not going to look very fondly upon players that just skip tests. Players get injured doing private workouts. The Lions drafted Tease Tabor. He got injured during a private workout with the Detroit Lions. So it's a thing that happens. It happens from time to time, but all that testing still occurs if the teams want it. If the teams don't care, we as fans shouldn't really care all that much either. It's annoying from an analytics standpoint. I would love to have data on everybody. I would love to have seen what Lamar Jackson would have ran in his 40. We're never going to know that, but we also know that he's really, really fast. The funny thing to me is, in this era of social media, is how much we are willing to accept players' words for what they test. Kyler Murray said that he ran a 4.38, I think. I've never seen an image of tape at any moment where he's running a 4.3 something. He's about a 4.5, maybe high 4.4s, which is still blazingly fast for a quarterback, right? But he was never this sub 4.4 player. That's the top 1% of wide receivers and running backs and corners. He's not that guy, but he's still very, very fast. He would be in the top 1% of quarterbacks, but that's still a 4.5 or better. That's still very, very fast. But because he said it and he marketed himself really well. This isn't me knocking him at all, by the way. This is me praising him for how well he navigated the draft process, because he was able to convince the entire universe that that's how fast he was, because he said it, it got repeated a million times, and he just made sure that it kept getting amplified. That's smart marketing. That's playing yourself really smart. The thing that fans, when a player doesn't test, a lot of times it could be that they don't think they're going to do that well at that drill. But like I said, they're still going to do it. So maybe they just want to do it at their pro day. Maybe their amount of training hasn't been good enough that they're comfortable with what they're going to run at the combine. So they do it the pro day. That you see way more often than you used to. And I think that might contribute to why people think, they're just skipping it, because they would skip it at the combine and do it at their pro day. But that, to me, has more to do with how the NFL has structured the NFL combine than it has to do with the players anything. The NFL has tweaked the actual order of the drills, the way that they do things, the schedule. They've tweaked that a couple of times over the last decade. And every time they do that, players do less drills. And I believe that's the main contributing factor. Why would you want to go up and do a very difficult drill in front of all the scouts in the NFL when you are exhausted because you're on day 3 of the combine by that point? You've done all of your medical stuff. You've been poked and prodded. You've went through drills in many of these instances already. You know you're probably not going to put on your best performance. It's not because you don't have the ability to. It's because it's done at a time where you are physically exhausted and trying to move on to the next event because it's so structured that you have only a limited amount of time to do these things. So they'll just skip it, and then they'll do it at their combine or their pro day. And if their combine is well enough, they might not need to do it at their pro day. They might be getting enough buzz from the combine that, oh, I don't think I even need to do these tests. Why put the risk out there that I might get injured doing these if all of these scouts that weren't really paying attention are now paying attention to me more? And the benefit from having a good drill isn't high enough that it outweighs that risk, right? Getting a good cone time only really matters for a few positions, and it's only a significant thing for 2, which is pass rushers in the cone and offensive linemen in the shuttle. And offensive linemen still do the shuttle primarily at the combine. They might skip the cone, but a lot of them still do the shuttle. So it's a little bit of players kind of trying to game the system a little bit in that they want to do their best, so they'll do it at their pro day. But players do that with their 40-yard dash as well. And sometimes it still doesn't work out. Imagine if Xavier Restrepo had ran a 4.7 at the combine, or a 4.8 rather, at the combine, instead of running a 4.8 at his pro day. You know, it's bad enough that he ran a 4.8 at his pro day, but if he had run a 4.8 at the combine, that would have been the entire story, and his chance of getting drafted would have been over right then and there. He still didn't get drafted, I don't think. I think he still went undrafted. But that's what happens. You know, you take that risk when you go out there.
Makes sense. Many thanks to J.K. Perkins for the $5 super chat. Says salute. Thank you very much. And a few people saluting your magnificent mustache as well in the chat too. Talk to me about Detroit this year. You are obviously formerly of Pride of Detroit, famously. So I know that you keep apprised, especially of them. What did you make of their draft this year? And what do you make of them as a team this year?
I'm more concerned about the coaching aspect when we're talking about concerns. So I'll get the negative out of the way. There's way more positive than there is negative. So let me just get the little bit out of the way. The coaching changes the Lions did. I'm a little bit wary about what they're doing on offense. I'm not a huge fan of their pick for offensive coordinator. I love what they have done on defense, and specifically their defensive coordinator. They have a first-year defensive coordinator. He's never been a defensive coordinator before, but they have groomed Kelvin Shepard to become a defensive coordinator since he was a player. And he is a person who has wanted to become a coach his entire career. He has worked towards this. This is rewarding someone who has worked very hard to get to that point. It's not just because he's worked hard, but also that he has found results from doing that. He has learned and grown as a person, as a coach, and as a player when he was here. I'm very excited to see from a coaching aspect what they do on defense. Excuse me, a bit less so on offense. It's kind of a known commodity, and we know what we're coming in with. I don't think he fits as well with Goff and some of the other players, but that'll all, come. We'll see one way or the other when they actually get on the field. Their actual selection of players was fantastic. We know that they don't give a damn about positional value at all. Drafting Tyleik Williams. Tyleik Williams is not a nose tackle. He's not a pass rushing interior lineman. He's a run defending interior penetrator, which is not a super common position or type of position to pick in the first round. It's generally not like a really high ceiling pick. Again, this is a common thing that we've seen with Brad Holmes. He took Jack Campbell, a linebacker in the first, is not usually a super high return. But he's a good player, and it's a position the Lions need. They've been trying to fix nose tackle for a few years now. They keep bringing in these really long in the tooth veterans, and they've tried to groom Broderick Martin. I think that experiment is done. But they've tried to get that interior shored up, and that's what Tyleik Williams is here to do, is to shore up that interior. I believe he's probably going to play the same role that Amick played before he got hurt, until he comes back, and then it's gonna be pretty fun when those two are on the field together. After that, I've been singing the praises of Tate Ratledge for a while. I had a first round grade on him. I very much expected him to go in the first round. Him not going in the first round was a huge boon for Detroit. This is a guy who's going to start from day one, and as long as health doesn't get in the way, this is a potentially all-pro offensive lineman. And with Ragnow retiring, that we can use one of those, right? TeSlaa obviously has had some pretty good payoffs so far in the preseason. We're hoping that continues. He's still very raw. They're not asking him to do much, but he's excelling in the areas that he's being asked to do, and that's what you want. I'm excited to see what happens with Miles Frazier. If he develops, he's a really good player. Went way later in the draft than I think a lot of people expected him to. Ahmed Hassanian is a very high character player. The Lions seem to love him. I think he's going to be a fan favorite all the way up through the regular season. He's probably going to get some good play as a rotational guy. Lovett is a hit or miss guy. He's a very one note type of player, and you're not getting a whole lot of upside there. But we're in the later round picks, so you don't really expect these guys to all be superstars. It's great if they become that, but you're not really expecting them to be. And I'm kind of the same way with Dan Jackson, who unfortunately got hurt. And I don't know. Did they ever say how long he's out for, or what that injury was?
I believe it's the entire season because he's just been put straight on IR. So, and they have, I think you've only got a certain window to do the settlements. Yeah, I think that's actually might be the best thing from though, as you're saying, because he was battling and he's got that year to sort of. We might see. I know, obviously, Aiden's the big sort of like the high end of this, but the fact that if he's out for the whole season, but let's say the injury actually will last him 8 months, he's then got 4 months pretty much to learn on the job, do like the VR stuff and grow in his skills. So when it comes to training camp next year, we're not talking about someone who's battling for the roster ball. He could be battling for safety free when Maddox and Rocky Sinner gone. He could be the guy that backs up Kirby and Branch.
Absolutely. And that's exactly what I'm hoping for. And this is something that Lions fans just got to get used to, right? Some of these guys are not this year. And if you haven't already gotten used to it, I don't know how. It should be very obvious based on how they've been drafting for the last few years that nothing that they're doing is about winning this year and this year only. It is all about building a sustainable, long-term, successful team that can win consistently over time. And Dan Campbell has done that where other people have failed. We saw Jim Schwartz come in and try to run out the gate and try to make a winning team, and it fell right off a cliff because he didn't build it to be sustainable. And we saw that from every coach that followed after him. It's always a flash in the pan and then nothing. Or if you're Matt Patricia, just nothing. So, this coming in and preaching about development and trying to build up your players, your coaches, and everybody, that's a lot of talk. And when Dan Campbell first came in, and ignoring the national coverage of Campbell because that was just one line in his initial presser that had so much good information about who he is as a coach. But we got to see all of that development. And I spoke to Dan Campbell in his second year, coming into his second year at the Senior Bowl. And I asked him about that development because he always talks about development. It's always talking about development. And all I asked him was like, what do we expect to actually get this year? And this is in year 2. And he said, we should see things start to pay off. He's like, as long as it's continuing to pay off, we can continue to develop, we can continue to build. And he just went into the same thing that he usually says. It's all about developing. It's all about getting guys that are going to continue to succeed here and everywhere else that they go and trying to make better players and better coaches. And then we got to see it pay off, and it's been paying off since then. And I think it's going to continue to pay off. If we get a dip year, if for some reason things don't go exactly how Lions fans are expecting, don't worry about it. That's another thing that we have to get used to as Lions fans is there's going to be moments where things aren't going exactly where we are because they're not just planning for shit. We got to get to the playoffs this year. And that's our whole plan is just make it to the playoffs, just do enough to get there. It's not what they're doing. They're trying to win a Super Bowl, and they know that takes a long time when you're coming from basically nothing. The Lions are in that window right now. If windows exist for Super Bowls, they're in it right now, and they'll probably be in it for a long time if they continue to build their team like this.
I mean, if there is the odd bad year that we have, Philly have had that, the 49ers have had that. When the 49ers had that in 2018, they selected Nick Bosa second overall. They were still a good team, and that really launched them into having several Super Bowls in that era before he, well, couldn't stay on the field. But, you know, that's another thing. Him and his brother both, you know.
And that honestly is the biggest issue that I have with Brad Holmes as an evaluator is his ability to read the injury aspect of it. We've said a lot of great things about Holmes and his ability to evaluate talent. He has a blind spot for players that are hurt. He's trying to find that balance between value and talent. And I think that he overweights the talent sometimes for the availability, and it's kind of bit him a few times, more than a few times. I mean, we've seen it with Levi Onwuzurike, Zach Pascal. Jameson Williams didn't break out until year 3, and there's always the consideration that he's a smaller receiver. The risk is always going to still be there. We've had a lot of problems with players that he drafts that are injured. Ennis Rakestraw, again, this year, who had a ton of injuries in college. I think that's something that Holmes needs to work out himself, and we as fans just kind of got to ride it out until he's got a handle on it. But the thing that's different between what we've seen with Holmes and what we've seen previously with Lions general managers and with some other general managers around the league is that he makes the hits that matter, so he can take the risks on players like that. So yeah, maybe he's missed on a few players because they've been injured, or they haven't hit immediately because they've had to recover from said injuries. But he's hitting on players that make the team better immediately, that improve the team from the jump to make sure that this team is always moving forward. So even with those mistakes that he's made and the things that he's done that haven't really worked out, he continues to make the team better. And I think that Dan Campbell does a lot of that and helps continue that along. But they work in unison. They're very copacetic with each other. They work very good in as a team.
Was there a particular draft from a different team that you really, really liked for whichever reason? I don't know who your number one drafting team is, and I don't know whether that's perhaps consistent. Do you have a GM that you've just consistently like who they draft outside of Holmes?
So it's a cheap one, but the Ravens have drafted among the best in the NFL every year for like 30 years. So it's really hard not to put the Ravens in there because they always find the players that are projected to go in the top 5, top 10 who somehow fall into the 20s, and they always end up on the Ravens. It's magic that it happens every year. I was really excited about the Jets draft class this year. They're doing something similar to what the Lions do, where they're not necessarily looking for the guys that are going to blow off the doors in year 1, but they're trying to build this sustainable thing. They haven't been the best drafting team in history, historically speaking. But I'm also a big fan of the coach, and I think that the best thing about that particular style of coaching is that it's always about making the team able to face their current opponent. He's very good about making sure that he's putting up the right players against the right players, so that the Lions aren't getting those mismatches. They're not when he was with the Lions, that they weren't getting all these mismatches. And I think he's going to do the same thing again this year, where he's going to trying to manage his personnel. And the Jets have been so mismanaged for so long that I'm hopeful that this is going to be the project that works, because they didn't bring him in because he has some fancy scheme that happens to be hot at the time. They didn't bring him in because, well, he was with the Patriots, and well, the Patriots were good for a long time, so we got to try that. You know, they're not trying some of the same old, and they're not trying some gimmick. They're trying to go based on personnel and development, which is the real legacy I think that Dan Campbell is going to have, is as a developer of players and as a person who lifts up all the players on his team. And I think that Aaron Glenn is going to carry that along.
Do you find it interesting that Madden has recognized that already, because he's the face of the development arc? I find it odd sometimes video games are just ahead of the curve in terms of recognition of people, because he's not been doing it very long. Like, legitimately, there are so many head coaches that have been good at development that him being the face of it, to me, is kind of weird. But anyway, Ash, do you have a question loaded up in there?
Yeah, so obviously, we obviously all love what Brad and Dan have done. And I know you mentioned with Brad, you kind of the sort of injury blind spot that he has. What else do you want to see from Brad and Dan as they grow further into the whole roles that they have with us, to sort of keep getting better at this, because obviously the second that they stand still, they're going to get left behind by the Ravens, by maybe the Jets with Gavin Glenn. So what do you want to see for them to continue to evolve to keep pace with the NFL?
So I'm not waffling because I don't have an answer at all. But that was a phenomenal question. That's a really good question. It's tough to really imagine like the things that you want them to improve upon when they're already doing so many things, I think, correctly. One of the things that I you don't really see from this Lions team is they're not like quickly adopting some scheme, some schematic thing. I mentioned how Aaron Glenn wasn't really a scheme guy. It was all about player development stuff. But one of the things that occasionally wears down the Lions when they're up against some of the better teams is predictability. Dan Campbell has prided himself on being this very unpredictable coach. But the thing is that he isn't unpredictable. He just takes odds that most coaches wouldn't take. That can become predictable. That type of aggression can become a predictable thing. And I worry that we're coming into this point where he doesn't have the same group together. There's going to be some learning. I'm worried that predictability might become a problem as the new coaches are beginning to adapt and trying to acclimate to their own players, trying to build up and get all this synergy with the players going. And I worry that can get a little predictable at times. So being as aggressive as he has been, how do you keep that fresh? How do you keep that going? Ben Johnson was really good at designing plays and getting new things out every week. And was it Tanner Engstrom that he took with him? Also had a hand in some of that. Are we going to continue to see some of that innovation? Jared Goff, whether you like him or hate him, is not the most dynamic quarterback in the NFL. He's not a very interesting quarterback, we'll say, in terms of what he's able to do. He's an efficient quarterback. He's very good at doing the things that he can do well. The problem is if you start to get predictable and you don't have somebody who's very dynamic, I think that kind of accelerates it a little bit. And the Lions were smart when they drafted, and you'll never hear me say this in any other context, but the Lions were smart when they drafted Hendon Hooker in the 3rd round by drafting a quarterback who has some mobility, who differed from their current quarterback, because it showed that they're at least understanding that the NFL has changed quite a bit over the last 15 years in terms of the types of things that work offensively and defensively. It shows that they're cognizant of that fact. Now, never draft a quarterback in the 3rd, ever. But at least it shows that they understand that things are changing. And it gives me some confidence that even if things do start to get predictable and become a problem, that they're at least aware that that was something that could happen. So it's a risk that they have taken on and not something that's going to be surprising. I hope. If it's surprising, we got a problem. But I don't feel like it is. I feel like they've done enough to gain our confidence that they're on the right track with the stuff. And the things that aren't like, oh my God, this is the best move ever, are still like, look, we're doing the moves we have to do. We're doing the things that we have to do. Not every move is going to be a hit out of the park. Everything is going to have its levels, right? And I feel like as long as they continue to do that type of thing and succeed at the levels, wherever you can succeed, be better wherever you can be better. And as long as they keep doing that, I think this team is in really good hands for a really long time.
That's a great way to finish this up, I think, because we're coming to the end now of our time. Kent, thank you so much for coming on. Is there anything so you've obviously been delayed in terms of doing stuff with the site. You say you may be looking for people. Is that something you're actively advertising at the moment for? Or is there anything you want to shout out before you go?
Not yet. Hopefully soon, though. I'm planning on rolling out the first tables that I'm working on probably late next month. So coming into October, when we start, the season will be in flight by that time. People will be paying attention to the games and stuff. But once I start posting more on socials, because that'll be the sign. Because right now I just don't have the time because I'm working on this other stuff. But if I start posting on socials quite a bit more, I'll be looking for people to bring in and help out with the coding and the development, the tables and stuff, and trying to find new ways to evaluate data. The last intern that I had got hired into a university to help with their analytics. So a very successful last run, and then I've had a little bit of a lull since then, and I'm hoping that we get a little bit more luck this time around.
Fingers crossed for you, Ken. Raz is an amazing tool. I love using it as part of
So,
the analysis that we have. I know that Ash is a particular fan of it as well. You know, it's a piece of the pie, and you know you have to use your eyes too. But it's such a great way to concisely look at things. The NFL world is better for having it in it. So thank you for all the work that you do with it. Thank you for coming on with us again. It's great to see you, and hopefully we'll see you again
glad
soon.
you guys had me. Appreciate you guys. Thank you for having me on.
Cheers, Ken. Thank
Later,
you,
guys.
All right, we have got 27 minutes until the Lions and Dolphins game. So it's time to start the build-up. And Ash, what are you looking for from the Lions in this game? Because, of course, I'm not expecting many of the ones to be rolled out there, so don't expect this to be a massacre. I don't think it's going to be as fun as people were hoping it will be.
So one of the things I'm looking for is obviously Varkey, according to Rich Silver, obviously one of our friends at Detroit News. He is suited up and going through special teams warm-ups, so we're going to see the Varkey Meister hopefully do some things, as well as Dominic Lovett. So I know we've mentioned earlier, I know who missed the practice with the abdominal injury. We might actually see Lovett, which will be a nice surprise. Again, game on special teams, see what he can do there, see what he can do in the offense. But yeah, the main thing is offensive line. So I know currently the sort of ones for offensive line right now, according to Justin Rogers, again, friend of the show, Jamarco Jones at left tackle, Natane Booty at left guard, hell yeah, Agurukun at centre, Kerry Shika at right guard, and then Dan Skipper at right tackle. So I want to see how does Jones hold up on the blind side, because I know it seems he's probably outside on the 53 right now, but he is the best pure tackle option we do technically have right now. Like Dan Skipper, as you mentioned earlier, is best as that 6 offensive lineman, not playing as a pure tackle, swing tackle. Giovanni Manu is still a work in progress. He's also dressed according to Justin, so we might get to see him in the second half. And then we've got the guys who signed off the street the past couple of days. But Jamarco Jones right now is the best pure swing tackle we do have on the roster. So I want to see him just have a bounce back game and really make a case to be still here on the 53, because if he has a bad game, we are one offensive tackle injury away from disaster potentially, which isn't good. But other than that, it's just I want to see good play here. Like we saw last week with Kyle Allen, stuff from the offense. Let's continue that on. Let's see more of this with the players bedding into the offense. Defensively, I don't want to see, big plays given up. I don't mind giving up a couple of first downs with like chunk runs and that, but I don't want to see it like Zach Wilson hit us for a 60-yard touchdown to someone. I don't want to see Quinn Ewers come in and have an absolute blast against us. I want us to keep it respectable. I don't mind giving up 3-4 yard runs, little passes like that, but yeah, the big plays, no. And then special teams, let's actually cover kicks right, please. Like, I don't want to be sitting here shaking my head after we miss another 5 tackles on the return. Please.
Ant's back in the house after work. How are you feeling, man?
Oh, ready for the last big slog of this. Yeah, it's been all right, but yeah, it's good to be back. Good to be back.
Good. Have you seen the donation bar?
I have not yet.
Go and have a look.
Oh, we made it.
And
Oh, excellent.
someone, totally not me, who's totally now does not have to get a Detroit Lions tattoo.
There you go. What we like to see.
And I sung the fight song because Grand Isaac insisted.
Oh, he'll be happy as Larry now.
Yeah, as happy as a dog with 2 dicks. It is one of my favourite phrases ever. It's so good. Oh man, was it quite quiet at work?
It wasn't the busiest day, thankfully. I was just quite tired, so it's been a hard one, but yeah, all good.
So what are you looking for from pre-season game 3, week 2? Obviously, it's all kind of sorting it out at the bottom of the roster for us, but there are some players who are really, playing for the job and maybe their career.
Well, that's it. You're looking for these depth players to really stand up and make themselves be counted now at this point. The backup QB spot, you want to see someone hammer home that advantage there. The offensive line, you want to see some good offensive line play. We really need to see some consistent play. Like we see some good plays, and then we see a lot of bad plays. So we need to see lots more good plays and less bad plays. That's where we're at with that. It's the consistency there, because I'm really worried about the depth going forward. We need someone to stand up and take the bull by the horns, metaphorically speaking. And then you're just looking at the battles across the chart. Your linebacker depth, your safety depth. Hopefully Kennelly gets another good go. You'd love to see him play well and cement his chance of getting onto this team. So yeah, it's there's still a lot that I'm interested in seeing. In regards to what's going on. So yeah, these games are by no means worthless now.
I'm so fascinated to see what happens at quarterback, because I presume they're going to do the same thing again with each getting a half. If they don't, it's going to say a lot one way or the other. Can Hooker rebound? We talked about it a lot actually with Mike. We talked about it with a few guests actually, but for me, and I actually didn't get to say it at the time, Hooker had such a good camp before the first game, and then he came into the game and shat the bed. Both times, pretty much. And that's really unfortunate. But for me, he's more of a confidence player than Goff is. I still think there's that good player in him, but once things went bad, they went from bad to worse, and he kind of stacked bad plays on top of each other. I would love to see him not abandon his scramble, but I want to see him throw the ball or eat sacks. I kind of just want him to see him stand and deliver a bit, because I know he's got the arm to do it. I'd love to see if he can do that. And the other side of it is, I would love to see Kyle Allen try and sew up QB2, because, we were talking about him going 5-1 with the Panthers when he was starter. There is that in him, and he's a, walking pick six waiting to happen. He's got as many pick sixes in him as Zach Wilson has, which is going to be hilarious. But can he minimise those mistakes? Fingers crossed. But that's the big talking point for me, I think. And then otherwise, it's just those depth guys. Can Nate Lynn make it impossible for him to be dropped?
You want to see some final production there. You want to see a few sacks. You want to see a few big plays, the big splash plays that really stand out. He does the consistent plays well, but you need to do the stuff that'll make you stand out from the crowd a little bit. That's what he needs.
You do. Zoom says it's only been... Oh, is that timer going down? No, it's going up. 9 hours 31. We've been going longer than that. Oh, it ended, didn't it? That was my bad. Do you know how long the stream was off earlier, by the way? When I fucked up and went to sleep. Never mind. Ash, and I don't know if you have any other thoughts about what else you would like to see from the game. We've got about 20 minutes to go until the kick. I just need to go and refresh myself a moment. I'll be back in a sec.
Well, let's look at it from the opposition's point of view. Obviously, they want to bounce back against us after we trounced them. So they probably want to keep it respectable. But I'm a Dolphins fan. Maybe I want to see what Ollie Gordon can do, because I know he's currently listed as their running back 3. And I know, obviously, slight fans of him. Obviously, I know he was once a Doug Walker candidate for Oklahoma State and that, so see what he can do for them. They've got some backup. They've got some offensive line they need to test out. So Jonas Savania, who's in the second round, technically change the board and put them by him. Just like that. Seeing the guys that they are, you see what they can do. Help Felix Jr. some nice pod for what you do against our secondary.
I was just losing you quite a bit there. I don't know if that's me or the stream.
It's probably feel laptop doesn't like we'll say basically for the Dolphins. I want to see how the youngsters do draft pick. So I call he's going to ever
see. I feel like I'm tripping. I feel like I'm really tired and I'm tripping and I'm hearing robot voices. This might be me. It could be me because I've had my system just on standby while I've been away. So, oh no, my mark says you're breaking up, so that might be on you.
Yeah, definitely. My computer just essentially
Everything's telling us to go to sleep and be normal people.
Yes. So the time I'm looking at it from a positive point of view, I want the young who's near drafted, and you can
You're still cutting.
say,
See, this is just giving me an opportunity to steal all Ash's good points now, because I've heard roughly what he's saying about now. I can steal all his ideas and no one will know. This is good stuff. You'll know, but we'll never tell. Oh dear. This will be a good opportunity though for our tackle. This is very deep edge room over there. Like, you know, Mo Camera's down the depth chart here. I don't know whether Mo's gonna play or not, but I'd love to see a little bit of Mo and what he's about and give these tackles a bit of a run for their money. I mean, Jamarco at left tackle, it seems he's going to play. That's big. He needs a good game. He had an awful game in the Hall of Fame game. He looked terrible. He needs to really knock this out the park and make sure that whoever's playing at quarterback is standing upright for the majority of this, because this is a good depth room there. Let's say Mo Camera's down at number 3, and you know, I don't know if they said anything about whether they're playing their rookies or not, like Kenneth, or are they playing
I haven't seen too much, though. I have noticed that number 1, obviously, because me and Matt discussed it earlier, they do have Zeke Big as the nose tackle that we, in my draft, when we looked at him in the drafting guide, basically compared him to a dummy.
So let's just pray Zeke doesn't do very much today.
Yeah, that, and then I've also seen that one of the UDFAs the Dolphins have, former Seminole Derek McClendon. There's a name I haven't heard in a couple of years.
Oh my, I've no idea whatsoever. I was having a look. They've got quite a few UDFAs. I like Josh Preebs there, Radisson West's there, Theo Weiss is there, Andrew Armstrong, the old Arkansas guy.
Yeah.
Of our Arkansas ones. Yeah, they've done all right there with their free agent class.
Who's this?
Dolphins. I was basically making the point that, well, trying to, but my computer kept cutting out, that looking at it from the opposition point of view, considering how bad their team looks, let's have a look at what the youngster could do. So Ollie Gordon was the one I kept saying, because I really like him at running back, and he's something different in their running back room. Will they give Jonathan Vania some reps on the offensive line? Kenneth Grant, will he play, etc., etc.? And then some of the young depth like Mo Camera that Ant mentioned. And then, of course, the one thing that we want to keep an eye on is, can Zeke Biggers actually make a play?
No, he can't. I would like to see Benito Jones just for old time's sake.
Fair.
I remember liking BJ Adams out of UCF.
Sounds right.
Corner, I'm pretty sure. He got undrafted. Or was he?
Yeah, he was never projected high.
I liked him in the draft process. I think we'll see him today, I suspect.
Yeah.
And I can't believe we've raised this, mate.
I know. It's crazy. I mean, I guess we didn't really know what was going to happen because we've never done anything like this before. So it's the first time in 5 years we've ever really done much fundraising. So you don't really know until you start what the reception is going to be like for it. But I mean, it's awesome. They've got 2 very good charities, and you know, it's a decent amount to go to them. So you know, it's a good start. You know, maybe we'll be able to do more stuff like this down the line for certain things.
Lots of people donated whilst you were away. But I'm just going to run down the list of people that you didn't see. So, what do you mean? Oh,
I can go away again if the donations go up when I'm not here. I'll go away again.
Matt can testify. It was me saying, "Oh yeah, if we hit the goal, I'll get a tattoo." Within 5 minutes, it actually wasn't even that. It was less than that, like 2 minutes. Literally, then, like, we've reached the goal.
a particular person did send us over the top by in quite dramatic fashion. So, someone who is going to be an interesting watchback for you, and is the Doc. I don't know if you watched
I was in on bits of it. He was on for quite some time.
He was, yeah, he was on for about an hour. He definitely has a bit of him where you can find yourself running through walls for him just because he feels like he's on caffeine, like a lot of caffeine. But you know, so he donated, I think, $10. Wag for 25. Ash gave 10. We have Damien, who gave £10. Wizard of War 50. Mal Marker another 10. Ellie Soden 10. James McClaw $100. Fon Roker £50, $37.80. Danny Mac, 20 quid. Carlton Wood, $40.68. But the person who really put us over the top was Lady Clemmy, who gave $100. And then we said, or Ash said, about his tattoo. And Lady Clemmy then instantly donated 141 more. So she did 241 by herself.
That's awesome. You know, thank you to everyone who has donated to this. You know, it means an awful lot to us. We were very worried about how this was going to go at one point, but seems to have been the right decision in the end.
Yeah, I'm so pleased that we were optimistic in terms of what we might get. And I mean, we may not get to 1,500, but you know what? $1,000 was more than enough. Like, we've done nothing special. We've put in some work for this. We've made a couple of videos. We've made a quiz. We're going to be live for this. We've arranged some interviews, but none of it was particularly grafting. You know, it's not like we're doing manual labour or we're thinking particularly hard. I do think that our breakdown videos were all distinct and different and good in their own way, which was really, really cool. But to know that $534.35 are going to each charity because of not a lot of effort on our part. Not to do down what we've done, but it's time, but it's not difficult, you know?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, definitely worth it. Marco, just talking about Fox's infomercials being banal. We don't even have that. I would rather have banal adverts than blooming DAZN's shite. It's so
so you
bad.
don't want to see Carl Hamilton losing his helmet after a tackle for the umpteenth time in a row.
It hurts me so badly. Oh, as it looks like, is it going? No, it's not going live. Damn it. Carlton Woods haven't Dolphins got a few X-Lines on their roster? Maybe that was addressed earlier, sorry. Dan Pass said, big time love. It was hard work. Big Aries 70 said, will know, Ant. I don't know what that was in relation to, but you must have.
Someone saying they're going to steal my points because they heard what I was saying when I was cutting out every 5 seconds.
Fair. We are going to have one more fan call in later tonight. So this game is going to go 1 till 4-ish. There'll be us breaking down what we've seen, what it means, all that sort of stuff. We'll have a last fan call in. You guys can come in, say what you thought about the game. Some comments about us is also cool if you want to be nice. And then we will be signing off after a 24-hour stint. Ant has had the hardest part of it. Yes, he's not been on the show because he's been working, but he spent a long time awake before the show to then pull an all-nighter and do all of this. So props to Ant for going through all of that pain. And then for me and Ash, we managed to get a little bit of shut-eye, but otherwise we've been basically here for the duration. So, you know, some sleep is going to be well earned tonight.
Props to everybody. Props to everyone. It's not easy regardless of how you do it.
Yeah. So to answer your earlier question, and the Dolphins will be playing Kenneth Grant and Jonas Savania, but we will not be playing Ty Leak or Tate Ratledge.
Oh, seems like an opportunity for Tate. Oh God, our offensive line's gonna.
Do you want me to read out what the currently look like?
Pat O'Connor's dressed.
Yes.
Ooh, sorry.
So yeah, do you want to know what your starting offensive line looks like, Ant?
I've seen your tweet. I think unless they've reconfirmed it.
Jamarco, Muti, Agurkun, Arashika, skipper for the first half. Then the second half will be Manu at left tackle, Zach Johnson left guard, Michael Neese at centre, Mason Miller at right guard, getting the Sawsdall treatment, and at right tackle, Gunnar Britton.
I actually think that's a good interior on the starting line. Muti, Agurkun, and Awashika could be pretty good together. But you're gonna have problems with Kenneth Grant. You're gonna have to get some doubles going on him.
Mm-hmm.
The problem with Agurkun is he struggles a little bit with power and anchor. That is not what you need against Kenneth Grant.
No, he'll
eat him for breakfast and lunch and dinner. Yeah.
The thing is, you don't really want to run up the gut at Kenneth Grant, so you want to try and get behind the tackles and get outside them a little bit here.
Especially if we're having Vaki running the ball, we don't want him running up the gut either.
No, get the guys in motion, get them out wide, get them doing some funky stuff out there, and bypass him.
Oh, cool. You've just had a reply to your tweet saying, "Where are you?" And you've got one from behind the post in the end zone. That's cool.
What? I need to see that.
That's a really cool photo. Ant is always a good follow on Twitter, by the way. The Royal Lions UK Twitter page is just filled with good shit. So do go and follow what Ant does there, because he does something I could never do, which is, I don't know.
Be funny. I did that on your behalf, man, because a certain someone, not to grass him up, but I will, a certain someone before I made my tattoo bet, the reason it came into my mind is because if we got the $1,000 to dye our hair Honolulu blue, and a certain someone made a comment about someone on the panel not being able to do it for a certain reason.
Hang on. Well, hang on. I'm not actually sure. What are we referencing here?
So Lady Clemmy, who obviously donated the large amount of money, I remember that she was conversing with you on Twitter about a forfeit if we did get to the grand, which of course we have done.
Oh, yes, she suggested the hair, didn't she?
Yes, and I may have suggested that would be more difficult for you to do than the rest of us.
That's a bit rude. Right, I'm going to remember that.
It's true though.
Where's my book of long snapper jokes and the rest? It's around here somewhere. You can still dye the bald part of your hair, you know. You can dye your skin, so I could pretend to do it.
That's bleak. Don't do that, please. Actually, that'd be kind of cool. I would like to see that. Okay, I've changed my mind. Let's do this. Oh no, I'm getting a death stare now. I can see it.
No, that's fine. I will take my time. I have an entire Twitter stream here to get my vengeance.
In this life or the next. Oh, got you first. Love it. You've got another one as well from the corner of the end zone. What a view.
There's a lot of people. There's a lot of people there for a preseason game. Oh, it's pretty full.
Mm-hmm. And of course, next week you might get a picture from Big Aries in the same sort of similar position, because obviously he won a pair of tickets to next week's game with the Texans for coming top of the eligible people to win the tickets in our quiz.
I want to see a photo of the secret underground bunker in Central Arkansas. It is like the most fascinating part of my Twitter venture on a day, like someone tweeting from an underground bunker somewhere. Just like, okay, I need to see this. I assume it's a man cave somewhere, and I thought it might be a military thing, but then you can't quote that, so you get some very interesting places on that tweet where people are from and whatnot. So, but I've done it quite late before the game today, so I'm not going to get as many responses as I normally do.
Carlwood said we could dye our stuff the Lions' alternate colours. I think that's sad though. It wouldn't be notably the Lions' colours because the alternate colours are just anyone's colours. What's immersive? Oh no, I don't want to do that. Don't want to do that. For some reason, Speaker View is locked on Ant just being away, which is not great. There's Gallery. Okay. Big Airy says he'll do his best to send a picture out of being at the game. And Grandizer is back in the building. Brent asked what was the percentage of correct answers by the winner. So Ash won. And let me...
71%, I want to say off the top of my head.
Really? No. That's too high, isn't it? I think that's very high. I'm just loading up the quiz now so I can see. 40 questions, and you got 2342. So that would be 23 really slow answers, or... no. Sorry, 24 really quick answers. Or, yes, so you're probably in the...
20 to 72%. I've got 29 out of 40. So 72%.
That is ridiculous. You are insane. Those questions were hard for the most part.
Yeah, except for the hardest question to answer was the Justin Tucker one. How dare you? How very much dare you remind me of that?
There were several questions which stuck the boot into Lions fans, and I almost didn't feel bad.
Yeah.
The really sad one of how many times the Lions in the top 2 in division in the noughties was so bleak.
Mm-hmm.
How did we not finish in the top 2 in division for a whole decade?
Because we were shite.
We were absolute shite.
The good thing.
Oh, I need a Domino's. That. I am hungry. Is this game starting soon? It's 6 o'clock.
They usually start a few minutes late, pre-season ones do. They're never on time.
Yeah.
Like British buses.
When 2 come at once?
No, none comes at all.
Oh. Yes, that's British buses for you. Okay.
Here we go.
Yeah. Just coming up for me as well.
Yeah. Full screen it. Because I've got my aunt's monitor, so I can actually dual screen it for once.
Hey. Winner, winner.
Exactly. And it's a HD screen as well, so I get it in nice quality for once. Yeah, Demo. There's Crackman.
He is a bit of a hero, is Mr. Crack. It does look very busy.
Can't hear my TV through the mic, can you?
No.
No.
It's good.
Carlton Wood says, Ash Requiz, are you Biff Tannen in disguise?
Good reference. You're now looking up that reference, aren't you, Matt?
I knew that was Biff from Back to the Future, but I just wanted to make sure.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I went 20 years in the future, found the quiz, and then came back and gave myself the sports almanac to know the answer.
So this is the first time we've been able to watch Jason Benetti, because we haven't had him for the away stuff yet. And alongside Lions legend, TJ Lang.
He's tiny.
Oh, Brent DeWitt says DetroitLions.com has a link to watch for free. Mm.
Mm.
Oh, it's a...
Surely Terrian's not playing. Surely not.
I'd like to see him play a few just to get himself back up to speed.
Yeah.
These guys need to get themselves ready. I mean, like, Kirby's not playing much at all at the minute. Like, maybe give him just a few.
He's injured though, isn't he?
Yeah.
But what's the severity of it?
It's not.
Undisclosed.
Yeah, they've not said anything yet.
He was at practice on, I want to say, Monday. But then, yeah, he sat out the joint practices against the Dolphins.
So they're kicking to us, are they?
I'm trying to see.
I think they just said the Dolphins kickoff is next, but was it Lions Dolphins kickoff is next? I don't know. I am slightly confused. What a day. What a day. 6 hours to go. We're into the final quarter. We're in the final quartile, and soon we'll be in the final quartile of the final quartile. What have you just posted? I don't know what I'm looking at, and what is that? Who is
the Vaqueros? They're a new football team.
And that's their new stadium. It looks amazing. Jesus.
I think Vaqueros, if I remember rightly, is like a term for cowboy or something.
Yes, it is.
It's like the Mexican term for cowboy or something like that. But it's a it's a really good name. Is it it's the University of Texas Rio Grande Valley Vaqueros, I believe. But yeah, the stadium looks awesome.
It does, yeah.
They're only going to be an FCS team as well, so like that'd be one of those. If they start filling it, because it's Texas, it's a fertile ground for football. They start filling that thing out, you'll see them in the CUSA sooner rather than later.
Mm-hmm.
But I just love the name, Vaqueros.
That is very cool.
Got something to it.
Mm-hmm. I'm not going to tell you. Well, you can. Well, I'm not going to reveal how I know, but that meant Cowboys as soon as I saw the team name. It's a game. I knew it from a game.
Red Dead? No.
I think we talked about it because two teams formed. The Chicago State are becoming a team this year as well. So I think we did them both in the same. But I think Chicago State are not coming until 2026. But these guys are. They've named the stadium after a couple though. It's just like, come on, give it an intimidating name.
You got the Ranch.
Oh, that is cool. That painting. I want to say it's not painting.
Mural.
Graffiti mural. Thank you. Couldn't find the word. James McClure said I was just about to harass Am for his Spanish pronunciation, but he got it a little better on the last time. You're gonna get pinged.
I've not slept in. Hang on, 4 hours shy of 36, 32 hours right now. My Spanish might be my Spanish language skills are good at the best, and moderate at the best of times, let alone when I'm tired.
I was about to say the English needs work too.
I'm not going to take that from a southerner.
Get roasted.
Oh.
I speak perfect Queen's English as and when I want to.
Right, you are, sir. Does anyone know the reason why starters get dressed for the game but don't play? Is it just about going through the motions?
Through the motions, yeah. As the Dolphins are kicking off to us, and you will be not surprised to know which two players are straddling the end zone ready to receive the kick.
Yeah.
Beg pardon, they're doing what?
They're struggling the end zone.
Wow.
Giggity.
Only Jake Bates is allowed to straddle a field.
True, exactly. So long as there's consent.
All right, let's have a good preseason game for once, shall we? Brent says, what time is kickoff scheduled for? It was 1 p.m. Eastern. Of course, it's 1:08 at the moment, but hey, kickoff is about to be away. Reynolds and Stewart.
Let's have no fumble,
Reynolds.
please. No fumble.
Oh, Vaki, sorry.
Barky and Stewart are struggling in the end zone.
No fumbles, good work, generally speaking. Good special teams. This is what we want to see. And the kick is away. Shortened to the right, returned by Grant Stewart, going up the middle. Ooh, broke 2 tackles, but only gets out to the 28-29 yard line, and the Lions take over there. Kyle Allen getting the start, which we knew. Can Kyle Allen build on the excellent performance he had with a perfect passer rating last week? In shotgun, takes a snap now, looks to the left, quick throw, complete for 10-yard gain and a first down. That's Jackson Meeks getting on the board early. Pretty good start for the Lions. And under center takes a snap and play action. Got a tight end in the flat and complete to, it's not a tight end, it's Tom Kennedy in the flat. Sorry, beg your pardon, from the slot. And 9 yards there? Maybe 8?
So, yeah.
Just leaped out
A
there.
long gate.
2nd and 2. 2 tight end set. And handoff this time, run by Reynolds, but gets caught short there. Only gain a 1, 3rd down and 1. Brent DeWitt says, Tom Kennedy's alive. Lions line up on 3rd and short. Condensed formation on the left-hand side. And handed off. Nice cut by Reynolds. Gets to the edge, to the 40, to the 30, to the 25, to the 20, and out at the 18. There's a flag on the play. Does it stand?
Oh, fuck off.
I think it was Kennedy.
Well done, Tom.
Tom Kennedy with the holding call, setting the Lions back 10. He's very much alive. Whoops.
I don't like that call. Oh.
He was holding, but it's a weak call.
He's got it. He's got under his pads, but the guy doesn't turn away to disengage. I don't like that.
3rd and 11 then from the 40-yard line of Detroit in shotgun. Put Carl Allen in a bad spot here now.
Go hit.
Changing the play.
And take timeout.
Well, they've taken the penalty.
Ooh.
That
I
sets
thought-
you up to take a shot. Put your offensive line under some pass protection, pressure. Get something lined up to Meeks.
Right, here comes
Oh.
Kyle Allen. Takes the snap. Kyle Allen looking for the check down to Vaki. Gets swallowed up by Miami. That was
not.
a surrender.
Come on,
Yeah.
pre-season's there. You should be taking a few shots downfield, not just dumping the off. Ugh. That's ugly.
That's uninspiring way to wave the white flag on that drive.
Yeah, these guys are fighting for their future. Give them something. Give them something big. See what they can do.
Yeah.
They lost 8 on that play.
That was ugly.
That was ugly.
Oh.
Jack
See,
Fox
you know-
punt.
Oh! Oh! Oh!
Punt, recovered, and hit fumble! Should the Lions get on it? Oh, Miami player got on it first, down at the 29-yard line. Ugh.
We got who forced the fumble there?
Barkey,
Oh,
I think. There it goes. Yeah, it is.
yeah, Varkey.
Okay,
Yeah.
now look at that fucking pop out. Hit him hard.
Helmet on the ball. Good effort by Sione. Good recovery by 41 of the Dolphins.
Channing Tindall.
See, poor Jack Fox needs to be playing COD. He shouldn't be out on the field punting. Can't do that to Jack. Got to let him get his game time in.
Exactly. You got to get He needs to show that he's doing something. You can't just play cards and get paid. He has to come to the field occasionally. You got to show him how the forward field turf feels. So that's why we did that, just to get him acclimatized. The only time he has to come on now is to hold the kicks, and he knows how soft the ground is, and that it's all to help him.
I'd love to see Fox take a PAT, please. Did you see that one of the other teams did that, where they had their punter hit an extra point with the kicker being the holder?
Yes.
I thought that was
I
cool.
also saw, as I mentioned it, I think it was last week I mentioned it, obviously the Bills had Ray Davis, their backup running back, kick one as well.
I really think Ray Davis sounds like an old musician from the 60s. Don't know why.
Yes. I can. Yeah.
I'm trying to remember the college team that ran a fake field goal with they snapped it to the long snapper. He got up and he threw it. I feel like it was a MAC team that did it.
Oh, I thought it was Michigan State for some reason.
I don't know, but someone
Recently.
it was last year. I'm pretty sure they snapped it to the long snapper. The long snapper got up, ran, and threw an absolute dime into the end zone. It was such a beautiful thing, to like a tackle or something.
I've searched it. I know there was one that Iowa did it in 2017.
West Virginia?
That does ring a bell.
That might be why, because I watch a lot of West Virginia games.
West Virginia executed a fake field goal to beat Arizona in late October 24.
That might be it.
Just gonna watch
I'm pretty sure it was a direct snap to the long snapper, and then the long snapper threw a touchdown pass because one of the blockers leaked out. I think the blocker was like a tackle or something.
So the West Virginia one was a direct snap to the holder who just ran off tackle for the touchdown.
Oh no, that's not the one I'm thinking of.
Zach Wilson with the check down and could have had him for a loss, but didn't quite make it happen. Eventual tackle was by number 90.
So Nowaski fluffed on the tackle there. And 90, I think, Keith Cooper? Oh, Chris Smith.
Chris Smith, indeed.
That's good.
Matt O'Connor is playing. This is great news.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, Al-Qadim is your rush edge, I think your hutch role, and then Pat O'Connor is playing the Pascal Davenport big edge role.
Snap away, that's a false start in any universe. Carlton Wood points out that Ray Davis is the lead singer of the Kinks. Thank you, Carlton. I knew that was the name of a singer. I just didn't know who. 2nd and 12.
Have a look. Show me the secondary. Yeah. Cover one look.
Wilson pulls it and then flips it out to number 80. Stewart with a really nice tackle. Gain of 3, 3rd down and 9. Love Stewart.
Like that Anzo's got an earpiece since he's fed into the defensive play call stuff.
All right. 3rd down and 8.
Oh!
Snaps away. Wilson's big blitz in there and chucked up and almost intercepted. Should have been intercepted, but wasn't. It's 4th down. Wilson hit hard.
Kelvin's not happy.
He wanted that turnover. Pressure came. Who was it? Zach Cunningham.
Sure.
No, it was Stewart.
No, Zach Cunningham came on the blitz.
No,
Yeah, and then it was
Stewart was with him.
Okay.
And then Hallett just misses the interception. Who's deep? I don't. As much as I love Calvin, I don't care. I want to see who's deep.
19. Driven punt, line drive, and it's going to land and check up and be stopped at 30.
Is that love it?
19 is love it.
There we go. What did I say?
You don't like it.
Earlier.
You love it.
I love it, yeah. Exactly. I said I wanted to see him and be on special teams. That's what I'm saying. I said it when you went to go and get a drink. And that's what I want to see him trying on special teams, because I still hold my theory that this time next year, Lovett could be the Khalif replacement on special teams. I'm not saying offensively, that's by the by, that's different, but on special teams, he could be the punt returner, do some like kick coverage stuff as well.
I want to get a chance better in Detroit, and I've got 2 songs which I really want Ford Field to make work, which is Icona Pop's I Don't Care, Dom Lovett.
Okay, I'll allow it, because I was about to say that's the name of the song is I Love It.
Yes, Dom Lovett. And then the other one is Sam Laporta to the tune of Bob the Builder.
Yes. Yes. Sam Laporta. Can we catch it? Sam Laporta. Yes, he can. I like that. I like that a lot. Yes.
Now, children, it's time to go sit in the corner and drink your milk.
No. I was debating whether to pick up the chair, and I was like, there's not enough space next to the sofa bed to commit to that bit, unfortunately.
Into the naughty corner of your shed, Matthew. We need to get him a little stool to put in the corner, the naughty corner.
I'm asking for a feast, by the way, from Domino's, so I apologise for just eating on stream. But anyway, sorry, Ant, you were saying I was just telling Sarah what my order was.
No, I was just saying we need to put a stool in your shed so you've got a naughty corner for when these terrible puns come out.
But they're chants and they'll work really well. There aren't many chants at Ford Field, to be fair. Let's Go Lions is most of it. Let's Go Lions and Gridiron Heroes, to be fair. But it's not really a chant, is it?
It's not an American thing, though, creating chants, is it? So they just say let's go all the time.
Well, it's not until we introduce it.
Let's go! Whoa.
We've got Kirby. Super duper Kirby. I just don't think you understand. He's Dan Campbell's man. He's better than Hamilton. We've got super duper Kirby.
That's going to be a hold. That's going to be on Zach Horton, that hold. Yeah, Zach Horton fullback, big hold on that play. That's not going to help his chances of making the roster. Don't really understand what he was doing there. Another good running play. Step back. All right, 1st and 20. Allen, 3-step drop, looking, firing deep down the middle. Oh, TeSlaa puts it down. It was slightly out of reach and it had a poor spiral, but you'd hope that maybe one of the best catches on the team would come down with that one.
A little bit of dodgy touching by the DB on the way.
Someone is doing a barbecue.
Oh,
And it's not me. Very hungry now. 2nd and 20. Handoff up the middle. Good tackle by number 3 for a gain of 3. 3rd down and 17. I wonder what we'll do here now, Ant. You think we'll check it down and just take a 4-yard gain?
Screen.
Screen.
Let's have a screen. Let's be adventurous.
nah.
A screen
back
with
off.
no blockers. A screen with no blockers.
Everybody scream! Third and 18, 8.5 to go in the 1st. Allen in shotgun again.
Oh, fuck's sake.
Escaping to
That's
the
a flag.
right. And Allen throwing about 2 yards beyond the line. That's definitely going to be a flag.
Yeah.
So that's just going to be a loss of down and a 5-yard penalty.
Fucking wannabe Dan Orlovsky. Remember where the field is.
So that is 4th down and 23 after the 5-yard penalty and loss of down. And the Lions are going to come out to... Oh, penalties declined.
They
I
could
guess-
they could do the loss of down, but I don't think they have to enforce the...
The 5-yard. Why would they not
Yeah.
enforce the 5-yard penalty? There's already loads of room for punt return. I don't understand that.
That's 3 penalties on 2 drives so far. Sloppy.
Someone is barbecuing bacon. This is torture.
That is a bit mean.
Big Aries said, maybe I can request Ford Field play Matthew's Gridiron Hero song. I'll have the clip ready for them. That has been clipped up, Ash, by the way. Big Aries did clip it.
Perfect.
I hate it. What happened there?
Maybe they could just say the name of Detroit over and over again like Liverpool does. Detroit. Just completely pointless.
That you're trying to hurt me, but you can't.
Oh, well, I can.
No
but I
chance.
Can. But I can.
No chance at all.
Right, Vince.
I'm glad you recognise that. JMO looks so fucking cool.
See, that's maybe not the best thing to use if you're going to have to go and do a combine now. Vince tore 2 of his quads running towards a wrestling ring. That's not the. Oh, get him!
What a punt that was. But the runner is going to get all the way round down to the 25-30. There's a flag on the play. That's coming back.
Oh, wait. That Eskridge, is that D? I thought he was still with the Seahawks.
No, he got cut.
Did he?
So Jeremy's tweet from Pride Detroit, that punt for Jack Fox in terms of just pure where it went to where it went, our 19-yard line to their 19-yard line.
Oh, block in the back.
That's the good thing. The bad thing is I fucking asked you not to fuck up on the coverage teams. What was that tackling?
Pretty awful.
Yeah. Makes me sad. Oh, here it is. They've mixed up the adverts and might not have to see the Carl Hamilton clip.
Grandizer, you do not want to see this panel trying to sing New Wave. That's not our thing.
New Wave?
Yeah.
No way. Not happening.
Oh, Kennesaw State have announced their starting QB and exciting news.
Who is it?
It is I've just posted it in our Discord. It is Dexter Williams, transfer for Georgia Southern Indiana.
Shit.
Oh, this is actually exciting news. I was taking the piss, but
Dexter Williams was a oh fuck, why does that name ring a bell?
Indiana, he was there 2020 to 2023.
He was Indiana's starter at one point. Fucking hell, that's a drop. That's a good coup for Kennesaw State though. I'm pretty sure he was at least a 4-star. Like there was a lot of buzz around him, and then he just
Have a look.
failed. But Georgia Southern have got JC French, so in no way he's breaking that rotation. I'm sure he had a season starting there, or he was a backup who came in and played a good amount for him.
He was a 3-star recruit, committed to Indiana over offers from Army, Bucknell, Charlotte, Coastal Carolina, Eastern Kentucky, Florida Atlantic, Georgia Southern, Georgia State, Miami of Ohio, Navy, Sanford, Troy, Tulane, Western Kentucky, and Walford.
So that was the only Power 4 school that offered him?
Yeah.
Okay.
He redshirted 2020. 2021 did not play because he tore his ACL in training camp. 2022, 4 games played, 2 starts, making his debut against number 5 Penn State. And then suffered a leg injury against Purdue and was out for the season, rest of the season. Transferred to Georgia Southern, transferred to Kennesaw.
That'd be the injuries then that did it.
Yeah.
He's had 2 big leg injuries.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, JC French is a good starter at Georgia Southern, so he was never getting that job, but
yeah,
his knee's going to be absolutely... Oh, yes!
Right, Dolphins take the snap and Zach Wilson hands it off. Great tackle by number 64.
Blew that sucker up.
Keith Cooper.
Koof Keeper.
Oh, good baby Kennelly. He's adorable.
Ken Nelly. We've learned it's not called Ken. It's like
Ken Nelly.
Ken Nelly, yeah.
It's 2 names. It's Ken and Nelly. It's Ken Nelly.
Mm-hmm.
If I say he's Kennelly, he's Kennelly.
No, it's Ken Nelly, and stop giving him such a dilemma about his name.
Do you mean Di Lemner? Anyway. One step drop and a quick throw to Zach Wilson. Big tackle, but first down yardage gained 13 yards for number 80. Tackle by
Ian?
27. Ian Kennelly.
Yeah.
Dude loves the spear. He loves just lowering his shoulder and hitting people very tough, very hard.
Right, Wilson takes a snap, blitzer off the edge, quick throw. Oh, God, one of the receivers got lit up by Rock Yassin.
I mean, it's like for like. So I don't know if you saw the replay from the last drive. But after one of the plays, TeSlaa did get kind of blindsided by one of their safeties.
I mean, it's a screen. He's every right to assume that receiver might
Yeah.
get it with his back to the ball. You're fair game in that situation.
Six and a half minutes to go in this first quarter. 2nd and 10. Jet sweep. 11-yard gain for Taj Washington, first down. Oh, they're going to mark him short. He was well over the line to gain. What is that decision?
I mean, that's not 3rd and 1. That's fucking inches.
Yeah.
It's not even inches.
If only we had a way to electronically.
Oh!
3rd and 1. Handoff on the run play. Contacted. I think he got there.
No.
Good tackle by the Lions, but I'm pretty sure he got there. As my stream has stopped. Anyone else's?
Same. Yeah.
Yeah. That looked like it was short.
Sorry for the interruption. We're bringing it. So they've crashed. Great. Thanks, Design. Give me a sec. They are bringing out the virtual measurement thingy-majiggy.
Oh, it's back.
Where that ball is going to be, you can tell just the experience that Cunningham has. He's got that kind of top value to that already pretty stacked linebacker group. But he is a fun football player to watch. You can tell guys that are instinct there. And Zach Cunningham obviously would be.
No, I'm not feeling better from work, Grandizer. I'm very tired now. So, but it's good to be back.
We're looking for Jack Campbell, Sam Laporto, or Steven Stiliano. Maybe they can help.
Hawkeye is not working. That's good, isn't it? That is clearly there. The ball where the ball is placed is clearly there.
Feels like that ball's been very generously spotted, though.
Yeah. Oh no! Please don't tell me I'm gonna have to deal with another 5 years of people whining about my team getting their decision just because Hawkeye wasn't working.
Yeah, comfortably. Why are we debating this?
And then the ref just moves the ball back. You just don't reach down and just pull that thing back a bit.
All right. 43-yard line of Miami. Wilson under center. Snap away. Play action. Man leaked out. He's going to toss it down. Great launch into the tackle by number 35.
That left side.
That's Russell. If it was Whiteside, then I believe Mr. Brightside could be repurposed. No?
No, I agree.
Because I'm Mr. Whiteside. I don't even like that song. Anyway. Play action again. Wilson looking for someone and a lovely throw. That play action pass is killing the Lions.
There's your boy Scritch again.
First and 10 again as the Miami Dolphins are driving. Wilson under center again. Takes a snap, almost falls over on the snap, does get the ball away, 3-yard gain, good tackle by 80. No, Chris Smith again, 90. I don't understand why the tight ends are so free in the play-action pass game.
I mean, that's a question we've been asking for the last half a decade.
Yes.
Oh, fuck off.
And Zach Wilson, fake toss, flag on the play. Nice throw. Oh, Stewart with a lovely touchdown saving tackle about 2 yards shy of the end zone. Is this going to be on the Lions? Right tackle was on the end of the line. Whoops. What a mistake.
That'd be old Bears right tackle.
Larry Bourne, yeah.
All right. 2nd and 12 then from the Lions 37. Snaps away. Wilson looks to the left and throws a one-on-one ball, and well defended by Miller Jr. They were both holding each other, I think. God, it's very combative. I'm kind of surprised they didn't give DPI there.
Let them play. They were given as good as they got.
I agree. 3 minutes to go in this first quarter. 3rd and 12. And they take a timeout. Thank you for watching along with us in the last stretches of our 24-hour show. We are in the final quarter of it. There's 5 hours, 20 minutes to go. We are raising money for Habitat for Humanity of Michigan and Maggie's cancer charity based in the UK. 50-50 split. So some at home for each of us. We've raised $1,068.71 so far. A new goal of $1,500 I would love us to get to. Thank you all if you have donated so far. The donation link, if you haven't, is in the description below. Thank you for your support so far.
Wow, and you might want to check the Eagles-Browns game because your favourite safety has just picked 6 to Dylan Gabriel.
The which game?
Eagles-Browns.
Wait, why is Reed playing in a pre-season game?
Oh, I meant rookie one. Rookie safety. Favourite rookie safety.
Oh, shit. Who was my favourite rookie safety this year? I forgot my
Clemson.
rookies. Oh, Andrew McCuber.
Yeah,
Oh, good
75
lad.
75-yard pick 6 on Dylan Gabriel.
Oh, good lad. I really wish we'd got him, look. Can only draft so many players.
Exactly.
Is that Micah Parsons advert funny given that he's trying to leave?
Yeah.
This has got to end with him getting paid the absolute bag, right? Like they did with Dak.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, he'll be the most expensive player in football by the time this is done.
Looking around as well, end of the first quarter in the Packers-Colts game, currently scoreless. Malik Willis is 3 of 10 for 39 yards.
Holy shit.
Wow, that's awful.
And their kicker, McName, has missed a field goal. On the other side,
Look at that lazy ass block on that Makuba run. Who is it? Somebody.
Many thanks to Mile Marker for tipping into the donation box. $5. Much appreciated, Mile Marker. Thank you. Here come Miami on 3rd and 12. Lions showing pressure across the board, and they bring 5. Quick throw with blockers out in front. Really well-designed play, and can't get there. Good touchdown-saving tackle by Al-Qadim Mohammed. It's going to be 1st down and goal from the 8. Really nicely designed play.
When you get a chance, go back and watch Dylan Gabriel's lazy-ass attempt at a block on Makuba on that touchdown run. He just runs past him and then walks off the field. It's such a lazy play.
Yeah, but he's an old man, though, Dylan Gabriel.
He's younger than Hendon Hooker.
Like I said, he's an old man. Wilson with stretch play to the left-hand side. Fumble! And recovered by the Dolphins. Forced by Stewart. I actually quite enjoy the fact that I called fumble the same way that most people would do bundle.
Oh, don't remind us of those adverts.
What adverts? I was kind of thinking of when people just used to jump on each other and say bundle, like Ali G. It was an Ali G.
That is a niche reference.
Thank you. 2nd and 11. Zach Wilson, throw over the middle. Touchdown, Miami.
Dwayne Eskridge is having himself a game.
Rock Yassin tried to stop him, but could not.
I feel like he gave him the stutter step, but then didn't actually move.
No, he didn't.
Someone could have absolutely twonked him there, but then they just kind of froze. I think he's in.
That's a touchdown.
That's a tubby.
Thank you, Big Aries, for the moderator duties. That's much appreciated.
Finding a wide open Eskridge over the middle of the field, and really good second effort from him being able to get to that pylon. This is the type of eye candy that we expected to see last week, and actually, I would have.
Is that the second forced fumble by Stewart today?
First one was by Varkey.
But there's been 3. They recovered on offense a fumble as well as Vaki forcing one on special teams. That was the 3rd one that Stewart just forced, I think. Maybe I'm being an idiot and it isn't.
They need to get him, though. It's like punching it out, but you got to get it.
No, maybe it is just 2. It says 2 on ESPN.
I think it is 2.
Right, it has been confirmed, finally.
Let's see. Oh, it's a sexy long snap.
Let me see it. Oh, wow, that's horrid. Yikes. Lucky you put that over.
There's just no pleasing you, is there?
Yeah, but that almost hit him in the head. I don't know what you're watching.
Make your place kicker fear for his life.
I think
that
he
way
did.
He'll do his job. Fear is a powerful tool. Oh. In a weird way, though, I'm happy for D. Eskridge. I feel like he never got a fair shot in Seattle.
Seattle, yeah.
No, he never did. Oh, Domino's is coming. All right. Kick is away. Stewart is returning from the 4 and out to the 30-yard line. Good return.
Yeah, well, it's a good day for those Broncos receivers in the league. Didn't Sky Moore get a punt return touchdown today or last night for the Chiefs?
I don't know.
I think he put over like a 70-yarder or something last night, which was really good. Another. Pretty sure Sky Moore was a Bronco as well. But it was a really good return.
All right, here come the Lions in I formation.
Yes, Sky Moore, 88 yards.
And fake. Allen looking deep, going to throw. And, dropped by Tom Kennedy. That's the second one stretching that hasn't been converted and could have been. 2nd and 10.
Give it to Mr. Meeks.
I'm Mr. Meeks, look at me. Jerry needs help with his golf swing.
Vaki with the run up the right-hand side for a gain of 4.5. 3rd down and 5.5. We'll say this play calling is slightly uninspiring at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, in fairness, this offense is slightly uninspiring right now. They need to give us something. Every time we do get a big run, we commit a penalty.
Yeah. And every time we have an incomplete pass on the 1st down, we have a short pass on the 2nd down. And, he's not going to get there, is he? That's very close. They're calling that as a 1st down.
So I'd say if not, then go for it. Obviously it's end of quarter, but just be brave. Preseason, who cares? Just give it us.
That's why
that's what I mean. That's what I mean. Just give it us.
The marker was in the wrong place. It wasn't actually in the same place as the yardstick, so that's probably why. Right, that's the end of the 1st quarter. Here are your stats. Dolphins lead 7-0. Zach Wilson 8 of 11 for 89 and a touchdown. Jalen Wright 4 carries for 4 yards, and D. Eskridge 3 of 4 for 53 and a touchdown. Lions, Kyle Allen 3 of 5 for 13. 4 of 6 for 18 after he was credited with that last one. 4 of 6 for 18. Got Sione Vaki 2 carries for 7 yards, and Jackson Meeks 1 of 1 for 11. Boys, not much doing on offense for the Lions right now. Haven't been able to move the ball. The defense has had some good plays, though.
Yeah, and it's tough because obviously Eskridge is a good receiver, as Ant says, just wasn't given a fair chance at Seattle, but it is annoying that for the most part, defense has been doing well. Offense has been as well, aside from obviously the 2 holds that have been called on Craig Reynolds runs and the 2 passes just above receivers on intermediate for us. Offense hasn't been too bad either. It's just we haven't put it all together yet.
I'm just going to watch the Makuba pick 6 if it loads.
Dylan Gabriel's attempt at block is pathetic.
So he clearly was like outfoxed with the direction because he was running before the change of direction and then he knew he was just beat. I think
that's the show. You've got to turn around and run. You don't just walk off. Like when when
Antonio Brown.
No, I'm thinking with Justin Fields when CJ Moore just fucking
DJ
walked
Moore,
off
yeah,
the field.
yeah.
Or DJ Moore just walked off the field. Like when he was trying to block for him, he was just like, yeah, I can't be arsed. That just shows a lack of effort, that does.
All right. Coming out into the second quarter, Lions have the ball, first down and 10, as long as that has held up after the break. On the 40-yard line. First and 10. Allen on the center. Takes the snap and hands it off. Vaki running up the middle only gains 1. Brad Holmes in the booth.
Yeah, well, really, you want to see everything that appreciate throughout the week. It's on the weekends from fundamental technique, the carry over from the classroom. Really, just make sure that on identity is still showing across at least one. Second down at 9, Allen the throw, and it is on target and reeled in by the opportunity.
Good throw and catch contested by Isaac TeSlaa. Only a short gain, though. Third down and 5.
All short of the sticks at the minute.
And people who watched my breakdown, I think, would recognise that move he's just done to get a bit of separation on the in-breaker. Because it was that bloody stutter step again.
That's all he knows.
True.
Third and 5. Allen takes a snap, looking, throws over the middle, and another dropped pass, this time by number 19. Fourth down and 5.
Whoever the running back was on that play got a really good hitting pass, bro.
Vaki, I think.
A good bit of pass protection. Got a real nice hit down the interior.
Yeah, that's yes, yeah, that's Vaki, yeah. Must be rounded to watch. Sees the blitzer well, yeah, that's good pass pro from Barker, someone wanting to pick up. So it's nice to see him pick up that aspect of the running back play. As that should be a hold on one of our gunners, surely.
Not given, should be though on Lovett by number 24.
Cam Smith on Lovett. Cam Smith, the former South Carolina Gamecocks cornerback.
Be careful, because there was an Indiana one called Cam Smith as well, I think.
Oh,
there were two of them. You never know which one's which.
Let's have a look. There's only one way to find out.
Bye.
Bye. Oh, fuck off.
Got him.
And I was correct. It's the South Carolina one.
Brent's enjoying our banter back and forth. Right, here come Miami from their own 13. Takes the snap, hands it off, runs straight into trouble. Good tackle and a flag.
Legal formation on Wareham again.
Not two now.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
First and 15 then.
So we have a lot of confidence in that group. Not saying that we were not confident in those players, but it's good to see it all gel together.
Brent saying Allen is reminding me why I'm not sold on him. I will say that he's making good reads and he's making almost good throws because they're just out of reach, but they're basically where they need to be. It's a shame. Wilson under pressure and great play by Stewart with the PBU.
Flag.
Hell yeah.
Flag.
Roughing the passer?
Oh, unless it's illegal contact.
Ooh.
Defensive.
Our favourite.
penalty.
Legal use of hands. Love to see it.
Everyone's favourite penalty. Mark said, "Who let the flags out?"
Illegal use of hands to the face. That's almost like you get triggers for PTSD. Like hearing that is almost like a trigger for PTSD.
Oh, it very much is, yeah. I can just see Blakeman's face now.
Yeah, that does make me angry when I see his face.
Right, 1st and 10 again from the 13. And snap is away. Wilson with a very quick throw. Timing was good on that, but he just threw it a bit high for number 80, 2nd down and 10.
It's contagious.
Bob O'Land just said, "Is Tyleek playing?" ? I didn't think he was going to play.
No, they said it wasn't.
Who's going to play?
Tyleek.
No, he wasn't going to play. Dan Miller said on 97.1 that Ratledge and Tyleek won't play, but the Dolphins ones in Kenneth Grant and Jonas Overleer will.
2nd and 10 from the 13.
That looked like a false start.
Wilson with a 5-step drop, looking over the left-hand side, almost picked off, not caught in the end. George was there. Almost got the pick, George. I don't know who George is. Is that bad?
Alan George, the cornerback we signed, like in our most recent batch of transactions, the one that was most recently on the Commanders practice squad.
I heard he lived in the jungle.
I'm going to call him Prince from now on.
George of the jungle, watch out for that tree.
And then to complete the triangle, I hear is very curious. There we go. We'll all got a reference in. We're all happy.
Wilson with the throw, and really well defended by number 40.
Parcel, the French one.
Luc
Buffon.
Baku. He Battlehawks.
Oh no, wait, I've got to do it properly, otherwise James will ping me. Luc Bacon.
Wait, don't know where you're getting the N at the end from. Bacon. I give up.
Cool.
Right, love it. Back to return. I was like asking for.
Is away.
Fair cats.
Yeah.
What's the need for that? Love it. I don't like that. I don't like it.
Full security, I guess. He just didn't want to. Yeah.
He wasn't under pressure. We're seeing adverts. We're seeing proper adverts.
Yes, we are.
Oh, look, a gambling advert. Shock horror.
Oh,
Quick,
they've turned it off.
Well, since he was just on the screen, I don't know if you guys saw Gordon Ramsay's tweet this week to Travis Kelce.
No.
So there's context here. So obviously Taylor Swift went on the New Heights podcast, which I listened to anyway. I promise I did not just listen to it because Taylor Swift was on there. I listened to New Heights. And they mentioned, Taylor and Travis mentioned how they've been doing sourdough together recently. And then Ramsey tweeted Travis saying, "Oh yeah, I know a lot about sourdough." Basically inviting like Travis and Taylor to go cook with him or something. I gotta say, I actually did grow a lot more respect for Taylor Swift having listened to her on the podcast.
She's a very smart person.
She is, and she came across really well in it. Like, though I know some of her fans weren't happy that Travis supposedly referenced the Kanye West incident, even though it wasn't like that at all.
Yeah, I find her to be actually a really compelling person.
Yeah.
You get all shook up by her.
Hey.
Don't you
I knew
judge
you'd
me.
be trouble. I knew you were trouble when you started opening your mouth.
Look what you made me do.
Oh, come on, guys. Let's not have bad blood.
Fuck's sake.
Come on, you're up against me. You know I will continue until the joke is well dead.
It's a real love story.
There you go, yeah. How many references can we get to? Can we get to 22?
So what's this? Paul goes, the rumor is the whole sourdough thing was an Easter egg that she's doing the halftime show. How does sourdough represent the halftime show of a Super Bowl? I'm confused.
Because which city in America is famous for their sourdough?
Oh.
San Francisco. Who's hosting the Super Bowl halftime? The Super Bowl this year. San Francisco. Oh my God!
right.
Taylor Swift really is clever.
Alan hands it off, and there's a bit of room there for Craig Reynolds getting this carry. Got himself maybe 7 yards for 2nd down and 3.
Yeah, but surely the way Taylor Swift does the most impactful halftime show is she breaks up with Travis and makes a diss album about him and then does it at the halftime show.
Mm-hmm. And then brings us
really
Sabrina
rub it in.
Carpenter.
Whilst Kelsey's playing in the Super Bowl.
Yeah, and brings us Sabrina Carpenter.
2nd down and 3, takes a snap, deeper drop, trying to escape, gonna get hit, gonna go down, but it's not a sack, because he does get back to the original line of scrimmage, but there is a flag, as Ant rightly says.
Good news for the offense. It's coming in net right behind the play. Secondary, I should say.
Illegal contact means a 1st down for Detroit.
Mm-hmm. Oh, poor Miami. You know, if only you backed our proposal to remove illegal automatic 1st downs on illegal contact penalties.
We would have still had a 1st down, though.
Yeah.
I would like to see them break up and then her bring out Lily Allen, like Olivia Rodrigo did to sing Fuck You.
Yeah.
I think that'd be fun.
I love you.
Breaking Ash here. You're breaking him. You can't have Taylor heartbroken.
Oh, no, no, it's the others. It's Sabrina and it's Olivia Rodrigo. Those are my gals.
Allen takes a snap, hands this one off. Craig sees a gap, hits it, and gets himself 4 yards. 2nd down and 6. I love Olivia Rodrigo.
Yes, Dan, I do have the horn. We've got the horn.
Yeah, I'm quite lucky to have seen Olivia twice.
How childish,
amazing.
Ashley. How childish. Yes, I've got the horn. I've got the horn when you're talking about Olivia Rodrigo. Yes.
2nd and 6 on the Dolphin side of the field for the first time. Detroit takes a snap from shotgun, 2-step drop, quick throw, nice timing. 1st down. Detroit. Helmet comes off.
She's a bit basic, though, isn't she? So you know.
Who is?
Olivia Rodrigo.
Serenity now. Serenity now. Serenity now.
I'll take basic if that's what it is. Run by Reynolds, contacted in the backfield, only gets half a yard. 2nd down 10. I enjoyed the Union Jack pants.
Is that Varkey holding a knee?
That is not Varkey, that's Craig.
Was it Craig?
Is able to run
Varkey,
off.
Craig's 13, Varkey's 33.
Oh, that's not.
When you're watching guys that are all pro.
2nd down and 10 then for the Lions.
Oh, that's good.
Allen pumps and then throws. Good throw, good catch. Tries to get a little more, but couldn't. Who is that?
TeSlaa.
TeSlaa. 1st down.
See that Sailors is now in at running back.
Might as well give them a chance, see what they could do.
Good catch, that, because it wasn't
Such a good catch, yeah.
It wasn't thrown well.
Oh, that's good.
Mhm.
That's
Run
good.
up the middle by someone.
Oh, Sailors.
Gain of 11 yards and a first down.
Ran behind Muti there, I think.
Yes. Love
That's
it.
good block. That's good blocking by the interior there. Hit them again. Force it down their throat again.
14-yard line now in the red zone. In shotgun.
TeSlaa Meeks double stack. Watch for like a sort of corner pylon. Oh, nice.
Handed off to handed off to
Sailors.
My bad.
So I was going to say was I was watching double stack of Meeks and TeSlaa because I could see one sort of doing like a front pylon post, so a quick out, and then one doing a sort of corner to the back pylon. It'd just be a concept where Alan hits either one, whoever gets open. But I guess not.
2nd down and 6 now from the 10. Handed off. Run up the middle. Hit at the line. Gets himself half a yard. 3rd down and 6. There. Many thanks to Contrapastan for the 5 gifted memberships to Cerebral Failure, Joseph Austin, Phoenix 2421, Big M, and Soul Surfer. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Brent DeWitt says Sailors will never last on the practice squad. I think you'll be surprised. I really do.
3rd down and Silstra in with Varkey.
Yeah. No, is that Craig?
It's Craig, yeah.
Goes back.
Comes back inside, going to get caught, going to go down after a half a yard loss.
Did not like that play call.
No, terrible play call. Fourth and 6, and I presume the Lions are going to bring out the... Oh, they're going for it. Really?
May as well.
Okay, there's not a double stack here, but watch again Meeks and TeSlaa on the same side down the left-hand side of the formation. So watch for like a levels concept or something for Alan to hit one.
Isn't TeSlaa on the near side?
Mr. Meeks!
Touchdown Lions.
Oh, so it's Ilstra. Sorry, I apologise. It's Ilstra, but yeah.
Jackson Meeks with his 2nd touchdown of the preseason.
Oh, we get to get the Mr. Meeks gifts out again.
Yeah. What? Show me the concept. Here we go. So we're going to the stack. Yeah. Natural pick play with Zylstra. Nice.
Good stuff by Kyle Allen. Good stuff by the receivers. Well executed, but why is it taking until 4th and 7 to pull off anything like that?
Yeah.
PAT coming is good, straight down the middle. 7-7 ball game.
Yeah, what's that? 2 tutties in his last 2 games?
Yeah, both from Kyle Allen.
I think Kyle Allen's doing enough for me.
Yeah, like, okay, the first couple of drives, the throws on the 3rd downs were a bit too high, but he's dialed in since then.
But even with those throws being too high, he was getting them into the right plays, he was making the checks, and he was making the right throws that were a quarter of a yard off target. You're talking, centimeters, not meters away from being exactly right. Like, okay, fine. That's bad, but it's not like Hendon Hooker throwing it to complete fresh air.
Yeah, or Kyle Allen in first game throwing it to complete fresh air.
Yeah.
Yes, Allen's now 8 for 11 for 54.
Missed 5 passes in his last 19.
Something like that, yeah.
And Wilson's missed his last 3.
Oh, perfect. Oh, yes. Fun game because they're finally doing it again. Can you guess the top 3 lines on offense by PFF grade right now? Because they are doing live grading for this game.
Steward.
That's okay.
I thought you said offense.
Oh.
I said offense.
Sorry, offense. Sorry.
1 offensive lineman, 1 running back, 1 receiver.
Sailors.
Well, Meeks.
Meeks is number 3. Sailors is currently not graded.
Oh. Vaki.
Vaki is number 7, 61.3.
Reynolds?
Craig has currently got his number 2 for 70.5 grade, and you haven't got number 1, offensive lineman.
Can't even remember who's on the offensive line.
That was Sheik.
Jamal Arashika is number 4, 68.6.
Mooti.
Number 11, 50.9.
Skipper.
Number 6, 64.3.
Is it really going to be Jamarco Jones or Guakin?
Jamarco
Really?
Jones, 77.6.
Ugh.
And then I'll check. Stewart is, last time they've updated, Stewart was 19 out of 20 on defense.
Return out to the 27, but there's a flag on the play.
Yes, Stewart is 19th or 20th on the PFF grades, with only Nowaski lower than him. Your top, let's go top 5, is Chris Smith, Patrick O'Connor, and then you've got the sort of 3 corners of Tyson Russell, Avonte Maddox, and DJ Miller Jr. Special teams.
Oh.
It's updated. Sailors has got a 60. He's got pure 60 grade right now.
The flag was picked up. First and 10, fake toss. Wilson throwing over the middle. Hospital throw. And the Lions player pulled out of hitting him really hard. That's Hallett.
Oh, I'd be going to my quarterback going, what the was that?
Hallett saved the offensive player there from not absolutely killing him.
Taj Washington, that was the offensive player.
If that had been Kirby, he'd have been dead.
True.
Ooh, nice.
2nd and 1. Tackle for loss.
Nice.
Nowaski
There's
came
George on the
in on the backside.
Laundry on the play, though.
Ugh. Neutral zone infraction.
Offside on the Lions. First down, Miami. And many thanks to Daniel Schneider for the $1 super chat. Thank you very much. First and 10, 6 minutes to go in this first half. Zach Wilson under center.
Oh, it's the
That looked like a false start.
Oh, you
Zach Wilson
get
with
that.
Big throw down the field, should have been intercepted, but he missed it. Eric Hallett.
God, he could have had 2 picks by now.
That was the you guys probably remember. I shared that video like 2 months ago about how we did a lot last year of like show man play zone kind of plays. I think that was one there because of the way that when they had the motion, all of like the second level of the defense moved along to sort of show man, but then they dropped into what looked like a Tampa 2 concept.
2nd and 10 then from the Miami 41. Takes the snap, 1-step drop. Little quick pass to the right hand side. Stewards on him. Gain of 7. 3rd down and 3.
I know you've heard me say this before, Matt, but I'll say it thanks benefit as well. One thing I like about Shep is that his play call sheet's half the size of Glenn's. Keep it simple.
3rd and 3, shotgun snap coming.
Sack City!
And number 45 got there first.
Iso Clockwork with a Gude
50
the ball in
on the
hand.
other side.
They're
So
saying
Gude
they've,
Ukwo.
they're saying they've stripped him.
I think he was down.
Oh,
There's a
fuck
flag.
off.
Fuck off.
All right, Cleat.
Face mask on 15.
Grant Stewart.
Oh, that's 45 I'm
What?
looking at. That's 45 I'm looking at. I'm looking at the wrong one.
Yeah, it's 15 Stewart. Supposedly they're saying probably when the receiver ran into him, he grabbed his face mask. But I didn't. Literally, the TV camera cuts away from it, so very helpful. Yeah.
Flag.
Quick throw on a wide receiver screen. Really well played by the defender. 38. Good stuff.
Whiteside. There you go. It's Mr.
On your own.
No, it's your joke. I set you up for it. If you're not going to follow it through, then you do you.
Flag.
Flag.
Flag. Flag.
Flag.
Flag.
Flag.
Oh, there's that.
Second down and
motherfucker, I know.
4. Really good tackle.
Ref. Flag. No flag. Flag.
That's so good. I love that so much. 3rd down and 2 come up. Snap is away, fake, and under pressure, but Zach Wilson gets it off to the tight end in the flat. Really good tackle. Is there going to be a flag there? No. Looked like that could have been a horse collar, maybe. Number 41 on the tackle, saving maybe a touchdown.
Pittman. Anthony Pittman.
I thought it was 41. Oh, sorry, yes, 41, Anthony Pittman, my bad. I was looking at 40. Right, 1st down and 10. Can we please stop that bloody play action killing us every time? Wilson takes the snap and shotgun, 2-step drop, throws to the right-hand side. Nice timing. And a 6-yard gain. 5-yard gain? 2nd down and 5. Second and 4. First half's been an hour and 20 minutes long so far.
Yeah, by 9 o'clock at this rate. Before.
And running play and really good tackle. Number 66.
Adams. Miles Adams.
Good stuff. Collapse that pocket. Not pocket. The offensive line really, really well.
Without looking, how many yards have the Dolphins got on rushes?
I think they've had much.
6.
I'd say about like 19 or something.
5.
Yeah.
5 rushing yards.
I was close.
Yeah, that's what you said 6. I was like, that's how many carries I've had.
I'm trying to run it down the middle. Broderick's playing well again, from what I can see.
I knew that they had only had 3 before this drive, so I knew that it wasn't that much. And my pizza is here. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god.
Pizza.
Unfortunately, it's not. Is that Little Caesars? No, Pizza Hut? I don't know what it is. What's Pizza? Pizza Hut, isn't
Little
it?
Caesars.
Is it Little Caesars? Okay.
Yeah. Because Pizza Hut's no one count Pizza the Hut until Little Caesars did. I love it. Nothing better than seeing Wolves get smashed 4-0 by Man City.
Hey, congratulations, man. So happy for you.
Oh, nothing like being top of the league with 3 wins out of 3.
Hey, let's go, Ant.
Yeah,
I am
Grandad,
getting
so,
sick of Micah Parsons. Sorry.
yeah, Grandad. So we did like Ollie Gordon. He
Mhm.
just had injury issues in his last year, but when he won the Doak, he was absolutely fantastic. He's your true traditional bell cow running back.
Yeah.
He's really good.
Just offers something different to that Miami backfield.
Yeah, they need a bell cow. They've got too many smaller, shiftier guys. They need
Jalen
someone-
Wright, they
yeah,
train.
going back to Mostert and guys like that, speed guys, not necessarily strength guys. No, yeah, he'll fit like a glove down there.
Mhm.
I am struggling. 4 hours 36 to go. Carlton Wood points out that Chesterfield are only top on alphabetical order.
Oh!
Are we not top? I made a factual statement that we are top of the league, and that is a factual statement. Doesn't matter how we're up there, we are factually top of the league.
Okay. Thank you.
You know, it's a shame when people have to be bitter. You know, just envious of our success.
Oh, 3rd and 4, and they missed it in the end zone.
I
mean, I know-
throw. Have a look. Oh, it's just a few inches too far. It's all about those few inches.
They're going for it.
Come on, this is where you want to get a pick 6 or something. I'm manifesting a pick 6 for the Lions right now.
Right,
What we're gonna
fucking
do.
hell. Let's do it.
Don't-
Pick 6,
Don't-
come on.
Don't line the safety up so deep.
Oh, looks like they're going to think about it. Boo!
He's standing in the end zone alone, trying to stop an undoubted freeze.
Excuse me while I eat.
This is the thrill of a lifetime. Yeah, and they started taking it serious, but right before the Miami's Dolphins' first touchdown, they did the exact same thing. He lined up on the 3rd, 4th down, wanted to see what the defense was going to look like, called the timeout, got to the next play.
All right, here we go again. 155. From the 9-yard line, 4th and 4. Boom! Wilson getting sacked. Great. Really, really good blitz. Turnover on downs.
Coming up the middle, coming in here, Isaac TeSlaa, brings it out there, right in the middle.
If I'm Kyle Allen, I'm not setting for a field goal drive here. I'm putting another touchdown up to set the tone. then Hendon has to come out after half time and put touchdowns on the board. So on their website, they have like the premium stats where you can usually check their like the stats. Usually they do it on the, if you go into by game, it should say like it does usually like final grades available, but for the ones in play, if it's got the yellow, it says in-game data is live, view initial data now. You can then just check the grades like you usually do. So like right now, with the last update, Jamarco Jones is still the first overall rated on offense with a 67.9. Then it's Aguakun, Meeks, Awashika, Skipper, with Zach Horton being the lowest. And then on defense, though, this will be behind because I think they do about 5 plays behind. Defense, it's Patrick O'Connor, Chris Smith, Grant Stewart, Tyson Russell, Zach Cunningham, with Grant Stewart with a 94.4 run defense grade. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, for example, I can tell you as well that Kyle Allen right now is averaging 1.94 seconds time to throw, while Zach Wilson has got 1.39 seconds time to throw. Mm-hmm. What else can I see? Rushing. Let's have a look at rushing. Pressure. That's actually been stuck out, didn't they? That's okay. Currently. Hell yeah. Right now, the only pressure allowed, actually there's been 2. There's been 1 hit allowed by Jamarco Jones and 1 curry allowed by Kaidi Awashika. Zach Horton, yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep.
And you're getting some points for ourselves before halftime. A lot of times you look at that as being a potential 14-point swing. Dolphins back off on the near side.
Oh.
He's ripped down inside the 30-yard line. Facing Murphy with the hit. Looks like Miami's actually calling the timeout here. Maybe they want
It might be. Let me have a look for you.
Well, look, you said it up about the show. It means games you can't necessarily get the type of situations that you want. So when you have an opportunity to do it, you take it. And now
What's the coverage on him?
It's Grayson Murphy, who is a former UCLA outside linebacker.
They were brothers there.
Oh, actually, that's a good. You know what? I'm going to look at that. Actually, I just thought. Defensive stats. Special teams defense.
football, but 42 was actually scheduled to wear a number 18 back to his own original number that's not a double number. Maybe play-by-play guys appreciate that. Third down at 12. We talk about it in our yearly meetings. This one to the sideline is caught by Lovett, his second grab. It will be fourth down and a couple.
Mm-hmm.
Fourth down and a couple.
Here's a fun one. Who's got the higher PFF grade for the Dolphins right now? Is it Zeke Biggers or Ife Melifonwu? And
I'd say figures.
you'd both be wrong. Biggers is on a 62.7. Iffy is on a 65.4.
It's a point down. He goes over the middle.
Marco Jones got rinsed on that.
Yeah, he did, yeah.
That was not good pass pro from the left tackle.
It's sad because obviously, as the moves is pointing out, the PFF grades, again, obviously use them in tandem with the what we see on tape. Jones was looking good, and now suddenly this drive's just gone. And suddenly he's gone from, oh yeah, you might be able to make the rosters, offensive lineman 8, 9, 10 as a swing tackle to we're in deep shit.
68 seconds for the Lions to try to score. Baki is the tailback. From the 44. Allen to throw.
Yes. Meeks.
Nice. Again, really good blitz pickup from Barker.
He's putting his name out there.
Yeah.
The right tackle and the running back. And just really a nice route by Meeks, right? You can tell that safety's playing over the top. He's not going to let you get over above him, but watch this blitz pick up between Dan Skipper. And then
Oh, Miami might have used it.
Yeah.
Trying to save time for a potential drive.
Is this what I think it is?
Defensive back in Utah. Whittingham ran out of running backs. And he's like, who is the guy that can actually make this thing go? And he just looks for enemies. Utah does this quite a bit, actually. They found Rocky and they turned it into an NFL career for him. But he's seen
Yeah, probably what to say. I think Allen will want to go out with another touchdown drive here. Make it a 7-point game, not a 3-point game.
It just adapted to a new role for whatever reason you can do. Baki's done a great job of doing it. Here he is, tunneling down to the 22. In the game of 7, the Lions used a couple timeouts on the
Good run.
Will drop it off. And still made. It's Baki again. It's a first down. For the Lions. This is where we get a chance to tell you.
Nice is in at center.
The chance to drive home the grand prize of Lions Wrap. Yes, Lions Wrap 2025 Ford vehicle. So you stay open until January 31st, 2026 from Stadium for to enter. Don't forget the necessary.
Same.
The Lions Ford tailgate.com to enter today. And let's see now. Lions Wrap. SUV. Yeah, sure. Be very on brand for Jason and be sitting at the top of a vehicle. No, you know it very well. First down to the 18. The Lions quickly into the red zone. And Allen up and go to the end zone.
Oh,
Love that. I can hear my aunt clapping downstairs as well for the touchdown. Is it another fade route? So it's in the thing. No, it's corner. Oh, that's a new move. I like that. So watch when he does the break to go to the pylon. Obviously, another point. That's a new one. He kind of dips down, does like a little shimmy, then he makes the cut. It might be one of those where it might be an option route where if the corner's shading him inside, he then runs a post. But either way, he's got that kind of option to break either way, depending on what leverage the corner gives him.
yeah. Hendon Hooker's fucked at this point.
Yeah. Two drops. Yeah. So this won't be updated for that driver thing. That's Miami. So the latest that PFF have updated with their thing, they have Kyle Allen at a 91.7 adjusted completion rate. They're saying that 2 of his 3 incompletions are drops and not credited with him. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I'll tell you what, I'm right. You know, you got a kid like that, then improve and continue to find a way to be consistent. Yourself as well, I can imagine. Sure. Getting on the return and 35 or scoring drive by Sure Auto Insurance. It's staffed by Isaac TeSlaa. 9 plays, 83 yards for 80 seconds for the touchdown.
Rewinding that because I need to see how many to shout at.
TeSlaa makes a great match. He was a huge story for the Lions, and everybody in the building watching that. You're watching
43.
That's just where my eyes are trained to go. That play doesn't happen if tackle gets to the side. No, you're dead on. You love the way you watch the field. He doesn't want to sit on the bench. He gets the game of 9.5. And the clock moves 15 seconds to the new half. Dolphins are to the 45. One more play for Zach Wilson with Ollie Gordon next to him. Flat foot throw. One more for Tanner Connor.
Surrender.
Of the first half. Much back in a big win. 14 points in the first half. And Detroit, all the penalties the Lions have put together.
While you type in the stats, not to state the obvious, but I think Ant's comment a minute ago is completely right. That 2-minute drill there just sealed the QB2 job for Kyle Allen.
Allen was 14 of 17, but his accuracy wasn't even as good as
Barkin Stewart.
TeSlaa got the arrow out.
Awkward. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Allen just needs to get dialed and I think get his range in, and then suddenly he's pretty much perfect passing the ball. And it helps that he's going to reliable targets for the most part, Meeks and TeSlaa. I'm not just saying that because they're both prototype X's that I liked in the draft pretty much. But they're reliable guys who can use their body shield, catch the ball. And honestly, I know perhaps me and you were higher on him than most, but Varkey is showing that step at running back that we wanted to see. Like, you compare this to what he would have done last year in some of those runs, he would have only got 2-3 yards. The one he broke through a couple of arm tackles and got 8-9 yards. That's what we've been wanting to see from him. And obviously, we haven't been able to because of the hamstring injury. But Allen is locked up the QB2 job. TeSlaa is just showing that development. As I said, a new move on to getting the separation on a route cut, like little tiny stuff like that, that is showing he's building on that physical profile he already has and as outlined in the tape breakdown. He's adding the little technical stuff, a new stutter step on his rope break to get separation, stuff like that, showing that development we want. Meeks is really making it difficult now for that wide receiver 6 conversation. Like the top 5 already locked in. We already know who they are. If we're going to keep a 6, Meeks has made it really difficult now to choose between him and Dominic Lovett. Often.
At the expense of who?
Lovett.
I don't know. The team seems to have a plan with Lovett. It feels like they've got a plan with him. Depends if you think you can sneak into the practice squad.
Yeah.
Because
I think right now
a lot of these cuts, they handshake agree with all the other GMs that no one's going to poach them and they'll get them through to the practice squad. They put agreements together.
Yeah. It's hard, yeah, because I could see both. We could, like, if we let's say we could do Lovett, I could see a team who needs that kind of speedy receiver, even if it is just to play the Marvin Hall role in their offense for them. See a team wanting that and then trying to groom him on special teams. But the same with Meeks, like you look around the league, and obviously we've been searching for an X for a while, but you look around the league and there are teams that would happily take that kind of receiver. Miami, you look at their wide receiver core, Tyreek Hill, Jalen Waddle, DX Scourge, Eric Uzoma, who's caught a couple of passes for them. They're all Taj Washington, all smaller, speedy receivers. They don't have that big physical presence on the outside. So I could see if we cut, again, because they've probably seen him in joint practice, if we cut Meeks, I could see Miami being like, come here, you will be wide receiver 4 for us, but you've got the potential to become a starter for us next season if you dealt well. It might have to be that we do some of that old roster magicry that we do, and it comes down to cut downs, and hopefully me and Ant are sitting here streaming it, and it finally gets released, all the transactions, and we see cut/released, running back Craig Reynolds, tight end Zane Shilstra, linebacker Zach Cunningham, those kind of vested vets that are not subject to waivers, and we can have that handshake agreement with them and their agent being like, we're only cutting you because of roster stuff. We'll bring you back tomorrow or in a couple of days when we've sorted out the roster stuff. So we can try and sneak Lovett and Meeks through, because right now, I don't know. I'd take both. And I don't know who. It might come down to what we were discussing earlier, where because you've got Rocky Sin and Avante Maddox who can play all, I'm going to say 4. All 4 DB positions, so outside corner, nickel, strong safety, free safety. You can maybe get away with taking one less DB in response to keeping another receiver. Mm-hmm. Yes. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Three weeks ago. Straight UFL signing.
Right. Sorry about that, everybody. I was on mute for all of them. Whoops. Never mind.
Oh, at least I heard your...
Yeah, it's because I did it on Streamlabs. I'm an idiot.
Fair. Basically, what Matt said was Meeks got the highest amount of guaranteed money for the UDFA contracts, which is a good indication of, one, the team values him. Number 2, he was wanted around the league. Plus, you compare that to someone like Sailors, which is the instance he gave. Someone that was a veteran, technically, that we've signed recently off the street / out the UFL, that every team's had the chance to, but we're the ones that pick them first. It's more likely you'll be able to get Sailors onto the practice squad than Jackson Meeks, for instance. You're more likely to get Whiteside onto the practice squad than you are I don't know, than you are Jackson Meeks, etc.,
Or
etc.
love it. I mean,
Love it, yeah.
I think both of them you'd lose to waivers.
Yeah, 100%.
Sorry about muting myself. I thought you wouldn't want to hear me eat, and then I forgot to unmute myself when I was talking. I'm just going to pop to the loo. I'll be back in a sec.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God.
Kev, good to see you. The Enterprise National League is days away. You've probably had one of the shortest off-season runs than anybody else in this competition after the final in June. How have the pre-season preparations going?
Yeah, good. I think this must have been over service. Because it's the first of June, the final, obviously, the off-season gets shorter, the pre-season gets shorter, but in terms of that 30 days of the league, we've got to wait for a real week to take this final, which is brilliant. I think there's something, this is what we needed. With the change of environment, those been troubles for quite long, quite close, so it's good to see away. I think after when it's good for everyone, just the changes.
Damn, I said that your boy Chisholm, 71 receiving yards and a touchdown on 6 receptions for the Patriots.
No. Crafty little so-and-so.
Mm-hmm. That makes me very happy, as a non-closeted Drake May fan.
He's so good.
Mm-hmm.
Racked up stats in college. He's such a good route runner. He'll thrive. Guys like him will find a way to thrive in the NFL. If you can run routes excellently, you'll find a way to thrive in the NFL.
Exactly. He'll be the shifty sort of, I know that this is where I'm getting kind of copying it from the tweet I saw the stat from, but the way that you always Brady, when you needed a key third down and you need someone to get open, it was always Edelman. It might be that Chisholm stat for Drake May, which would be pretty nice.
Wouldn't surprise me if Chisholm put up 600-700 yards plus this year. At all.
So what you're saying is draft him at the bottom of the last couple of rounds of fantasy drafts to be
I would. I think I would.
Actually, I might do that then because I've got one of mine. It's a long draft going on right now for one of my flag ones.
I'd get him and stash him because I think he could low-key be very good. Like I say, new quarterbacks, they always want a safety blanket, and he'll be a safety blanket.
Yeah. I'm hoping I made the right choice in mine though. So I'm doing it's a super flex league. First overall was I was picking third. First overall went Jamar Chase. Then the second pick was Josh Allen. I gambled and took Jaden Daniels as my third overall pick. The third overall pick.
Ooh.
It's in a super flex league though. So
I mean, to be honest,
you have QBs. Yeah.
Picking anybody's a risk in fantasy. All it takes is one injury, and they're all the same.
True.
I've given up because I find I have incredibly bad luck.
Yeah, true. the 49ers wide receiver situation. They should just hire you, and whoever you put on your fantasy team for the week is the ones they shouldn't play because I know they're not going to get stats.
I'll create my anti-fantasy team. Just bet against this, and you will be fine.
Yeah, do it, and you can draft Jordan Love and JJ McCarthy as your QBs.
Draft an entire NFC North roster that's not the Lions.
Yeah, exactly. And then have whichever defense you hate the most out of the three and draft them as your fancy defense.
Hate them all. Whoever we're playing against.
Yeah, true.
Scream their defenses would be good.
Mm-hmm.
Have you addressed Brent's question?
I haven't seen.
Brent says, if Goff goes down for 6 games, do you think Allen can go 3-3?
With the obvious caveat of it depends who it's against. So if we're going up against Baltimore, Minnesota, those kind of, high blitz, those guys coverage teams, probably not. But if it's against like standard opponents that don't really do that kind of stuff, and he's still got full offensive line and that, I could see Allen going 3-3. If you just sub him in for Goff in the offense, like straight sub him in, he's going to have Amon-Ra, J-Mo, Tim Patrick, TeSlaa, Sam Laporta, Brock Wright, full offensive line, etc. Then because we already know that a game plan where you mostly hand the ball off to Gibson, Monty, and then you take the occasional deep shot based on the play action can work. Allen can easily come in and operate that. We've seen him do the deep shots. The Meeks last week. The throw to Meeks this week on the intermediate dig that was about 20, 25 yards downfield. We know he can do that. So, yeah, I say yes.
Yeah, I agree.
Potentially. This team's good enough that it doesn't need him to be a star. It just needs him to be decent.
Oh, no. Fuck's sake, Jake. As the kickoff is kicked out of bounds, just like that is borderline, but that's a kick out of bounds. They're going to go to the 40.
Luke is at the game, by the way, so he's going to ring in when he comes out of the stadium. So we'll get him live from Ford Field, pretty much.
That's cool. Yes. Oh, you're on the field, Matt. Hope you enjoy your snaps.
Huh?
You're on the field. Turner 47.
Oh. Running play up the middle. Quinn Ewers is in the game at quarterback. Run of 4. Second down and 6.
How did Graham Mertz get picked ahead of Quinn Ewers?
There's no justice.
Mm-hmm.
Play action pass. Ewers, really nice throw actually, but really well defended.
Whiteside?
Whiteside.
Whiteside, yeah.
He looks like he thinks he should have got an interception there. But that's a really good pass breakup. Good recognition. Incomplete pass. No flags.
Whiteside again, yeah. Yeah. You're playing on so a lot.
What route concept should you see? If you can diagnose the formation and the personnel that you can see, you might give yourself an edge.
Hunting from the 45 for Miami after the free kick out of bounds. Fair catch called for flag on the play.
In the back. Oh, picked it up.
Here we go. Go on, Hendon. Show us what you got.
Dude needs to have a monster half. He can't afford any mistakes now.
probably catchable too, right? So you're right, but you can't think about that, right? I can't think, I'm going to chase Highway. I'm going to do what he did.
Here goes Hooker. Hand off and hit for a tackle for loss.
Oh, you
Say
just
this
don't want
again.
to put him in long situations because then the pass rush will tee off on him and cause him to panic.
Mm-hmm.
Offensive line's first snap as well, isn't it?
Yeah. Only offensive line receivers are pretty much only like Horton's been in the game.
What's he doing there? Get rid of the fucking thing.
Wow, that is such a big error.
He's literally running behind a perfectly blocked screen. Just run out of play. Don't stop and let them hit you.
Loss of 6 on the play.
That's
Problem with mobile quarterbacks. They just run and then they've no idea what to do.
Hooker, should he just kneel here? Anyway, going to take the snap and just hand it off. Surrender monkeys. Sailors 1 yard game, 4th down and 17 coming. That was a rough and offensive series as we've seen.
yeah. I know you guys probably wouldn't agree with this, but honestly, I would cut Hooker tomorrow. This was going to be like...
Oh, I'd cut him.
Not even to bring in another QB, just bring in, I don't know, another defensive tackle, another corner, just someone just to fight for that depth role because Hooker ain't making the team.
We still need a practice squad QB.
Yeah.
At this point, it just seems he's not learning. There's nothing there.
Mm-hmm. And you can tell I was getting distracted by that because obviously, again, kick cover, the punt coverage there was not good at all. Like, how are we allowing how many yards? 26-yard return.
Brandeis has just said that apparently it was Jason Marshall Jr. for the Finns making a good play, that a player that Ant was high on, apparently.
Sorry, I zoned out. What was I high on? I'm not doing
Jason Marshall Jr.
Oh. I thought you meant like drugs or something.
What?
Well, I'm surprised Ash's deep-seated hatred for Gators didn't like alert him to his presence there. He's a Gator, you know.
Yeah, I know, but
Dude.
it's Miami. They're going to pick up a lot of UDFAs from Miami, Florida, those kind of colleges because they're close.
Mike is in the building saying you can do it.
If you BNQ it.
You must be tired, Ant. You would never dream of saying that if you were on form.
Yeah, I am tired. My sense of humor is gone. Shot.
Just
Eric-
attendance hopes are making a 53.
Perry's asking if we can trade Hooker for another quarterback. The problem with that is you want another quarterback.
What's his value?
Well, if there's another quarterback who's going to be cut and they're interested in Hooker and we're interested in that quarterback, then maybe. But no.
I said
Sure.
we should do the trade for Mills. Like, have Hooker as Stroud's backup because they're more, it's the type of offense will be built for a QB who can scramble a bit more.
I mean, yeah, you want to trade Hooker for a QB. I know a team that really wants to get rid of a QB on their team right now, massive contract that we have to pick up, but it should at least net us some good draft picks in the trade.
Kirk Cousins?
No. Deshaun Watson, you are a Detroit Lion.
Oh, wow.
You're like a Brock Osweiler trade where we send them Hooker, we get Watson and their first round pick next year.
Oh.
What? Oh. Ollie Gordon drops the shoulder, first down.
I tell you what, if you're looking for sneaky fantasy pickups, I would stash
Ollie
him
Gordon, yeah.
somewhere. I would stash Ollie Gordon somewhere. I reckon he'll take over that. Like when the Dolphins realise that they need a bit of muscle on that offense, they'll pivot to him quick.
Theo Weiss is out as well. I know. Or someone we also looked at in the draft process.
Play action and the pressure, but gets rid of it. Good throw. Only a 2.5 yard gain, but it was about as much as he could get there.
Speak of the devil.
Hey AJ, what do you think about your cheap ass owner who refuses to get you any help for your team? I mean, they should ask him because he clearly has a cheap ass for an owner.
Yeah.
Dolphins at the 15. And that's a really good hit. Tackle for a loss. 3rd down and 9 coming up. Didn't know who made the initial hit there, but that was really good.
Someone's
Lying down in the play.
Is that Chris Smith? Oh no. Oh shit. Ahmed.
Shit.
Holding his arm, but looks of it.
Shoulder, it's his shoulder.
Fuck.
This would be bad. Right, can we just call the game now?
Yeah. See what need to out the offense, and yeah, it's not having any more injuries. Straight to the locker room for Hassan per Pride of Detroit.
To be expected.
I'm hoping it's a kind of a broadcast. This is an elbow injury. I'm hoping it's a kind of like almost like a dead arm where he's just took a whack to it and it's just like a bit of a dead arm. I'm hoping it's that. Ugh.
Dan Campbell built this thing, if you guys are building what you built with the Tigers, what do you see?
11 minutes to go in the third quarter. 3rd down and 8 from the 15. Ewers at quarterback. Takes a snap, 1-step drop, looking over the middle.
He's gone. There we go, yeah.
Touchdown, Miami. Theo Weiss.
Just got that step inside of the corner. And then all you had to do was just put it in a place where you could just easily get the ball.
You know, what I was doing is better than sports in Detroit, you know, especially September, October baseball in America is incredible. Obviously, we need to work on our way, make a business, but, you know, we're in this section where I know everybody's getting excited for football, but there's some incredible baseball being played.
AT is good, 14 apiece.
And bring some memories to this fan base they deserve. Coach, we're not going to blame you for the Dolphins scoring, but we're going to blame for that because the point will bring you on. So that they keep that side. I blame Benetti for asking. Just a quick question going back there. Kind of follow up on Jason Wade. How cool is it to see just the professional athletes in this town kind of come together?
Right, Hendon Hooker time again.
The Lions started to take off.
Mhm.
We also saw the Pistons get last year. I'm sorry, but just the players really seem to support each other as well. A lot of guys come to your games. A lot of your players come out to training camp, going to different Pistons games, whatever it might be. I know that's got to be no doubt from your vantage point, watching the support that comes to each other. It is incredible. I mean, we've all kind of. There's like a lot of love about this fucking crossover among athletes. What's funny, how nervous they are. You know, I think he's going to get golf out there, dude. I've been kind of decent friends with him over the years, and getting these guys to come over, get on the mound, and throw.
Brandeis are saying that users look really good in camp. A huge upgrade over Skylar Thompson and Mike White.
Mhm.
I think he's better than Zach Wilson.
Yeah.
Return for the Lions getting out to the 30.
My issue with him was always that his just mechanics was so far off when he was at Texas that he could get away with pure arm strength to make the throws, but the accuracy wasn't there. But it does seem like whoever the QB coach is for Miami has done a good job of kind of just resetting those mechanics, getting on a nice stable platform to throw, because then he can do stuff like that. We can throw a ball with touch to make sure Olivier Wees can get the ball and score a touchdown.
By action, Hendon looking to throw, gonna get sacked. To be fair to Hendon, he kept looking for the throw and didn't try and bail. I think he only lost a couple on that play. Got quite far up in the pocket.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, only lost one.
Again, it would be something I'll probably have to look at when we rewatch the game, but as soon as he feels that the rusher's hand on his arm, just get rid of it. Even if you're throwing it at the feet of, I don't know, Ronnie Bell. Jesus Christ.
And a tackle for us there too. Lions going backwards.
You're looking at second and third and long. Defense is going to field your ears back up front, bring a pass rush, and got to try to find a way to get spots in place.
Oh my god.
He knows his NFL career's over.
Yeah.
He's playing like he knows his NFL career's over.
Yeah, the head's down. He's done.
Surprised me to see Allen go back out there again.
Yeah.
Only been out there for 6 minutes as well.
These drives they're just poor decisions. Oh!
Mm-hmm.
Oh! Oh!
Oh!
Dominic Lovett scooped up a muff punt and the Lions are 3 yards out. Here's a chance for Hooker to get some points on the board.
Good awareness from Lovett to just quickly, but it just slows up too early.
I'll take a sack up first playing out or lose yardage.
Mhm.
Looks like he just never got a good jump on where that ball was going to come. And I think as a return, if you can
Yeah, was his knee down when he got it or something?
make the play, it's never a bad idea just to let the ball.
I don't understand why that's come back.
Nor do I.
His knee must have been on the ground.
Or it
So-
might be the guy who enough to catch just catches him as he's going past, and so because he touches the ball, it's down by contact.
Oh, for the love of God.
No gain on the first play after a handoff in shotgun.
I'd say that about just over a yard gain. Like a tiny gain. It's just because they know Hooker's not going to throw the ball, they're just keying in on the run.
It's momentum. You want to hit them with something big after a
Yeah.
play like that and get them on the back foot. Instead, you're just running it up the goal twice.
Is that the Lions' first turnover forced in
Yes.
the preseason? Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice run that time, gain of 8. 3rd and 2.
And the offensive line is resetting that line of scrimmage, getting to the push. Nice little power builder coming over that right tackle spot. To insert himself up into the second level, I think. And then take off.
Oh, Danny Mack just said, is it because he called fair catch?
Just very impressed right now with his
Didn't think that made a difference.
one foot in the ground.
No, because that only concerns the catcher.
Yeah.
Doesn't concern the kicker.
Just making sure he is pushing the pile.
Hooker hands this one off on 3rd and 2. Drops the shoulder, doesn't
Not bad.
get there. He's going to be about 40 yards short, 4th down and inches.
And this is what guys like Hooker are for, with his legs. The design
Mhm.
for plays like this. I want to see him get out of the pocket and make the play himself here.
I love how they're talking about Hawkeye having preseason, where it's like, it's technology, it doesn't have a day off.
How does that process when there's like that chip in the ball somewhere? Is that what it is? No, it's six temperature, you know, and it just
Jamie just tweeted, my virtual eyeballs tell me that's a half-yard short. Yes, thanks. Saved you some time.
inside the line, outside the line. Yep. Same thing. If it's gonna take this long, don't be that guy. They're working it out. If you're that guy, there's a run of the Risdon season, and you go, they're gonna do that. They didn't even run. Keep this thing moving. Eyeball it. Let's go.
Sorry, the computers actually say it's a third of a yard short.
See, those few inches make all the difference. How much of this is down to 3rd string OL? I mean, it's the same with the 1st string OL they put out there.
Mhm.
None of them have been good, really.
Number 53 on the Dolphins this time.
Ooh.
no.
Thought Sailors was going all the way then.
Mhm.
I don't get why you wouldn't use your QB's mobility in that situation. Give him a bit of trust. At least try and give him something to. The fact that they're not even trusting him with stuff like that to convert a 4th and 1 kind of just shows you where they're at with him. They're like, yeah, we can't even be bothered with this. Because that's perfect sit for a QB like him to make a big play and get himself a bit of confidence.
Read option or anything like that, but I guess not.
Don't let him throw either. Run, 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 run.
Some defensive ends right now playing and really starting to crash. Which if I'm John Maakaron or even anybody on that offensive staff saying, hey, I give good opportunity to pull a little bit of play down so you're gonna get headed up on the pitch and maybe let him use his athleticism the way that these guys and defensive ends really start to push that pot. Jackson, the new tailback, there instead of is 3rd down.
Run by Sailors, gain of 2, 3rd down and 6 coming.
Damon Arnett just got an interception for the Texans. your former first round pick for Las Vegas.
We didn't get it maybe as much as we thought last year, but Coach Morton doesn't strike me as the type of guy that's going to, play mind games with you. He says we're trying to get shot.
You've got to throw it here, Hooker. You've got to.
Hooker running, stumbling, scoring, flag.
Flag.
Jacoby Keeney James sighting.
Fuck's sake, Manu.
Oh, it just feels like with all these guys, the inconsistency plays. Oh, come on, you should be holding there. Let go. You can see the runners past you.
You have no idea your quarterback's stepping up and running at pocket, right?
You can. He's run right past him. You can see him.
Hooker looking to throw towards the end zone, checks it down. Gain of 6, 4th down and 10.
Taylor's on the catch here. It's going to be 4th down, and even though the Lions are perfect on 4th down in this game, this is from the 14 that have to get.
Oh, Banaka's got a touchdown for the Packers.
Who did?
Ooh.
Israel.
Is it?
Yeah. Here comes the money.
Lions go up 17-14.
Installed a speed bag. Speed bag, does really do it real well, and obviously could do it during meetings because it was loud. We don't like to have it there because he could always walk in the way around and amaze God because he could do the speed bag better than anybody else. Yeah. We see it every day. We used to go out and spar. We would just shadow box each other, right? And he always used to catch me with the left hand and he left me. In 2003, Parcel's unretired again. This time it was to be the head coach of the Dallas Cowboys, who were coming off 3 straight 5-win seasons. Presented by Meyer.
Mason's really pushing his partnership with the National League.
17-14, the Lions have taken the lead on a Big Bates 33-yard field goal. Nice art. Very realistic. Scoring drive brought to you by Pure Auto Insurance. 8 plays, 12 yards, 415.
Kickoff is away. Received at the 2. Run back all the way to the 30. Bounces off a tackle down at the 34. Flag on the play.
We should do a shot every time there's a flag.
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 Flag. There's a flag on the play.
They say there's no foul. That's like the fifth one.
Take your bets. Who's this one on? Taking all bets.
I'm saying going to pick it up.
Pins. Ah, no foul.
I gotta read a promo just namaste. Lions are operating the ability to earn 3% back on every purchase. In stadium, when you scan your Lions Perks card at the time of purchase, the Lions Perks card is free and accessible to anyone with the Detroit Lions. You can go home, play with your kid, say,
Oh.
don't foul on the play. It's gonna be a charge. Bring praise to your house. With yours, the quarterback.
Pistol for viewers. And hands off. Lions have the ball. Lions have the ball. Strickland had that ball. Runner down by contact is the call.
I should just throw a challenge flag just for the hell of it.
Why not?
Sickos.
Miami going quickly.
Oh, nice.
Viewers for the play action and a really nice PBU. Who's that?
Hallett.
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 Hitting like a mallet.
Good throw by viewers.
That's a punch out. I thought you just hit him hard, but it's a punch out.
All of a sudden, a very good play turns into oh no, which is the other way. So I love the fact that Allen that time not slow it up, but make sure that he gave the receiver an opportunity to make a play.
Did you guys see Salah last night?
Doing this celebration.
No.
Just the goal.
No. Staying after everyone else had left, all the other players had left, staying with the fans and just clapping along to Jota song and just crying.
Jesus, fair. I know the Wolves did a tifo today about Jota as well.
Mm.
They then got absolutely fucking dicked by Man City, but what did we expect?
I'll put it in Discord.
Yeah.
Just because I think it's a beautiful, horrible thing.
Mm-hmm.
It's only like 20 seconds long. It's bloody heartbreaking, man.
Yeah.
Talking Grit also saying they think Kyle Allen's won the job with that 2-minute drill.
Yeah. Like, he hasn't been perfect. Obviously, there's there was the legal, but there was throw past the line of scrimmage. There was the couple of high pointed throws that were just a bit too high, but he's done enough, I think, at this point.
Third down and 8 for Miami from the 37-yard line. Ewers with a quick hitter throw, and Lions are all over it.
Basically telegraphed that was.
Yeah. Nate Lynn credited with the tackle. Punt directional to the left-hand side. What a punt. What a brilliant punt.
Win, toss, win, toss, go, win, toss, win. That is Deion Jackson in at run back now.
Hooker from the 10-yard line, snap taken, good run up the middle, nice amount of yardage out to the 12. And Hooker hands it off again. Run up the middle, doesn't get there, though, going to be yards short. Oh, did you see the Liverpool supporter getting kegged?
Yes.
Love
it. That's my kind of stuff.
This is so funny.
It is Jackson right into the pile, and he sneaks through. He's got the first down.
Hell yeah.
Very powerful. There's a flag on the play. Flag.
Mm-hmm. You're right. I was about to say before, obviously, the starting run, he is that kind of more Monty style runner than the Gibbs style runner that like Jamal Small, and that was Deion Jackson very much is a north-south kind of bruising kind of running back rather than a east-west kind of guy.
Meeks called for an eagle shift.
You should just have a button on your sidebar that goes flag on the play, so then you don't have to keep saying it. You'll save yourself a lot of voice.
But I like saying flag.
I wasn't just a flag. I was a total, utter flag.
That is a Glastonbury flag that was out and about.
Yes, it was, yes.
Completion for a first down, and here's another flag.
Nolan's just tweeted, this tweet has been called back for a penalty.
Holding on number 77. It's not Frank Ragnar anymore. It is Zach Johnson. Clearly a hold as well.
Oh my god, it was on Biggers as well of all the guys. Why?
All right, Hooker. How can you get a flag on this play?
Excessive celebration, I'm going to guess.
Draw. Good run.
It's more flags than your average speed dating session.
That was a good one.
Don't feel as bad about those because you can't have the legal procedures lining up offsides or like earlier in the game, we saw it on the Miami side where, the receiver's not on screens. Those are the ones that I think frustrate coaches more than anything. On the return to the 35, and he'll probably play without the 40. 60-yard.
How many fucking times?
Last year, 51. This keeps flipping the field. That's why we try to be biff about traditional off the kickoff. Because when you have a weapon like that, if you can pin those two together, right? You put the kickoff coverage.
I love you, Fifth, but you need to fucking sort this shit out. I'm not dealing with this fucking week one against the Packers.
Oh, you're getting so testy.
It's just annoying, like the Hendon stuff. So the offense still out with Hendon. We can put down to QB plays not there, but the fact that the kick coverage has been just so shit over 3 weeks.
It's not often where you see this 90 yards.
Roderick Martin done for neutral zone.
They take it serious here in Detroit. Obviously, preseason is always interesting because special teams truly is. For a lot of these players, spot on this roster. When you were over the top,
Pass by Ewers over the middle on a play action. Nice stuff all the way down to the Lions 31. And now will be the end of the third quarter. Here's your stats at the end of the third quarter. And if I can actually get the score right, that would be great. 17-14 Lions lead. Lions stats are as they were before the end of the half, with all of those guys no longer taking snaps. The only change for Miami is that Ollie Gordon is the leading rusher, 6 carries, 26 yards. Boys, 3 points for the Lions in that quarter to take the lead. But fairly uninspiring and anemic offense once again. And we saw that in the first quarter, so maybe it was going to come to life in the fourth like we did in the second. But Hooker is not successfully operating the offense he's been given. There are questions as to whether he's being called the right plays. It does appear as though he's being called different plays. I don't know how you feel about the contention that they feel like they're calling plays that he can operate.
Yeah. I just don't know. He's finally had a scoring drive in the preseason. We were gifted that 3 points basically by the muffed punts. Just hold on. It's the same issues. Okay, there's a couple of times where he did say his feet and try and look to throw. Just hold on to the ball too long. If you can't see something there, don't just keep hold of it. Throw it away.
Talk about your grip first. How do you hold the ball? Great, Kurt Warner. Thanks for coming. Tom House. Thanks for doing this.
It's a shame because I know obviously shouldn't have high hopes for what someone's basically supposed to be a backup QB, but I was hoping for more. But it is what it is.
Still got 3 hours and 20 minutes to go.
No, I can hear my bed calling.
Me too.
And that's disturbing because there's nobody in it. So
That's... You are a funny man.
well, you know, through the pain, you have to laugh, and this is painful right now. Like, you know, we need some offensive linemen to stand up. We need Hooker to show what he can do, and just like nada squat. It's a shame because the defense is doing pretty decent.
Right, here comes the fourth quarter.
Oh, missed tackle. Extra 4 yards.
Missed tackles by 50, a good day.
Gotta have that run defense, Mitchell.
Is it bad that Kyle Allen has more rushing yards than Hendon Hooker?
Certainly not a stat you'd expect.
Well, Kyle Allen has 1 yard.
They've not let Hooker rush at all.
Nope.
Mind you, Hooker's probably got sack yardage, because sack yardage counts against it. Oh, Miami are just rolling down the clock now. They're just playing run ball.
You're wrong. The sack yardage only counts against running stats. Oh, I was going to say in college, and I think that's right. Sack yardage doesn't count against running yards in NFL.
Sounds like a fantasy football thing. It should.
Sack yardage in the NFL goes against passing yards. I'm not really sure why. Lions defensive line pinches, and should have got there. Good tackle in the end by Ezekiel Turner, but should never have got there.
No.
First down play, just throwing a couple stick marks. Just got to make sure you go low if you're trying to pull him up as well. You can't just tell if you've got that. What you like stuff right up at that. Well, he didn't have both year last year, I thought that's late, but 2 years ago, he was out of Silver the second.
Oh, how'd they get down to our end zone so quickly?
Because we let them. First down and goal from the 8.5. No gains. Second down and goal from there.
If you're one-on-one, that's your job. Slow down that play, but they'll get off picked up. The pursuit is getting better. Right now, if you push around a little bit in the middle of that defense, like to see the edge continue to slow down that pocket, not let anybody get on the backside. Play action, yours.
Oh.
Play action.
Fuck's sake.
Ewers, touchdown, Miami. Theo Weiss for number 2.
Second score of this second half.
Up goes the weasel.
Quinn Ewers, 5 of 8 for 44 and 2 tutties.
Hold everyone. He's got the goods to play in the NFL.
Mizzou, was he?
Texas.
Oh, Ewers. Sorry, I thought you were saying about Theo Weiss.
No, Ewers has got the... Ewers is an NFL quarterback.
PAT is good.
Oh, great.
Oh, good. We've got Hendon Hooker coming back in. Said nobody ever.
Always look on the bright side of life. Boo-doo, 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 boo-doo.
Life seems jolly shit when you look at it. Life's a lark and death's a joke, it's true. I really should learn those lyrics. If life seems jolly rotten, there's something you've forgotten. And that's to laugh and smile and dance and sing. When you're feeling in the dumps, don't be silly champs. Just purse your lips and whistle, that's the thing. And
always look on the bright side of life.
for life is quite absurd, and death's the final word. You must always face the curtain with a bow. Forget about your sin, give the audience a grin. Enjoy it, it's your last chance anyhow.
And always look on the bright side of death. Do-do, 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 do-do. Before you draw your final mortal breath. Do-do, 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 do-do. Oh, I love Life of Brian. For obvious reasons. And what is your name, Centurion? Because
'Tis just a flesh wound.
Wrong film.
That's Christopher. Come on. He's not the Messiah. He's a naughty boy.
Very naughty boy.
Very naughty boy.
Naughty boy.
Yeah, if you're gonna correct people, you better get it right.
Yeah. True.
Yeah.
Are there any ladies here today? Oh, dear Lord.
I have a very great friend in Rome called Biggest. He has a wife, you know.
Incontinentia.
Incontinentia buttocks.
Oh.
By
Return
Jove,
by
the
the
return
lines.
went to the 29.
Thank you,
Good
sir.
Lord.
Well, no. 28. No sailors on the return.
Ash. Come on.
You should do your commentary to the life of Brian Tune. Hand off to the running back and he's stuffed. Doo-doo, 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 doo-doo. Go on, Matt. You know you want to. There's another flag and I'm just a little fed up. Boo-doo, 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 boo-doo.
I can't do that. I can barely sing lyrics. I can't make it up as I go. Independent Aquaman said, I had some friends watching Monty Python's Holy Grail. It was old for us, but I'd never heard of it. I'd never laughed so hard. That was a couple of decades ago. There's a Jack Black version of The Life of Brian.
I love Jack Black. I'm never going to watch that, I don't think.
Play action pass to number 43 for a first down. No, to number 40, sorry, for a first down. Zach Horton.
Get your facts right, man. Come on.
I corrected myself before someone else did. No, we're not singing Clockwork Orange. Sorry, Perry Ball. That would be bleak.
There you go.
Oh, bloody hell.
First down and 10 for the Lions. 11 minutes to go in this game. 8:47 p.m. in the UK. We've been going for almost 21 hours at this point. Just ticking around to 11 minutes. Hooker takes the snap. Play action. Plenty of time. Uncorks it into... Terrible, terrible decision to throw that ball. Really well covered player. Don't know what he's doing there.
forcing it. Pure and simple. He knows he's in dire straits. He's just trying anything to stay with the team. But
He's been a very naughty boy.
He's not assaulting a swing, I'll tell you that. Run play to the left-hand side, and he's got a head of steam there, and he gets himself 9 yards for a 3rd down and 1 coming up. Sailors, good run.
There's something wrong with the TV. It's not indicating a flag. Something must be broken.
our sanitors.
Why no flag?
Flag.
Again, I was about to reference a Vine, but I think you might get it. So
I just love how Tom Grassi has an impersonator. All he says is flag, and he can understand what he's saying. Flag.
Oh, Hooker on
There,
the roll.
flag, flag, another flag.
3rd down and 1, and the naked boot for Hooker did not work. Stop short. It'd be 4th and 1 pending a flag. Illegal shift called. I think they'll take it, but we'll see.
And again, Hooker couldn't get that conversion. He just ran straight into the bloody blocker.
Mm-hmm.
They are going to accept the penalty. Instead of 4th and 1, it's going to be 3rd and 6. That is what happens, though, when you know the Lions are going to go for it, is you accept penalties on 4th and 1.
Yeah.
3rd and 6, then. From the 43, Lions down 4, 10 minutes to go. Okay, that's a really low snap. Going to throw over the middle and incomplete for Zach Horton. Hooker ends up on the turf.
There I look.
Time for our Fox in the box.
Flag, flag.
Flag.
Okay, not to defend Hooker too much, but I've just looked. There's well, actually, there's a good and a bad thing. So I'm about to say. Number one, the good thing. I'm giving a bit of slack because currently his time to throw is 0.93 seconds. Number two, the bad thing. PFF is currently crediting him with a 200% pressure to sack ratio. So he's been pressured once, but he's been sacked twice.
That is a great effort.
Exactly.
That is the type of effort we believe in this town.
Mm-hmm. Considering their grades won't go up or down from this, but are probably finishing as our top 3 offensive players in PFF grade. Jackson Meeks with a 90.1, Carl Allen with an 82.9, and then TeSlaa with a 78.9.
Are you
defense?
The Judean people's front?
Yes. And what has Rome done for us except for sanitation, roads, education, the aqueducts,
Irrigation, yeah.
irrigation? They definitely did something. This. Perfett.
What have the Romans ever done for us, apart from the aqueducts, sanitation, roads, irrigation, medicine, education, wine, public baths, and space?
Yeah.
Of course the roads go without saying. I haven't watched this film in probably 15, 20 years, by the way, but it's so quotable.
It is. For me, I usually watch it about once a year.
Is it just me, or does anyone else just not give a damn about the NFL top 100 anymore because of the way they've been started doing it?
Yeah.
It's
Even though
shit,
we've
isn't
got,
it?
we've still got Amon-Ra, Penny, Gibbs, and Goff to go.
It's just like one a day over like 100 days. What the fuck? What is the point? We don't want it over 3 months. We want it in a day.
Yeah. Or 2 nights. You do the first 50 in one night and then the second 50 on another night.
If you wanted to do 50, 30, 10, 10, or 10, 5, and then do a top 5 individually in days, that would be fine to me. Drag it out over a week, maybe, but like 3 months is ridiculous.
Mm-hmm.
Right, 5-yard line is where the Dolphins start up 4. Ewers hands it off, running play up the middle, good amount of yardage there, almost 8. Second down and 2.
The crazy thing about Cooper's story is that he wasn't even going to play high school football. It was only when his high school football coach caught wind of it, Cooper was still at junior high. So the coach went down to the middle school and convinced Cooper that, hey, your size and everything else, it convinces me that you should be playing football. He listened, and Cooper is one of the top guys.
Second and 2 from the 13. Play action and... Oh, is that picked? Oh, it's not picked. Baku.
Baku.
God, we should have caught like 5 of these today.
Yeah.
These reserve DBs can't catch a cold.
Got lead hands, didn't they?
But you know what they always say? If they could catch to play offense.
These players couldn't catch a cold. Nah. Oh, they did not get the play off in time.
Oh, yeah, we've not had enough flags in this game.
Egg.
I'm so glad we didn't do the shots for flags thing. It'd be dead by now.
Lion's Supply. Sounds like a drug place, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Don't get high on your own supply. Third and 7.
How the fuck has he caught that?
Great catch.
AJ Henning, the old Michigan tight end.
He's a tight end.
AJ Henning, yeah.
But
the Michigan tight end.
He's a midget.
Oh, don't be insulting Michigan players while Brent's around. That's not cool. That's not cool, Matt.
Grandaz, I don't know why you're talking about the Troubles right now. I don't understand.
Jesus.
Play action again for you as looking to try and throw it deep over the middle. Good catch and not touched. They call him down.
In defense of Matt, the Dolphins are listing AJ Henning as a receiver because he's 5'10", 192.
About to say, he looks tiny. I thought he looked like a running back, which is why. Well, maybe not a running back. Maybe like a Vacky-like running back. First and 10, 7:40 to go. Fake toss, throw over the middle. Really nice tackle by 24.
Strickland?
Lauren Strickland, yeah. Another first down. Lions have gone like prevent.
Yeah. And what does prevent do?
Allows the game to end more quickly because they keep completing passes.
Prevents you from winning the game.
Ewers this time just throws it a bit short of the intended receiver. There's a flag.
I should have just declined it, taken them down.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's a massive hold on Strickland, prevented a sack. It was a clothesline, not a hold. Wow, did you hear the joke on the coverage just then? Called him Lauren Restrickland.
Oh yeah, like that. you know, I can't have to comment on it at the same time as I get it. But yeah, that's a good one. Fair play.
Oh, what a rush. What a run. First down and 20, and he gets 27.
Ooh.
Champlin. Don't know what happened there with the Lions' run defense, but it was
non-existent. And anxiety committed from us on Thursdays, committed to Oklahoma. Great.
You was throwing towards the end zone. There's a flag. That's going to be defensive pass or offensive pass interference. Lag.
How many penalties have we had in this game so far?
I don't know, but every single time we have to say flag from now on, we'll do it in a more elaborate way than the last time.
Hang on. I've got the response to this. 1 billion.
Pretty much. 23. 23 penalties.
Wow. The flag count's too old for Leonardo DiCaprio.
How many flags?
And another flag! So, the flag count is higher than either of the team's scores.
I was about to make that observation. If you gave a point per flag, it'd be the top scorer.
Hell.
They've also picked up 2 flags at least. No foul. They picked up this one as well.
So Justin Rogers just tweeted 26 flags, 22 penalties, 4 picked up.
I think that was really good defense by the Lions then.
Mm-hmm.
Flag. Ewers in empty, going to go for a quick throw to the outside and gets a few yards there that maybe he shouldn't have done. It's going to be 3rd down and 10. Third and 9. Danny Mack has just said, I'm sure the impractical jokers are wired into the refs' mics.
Throw another flag. Okay, where is it?
Oh.
Is that yellow? Boo! Clean play.
Okay, and when you throw the flag, you should say personal foul, offense. He was giving him the business.
Oh, yes. Oh,
Such a great call.
that is, yeah.
First down and 10 at the 18. Handoff. Samplin down to the 12.
Hey, yo, come on. That's 2 plays without a flag. Like, slacking refs.
Calm down. Calm down, refs.
Don't you give us a clean game of football with no stoppages.
How much do you have to pay the refs to have a flag every single play?
Can you imagine, like, what time this game would have been over, minus the flags?
4 minutes to go, second down and 5. Handoff, run up the middle, might go all the way, no. But it's going to be first down and goal from the 4.
This game literally could have been over an hour ago, without the flags.
But where would the fun be in that? Flags are fun. Or should I say fun with flags?
I disagree with Danny when he says Kyle Allen's player of the game. I think the flags are the players of the game because they've gone through so much fucking punishment in this one.
They've been thrown around more than Bonnie Blue at university freshers events.
I think you should be proud of that one.
I am.
Oh dear.
Oh.
People got my reference. I'm hoping people got your reference as well. Ewers hands it off. What a hit by the Lions. Number 43.
The wrong Gilbert.
They kind of called out Russell's name first there, but he barely made an impact on the play. That was all Gilbert. Third down and goal.
I mean, he tracked him down from behind.
And that's going to be the 2-minute warning.
Flag. Illegal 2-minute warning.
Oh, since the 2-minute warning, I can say it. Do you know why the 2-minute warning exists?
Because we need to know when there's 2 minutes left.
Expand.
It's the only time when watching a BAFA game when you know how much time's actually on the fucking clock.
Very true. Very true. I'm playing in the BAFA leagues.
Even the commentators are like, we've no idea how much time's left. We're just waiting for the 2-minute warning. It's just like being really honest about it.
Yeah. Playing in BAFA league, that's very true. But yeah, long story short, it's because back when there wasn't a centralized stadium clock and the refs would have to do the timing themselves, the 2-minute warning was designed exactly for that. So then the teams know there's 2 minutes left in the half.
Power came from more than just his name. It was honed over hours of work that were put through, from a pastime passed down to him and his brothers from their father.
Carlton Wood said, I thought Ash was a fan of flag football.
Hey! Oh my God, the Cleveland Browns are now the new liminal NFL champions as they've just beaten the Philadelphia Eagles 22-13.
Best to have children to be able to make a joke that bad. Like dad jokes like that, you've got to have kids. Colin.
The Browns scored 1 touchdown for their 22 points. 1 touchdown,
right.
and the rest was field goals, was it? Yeah, they hit 3 field goals and 1 extra point, and they used 2 different kickers.
Sean Clifford has just ran an 11-yard rushing touchdown in for the Packers.
You know, they should set up the end zone like the front door of a Masseusa's place. Then they'd hit it all the time.
Sean Clifford has more rushing attempts than he does completions.
Why are the Packers still persistent with it? It's terrible.
I like the fact that they've gone with 3 quarterbacks and it's Willis, Clifford, and El Gesmer.
Yeah.
Oh, I'd probably be more worried about facing El Gersma than the rest of them.
The Colts also played Riley Leonard.
Ooh.
Right, Miami, 3rd and goal from the 3. 2-minute warning. Play action.
Why didn't you just run into the end zone?
Oh, Ewers should have just run for it.
Why didn't you just run and then slide if someone came this way?
Eric Hallett with the PBU, and do they take the field goal to go 7-up, or do they go for it?
They ought to go for it.
Surely go for it.
I mean, at the end of the day, even if you don't get it, you've got the lines pinned right in by their own end zone.
Either way, we're gonna have to go and score a touchdown to win the game. So,
oh come on, let's have a fake field goal.
Have you seen the Vikings quarterback stats today?
I will look now.
Sam Howell went 1 for 5 with a pick. Max Brosmer 15 of 26 for 156. No touchdowns, no picks. Again, the Vikings didn't score a touchdown. Yeah, Brett Rickens 7 of 11 for 83.
7 for 85, yeah. Well, I'm done. One last chance. $150 on the clock.
3 timeouts.
3 timeouts. Go and score a touchdown to win the game, and a 2-point conversion to win the game.
I'm getting fed up with that San Francisco 49ers 1988 America's Game advert with Montana going, I wasn't sure if my last season would be 1988. I don't care.
Take care, Danny. Thank you for joining.
Cheers,
everyone with us to this last 24 hours. I can't even say words properly anymore, but hey ho.
What?
Cheers for the donation, Danny. Appreciate you.
What a catch by Parcel.
Yeah. If you want, Danny, we'll shout out Ohio State for you because we know you're such a big Ohio State fan. I'll do that shout out.
And congrats to Carlton Wood as well for the 3rd grandchild on the way.
So he's allowed dad jokes. That's fine. We've set the ground rules now. That's fine. He's allowed dad jokes.
He's allowed granddad jokes.
Are granddad
After all.
jokes like the level below Ash jokes, or like where we're talking?
No, they're the daddy of all daddy jokes.
They're like dad jokes, but they're a bit racist, and you can't say them anymore. Right, drive to win it. They were foolish and didn't go for 2, so now we can go for 2 to win the game.
Watch it be a fumble or something.
Flag. Oh, stays up on the return, gets all the way out to the 38-yard line. Good rush.
Come on, Hendon. Does your career matter to you? Because this is it.
You gotta fight.
This is your career.
For your right.
For your right.
To quarterback.
Back.
It's a work in progress.
Yeah, Carlton, there's no chance at starters against the Texans. None.
Even though they played theirs today against the Panthers.
Pass battered down. Go on, Johnson. Get in his face.
Fight, 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 fight.
Tyndall. I can't see the name Tyndall without thinking of Mike Tyndall. That's the only person who's allowed to be called that.
He's a great rugby player. Good throw by Hooker. Thrown
Meeks.
on time, in the right place, and Meeks turns around and makes it first down. Clock runs. Hooker checks it down. Incomplete pass. Right, Hendon, 2nd and 10. Come on. Come on now.
60-yard bomb to Jackson Meeks.
Would make me happy.
Make Meeks happy.
Flag. Check down again. Ronnie Bell first down.
Yeah, I think Ronnie Bell should make the roster.
How many wide receivers we taking?
All of them.
That was a callback to Matt's thing in the interview the other day. Oh, if Ronnie Bell catches a few in preseason, everyone, I want to take him on the roster.
Yeah, it's his first catch, wasn't it? Timeout, Lions. Second and 1. 48 seconds. 2 timeouts. 7 down. Going for the win.
Get the QB sneak here, get the first down, use the timeout, be sensible. I feel like we have such a big problem converting 2nd and 1s because we always try to pass it. And you would have put 3rd and 1, then you try to run it, then you get stuffed.
I'll tell you what, Meeks ran that first catch for the first down of this drive so well. Precise route running, really nice turn upfield to get a few more yards. He does the deep stuff well. He does the shallow stuff well.
Oh, fucking hell.
Doesn't get a yard or 2.
Christ.
He was short.
Waited to get hit from behind again.
Oh, he did get the first down. Did he?
I think that's a generous spot.
A very generous spot.
Watch him. Stood there, stood there, stood there.
Guys at the back shielded. Put a set down, pick up that first down. Get more pressure here. So, that ball down.
First down and 10, 41 seconds to go. Hooker looking to throw, and does throw well to Meeks again.
What's his stat line for this game now? It's going to be getting up there.
It is.
Meeks. Scroll. 7 catches, 93 yards, and a touchdown.
So
Longer 27.
the Lions prioritize their clocking it to keep a timeout in their pocket. I don't know about you, but I kind of feel like Hendon would like the plays.
Take some shots into end zone now, maybe.
Oh,
Second down and 10 from the 13.
Oh, fuck's sake.
Game is over. What an interception that is.
No, 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 no. Hey, hey, hey. Goodbye.
That is the best drive we've seen Hooker have this preseason.
it's fucking disturbing me saying that, and that's how it ended.
And the thing is, he's throwing it directly at. You can see it. Like the guy's right. Look at him. How high is it? It doesn't need to be that high. You don't want to sling it round him, not try and throw it over him at that short distance. Well, of course, it's Chop Robinson, the fucking Ras Warrior.
All right. Kneel downs kill the game.
That wasn't Chop. That wasn't Chop Robinson. It's a different Robinson. It is.
That was it.
I say Elijah Robinson off the top of my head.
Oh, the old SMU edge. I think he's from SMU.
Right, here's the stats at the end of the game. It is very much similar to what we showed you earlier. Theo Weiss, 6 of 9 for 18, 2 touchdowns now. Ollie Gordon, 10 carries for 50 yards and a 24-17 win for the Dolphins. So, boys, backup quarterback decided.
Yeah.
Yep. It's Ethan Robinson, the former Minnesota quarterback. Cornerback, sorry. Yeah, QB2. It's Kyle Allen. And honestly, I said it earlier, there's no point keeping Hendon on the roster spot if it's decided. Cut him, bring someone else in it that might challenge one of the positions that is still available. Because you're not really going to do him much more by playing him in the preseason next week against the Texans when he's already going to be shot of confidence and he knows there's no way he's winning the backup job.
True. Right, we are into post-game reactions. Then we'll have a fan call in and then thank you and sign off. We may well have Luke G joining the show after the game is all filled out. So, Anne, I know you'll keep an eye on that.
Yeah.
I am just going to go and get myself a drink. Perry, the cuts are not until the Tuesday after the final game, so it's in a week and 3 days. All right.
The hell with that. Oh, I'm on my own. Guess I best speak. Grandad is a UDFA out of Minnesota and who? Oh, the other Robinson. I should have known that. Surprised Mile Marker didn't pick me up on that one. Hooker practice squad BP. Yeah, I think he probably will make it through to the practice squad at this point. I don't think there's going to be anything major there. I hope we can bring in a veteran defensive tackle. Yeah, I think you want to. Obviously, when cuts come, we'll probably see a few guys potentially get towards the roster. I think there's still spots. I think we need offensive tackles. Again, that was just a really bad showing from Jamarco Jones, and Manu is just still so far from ready that you can't trust him in a high leverage situation in the NFL. We need to get somebody in, and we need to get somebody in quickly because it's not working. So yeah, I'll be looking at the offensive tackle position. I think D tackle maybe, but Broderick's doing all right. Maybe there's something there with him. Cottonwood goes soft sell, say hello, wave goodbye. Awesome song. That one is. Cotton goes nice moment and number 19 wide receiver Andrew Armstrong from Arkansas with old teammate TeSlaa. Yes, Andrew Armstrong, great college receiver, but looks like Tesla's going to be the great NFL receiver out of the two of them. Oh. Obviously, the emerging storyline I think out of this one is it's pray to God Hassanin's all right. Seems to be suggesting it's something to do with the AC joint in his shoulder. Hopefully not, because that could keep him out for a while. Shoulder injury in general could keep him out for a while, especially with what he does on this team. And we don't really want him missing valuable reps in the NFL. So praying that's just a precautionary thing more than anything. But he gets landed right on it. It's nasty. It's very nasty. First of all, and what did Manu do? I only saw part of the game. I saw the one holding call. I just think it's the consistency with his plays. You know, you're wanting to see more consistency out of him, like stacking consistently good plays, and you're not noticing that on the line. Like the running game, it was tough today. That it was hard sledding. The couple of big runs we did get were called back by holding, one by him. I think it's just you want to see a bit of consistency after year one. You're going into year two. You've got the question with Decker next year and what you do with his contract. Like we need him ready in 12 months, and he's not close at the minute. So that's the problem there. You can see the way he plays. You know, he's very big, but with that comes clunkiness. You know, dealing with your size, adapting to it all. Like you said, maybe the technique's getting better, but there's just a lot of times where he's made to look silly. So because consistently he's not there yet. See, I view him as a development project, not a member of the 53. A member of the 53 we need to be able to perform to a good degree now. I just don't think he can do that. So, yeah, we still need someone else. Absolutely. Grandad goes, and soft sell, another top 80s new wave band. They are. I do like soft sell. Taylor loves a good one by soft sell, the original. Ew, no, Dazon, do not put on the Packers game. No, 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 no. I'm not watching that shit. There we go. Stop that before it happens.
Did you see the Scorton news that I posted?
The what?
Nick Scorton.
Scourton. Wow, what's up with him?
Collapsed along.
Ooh. Ew.
Yeah.
Brent goes, oops, almost forgot my daily dose of after Teddy toilet seats. Been searching for a lower life form than a Bears fan, still searching, lower than Whale Shizer, obviously. Yes, absolutely. Mammoth goes, I think Sailors Hallett came on strong. It would have been a much better day for Hallett if he'd snagged those two catches.
Yeah.
You know, turnovers are key. Obviously, getting in the position to make the plays is good, but you want to stand out. You want to get the turnovers because in the NFL, it's king. You know, pass breakups fine, but turnovers are invaluable. There were a couple that he could have had, and there were a couple of plays where he was murked, but there were some really good plays as well. That's where he's at. The level of where we've got him from. You're just going to see again that level of inconsistency. But there's certainly something there. So you would hope that he'd get a year on the practice squad, and then you'd see what's up with him next year. So unless they think Miles Frazier can be a backup offensive tackle after injury, no. no, let's stop this. He's not a tackle.
No.
Not in the NFL. He's absolutely not close to being anything like that. We're not going to get him back till September, October time potentially. Like, are we going to throw in a rookie who's had no training camp, who's had no practice, no nothing, and make him our swing tackle for the season when we're trying to get to the Super Bowl? I don't think so. If it was me, I'd just put him on. If he's not going to be back till October, November time, I'd just put him on season-ending IR right now, and I wouldn't bother. I'd effectively redshirt him, let him get healthy, get his body back into shape, have him go for next year. Can't piss around this year with it.
I think that Nick Whiteside acquitted himself very, very well.
Yeah, these backup DBs, some of them made some really good plays in this game. Like, they all individually seem to make at least one big play, but I guess it will have to go back and look at some of the deeper completions downfield, because I don't think they're focused a lot on their big completions and who got mossed and who didn't. But considering he's only just been off the street, 2 or 3 weeks now, he's not been here that long. He's acquitting himself damn well.
Yeah.
But it feels like it's definitely practice squad territory where they'll bring him back, and
yeah, I agree.
And they'll do it that way.
The only thing is, it depends whether they think they want 5 corners, because there's only 4.
Yeah.
He would be number 5. So if they want that many of that position, then he's the next up.
Yeah.
2.5 hours to go, boys. We're almost there. 90% done.
You can do it.
If you're being cute. Oh, made that joke.
Jesus.
You can't just say that and leave it hanging.
Oh, Jesus. Oh, the Nick Scouting news you put in our Discord.
Yeah. Yeah, not good. Right.
Jeez Louise.
Biggest winners for the Lions. Kyle Allen. Sione Vaki. Jackson Meeks. Nick Whiteside. Grant Stewart. Isaac Okwu. Had a good day for the first time in a while. I think that's it for me.
Sailors. So the ball carries okay. They only got 3 yards to carry, but then in kick returns, two returns for 61 yards.
Any other big winners for you guys?
The entire group of starters, because none of their jobs are under threat.
Yeah. You know what? Yeah, I know he's only really in for like 2 drives. Deion Jackson.
He looked good.
I think you have to say TeSlaa's the winner again, because continuing to make plays. Another good touchdown grab under contested conditions.
Yeah.
It's still playing against second and third stringers, but you can only beat what's in front of you, and he has. So another box ticked.
I would not be surprised if when it comes to practice next week, we are hearing reports that TeSlaa's against the first stringers, be it our own and or Houston's. Because at this point, you've seen him against the second and third strings. Definitely, I know, obviously, against Falcon today, playing well. But against the Chargers, it's now time to see what he's like against the first. Even if it is, you play him against the first against the Texans and he's locked up by Derek Stingley, and you see that, he needs a bit more time to mature. But at least then you've given him that sort of experience. So then he's got... I think he's very much the kind of guy that he learns by doing it. So him going up against Stingley will give him the kind of feedback he needs in himself to then grow.
And it's only 1 day of practice, so that's all they've got. So just send him out there, see what happens, and no harm, no foul. It's not like they're going to get out there 3-4 days in a row together.
Mm-hmm. And the good news about it, that's what I did totally forget to say to Jeremy when we had him. It came into my mind then. It's just popped back in my mind. The thing we can take away from in terms of TeSlaa overall is we should trust Scotty Montgomery, because he's had a receiver like this before. A guy the Steelers drafted, I think, in 2011, 5th round out of Central Michigan. And Scotty Montgomery, I'm not giving him all the credit, but Scotty Montgomery helped turn that kid from Central Michigan into one of the best receivers in the 2010s. Before he then went cuckoo crazy. Antonio Brown.
Marmark asked how many penalties by the Lions total. Feels like most of them were on us, but I don't know if that's true.
1 second.
Also, a comment by Paul Air Walker just saying that he liked who was it? Britain. Thought
Good
Britain
Britain,
looked pretty good. I don't remember seeing any flags for him. I don't remember seeing him whiffing at any point as compared to the rest of that third string offensive line.
In terms of penalties, there was 13 called on the Lions for 86 yards. The Dolphins had 9 called on them for 60 yards.
Yeah, not good. All right, what about stock down? Are there any players who really didn't help themselves today, do you think?
Not going to state the obvious guy. It's too easy. We all know it. So we're not going to drill down on him. Kennedy?
Yeah. Manu.
Yeah.
The thing he had going for him last time is he played well in the game. I don't think he played well today.
Mm-hmm.
No one else really sticks out as
Beam.
having a bad game, I don't think.
I know it's based purely pretty much on one play, but Broderick Martin, for the simple fact football 101, don't line up offsides.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely true. San Francisco, Las Vegas is up next. Right. I am going to play again the Maggie's video. So, of course, we are here to raise money for charity. I know we've reached our goal, but we're still going to be live for the next 2 and a bit hours. So let's raise as much as we can, shall we? Jointly splitting the money between Maggie's and Habitat for... No, what's it called? Habitat for Humanity of Michigan. So Habitat for Humanity of Michigan, housing projects around Michigan, trying to make sure that everyone has a decent place to live, including lots of veterans programs, which is great. For Maggie's, are a cancer charity providing ancillary services that aren't provided by the NHS in the UK, such as psychologists, support for the family, financial services, all that sort of thing. The small stuff which really keeps someone sane while they're going through the worst time. So let's play the Maggie's video again, which we do like this.
I don't know if any of us ever thought it was going to be cancer.
It's such a scary word.
Suddenly your whole outlook changes.
What's just happened?
And I didn't know where to turn. And that's where I came across Maggie's.
You know, so spacious and open and bright and airy.
So comfortable and so warm and so inviting. That was the space.
And it's bizarre to think that a building could change how you felt.
You have that expert support.
There's counsellors, there's nurses.
You're never, ever in a wrong time to speak to someone.
It's a community where each one understands the other.
It transforms into what you want it to be on that day.
I came every week for like 6 weeks, 2 hours a week.
To relax, to talk to other people, to get information from, you know, finances to your hair.
Space as a family, but also as individuals.
You feel so safe and secure.
The more I come, the better I feel.
It just felt like the right place to be.
All right, there we go. Maggie's unbelievable service they provide us. Probably the last time I'll play that video. But yeah, really touching organization. I'm going to put a link in the live chat right now about them and about Maggie's story. And also I'm going to put the link in there for Habitat for Humanity. If you would like to donate, then please do so via the link in the YouTube description, which is in Streamlabs. That way, nothing is deducted by YouTube, and everything will go to the two charities. Thank you for your support.
And at the risk of ending one stream the way another ended in previous years, what I will do is if we do get any last-minute donations in the building for these, because we're trying hard for it, we have my little shot glass and my little bottle here. So I will do a shot if we get donations.
Okay, guys, if you want to do like $21 donations, that would be really funny.
Well, I mean, I'm going to sleep regardless, so I don't really care. I'm going to bed regardless. I will go to bed drunk, whatever.
How much does someone have to donate for you to do that, but do a Scarface impression when you bring up the shot glass?
Do a Scarface impression. Or do like a famous... I do a famous movie quote every time I do, like, it's got to do a famous movie quote.
Well, say hello
to my little thank you.
Hello to my
thank you.
friend.
Or we could just sing.
Okay. Loads of sort of
Bum, bum, bum. Another one bites the dust. Dum, dum, dum.
Steve, what's really... Oh, no, you got stuck that in my head now. What's it with today and you guys saying songs that get stuck in my head?
We are the cartoon
Heroes,
heroes.
whoa. We are the ones that gonna last forever. We came out of a crazy mind, whoa. Oh, drawn on a piece of paper.
This song's gonna get stuck inside your head. This song's gonna get stuck inside your... This song's gonna get stuck inside you.
See, no, because I have a way to get around that, though. I just remember one simple fact. The urge to sing the line "Sleeps Tonight" is only a whim away, a whim away, a whim away, a whim away.
Fuck off. No, no. Get out. Get out. Get out. Don't encourage this behaviour, Matthew.
I love it. Let's go. In the jungle, the mighty jungle, the lion sleeps tonight.
I'm on a Greek ship and I'm getting entranced in by sirens.
Grandize a recognised Aqua cartoon hero is awesome. I love it. Oh.
It's okay to say you're welcome.
Can you feel the love tonight?
Yeah, what, we're doing Disney songs now?
You just said, "Can you feel?" and I went into that. That's
I want to be like you. I want to walk like you. Yes, talk like you. Yes, you do. Someone learn to be like someone like me one more time. Oh. When his costume falls off.
I'm struggling now.
The Disney songs. There's a whole like 3 films I can pretty much do all the songs from. It's a Disney.
There is a whole new world.
Whole new point of view.
Grandizer wants to hear us sing Casey fucking Perry.
Oh God, is he talking about fucking Champion or whatever it is? You're gonna hear me roar. Yeah, is he on about that? Bloody
yes,
hell.
he is.
Oh Lord, he's just a masochist.
Cut my life into pieces. This is my last resort.
Oh,
because
we've just gone from
yeah.
Disney to Papa Roach. Is that what we're doing?
I mean, it could be worse. I was about to say we could sing "Feed 'Em to the Lions," but I don't think people want to associate with that guy anymore. Oh, okay. People don't know that. Okay.
We do MCDC out, ACDC out of respect for Dan, or Metallica. Boom, ba, 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 boom, ba, bum, ba, 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 bum.
One is probably my favorite Metallica song.
2 weeks. 2 weeks until we get the entrance of all entrances. I so want to go to that stadium on that day just for that alone.
Yeah, me too. It's a bucket list thing. Yeah, Michigan didn't have anything quite like that.
Nope.
But yeah, we definitely need to go. Oh, I need to put up a poll to see when we're all free to see if we can get on that game show. To see if we can win, hopefully, a trip to the States. I can think of nothing better than going away with you guys to go and watch the Lions. I think that'd be awesome. And all the friends that we'd go and see. Oh, you could do what Jed did for the Tigers and just ask everyone to pay for it.
Oh, don't. He got a lot of tap for that.
Did he?
Yeah.
They gave the money.
Well, you know what people are like. People can't stand other people being happy.
Yeah. I got no issue with it. Everyone knew what they were getting into with that.
Yeah.
Yeah, Dan's the one thing he said, the story, aside from the loss, is the amount of penalties. So even he's a bit pissed with the penalties. Also said Meeks is improving every day, every week. Says they're going to be discussing him for a while tomorrow.
Maybe he doesn't need to play in the fourth preseason game because he's locked up a spot.
Exactly.
What a turnaround that would be if Meeks would not have to play preseason game 4.
Mm-hmm. Especially over the guy that got him not kicked out of Georgia per se, but replaced him at Georgia.
Oh, sorry everybody who's watching this and us just kind of surviving here. It's not the most fun being awake this long, if I'm honest.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Dan's just fired some shots at Hendon implicitly.
Oh, what's he saying?
Kyle Allen has good command of the offense and doesn't get frazzled. He's done a good job. I do have faith in him, Campbell said. Right now, Campbell wants to get more reps for Hendon Hooker next week.
Well, Hendon's definitely going to be here then.
Mm-hmm. But it's the doesn't get frazzled bit. I was like, I can just hear Dan saying it, and it just like him saying it, knowing that everyone's going to pick up on it and be like, okay, that's what's happening here. Allen doesn't panic, Hendon does.
Sounds about right.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, man. 2 hours, 13 minutes to go.
Do the AQA or something again. We're all pretty much open books now. The best chance to.
Yeah. Give me a second, I'll load it up.
Gives us something to do.
Campbell says he trusts Kyle Allen more as the backup if they had to choose right now, but they're going to continue to coach up Hooker and see where it goes.
No way.
I mean, 3 years is a pretty good sample size.
Yeah.
Oh no. What is that?
Yes, Wizard of War. We did do a prediction of each division earlier. We did, at some stupid o'clock this morning.
6 o'clock this morning, yeah.
If Hendon were to get cut, does Ben Johnson try to get him with the Bears? I don't think so. I'm not sure Hendon was a Ben, but again, they traded back 3 times before they picked Hendon. If Ben really loved Hendon Hooker and he went to Dan Campbell and said, "Can I have Hendon Hooker?" he'd have got him a lot sooner than what they got him.
Correct.
Again, I don't think any of them want it. You don't trade back 3 times and risk losing your quarterback every single time if you really, truly want him. It just becomes a value thing after so long. I think if anything, AG would be the one more liable to take a go because that's kind of, he's got a dual threat guy over there now in New York who might not be any good. So I would say it'd be AG who would be more likely to have a go with him.
I agree. James makes a good point. It's only really been 2 full years he wasn't able to play in his first year, mainly because of the knee injury stuff the year before, or he missed all of camp at least.
True. But you do have the ability to, go through the mental side and, develop that facet of your game. Like, even simple stuff like he can't slide. Like, the ability to slide, the ability to feel the pressure in the pocket. There's the mental training you can do. It's not just throwing the football all the time. The entire fundamental point of his game just seems behind. He's not making sensible decisions. He's panicking. And it's tough. And the trouble is, what was always against him is he's older. He's hitting 28 this year, and he's never played a proper rep in the NFL. Like, not under some severe pressure. It's massive step up. And when you think about it, it's been, 3 years by the time next season starts, if he doesn't play, 4 years since he's last played in a competitive game. Again, I keep going back to this. You can't have that long without competitive football. Otherwise, you end up like Jordan Love, just an inconsistent mess that is okay, but is never going to take you anywhere.
If you would like to have any questions answered, then please do use the link or the QR code on your screen. You've got to send through a question to us for us to ponder, just to give you an idea of the questions that we answered earlier. Which division could be better than the NFC North this year? Whose offensive line falls apart first? Chicago or Minnesota? Which one of JJ McCarthy and Jordan Love throws the most interceptions? Do we think we use TeSlaa as a gunner? Who's winning the backup center? Who's the surprise pick to make the 53? And who would Ben have drafted last year if he was in Chicago? So that's all the questions we've had so far on this. I do agree with, oh my God, why can't I remember his name?
Dan Campbell on Hassanin, he might be the one injury that could be a minute.
Yeah.
We'll know in the morning. We know 1 in the morning, yeah.
God damn it. If he's saying that now, though, it's probably something which might keep him out a bit more than a minute. Yeah, I agree with Kent Lee Platty about drafting quarterbacks in those mid rounds. I just wouldn't do it. Late day 3 makes sense, and early day 1 makes sense.
Well, yeah, as you said, if you want your quarterback, he's the most important part of your team. You go and get him. There's no value too high to go and get him. So, that was always the thing with Hooker. Like, when you've gone back, not once, not twice, 3 times, it's less than 0 chance that they've got proper faith in them.
Don't know if you've heard from Luke.
I am waiting. He said he was either going to messaged me outside the stadium, or when he got back. He says he's due to get back home about 5 their time, so that's in about 8 minutes.
Oh, Scourton was driven back to Charlotte to avoid risk of air pressure.
Shit.
Ooh.
Dylan Gabriel replied to ESPN Cleveland after the game and said, "There's entertainers and there's competitors, and I understand that, but my job is to compete." What happens if you can't do both, Dylan?
Mm-hmm.
Grandizer said it's 1:53 p.m. here. Yeah, I know. I know it. 8 hours behind us.
It's dark here again. We've gone from dark to light to dark again during the course of this.
I can see the light.
Don't go into it. Don't go into the light.
I can show you the world.
Participants are typing. Someone I know from the Draft Network Discord in the Colts Green Bay game had put a wager on Colts money line and the under, and the Sean Clifford rushing touchdown to win it lost both sides of the bet.
Oh no.
Oh, that's some funny shit, man.
Dang.
One Bright 40 says Hendon Hooker is trash. The last drive was good until we threw it straight into the arms of the DE.
DB.
You know, in this situation, you try not to be too harsh with him. Like, the kid's not done out well. You know, it's not his. Well, it is in a bit, but the situation he's been put in is not the best. And you know, it's tough. You don't want to see him fail, but sometimes it just doesn't work, and it's just always the odd one. The system he played, his mechanics, everything about him doesn't fit this team. So it was really weird how they landed on him as the guy they were going to bring here. Like, I don't see it. You know, that spread offense is a nightmare when you're coming up to it. You're never playing shotgun. You know, your reads are always there for you. You're on your first read. You've always got a guy open, schemed open. It's not. It doesn't take a lot of effort. Obviously, it still, you know, still requires a degree of skill to execute, but in NFL terms, it's no effort at all. So it's just always going to be that mystery of what did they truly see in him. I know they've answered it, but like Summit have got to have, considering they'd not done it at all and they'd resisted any effort to get a guy in. I think maybe it's just this guy potentially can be a dual threat guy. We'll sit him and we'll see what there is, but it never feels like there was fully 100% belief in him.
Big Aries has sent a question in. It says the Lions have built one of the top offensive lines in the league, but what will they have to do this year and next offseason to maintain it?
Hope people hit.
Draft, yeah. Depending on what you want to do with Ratledge, maybe look at drafting a pure centre that you can trust to start in like a year's time, and then draft a tackle high, because Decker will be on the last year of his deal. And if you want to say under the cap and that, unless Decker agrees to, like, it stays on his level of performance and agrees to the deal, we probably do need to get a rookie in just to, you know, get the succession plan going.
Yeah, I agree. You've got to draft left tackle and centre next year. And you've got to hope the guys hit this year, because you've got your right tackle, you've got your two guards sorted, hopefully. That'll be the way. unless they go down the route of switching Penny. I don't know, whatever, just a tackle in general. You've got to put a high-level tackle in, preferably someone who's experienced playing both. But you've got to get Decker's succession underway because this Manu experiment just... Even if he hits, I just don't feel like he's going to be better than league average. Like, they're trying to get a league average guy out of that, which is fine, but you just don't see elite traits there. Like, what's his elite trait about his size? And as we've seen in the league, size, especially at tackle, can mean precious little if you ain't got everything to go with it. So, yeah, they need to draft 2 offensive linemen high next year, center and tackle.
And they already drafted 2 in, well, round 2, round 5 last year. I mean, it's a big investment, but it needs to happen. So, yeah.
You've got to keep your money down. That's the thing. Like, with all these big deals around, you've got to start squeezing some of these deals off the books. Glasgow and Decker saves you what? Glasgow's on about 8 mil a year. Decker's on what, 20? Saves you 28 mil minus whatever the rookie deals are. You're conservatively saving over 20 million.
One thing you normally can do is get reasonable centre play on the free agent market. It's the one position which never really seems to get paid that well in free agency.
Well, like the Bears paid Dolman heavily. They paid him more than we were paying Ragnow. I don't think there's that many good centres. The trouble is we're used to having good centre play, so we take it for granted. It's like good quarterbacks.
And if you've got a good centre, you don't let them walk.
They're the leader of your offensive line. No matter what you say, they're the ones who it goes all through them. Even with Penne on this team, you could tell that the league, the line still gravitated to Frank and him. So you've got to be careful. Busted snaps and stuff like that are the stuff that got Goff in trouble a lot before, and you don't want to bring that variable into the game. You can minimize any threat to your own quarterback by having good center play. It makes it a lot easier.
Centers still available on the market. David Andrews of the Patriots, don't know if he retired. Mitch Morse of the Jags. Wes Schweitzer of the Jets. Nick Harris of the Browns.
I don't know any of them.
Mitch Morse is the only one who was a starter.
But he's like 35, isn't he?
33.
So no more than a Scott Bapp at most.
Centers who were available but then got re-signed. Evan Brown, Liam Eichenberg, Michael Dieter, Cam Jurgens doesn't count, Josh Myers, Bradley Bozeman. And then we took Tristan Colon. Andre James and Ryan Kelly went this year. There are centres out there.
Guys who are bang average.
Yeah, but that's what I said.
But I think you've got to have better than bang average play at centre.
Grandize asked whether Christian Mahogany played, how was his play, and where is he pegged to play, starter or backup. He did not play. He will not play in the preseason because he's a starter.
Your starting left guard today was Nathan Musi.
Wizard of War asks, who from next year's quarterback class should the Lions look at?
Ooh.
I defer to Ant on this because until the game start going, I can't name people off the top of my head.
Could be completely biased there. I don't know. You're looking for again. I'd be looking at someone in Jared Goff's mold. I'm not looking dual threat anymore. I'm looking at someone who can sling the ball, who's good under pressure. I would put Rocco's name in the conversation. I would.
Yeah.
Especially as a guy who's going to sit and learn for a couple of years beforehand. But, I've seen him lead enough fourth quarter comebacks. I've seen him had a lot of pressure thrown on him in a program that has not won many games in its career. Even with Brock Purdy in its ranks, it didn't. I think Rocco's one certainly to keep a look on.
Currently,
Outside
he
of
is
that-
ranked 242.
He is. He is. But you can trust me. Where was Reed ranked when he came out? I think he was in the 300s.
Lower, I think.
And it depends. This year's QB class again. It's gonna be. It's not gonna. It's gonna be light at the top. You are drafting development guys next year. Arch will not declare. He's not. He needs more than 1 year starting, and he won't be stupid enough to come up to the league after 1 year. At least I hope not. But then afterwards, you've got a whole lot of potentially mid at the top.
I've always been a sucker for this player, but I just hope he shows something this year. I just see some NFL traits in him. That's Aiden Charles.
Again, I don't know if he'll come up this year. Last year was his first year as a starter. I think he needs a lot of fine tuning.
I agree. I agree, does. Wow, I didn't realise that Fernando Mendoza was projected as a top 10 pick.
Yeah.
That's why this class is a bit... Weirdly enough, and I think you'd agree with it, I think one of the big ones you'd target if you was us would be Sam Levitt.
Yes.
I think you would
Sam Levitt,
give
yeah.
Sam Levitt a very long, hard look, especially if he has another good year with Arizona State. Perfect mold of what we want here.
Questions from Grandizer. There are several. How much value does Hooker have realistically? There are still a few teams who need a backup quarterback, so maybe 6th or 7th or a player swap. No value at all.
Packet of crisps and 5p in the that's found behind the couch.
People will wait for us to cut him, and he'll not be that high up he'll not be that up the priority list for anyone that they'll try and jump the queue. At best, I think you might get a conditional pick, and that's it.
And then he won't fulfill the conditions for that pick.
And it'll have a lot of conditions attached to it.
Grandizer asks for Ant's top 5 left tackles and centers going into the 2025 season, who most likely will enter the 2026 NFL draft. O-line that fit the Lions' offensive scheme. I think that's probably quite harsh to ask right now.
Fuck. Yeah. I've got the list of centers around somewhere. We did a center show. Yeah, we did a center show.
You did, yeah, because I asked you about it, didn't I?
Yeah, we've done a center show already.
I'll look at tackles.
We did the Northwestern tackle. I want him.
Oh, yeah. Give me a sec.
Caleb Tiernan.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Caleb Tiernan is the prototype of what we want here. The Northwestern left tackle, or right tackle. He's one of. I've got my watch team here. He'll be on my watch team. Or he'll be on my... oh, shit, that's last year's one.
I would like to have a go at Jennings Dunker, Iowa.
Iowa.
Iowa, good. I was going to say Mill Wagner, the Notre Dame tackle.
But Jennings is just entirely right tackle, so it depends what you want to do with Penny.
I'd move him over. Jennings is currently projected at 131. I think he's at least a second-round talent, really.
The thing is, we're way out at this point in terms of these evaluations are going to change a lot going forward. So
another one I know is a fall on mock draft database, but I know it's someone you think you've definitely mentioned before, Elijah Pritchett, the Nebraska tackle.
Yes, the left tackle there.
Yeah.
Potentially. Who else have we got? Just trying to do up all my notes. But yeah, Caleb Tiernan of Northwestern's the big one. I want him as a Lion yesterday. So watch him. Honestly, he's just as good as Slater and those guys. And he's been on a piss poor team, but he's held up against Michigan. He's held up against Ohio State. He's held up against... He ran a literal gauntlet of edges last year. And I think he gave up 3 quarterback hits on the entire year. Mikhail Camara, Max Llewellyn, Will Helt, Jack Sawyer, JT Tuamoloau, Josiah Stewart, Gabe Jacobs. Like, these guys have all either been drafted or they're going to be drafted. And he gave up 3 sacks all season on a really poor Northwestern team. And I trust that program with my life that technically they developed the guards to be league ready when they get here. We've seen it with 2 of them in a row now.
Mm-hmm.
Northwestern do linebackers and tackles. You can trust them for those. As for the rest, we're way too far out at the minute. We'll do it in due course, especially line specific, because lines like very specific tackles. It's very hard to nail them down.
Big Aries asks, what one game would you want to attend this year? So let me read them out for you. At Green Bay versus Chicago, at Baltimore versus Cleveland, at Cincinnati, at Kansas City versus Tampa Bay, bye. Versus Minnesota, at Washington, at Philly, versus the Giants, versus Packers, versus Dallas, at LA Rams, versus Pittsburgh, at Vikings, at Bears.
Easy to guess for me. Give me the Steelers game. I want to watch Kirby put the final nail into Aaron Rodgers' coffin yet again.
Which city has the most redheads? Because that's where I'm going.
Oh, okay.
The Americans out there, you can answer that question for me.
For both of us. For both of us.
For both of us, yeah. Where are the most redheads located? That is where I'd go. Out of all the cities we go to visit. But in all seriousness, I'd want to go and watch us twat the Bears more than anything. I would love that. I cannot stand them.
I would like to go Monday Night Football at Baltimore. Fun game. Fun game, prime time, but not a bad time if you're actually physically there.
But Baltimore.
I'll live with it. Well, hopefully I'll live with it. Never can say for Baltimore, can he? At LA Rams could be fun.
Hence why I suggested it if we do win that game show as the game we go to.
It would seem a shame to not get a Lions game in Detroit for you guys.
See, one of the things I would also take into consideration is what is the college ball scene like there, because I would probably want to go and watch some college ball as well.
There's not a lot of college ball around LA, I don't think.
Like, if I was going to go to Baltimore, the best I'm going to get is Maryland, and, you know, they can go suck a duck. I'm not going to go and watch them.
So you could go and watch USC, couldn't you? Because that's next to the LA arena. That's in the Memorial, isn't it?
I'm on about Baltimore here, not LA.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
I would like to go to the Coliseum. Like, the Coliseum would be a hell of an experience to go to, but I don't know, man. If I was going to, I'd like to go to like the northwestern areas. Like, I'd like to go to Washington and somewhere like that. Those are just scenically absolutely fucking stunning.
Oh, if you're doing that with a joint college one, there's one obvious answer, and I mentioned it earlier. No, I mentioned it earlier to Matt. Back-to-back games in the Legions. Let's watch the Raiders and let's watch UNLV.
Oh yeah.
I'd
have loved it more if Brennan Marion was still there, but Dan Mullen's a draw, so.
I mean, we don't play the Raiders though.
Yeah. And there we go. Knew it. Thank you for ticking it off my bingo sheet. I literally said earlier to Matt, if I say mention UNLV and instantly say about Brennan Marion.
You're running psychological experiments on me.
Yes.
Fine. I'm not ashamed to.
You shouldn't be. Brennan, I would love to go see Brennan Marion, like at his go-go offense in
I mean,
person.
where's Sac State? Sacramento. That's in LA, isn't it?
Sa-
I say this.
Sacramento is the capital of California.
Yeah, I'm not saying they're close because Cal's like fucking huge. You'd lose our country in it 10 times over. But at the same point, if I could go watch the Hornets as well, then I might be tempted.
Yeah.
What's he's got? What's his face down there at QB this year? He's got Butter. Who the fuck is it now? He's got Jaden Rashada there. So if he can make Jaden Rashada good, that Sac State Hornets team will be fun as. But it'd be too hot. That's the only thing that would draw back for me. I've got to go to the cold part of the country.
Big Aries asked because his friend is in DC or will be, but LA is tempting. I'll tell you what else is tempting. Monday Night Football at Kansas City. And do that again. Beat them again.
Right, so this is where it gets confusing because that's Kansas City, Missouri, right?
Correct.
Yes.
So you could go watch the Mizzou Tigers, actually. That could be a fun one.
Yeah.
Go watch the Mizzou Tigers. I'd say no to that. Ahmed Hardy. Some good players on that team this year.
Where's Vandy? Maybe you can go watch Diego Pavia and
Vanderbilt's in Tennessee.
Oh, we don't play the Titans.
It
was last year. We could have gone Titans. And
it's because Mason moved. It's about 40 miles from where Middle Tennessee is. So I assume Vanderbilt is in Tennessee. I'm pretty sure it is. But like, the only reason I go and watch the Titans is Cam Ward.
Yeah.
Vandy could be fun though. Vandy would be fun with their half-built stadium.
Go at Chicago and then go and watch Penn State. Not Penn State.
I don't want to do that.
Not Penn State.
Go and watch
Not
Penn State.
I didn't mean Penn State. I meant, so you could do at Philadelphia and go and see Penn State. I meant Notre Dame. Sorry.
No, I'd rather go to watch Illinois.
Yeah, I'd rather go and watch Indiana.
Yeah. Yeah.
Go and watch Kurt Signetti.
Kurt Signetti, yeah. And then Mendoza and that.
Yeah.
And oh god, the pass rusher. That's
Mikael Camera.
Mikael Camera, yeah.
Best pass rusher in the nation.
Groundizer asked what the line salary cap looks like now and who are the next 3 players up for a contract. Do you expect those players to be retained or let walk? Salary cap is fine.
Oh shit.
But salary cap next year is bad, so need to roll over money. Players next up for an extension. Hutchinson expected to be announced very shortly.
Branch.
Yeah. JMO. Yeah. Do I expect those players to be retained or let walk? Hutch will stay. Branch will stay. JMO should stay.
I think when you get into the Campbell and Laporta class, then you're going to start seeing people go.
Yeah, the thing about JMO is I can see him going if the right offer comes in.
Mm-hmm.
If someone bids more than 2 firsts, I can see him going.
For who?
JMO.
No, wouldn't do it.
For what? For 2 1s and a 2?
Yep, wouldn't do it.
I would bite your hand off.
No. Nope.
Many thanks to Wizard of War, who has donated $5 to the kitty and says, "Let's drink." And
oh God, even though I've got the horn up already. You two stop being so churlish.
The horn's up, is it? Ooh,
No.
Matron.
You know the drill. It's horns down. Come on, horns down. Let's all do the horns down. Come on, Matt.
Why?
Because we're
Why?
horns down.
Why?
Okay. Oh, screw him. No, he's not doing it.
I don't know why I'm doing it.
Texas sympathizer.
What's wrong with that?
They're like Leeds over here.
Everyone loves drinking there, but no one actually really likes anyone who lives there.
No.
The team is despised universally.
They're Arsenal.
No.
Kind of good,
no one
but
actually...
they're never
okay.
good. Now riding off one good year 20 years ago.
Oh, wait.
And that's me saying that as a Villa fan.
So Kansas City, Missouri is only 9-minute difference to Kansas City, Kansas. So they're right next to one another. That's impressive. I'd go and watch the Wildcats then. Screw Missouri. I'd go watch the Wildcats and Chris Klein.
KSU, yeah.
I'll watch KSU instead. They're that close.
Where's K-State?
Kansas. Kansas and Kansas State are in Kansas.
No, I am aware of that.
Missouri.
I meant, is it close?
I believe so. If you want the true bit of... What the fuck's that? Oh, shit.
The new Madden mobile's come out, and I've just drawn 110 rated Joe Burrow.
I can't care about it.
Luke's message, by the way. I've sent him the link, so we should be expecting him any moment.
We can ask him all about how much he loved Hendon Hooker.
Be gentle with him. To be honest, he's at the point now where he wants Hooker to be released so he can go and thrive elsewhere. I will give Luke, like, he's like me. He's fucking stubborn when it comes to his opinions, and I love that about him.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that.
No one could have enjoyed Hooker. No one could have enjoyed Hooker more than Danny Mack in our Discord.
I thought that was plural, hookers.
Glad you got at least you got the reference, Ant. I thought that was one of the times I actually came in as a very good show.
Hang on, I was doing something. Oh yeah, sure.
We are the cartoon heroes who are.
We are the ones who are gonna last forever.
Right. Another question, Grandizer, with 22 days left until the start of the 2025 NFL season. Reggie Bush wore number 22 for both the Lions and Dolphins. Did he wear 22 for the Lions? I thought that number was retired.
All I'll say is that's full. Cheers.
Why did I think he wore 32 for the Lions? He wore 21 for the Lions. Didn't wear 22.
Wasn't Joik Bella 32?
I knew that it couldn't have been 22 because that number's retired. Joik Bell was 44.
Oh.
Do you have a Reggie Bush favoured memory with the Lions? I do remember him playing.
Before my time, unfortunately.
I remember him playing, and I remember being underwhelmed, but he did have some good moments. He was a 1,000-yard rusher.
K-State's an hour and 40 away from Kansas City. That's in Manhattan.
So that's pretty close.
You've got Manhattan in Kansas. This is just confusing.
Well, they got a Birmingham as well in Alabama.
Well, they got a Birmingham, they got a Sheffield, they got a Chesterfield. They've basically got every town name from over here, and they've ripped it off and taken it over there.
And then they accuse us of copying the town names.
Exactly.
Oh, in California,
wanted their own country, but couldn't be asked to come up with their own town names. That's lazy.
In California, they've got a town called Cardiff by the Sea.
That sounds like the grottiest, most dishevelled city on the entire planet, Cardiff by the Sea, where you get approached by $2 hookers wherever you go, and like it's just an absolute nightmare.
Sounds great. Anyway,
I think the Lions have not used Laporta right after year one. He was hurt last year, wasn't he? I don't think it was to do with how he was hurt. He was playing hurt last year.
He was playing hurt, and people were doing a lot more kind of pseudo bracket coverage with him, where the safeties and linebackers would basically double cover him. So he's getting the Kelsey treatment, and it only took him until the end of the season where JMO really was breaking out that kind of eased off, and then you saw what happened in those last couple of weeks where he just went on an absolute tear.
And I think the important point is like every one of the players seems to go through a lean spell because teams will focus. Like Amon-Ra had a slow start to the year by his standards. Like it wasn't the quickest get off, but Amon-Ra taking all the attention early on, I mean that opened up everything for Gibbs. That opened up things for JMO, and then Amon-Ra suddenly came into it, and I think Laporta took the attention because teams have got to pick their poison. They can't double mark all our guys, so. I would never worry if someone's production dropped on this team. I would think it was just, they're performing their role. They're taking the attention. It doesn't really matter. They're not focused on individual stats. So, I wouldn't be worried. But yeah, he was hurt last year as well. So I don't think they're not using him right. I think it's just Sam adjusting to the league after great rookie year. Having to play hurt. That's what most players have to do every year, play hurt. And that takes adjustment. Yeah, you have Paris, London, Ontario, Peru. Peru? Got country names as well. Peru, Illinois.
Does Paddington come from there?
Havana, Illinois.
No.
I still have a lot to learn about American geography, but I can vaguely place where the states are now, which I think is achievement in itself.
Do you ever watch the elections?
Yes.
Oh, yeah. I just have a weird thing for polls and stuff like that. It's like a very British thing to be very interested in.
Poles and horns? God.
Who doesn't like horns? That horns up. Disgusting.
Dan Pass says, hey guys, well done. I'm heading out again, but want to congratulate for an excellent job. Well done. Cheers, Dan. Appreciate you.
Appreciate it, Dan.
Perry Ball says, who do you think will be our wide receiver and tight end? For what, Perry? Look who's coming. It's a wild Luke.
See if we got him. You got us, Luke.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, we're good. Can you hear us all right?
I hear you perfectly.
Hey, how was the game? You've obviously been down there. How you enjoy yourself this evening?
I did. And you know what's crazy? The fans, man, I can tell you right now, the fans are so pumped up about this season because I've been to a few preseason games and they was absolutely like in there like this was a real game. They was absolutely in there like it's a real game. And it was one of those environments where that the expectations are high for this team. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it looked full on the broadcast. Did they say how many were there overall? Because it looked like there was a good number of people in.
No, you know what? They surprisingly didn't tell me they didn't never announce how many it was. But I can tell you this much: I saw very few empty seats, very few, and there were a few Dolphin fans there. But the blue wall was so apparent and it was so relevant. Like it was like the smallest thing they were booing and cheering for. It was like the craziest thing. And I'm like, y'all do realize the game don't count. They didn't care. They didn't care. You know,
per team, 20 minutes, like the sort of report for the Lions, obviously 47,684 announced attendance. That's nearly 75% of the stadium filled for a preseason game.
That's crazy. Like even in the sky, the suites was full. I was like, what is going on? Like, like it was absolutely like amazing. The atmosphere was amazing. It's always a joy to go down there. And you know, it's like they're getting more and more efficient with getting the people into the stadium, and you know, so all these little things is like it's like more and more like just relevant that, you know, that the Lions is doing things big and getting in the right direction. And then looking at the, like, I was sitting on the visitor side, you know what I'm saying? When I got the tickets, I didn't know where I was going to be sitting exactly, but I was on the visitor side. And I was looking at some of the players, like I was like looking at two, and I was like, oh, okay. And then he stood next to like the cheetah, and I was like, he that small. Like, holy smokes. Like, it's like looking at Mighty Mouse standing next to Superman, but you know they got the same strength and powers. It's like, wow. And looking at Darren Waller standing next to him, I was like, I wouldn't even stand next to him. Like it just was like weird to see. So overall, I was happy with what I saw out of the team as a whole. There were some areas I wasn't really happy with. I don't know what's all this talk about Manu getting better. I don't know where that came from.
Didn't happen.
He does this weird thing where he lets you initiate the contact. I don't understand this. I don't. It's like we had a few runs. One in particular where Craig Reynolds is getting ready to bounce it out to the outside to the left, and we're like in the red zone threatening to score. And he like waits till the guy come to him and then realizes, oh, I can block now. And I'm just like, you know, this is football, right? Like, it's okay for you to touch the other person. It's not, you don't need consent. You just need to punish them and punish them bad, and you earn you a spot. And I don't see it. I don't see the Manu hype, the Broderick Martin hype. Yeah, he need to go to. But I will say this. I wanted Grant Stewart when he came out of college. I was over the Jalen Reeves maybe because I'm like, he okay. But there are better options. And Grant Stewart to me really stood out again. The officials were different. I mean, how many flags you was gonna throw? Like, seriously.
26 was it in the end? I think.
Yeah.
26.
How many?
26.
26.
4 were picked up.
It was so bad that we in the stadium started growing frustrated because we couldn't celebrate until we checked the field to see there was no flags on the field. Like, that's how bad it was. And a few of the plays, like one of the plays that they called where Hooker ran for the touchdown, I'm still trying to see where the hole was at. Like, where did this occur?
So I think that was the one you commented on where it was whoever's our left tackle that fight. Actually, it was Manu. It was called on Manu. The Hooker ran past him, and the refs were basically saying because Manu should have seen Hooker go past him, he should have then disengaged the contacts. He's obviously holding this guy, so it is borderline. But yeah, it was a hold by the rules, unfortunately. So it was a fair flag. I hate to say it.
Yeah, but the thing is this, right? In the watching it in this real time,
yeah,
I don't think he impeded him from grabbing Hooker. Hooker actually got grabbed, actually.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? So it wasn't like even now, I'm still driving back from the stadium. So like it wasn't like he impeded it, but I just thought it was a weak call. Like I said, I thought that it was I thought that it's certain players that I just need the Lions to cut. I need it to happen. And Hendon Hooker is one of them. And it's not for reasons that people may think, but, they need to cut him and move on. Because it's clear to me they don't have no respect for him. And they don't trust him. So let them be. But I suspect they won't cut him.
Sorry, go on.
You go.
Well, Ash is probably about to say what I was about to say. Dan Campbell's already said they're going to get him more reps next week, so he's definitely going to be here.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to cut him. And my thing is, it's absurd that the first, I don't know what, I would say maybe first 8 to 10 plays were runs.
Mhm.
That's crazy. And I'm tired of watching them. They're not trying to develop him. They're not trying to do it. They don't want him to go somewhere else, knowing all that he knows about their offense. And they don't want him to go somewhere else, knowing that, he's got enough information to really change the outcome for somebody. And honestly, if you can't put him on practice squad, he's going to get picked up immediately.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, just let him be free the man.
What did the offensive line look like, Luke? Because obviously, I mean, for me, I don't know for everyone, but depth is a concern going forward, and it seems a lot of them haven't been. Is it as bad looking at them in the stadium as it kind of seems out here?
Oh my God, yeah, the stuff that the camera didn't catch. Oh my God, like, listen, I put it like this: if we lose one lineman, I don't feel good about anybody coming in to help. Not a single person. Not one. Frazier had some moments. At least I think that was Frazier I was looking at.
Frazier's on an FI. He didn't play.
So because that wasn't his number then. Whoever the guy was that was playing the right guard today,
first or second team.
The second team.
Second team would have been Mason Miller, the North Dakota State tackle that was at right tackle for the Falcons game, but we've given him the Sawsdall treatment to start working at tackle. We've bumped him inside, and it was Gunnar Britton, who's one of the pickups that was playing right tackle.
He had some plays that I was like, oh, okay, I like that.
Yeah.
But outside of that, no.
So when you get home then, I think Jeremy and Nat have tweeted it out. Watch Natane Muti, so the left guard on I think it's the Meeks touchdown. He absolutely pancakes this guy in pass protection. He looks. That's a bit of homerism for me. I've been really high on him to maybe make the roster, but I think him and Awashika weren't too bad on the sort of the first team line today. They did their jobs. It was just what they were playing next to that kind of held them back.
You know what? It's funny because they re-showed that one in the stadium where he pancaked the guy. But after that pancake, it wasn't really much to talk about. But there was a few runs where I'm like, I need you to move a person. There was a few pass downs where I'm like, all right, I need you to be a little bit better. And I felt that not only with Hooker, but even with Ellen, at times that interior is spotty. Mm-hmm. And that's the wrong place to have pressure coming towards the quarterback. It was very spotty. And so I thought that the one pass that Ellen threw to TeSlaa, I always got to pronounce his name but the one pass that he threw to him where I'm like, you got to hit that guy in stride. He had to go to the ground and catch it. And I'm like, man, he can still be running.
Mm-hmm.
I still couldn't believe that Hadlick missed that interception. Yeah. I'm like, it's right there. Like you were literally waiting for it. He was literally right by where I was sitting. I'm like, oh yeah, this is an easy. What is this? That's how I remember thinking. What is this? Come on, dude. Mm-hmm. Another issue for me was the missed tackles. This is the third game where the missed tackles are starting to drive me nuts. And I don't care if it's the backups or the second string. The first thing you learn in football is how to tackle. And you're supposed to be professionals, and the missed tackles keep adding up. They just keep adding up, and it's driving me nuts.
I completely agree on the missed tackles. These guys can back me up, especially on the kick coverage teams. The amount of just arm tackles and that we were doing, it did annoy me, and I lose my rag a bit with it. And I was like, come on, just fucking sort out the tackling. Because special teams, I probably care about it more than most, but that was supposed to be our sort of calling card last year. We were really damn good on special teams. And this year, okay, Fox is good. Bates is still going to be good. The return game will get stuff. But in the coverage game, we can't give up 25, 30 yard returns like we did today. And that was against the Dolphins backups. What it's going to be like against people who actually have really good return games.
Right. Yeah, it was a lot of I thought I was gonna see like more like lack of gap discipline. That wasn't it was just flat misses. Like you said, arm tackles.
Oh, well, it's not just me. I was scared it was my laptop.
No.
Then I was like, oh.
I think Luke's going through a.
You
might be. Yeah, I got you. We got you again, Luke. Just say that last bit again. You might have just gone. We got you. I think I've lost you again. He might be going through, so he's driving back. Oh no, we got you.
Okay, no, it's back. Yeah, I'm still driving back. The freeways is terrible, and if anybody who lives in Michigan knows, it's always some construction. Nobody's ever fixing anything, but they want it to look like they are. So it's a crazy. You know what blows my mind? I was watching a video the other day, and it was showing like how people handle construction in other countries, like in the UK and in China and Japan. And I'm sitting here trying to figure out, why can't we do this? Like they don't even impede y'all traffic. Y'all can just keep going. They figure a way around it. Not here. This is the land of inconvenience. So I'm trying to work it back. I do apologize. I had every intention of being on the actual mic and everything like that. But I didn't realize it was going to be ended so short. I was like, oh wait, I could have swore he said 9 o'clock.
Hey, Luke, we just appreciate having you here, Luke. In any way, form which we can get you, we will take you. So, don't worry about that. So,
listen, I really do love you guys. I sit up there, and a lot of time on my work days, when I'm out working and stuff, I have literally told clients, like, hold on, give me a minute. And I'm listening to y'all talk, doing y'all shows. And the clients are like, are you listening to the radio? I'm like, no, I'm not. But I'm totally listening to y'all, and I'm just like, yeah, that's a good point. Oh my God, yes, that makes so much sense. And every now and then, Anthony, he'll say something, I'll be like, okay, all right, okay. He trying to force me to come and say something. I'm trying to be good, but he won't let me be. He won't let me.
Would you love me any other way, Luke?
Hey, if you wasn't my other favorite twin, man, I wouldn't. Hey, it wouldn't have made no sense. So, but yeah, I remember you was having a field day on Poole hand and hook, and I just went, oh, okay, we doing this, okay.
Oh well, okay. That's my revenge for Broderick Martin, Luke. So
I told you he was garbage. I told you he was garbage. I didn't see anything. I didn't see anything he did that was good. But today he made a few plays to that. I thought he also had a very costly neutral zone infraction penalty that I was. So that was like, come on, man. And then he had another play where I saw he was the first one off the line of scrimmage, but he was stopped cold after that. I was like, oh, okay, that was for nothing. So, but overall, yeah.
So, was there anyone?
I fairly enjoyed the game.
So, was there a player in there who you kind of saw their eyes on? You're like, oh, okay, maybe I've not seen this from you before. I'm maybe not familiar with this. Anyone surprise you in a good way?
Honestly, no. And I think it's because the players themselves are feeling the pressure of them earning a spot. Okay. And you saw a lot of people overcorrecting and scrambling to make plays to get themselves some type of looks. I did like what I saw out of Ayuk. Am I saying his name right? Isaac.
Ukwu.
Ukwu?
The edge.
Ukwu.
Yeah, if you know anything about Luke, I'm gonna botch your name. It's gonna get done.
we know what you mean, Luke. We know what you mean. You're good.
But I like some of the things I saw out of him. I just thought that like him and Lynn showed some things, but my bigger concern was in the stuff that they showed, it was through stunts, and I was like, where's the pass rush moves? Like especially with Isaac, he had showed pass rush moves prior, and this time he wasn't doing that. So I really just feel like a lot of players got in their head and was trying to force things to happen. and it didn't go the way that they thought it was going to go. It didn't go how they saw it or felt that it should go.
Well, like you mentioned, that we could have had like 6 takeaways, couldn't we? 2 forced fumbles, 4 picks that should have been, and we didn't get a single one.
And that to me was alarming. So you're missing tackles. You're not taking advantage of it. Obviously, the scoop on the fumble for the muff punt was good, but you get caught. And I'm just thinking to myself, like, bro, how slow are you to get caught with a full step on the guy?
He slowed down too early. Like I watched it in the replay. He's already thinking about celebrating. You see him just slow down his momentum, and that's when he gets tackled.
I saw that there too, and we were talking about that like amongst the fans in the stadium. But we just kept going like, no, it probably just the way the replay was slowed down. But it did look like he just started to celebrate, and I'm like, what is this? And then you had a terrible drop, another missed pass that people are not going to talk about, a perfectly thrown ball by Allen goes through your hands. Like, I'm going to need you to be better.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to need you to be better. Right now, he's giving me that Antoine Green vibes right now.
Yeah.
So a guy who looked like he should have the talent, but it's not there. And it's so not fair because I know everybody's one thing about Lions fan, we love receivers. So TeSlaa, he's the only thing out there, so that's all you have to look at. You don't have anybody else to look at. There's no tight end to look at. There's nothing else out there to look at. I feel bad for Craig Reynolds because I don't know why they keep playing him. Let them other guys just play.
Mm-hmm.
So they're not, there's some depth issues for me for real. And this is one of the reasons why I was so critical of our general manager and critical of our drafts and off seasons, because I'm just thinking to myself, like, this can't be the answer. This, like, obviously this ain't the starters, but you do know we rotate people in and out. And I didn't see enough.
I mean, how far do you think the 53 is away from being complete? Do you think there's more spots than we might think that are still up for grabs that you're not certain on, or?
Honestly, I think the 53 is already set. I have no doubts that the 53 man is already set. The only way it would even begin to change is if somebody comes available via free agents. I think it's already decided. I don't think nobody earned a new spot. Nobody. Not even Lovett. Meeks, those guys, they'll earn a camp spot.
How good did Jackson Meeks look? So obviously, what was it, 9 catches on the day for him? Obviously, he had big day. Do you think he can challenge Lovett? Because it looked like he was all over the field making plays.
Yeah, but the issue with that is, and this is one of the issues I saw not only with Ellen, I saw it with Hooker. Those receivers was not getting the separation that they needed. So those quarterbacks were forced to throw those balls in tight coverage. And it was aggravating because I don't think that they're going to keep that many receivers. You figure, okay, obviously J-Mo, St. Brown, Tim Patrick, they go 3, right? You know they're not going anywhere. And obviously Cleve Raymond ain't going nowhere, so that's 4. Now you add in TeSlaa, that's 5, right? And you start to go down the list, okay, special teams guys, who's going to do that? Well, they're not even giving Lovett an opportunity. They're not even giving him an opportunity that much on special teams. You know what I mean?
I think that says something in itself.
I guess if you don't earn the reps on there, then
I think they're getting ready to install Meeks as the 6.
Yeah.
I don't know whether he's earned it or not, but I do know that Lovett keeps dropping the ball.
Yeah, and while he's a gunner, and he got the muff, obviously the recovery on the muff punt. Yeah, just him slowing down. That's good. That's going to be inexcusable in the team. They're going to play that shit tomorrow in like the sort of special teams review, and he's going to be absolutely rinsed. They're not going to accept that at all.
I'm sorry, y'all. I literally had a fire truck coming up behind me, and I was like, let me mute this before this thing gets by me. But I'm almost home. I'm almost there.
So are you planning on doing any more of the pre-seasons, Luke, or was this a one-off?
I was supposed to go to the Texas game. I was planning on going to the Texas game, but I got to see because I was taking my father-in-law to the game because he lives in Texas and he's a Texans fan, and so he had came up here to visit us, and we were supposed to go to the game, but he's like saying he don't feel good right now, so we'll see how that go. But yeah, my plan is to go to the next game, and then that first home opener, I'm supposed to go to that game. But I tried to get season tickets, and you wouldn't believe it, but it was extremely hard. This has never been difficult for me. Lion tickets were never hard to come by. Now I can't even get the Lions on Madden football. It's crazy. It's absurd. Like I went from like being able to get the Lions on any media that there was to now all of a sudden I can't get them as a playing card. I'm like, what is going on? Like fantasy leagues. I was going, I'm gonna go and get this Lion. No, not no more. Not no more. The most obscure players is gone. I'm like, how? So yeah, I'm gonna tell you this much. There is a lot of questions that I think have not been answered from this coaching staff and from the front office. And at some point, the project players taken in the third round got to stop. And it's got to stop fast because we're starting to see that like, who have they developed? Seriously. Like, I had somebody try to tell me that, they developed Lee McNeil. He was never a developmental guy. He came in and started. He was never a developmental guy. He came in and was playing and performing. So who did they develop thus far? Broderick Martin failed. If he failed.
I know Kirby was Pittsburgh and he did start because the Tracy Walker injury, but guess him because yes, he was a great single high. He's developed the run defense, the ability to play the other slots. So maybe him and then hopefully TeSlaa. But it is a 50-50 crapshoot at the best. And I know we've got to get used to maybe picks not starting and that for us. But yeah, that is something that they have to improve on, is taking less of these risks, because you can't just keep doing it, especially since I think that's part of the reason why we've traded away all our thirds now, is just to stop Brad getting tempted to do it. So we traded away one for Carlton, traded away the next two for TeSlaa. So I think it's kind of like the old meme about the Lions should just trade away all their second round picks so they don't get someone and then they instantly become injured.
I mean, like I'm not trying to be funny, right? Do anybody remember Trey Lance? Anybody?
Yeah.
No. They remember? Okay, all right. Trey Lance was drafted 3rd overall by the 49ers, who traded up to get him. Like, they was like, hey, we got to get this guy. This is the guy. He then left there and went and got sent over to the Dallas Cowboys. Couldn't work out in the Dallas Cowboys, right? He goes over to the Chargers. Look what Jim Harbaugh is doing. He's having fun again. He actually looks decent. That's how you develop a quarterback. You let them play and tell them it's your job to lose. Now, you got a guy who's on his way to being a Heisman Trophy winner before injury. You giving him 10 passes, 12 passes, run, 10 passes. You calling bootlegs. They ain't calling no bootlegs with Allen, right? And you're not developing. Now, I say all that to say this. If you didn't have a plan for the quarterback in the first place and Jared Goff was your guy, then that third pick should have been on somebody who can help us, like Overshawn, or Yaya Diaby, or I can keep going, like Dylan Henley. And so, like, these are people that I literally talked about, saying, hey, they fit what we do, they'd be great for us, and blah, blah, blah. And you took the quarterback with no plan. So that's another wasted pick that you ain't really developed. But they're not going to cut him. So you're stuck looking and saying, okay, if you're not going to cut him, what are we doing here? And so it's frustrating to see that we're under this belief that they're developing talent, but we can't name nobody that they developed. And before somebody say, oh, well, they developed Malcolm Rodriguez, he was so good that they drafted another linebacker and signed a bunch of free agency. That's how good he was. Such a great development there.
Luke, stop prodding.
I'm just saying. Like, like the expectations is so high, and given how we lost to the Commanders, given how we lost to the 49ers, I sense of urgency in these. That's what I feel. Like, and I don't see that, and it's concerning.
No, absolutely. I mean, I probably know the answer to this one because you have always been, very critical, very fairly critical of this. But what does the team need to do for you this year? What is the expectation for this year now for you to, carry on giving him the benefit of the doubt? How far do they need to go for you? And do you think that the team is capable of doing it?
They get to the championship, and honestly, I don't believe that they will. I believe that the injuries will mount up again, and they are already showing themselves. Like, I don't think I've ever been so excited to see a person play. When I saw Vonkie get the hand up, I'm like, thank you. Woo! Because he had been out. So I was like, okay, great. He's at least playing. But I think the injuries are going to add up again, and I think it's going to doom us. And I don't think that we found Batman's Superman or Batman's Robin. Like, we haven't found that guy, right? Aiden Hutchinson is going to get a lot of attention. And Lee McNeil is going to really help with that too when he's able to come back and play. But the rest of these other guys, I'm concerned. I truly am concerned that they'll be ready for stage and should be threatening for a Super Bowl. So for me, the expectations is NFC Championship game. You got there before, do it again. I don't care that the schedule is harder. If greatness was meant to be easy, it wouldn't be a reason to celebrate. So I want that NFC Championship game, and I want if we go down, let's go down fighting. Maybe we lost on a last minute 70-yard field goal, but at least it was a 70-yard field goal. Where they already had the game won, and I don't even want to fourth quarter, but I got to because I got to report on it. I don't want that. I want them to get back to the NFC Championship game. I want them to do it and literally make a threat of it. But after that, I want them to know none of these people who have an injury history. Because I believe if Marcus Davenport stays healthy long enough, which he won't, if he stays healthy long enough and he gets just 8 sacks, they're going to give him a new contract. And we need to move on from players who can't stay on the field. That's just my expectation right now. I'm not going to shortchange the expectation because the schedule is harder. I'm not going to shortchange the expectation because, we got new coordinators. I don't care about none of that. The head coach is still there. I believe in him. I expect us to do better.
Well, absolutely. Can agree with that one fully. Any questions, Matt?
I'm just trying to stay awake, man. I'm sorry. We're just about to head into hour 24. I have a coffee, even though my girlfriend has told me I'm nuts for doing so because we're going to be going to sleep soon. I do not think this is going to touch the sides, but there we go. I will say that I think rumours of our decline in terms of regression of wins is overblown. I think our chance of winning every game this year is better than our chance of winning 10 games this year. I don't think we're going to be that bad. Genuinely think that our win total is going to be in the 13 to 17 range in the regular season. Yeah,
13 wins?
13 to 17 wins. That's what I expect.
Hey, listen. listen, because I care about you. All right, I need y'all to let this man go to sleep. Tell him y'all will finish it out for him, right? He said 13-17. No team has win 15 wins and then came the next year and win 15 wins. So to go above that, I just don't see it happening. But 13 wins, is it possible?
Luke, I'll ask. Luke,
I got him at 11.
Luke, I'll ask, and Luke, I'll ask you a trivia question, which was in the quiz that I built earlier today. So Ash will know the answer to this. What is the longest winning streak in the NFL? How many games?
17. Oh, sorry, no. 19-1. So 19 is the longest winning streak.
And any advance?
I have no idea. I'm not gonna.
The answer is 23 games. That was the Indianapolis Colts, the final 9 games of their 2008 season, the first 14 games of their 2009 season. They won 23 in a row.
I thought they gave up that last game, which is why every game.
I don't know what's happened there. Can you hear Luke?
Okay, not bad.
Okay, yep. No, got you back.
Can you hear me?
Yes, yeah, I can hear you now. No, so I mean, I'm all I'm saying with that is it's possible.
Yeah.
Are we as good as that team? Probably not. But I think our defense will be top 3. I think our offense will be top 3, and I think that's a route to winning a heck of a lot of games.
Yeah, that defense had Robert Baptist and Dwight Freeland. Yeah, we got to talk about we got to talk about, like I said, that compliment guy, like who's the compliment person. And again, I hope you're right. But I would rather go 9-8 and win a Super Bowl.
Of course. But it's not a trade-off
Right?
where you go, I'll trade the 5 wins to go from 14-9 so I can win a Super Bowl. The teams more likely to win a Super Bowl are good, and therefore they win more games in the regular season. Like, yes, we have to make it to the playoffs, and that's the ultimate aim, just to be in the dance. But it is better to just be a good team and win more games in the regular season too, right?
But I feel like there's more question marks with this team than we had with last year's team. Like last year's team, I don't feel like we had as many question marks. This year, I got a lot of question marks. The interior offensive line, it does scare me with Graham Glasgow being in there, possibly at center. Like, that scares me. And
it does worry me that Ragnall's not there, but the rest doesn't worry me, frankly.
So you okay with the pass rush opposite of Aiden Hutchinson?
That is obviously the weakest part of the team, and especially if Hassanin is going to miss significant time, that's going to hurt, even though I wasn't really counting on him to play. I am hoping Za'Darius comes back, if I'm honest. However, I would really, really just pray and hope that, and I know you're going to laugh at me for this, I am not thinking that Davenport will play more than 2 or 3 games, but I do think that no one has really considered the what if he is fit. Like, okay, he's not going to be fit, obviously, because he never is. But what if he is?
I mean, what if I lived in the UK and y'all lived in the US? Like, we would have, like, the universe would be upside down. And the what ifs only works in Marvels, where it's great storytelling. At this point, we got to be honest about, like you said, he's not going to make that. So that's a concern. And that's what I said. There are more question marks with this team than it was with last year's team. If one of our linebackers go down, or God forbid 2, who are the 2 guys coming in and filling that linebacker for us? You want to say Grant Stewart? Fine. Who's the other guy?
Zach Cunningham.
Okay, so you want to say Zach Cunningham's the other guy. All right. And you feel that they'll be sustainable?
Yeah, Zach Cunningham has, I know obviously he's a couple of years removed from the massive tackles seasons he had with the Texans, but the Texans. But I think if he has to come in and kind of slot in, he can slot in either Mike or Will for a couple of games, and the drop off between him and either Campbell or Anzalone isn't as big as what we saw last year, where it was a drop off between Anzalone and Zeke Turner. That's why we've brought him in. But initially, probably as cover for Anzalone in case we didn't get it sorted out with him. But since then, aside from the Chargers Hall of Fame game where everyone on that defense was just off, I've been pretty happy with the play that we've got from Cunningham. And with Stewart, yes, he's a very much a point and shoot linebacker. He pretty much will only play Mike. You can't really put him with a Will where he needs the coverage. You can't put him at Sam because that's not his game style. But if you need to stick him at the Mike for a game or two because something's happened to Campbell, I'm okay with that as well. The drop off between him and Deron Gilbert, who was playing Mike last year for us, again, there's not much of a drop off. So I know this is something that us three have discussed throughout the show because we've asked most of our guests it. If you ask me to rank all three right now of the sort of position groups, linebackers, secondary, and defensive line, that's the order I'd put it in. Linebackers is on there because I think the top six that we've got, so obviously the ABC and Anzalone, Barnes, and Campbell, and then Cunningham, Stewart, and then probably Nowaski. I've seen enough from them that, okay, if Nowaski has to come in for a game for Barnes because something's happened and he just needs to play a game, well, yes, there's the definite drop-off. It's not as big as the drop-off we saw last year where suddenly for the second sort of middle, like half to
but isn't that not saying much, though? Like, and on top of that, like, I take everything with a grain of salt. I'm not even down on Kyle Allen that tough with some of his bad performances. I'm not even down on it. I just hate that he's getting more opportunity than the other quarterback. But isn't it not saying much? Like, it's not saying much. Where it's like, well, it's not that much of a drop off. But at the end of the day, like, he looks like this because he is out there with lesser talent than him. It wasn't like Zach Cunningham was just some sloth out here. He's had a name in this league. And he's really good at stopping the run. That's his specialty. Coverage, we'll pray about it. But yeah, like, and this is my thing. You said yourself, you get with one or two games. What happens when they go past one or two games?
Well, yeah, but no team can handle that, Luke. Not one team in the NFL has that depth. You're not being realistic in what it is possible to carry on a roster.
The Ravens, let me keep going. I can name more.
I don't think that's what the Eagles push their money into the future in an unsustainable way. We can't handle
I agree, that. But if they get a guy to go down, they got somebody that can last the rest of the season. It's not a 1 or 2 or 3 game thing. They have the depth there. The Ravens do too.
In some positions, yes, and in some positions, no. Definitely not across the entire roster. But you just agreed with me.
Said that.
Okay, you did just agree with me that it's not sustainable for them to pay the people in this way. They have to blow up their entire roster at some point. At least Philly do. Baltimore maybe less so. But they push so much money into the future. Eventually the Eagles need to blow it up, have a few bad years, and then come back again. That's what Eagles do. Do you really want to have that with this team? Do you want to have that with Detroit?
Yes, especially if it brings me a Super Bowl. Yes.
What if it doesn't bring you a Super Bowl and you have to blow it up?
But in the case of the Eagles, they got the Super Bowl. So they pushed all of they got all the talent that they needed on their team. People was getting hurt left and right. There were games where certain people they got like 4 running backs that were more than capable of handling the load. And that was never an issue. Receiver go down, no problem. Like, they had injuries. The Eagles definitely had injuries. The difference was that they had a little bit more depth. And for a Super Bowl, yes, I would trade that in right now today.
I would say that if Jalen Hurts was starting last season in Detroit, he would have been benched before he had a chance to get better again. He had a stretch, I think, at the beginning of the year where he couldn't throw over 100 yards in like 3 or 4 straight games because he looked terrible. We would have chased him out of Detroit.
Absolutely. I won't disagree with you not one bit there. I just think the difference is the end result is they got the ring. And it's a nice ring. I wish I had that ring. Even if it was a replica, plastic-made rhinestone given to me by my children, I want the ring. And I think the fans want the ring. You got to remember, we're one of 2 teams now, or 3 teams that haven't never went to a Super Bowl, and I think 1 or 2 of them are expansion teams, like the Texans, in Jacksonville. Like, I want that ring. I want it for the city so bad because I was alive and breathing and kicking and well when the Pistons got that championship against the Bulls back in the late 80s, early 90s. And when The Pistons won it again in 2004. I know what it means to get that ring. And yes, we had some struggling years after that, but we hold on to that ring. We can at least say we got it that time. And the Eagles had that feeling too when they won it with Nick Foles. But when they didn't get a chance to go back and they had all these other people, they said, forget this. We got to find a way to get back there and win. And to me, they succeeded in doing it. I would take that right now.
So, okay, so I just want to loop back. So you said, obviously, I do agree that obviously Eagles do have depth. But I'm looking at their last year's roster. Other than AJ Brown and Devonta Smith, can you name me a wide receiver who was on the Eagles squad last year?
You said other than who?
Other than AJ Brown and Devonta Smith, can you name me a wide receiver who was on their final roster last year?
Yeah, hold on 1 second. Hold on. Just give me 1 second. Hold on.
Looking at their roster now, they're not particularly deep, the Eagles. They're somewhat deep, but they're not that deep, especially on offense. Landon Dickerson going down puts them in big trouble.
Yeah, that's my point. Like, I think I know obviously we were coming from it the point of view that we had all these massive injuries, but no team is 100% deep. So like I've looked at so this I think was for the Super Bowl week, the roster they had, and I'm looking and like, okay, they had 3 QBs, but if Hurts went down, I would not trust either of them to do a Nick Foles.
I like Tanner McKee quite a bit.
I like Tanner McKee as well, but in this situation that we're discussing with Luke, where if Goff goes down to the season,
if anyone's starting quarterback goes down, scrap the season, you're fucked. There's no point. Like, if there is no backup quarterback in the NFL you can realistically rely on, none.
If Barkley went down, do you trust for the season? Do you trust Kenneth Gainwell to carry the load? Will Shipley?
No, absolutely not. If Saquon goes down, they're in big trouble. Tight end wise, they've got Dallas Goedert, but behind that, Grant Calcaterra, who I quite like, but he's not that good.
Exactly, and EJ Jenkins, like,
I won't mention any of the wide receivers yet because that question is still with Luke. But the offense is thin. Defense, they do have some things. So they're 4 deep at edge that I like, or outside linebacker. Jalex Hunt, Nolan Smith, Azeez Ojulari, who I don't massively like, but as a number 3 or 4, he's good. Josh Uche had a terrible year last year, but that as a number 4, that's fine. That's not that deep, actually, is it? Ojulari didn't want to get paid by anyone. He got $4 million.
Yeah.
And then Uche will do nothing. 3 deep inside linebacker, but N'Kobe Dean's injured, so you've got Bourne, Jihad Campbell, Jeremiah Trotter, who I don't really like, but Smell Mondon might do some things, I guess. They're starting Keely Ringo. How can that be a serious DB room if you're starting Keely Ringo? But everyone else is amazing, though. Sidney Brown, Reed Blankenship, Quinion Mitchell, Cooper, DeJean. And then behind them, they'll have Andrew McCoover and Adoree Jackson. That is okay.
Yeah.
So DBs are actually reasonably strong, apart from starting corner. Which is a bit weird. They traded for Ja'Cory Bennett. Is he going to do anything? I mean, the fact that they were willing to trade him away speaks volumes, I think, even though I really liked him coming out.
Yeah.
I think the Eagles are a lot less deep than people think they are because they've lost a lot of people over the last couple of years without replacement.
Yeah. Which I think is our overall point, isn't it? That it's just impossible. So if Anzalone goes down for the season, we might be fucked. But if Bourne goes down if Bourne goes down for the season, the Eagles, their scheme screwed. Ravens with Roquan Smith,
there are linchpins of a team that they can't do without because everything fundamentally relies on them. Yeah. That is what it means to be a good team. Is you've got transcendent players, and when you lose them, it makes a big difference.
Yeah,
It has to. I do think it's interesting that their main backup nose is Ty Robinson, who I really didn't like coming out this year.
Yeah.
I really disliked him.
He was divisive.
And I don't know whether you were a Ty Robinson fan in the draft.
I'm pretty sure Brent was the Ty Robinson fan. I didn't really get to see too much of him. I mean, there's so many things with these teams. We can say we like or we don't like these guys, but it depends the team they're on. It depends the coaching they're with. You would trust Philly's system to develop its trench players because that's what it's always done, at least in recent history. But they've made successes out of guys. They make successes out of Reed, who's an undrafted free agent. Like the level of coaching there is very good. So there's lots of different factors to take into account. When it comes to these things, I think Luke's overall point and all of what it is there needs to be sometimes there needs to be more of a fine balance. I think in the conversations we have, like, we love this team, we love Brad, and we're going in the right direction and that, but there needs to be room to have healthy conversation about some of the decisions.
Yeah.
And I think there's some people who are too hypercritical because not enough people are critical, and then there's people who are too hyper positive, and you get two extremes, and there's a nice little meshing ground in the middle where, because I've also made my frustrations with some of the development picks, the time it's taken, and while I always give them 3 years, that's fine. I think there's legitimacy to be had in there for people to ask questions.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of people who will shut it down instantly and not listen to the argument, and therefore it creates two extremes, which then creates all this. People don't like hearing this, people don't like hearing that. It's too positive, it's too negative, whatever. It's just. We just need to always learn to be. There's a fine balance of
objective.
criticism. Sorry,
objective
Luke.
is the word you. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
the word you. We got to be objective. It's not too negative. It's not too positive. It's objective. And if you're objective about anything that you do, you will get better in what you do. I have a YouTube channel. I can do a lot of things better. I can do more shows. I can do better editing. But I am here. I do it all. I am the one person that's doing it all. And I had to be objective about that. And I could have named the other receivers for the Eagles, but my wife came out and was like, "Oh, I forget she was doing the show. I thought it was at 9 o'clock." I said, "I thought it was too, sweetheart, but we're doing it early." So that's what the holdup was.
Yeah,
but
it's fine.
Yeah, we got to be objective.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. So you always hold to account, Luke, and that's what I like about you. So you always hold it. You ask the questions, and we need to find that ground. Exactly.
If I'm wrong, I would say I'm wrong.
Yeah.
I would say I'm wrong. I'd be like, okay, I'm wrong.
We have actually pushed a fair amount of money into the future, by the way. I'm discovering when looking at our contracts.
So let's keep the trend going and get some people in here, because I'm telling you, I'm just gonna say it here. First of all, on one of the greatest shows, I still I'm amazed at how much information you guys have, and you are not in this country. Like, nobody understands this. Nobody understands how hard it is to gather this level of information that you guys are able to spit out and regurgitate like you are here. You're not here. And it's such a joy to have somebody who puts in the time and the work and say that. Loudy and Clout, like, I want to be clear that, like, this is like the most amazing show ever, right? And it's one of the reasons why I promoted y'all, and I will always rock with y'all. And I think when looking at the Lions, even when y'all were like fans of certain players, y'all would come off of that view if it was not lining up to the facts. And you would say, hey, the facts ain't lining up to this to be the way and stuff. And so with that being said, I would say this. Because I was going to do this on the show tomorrow, but early preview. The Lions are going to regret not drafting Mike Green and drafting Tyleik Williams. And I really do believe that. And I believe it's going to come in a game where we need a play from somebody, and we're not going to have it because they're going to go after Aiden Hutchinson, and nobody else is going to step up. And I believe that is going to affect us in a way that fans are not going to understand. Meanwhile, we're gonna see what Mike Green can do when we play the Ravens this year. But I believe that they're going to regret that decision. I know that Brad Holmes recently had an interview saying that his biggest regret was not getting
Nakua.
I realize that's the biggest regret. But I think he's gonna have more than that. And I really hope that I'm wrong about this, but I took a lot of heat when everybody wanted Chase Young, and I told them he's not it. He's not him. He's lazy. He takes too many plays off. He doesn't always show effort. He's relying solely on his athletic ability. So, like, those things are things that I'm looking at, and I'm just like, man, I hope I'm wrong about it. And if I am, I'll be like, okay, I was wrong, thank God. But if I'm not, you heard it here first on Roar the Lions UK. This is not something that I think we're gonna look back at that and say, damn, we should have did something different. We should have, because to me, the time is now. Our slogan this year is hunting season. What are you hunting with? Some people are hunting with firearms and naval ships. And I feel like we're coming in with a lonely tank and a water pistol. Like I want more. I expect more because I want this championship so bad. Y'all have no idea. Like, y'all have no idea. Like, I'm almost willing to come down to Amsterdam to the red light district and see if I can make something shake for some change or something, because I want it that bad. That's how bad I want it. Like I'm willing to sell myself for this win. I want it. And I feel like we gotta be prepared for a season that's gonna come with some ups and some downs. And a lot of ugly and pretty wins. And I feel like if we do that, we're gonna be all right, as long as you keep it objective.
Exactly. And at the end of the day, if we win, we're all happy. All of us.
Of course. But I will say this though, Anthony, don't nobody take a loss like you. To this day, it's nothing more funnier than when we lose a game that we should have won, and you got to come on and talk about it. The whole mood is different. It's like you walked up and pulled out a Power Ranger morphin, like it's morphin time. This is ridiculous. Why are we calling this play? You were so upset when they called that reverse pass with J-Mo. You was like, what are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing calling a reverse pass with J-Mo?
I'm emotional, Lou. You know, I can't control my emotions and see through the stuff. That's just me, and I'm unapologetically like that, you know. The rest of the guys here can see better through it, but me, I let my emotions get the better of me, and that's how I roll.
And Matt's the voice of reason. Matt will see the loss and just be like, well, we got another game tomorrow. No, I don't want to know about tomorrow. Let's talk about today for a minute, Matt. Let's stay here for a second. Can we stay in the moment? So I get it. You know, I totally get it. But I can tell you this much. If today was a reflection of what is to come from a home field advantage in Detroit, oh my God. I don't think it's nobody. I don't care what stadium you get that's going to be worse than playing in Detroit. This was a preseason game, and I couldn't tell the difference between this and a regular one. It was like crazy to see.
I mean,
like,
that's
crazy.
I mean, that's really reassuring in a way, despite, you know, the loss last year, the Washington one. The fact that the fans are still so vehemently behind this shows that, you know, the faith is still there, rightly or wrongly, but at least the faith is there, you know. That's what you want, right?
Exactly. And the players want it because it makes for a better game for them too, right? Because when they told us to get quiet, you can hear a rat piss on cotton. But when the other team came up, I'm like, we are this loud for a preseason game? Oh my God. Like, they weren't even fully liquored up yet, and they were already this loud. And I was like, this is impressive. I was very excited to see that. and to see that the faith is still there and the hype was still there. We had a few fans around me who kept on talking about, yes, right, man. We got my man Vanilla Ice out there doing that. I'm like, Vanilla Ice, who's that? TeSlaa. I'm like, no, that name not gonna stick. That's not it. That's not gonna stick. Vanilla Ice ain't a good one. We gotta come up with a better name for him.
The crowd seems to be reacting a lot to him at the minute. Is it as big as it's made out to be as TeSlaa? Are the fans like really, really behind him?
Oh my God, yeah. Let me tell you something. He literally ran a route. The ball didn't even go his way, and they was like, yeah. I was like, the play didn't go to him, right? They still were excited. And the other part that even I would come on the record and say, I used to have a lot of issues with J-Mo body catching. Now he's been catching more with his hands in practice and stuff like that. Great, but Isaac, oh my God, everything is a hand catch, and it's not even close. The other thing that I like about him is he does what I think receivers should do, which is go to the ball. Don't wait for the ball to come to you. Go to the ball. He goes to the ball with a vengeance. And he wants the ball. He doesn't care if you jump with him. He doesn't care if you're on his back. He wants the ball. And I like that. I like that. I like receivers who catch the ball with their hand. And I like the fact that you got a receiver who's willing to attack the ball, which is something that I like about Amon-Ra St. Brown. But he's also smart and savvy enough to be like, up, danger, get down. And that's a rarity to see. The problem is, it's only so many balls that can, but it's only so many balls that can go around.
Mm. So,
I don't know how you work them in fully, but I see why fans are excited, and they showed it. I even saw he even had a few jerseys. I was like, was that like custom made or something, or what the hell? Like are they selling them already, or did I miss something? But I seen people with his jersey on already. So the excitement is definitely there. There's no need for a build-up. They legitimately feel like they have arrived.
Oh, I love that. It's exactly what we want to hear just before the season. Obviously, the city's ready, the team's ready. It seems they're all ready to go. We just need to. It's put up or shut up now, isn't it? Really. Oh,
my phone muted. I didn't hear that last part.
No, I was just saying it's good to see like everyone seems to be in lockstep. The city seems to be ready. Fans are ready. The team seems to be ready. Like all we've got to do now is put up or shut up. Go out and do it.
Well, it's because they're looking for a winner, and they expect to have a winner, and I do too. And anything less than a winner is there. We want to win, and when you want to win, you have a higher expectation. So they were booing plays, like play calling, like they were getting mad, like you're going for it on fourth. I'm like, hey, the game don't count. It's preseason. This is practice at its best. But there was one moment that they did not show on TV. This was the funniest moment of the day for me, where they had the little league football teams come and play some football in front of the stadium, right? And the two teams, it was a total of 4 teams. One was on one end of the end zone. The other one that was by our end zone was going against a team called the Steelers. These kids came out looking like the monsters from Space Jam. I said, "There's no way you're gonna tell me these are 6 and 7 year olds." The other team looked like the Little Giants. You hear me? And the kids were so big. I'm gonna show you how bad this was. They were on the 25-yard line. This kid comes in wearing number 90, and he's playing center. He blocked the guy that he was blocking from the 25-yard line behind the goalpost. I want to be clear about this. and it was so bad at how big them kids was that the crowd started cheering for the little kids because it just looked unfair. You could just tell that they didn't sign up for this. Nobody told them that they were going to be going against these monsters. Okay? And I just thought this was the most greatest thing ever because there was this one kid out there on the little team, and he couldn't have been no more than maybe about 8 years old. And one of their receivers looked like Calvin Johnson. I swear, but they swear he was like 8. It's not possible, but they said he was 8. And he hit him so good. And I said to myself, now that's a future NFL player right there. And before you knew it, the whole stadium were cheering against the Steelers. They were disgusted at this thing. And I just thought, man, we got the greatest fans in the world to show this level of love and respect. And you cannot ask for anything better. And so I tell people all the time, like, you don't know how great a town is until you see them rise up together on an injustice, like letting these dang old monsters play against these babies. I mean, the score wasn't even close. They only got to play for 10 minutes of the halftime break, and they must have scored about 40 points, but it doesn't matter. The little Red Robin team, man, kudos to them. I hope they listening. Y'all did stellar. You may not have won the game, but you won the hearts of every person in that stadium. And I wanted to put that out there.
Oh, that's
greatest
awesome.
moment.
That's awesome. Detroit loves an underdog, right? So they'll always get behind the underdog. We're just about to go into our last half hour here, Luke. So we're going to start wrapping up in a moment. But I just want to say it's very poignant for us. I mean, we've done this 24-hour stream. You are our last guest that we'll be doing on this. But I think it's poignant because you were probably the first person, we started doing a lot of stuff with when we started doing the pod. You were the first person to open up your platform to us, let us on, introduce your listeners to us, and all the help you've given us over the years. As we can't say thank you enough for that, and we really appreciate you. And I think it's poignant that you're the final one here, so we can give all the thanks for you there. But we really appreciate you, and we always will.
Man, listen, I'll say it I'll go to the highest mountain, man. You guys got the best show going because you guys technically have a disadvantage because you're not here, and it's been things that you guys reported on that I didn't even see in the papers. I'm like, how in the hell did they know that? How is that possible? There's no way. I'm like, what? Who is their source? Like, I'm like, how? And then I see it, and I'm like, dude, they're so amazing. They're so good. And I'm telling you, from your college shows, it's been players that you guys have talked about in college that I'm like, oh, let me go check that guy out. And I'm going, oh, okay, I like that. And what you guys do, I swear it's amazing. And the fact that y'all made it 24 hours, no sleep. Okay, I'm going to tell you right now, I slept for 3 hours. My 1-year-old, I don't know where he was sent to me from, but it's days where I want him to go back. And then yesterday was one of them. Okay? And you talking about 3 hours of sleep and then going to a football game? Oh my God. I'm dying over here. I don't know how y'all doing it. I don't know how y'all doing it, but that just goes to show that there's a level to you guys that is so awesome that no matter what, no matter the cost, if there was ever a picture that needed to be put up of what grit looked like, it would be you gentlemen's face. And that is not me giving you no hyperbole. This is just 100% fact. I absolutely love what you guys do. And that's why I support you and I rock with you. And the moment you call, I say, I'm coming. There's no ifs, ands, and buts.
You're always welcome with us, Luke. So, thank you ever so much. We really appreciate it. Obviously, I hope the best for you, the wife, the kids. Hope everybody is well. And keep in touch. Always keep chatting, Miss our chatting when you're not going live. So don't be a stranger, yeah?
Yeah, 100%, man. I plan on going live sooner than you think. So we'll be having some things to disagree about because I got to talk about the lack of importance of getting the right guy. And I'm starting to wonder if this is going to be the worst draft in Brad Holmes' history. I'm starting to wonder. I am.
I'll be waiting. I'll be waiting and listening. And the second you put that link out, I'll be in there to check you. So be ready.
Please do. We all need somebody to make sure we stay straight. So
absolutely,
thanks for having me, man. Y'all get some rest when y'all can get your rest. and I hope that we hit our goal because I tried to. I definitely promoted the show today, and I hope we can hit our goal. So.
Yeah, appreciate you ever so much, Luke. Thanks ever so. And you take care. I'll talk to you again soon.
Okay, have a good one.
Cheers, Luke.
All right, Luke. Take care.
All right, gentlemen.
As Ant said, we are coming to the end of our stream. We have 28 minutes to go to hit 24 hours. We are at $1,078.71 currently. We are going to leave this open for the next, however long it says that we've got on here now, 17 hours. I might leave it for one more day, to be honest, from here. Because obviously some people will watch this back after the fact. It's a long enough show, so you mad people if you do that. But but if you do watch it back and you do enjoy it, then we will leave the tip donations available for the next 18 hours or so from now. If you do want to add to the kitty. 50/50 is going to Maggie's Cancer Charity and Habitat for Humanity of Michigan. Both do fantastic work at home and abroad. The perspective works both ways. What a terrific show this has been. It's come together so much. Oh, I don't want to say that I thought it was going to go badly, but we've done this at fairly short notice. It has gone so much better than I thought it would.
That's it. You live and learn through it. Like it's, we did it with the first draft year. We did that in we go in about 2 weeks to do all that draft stuff, and we eventually got through and got it right. So, first one with this, we've had a little bit of time, but we've got it. We got the formula, and we'll get it right if we ever need to do it again. Like I say, maybe another 5 years, and we're all crazy still, absolutely mad by then.
Oh yeah, I mean we're very much there right now, but. Just to recap what we talked about throughout all of today, just to remind everyone how much we managed to cram into 24 hours. We reflected on what Rural Alliance has meant to us over the last 5 years, how we've changed. We showed you how much me and Ant had changed by humiliating ourselves with our own intros from episode 1. That seems like a long time ago now. We haven't done it to Ash yet, but we will. I just need to find his first episode, and then we will do that. We had Jeremy Reisman on to start the show with our guests. Then Dan from Lions Talk Live came on with us. And then after Dan, Chris Perfett joined us as a guest host for a while during Nick Baumgartner. We had Talking Grit on. We had a nice fan call in where we met Lisa, which I thought was great. We had Dave Birkett come on. I thought he was fantastic. And then we went through our non-line season predictions. So division winners, MVP, all of that good stuff. My take review for Tyreek Williams, and you took the mantle up while we both had a little bit of a kip and then overdid that.
It's all good.
Kurt came on, then you went to work. We had the Tate Ratledge breakdown, which was really good. The pre-season week 1 review would talk about what we learned from that. Changed over the stream to part 2. We had the doc, John Maakaron from SI and Detroit Podcast. I love him. What a mad bastard. He's awesome. It's so great. We had TeSlaa's breakdown, which, I mean, Ash, I think you did a terrific job with it. Unfortunately, Jeff Risdon couldn't make it because of the lack of internet. We have taken your questions, especially with the AQA that we've done a couple of times. Micro Mike came on. Incredible as always. Such a bundle of positive energy. We had the quiz, which I thought went pretty well as always. Kentley Platty came on, and every time we speak to him, I really understand that he knows what Raz is for, and everyone else misses the point. Mm-hmm. He knows it's a tool to be used in the round, and that you have to use your eyes. He understands that, but I think everyone thinks that Raz is a be-all and end-all. He doesn't, but a lot of people will do that, and a lot of pushback is just against people who misuse it. And I think it's interesting to talk to him and see what he thinks about draft classes, because he's got some great thoughts about football in general. And I don't know if he caught any of that conversation, but he talked about his conversation he had with Dan Campbell at the Senior Bowl a few years back. And it was actually really interesting to hear what they talked about. Then Lions Dolphins happened, and then Luke G happened, and then here we are. So 24 hours with 23 minutes left to go. Any particular highlights out of all of that? Ash, I don't know. And anything kind of pop out to you guys as someone that you really enjoyed talking to? I really enjoyed meeting Dan for the first time because I've never actually met him.
Oh, have you not? Oh, I don't suppose you have you? Because I don't even know where I met Dan. Where did I meet him?
Quite
I have
interesting.
no idea.
We had two doctors. So Dan's is Dan a doctor?
Yeah, he is.
And
he's got his PhD.
Yeah, he's a doctorate, and then John Maakaron is a clinical psychologist, which is like, okay. So we've got some really smart people on here. Nick Baumgartner is always a joy to talk to.
Mm-hmm.
Any highlights?
For me, getting over the nerves of speaking to these new people, then when I asked the questions like cutting off, and actually just a really good question. I was like, yes, I'm doing this right. I'm doing it right, people. I'm doing it. Mom, get the camera.
Oh, you're a natural. You're a natural. Yeah, so it's a little bit of practice and it's all good.
Yeah. Well, and then just watching Matt's face fall as the leaderboard kept coming up the quiz, and I'm just like, I'm trying to throw, I promise.
You can try very hard. You got 75% of the questions right, and it was designed to be really difficult.
You'll have to be harder next time.
I mean, obviously, we know the greatest game of sport. I also did know, obviously, because we were discussing some of the you were saying some of the stuff. I was like, you did say about the QB scrambling one, and I was like, it's gonna know because I knew it, and as soon as it came up and saw Greg Landry, I was like, that's the fucker. That's the fucker.
We need to do a mastermind episode between Ash and Brett and like get them in a room together and quiz them. Like,
I'm taking Brett. Man is crazy good.
Just so you know, Ash, I'd be in your corner.
Okay, but in the 4 quizzes that we did, Brett won overall, and he's not even a Lions fan.
I think it would be incredibly competitive. I think it would be incredibly competitive, and it would be fun.
I agree. It would be very competitive.
Okay, it's been long enough. I can reveal it. I did throw those quizzes, so it didn't seem sus that I wouldn't. The person.
Oh come on, really?
Yes.
Well, we'll have to put it to the test. We'll have to put them in a room together and do it. We'll see where we're at.
I purposely took ages to answer the questions to try and because I didn't want it to seem sus that. Of course, the person who works at the podcast won all the quizzes.
Yeah, but you affected the integrity of it by playing it and then not playing it straight. Just play it straight. You fool. Would have been fine. Grandizer says last second call-ins. I think I'm done, Grandizer. I'm really sorry, but I'm on the brink of sleep. I don't think I can handle anyone else. I was struggling with Luke G. Not for Luke G's sake, just for me. I can't speak.
Contrapasting is actually saying maybe we should put the breakdowns up separately. I don't know if we want to break down the bits and that, but maybe we'll put the breakdowns up.
Yeah, I think that's what I meant. The rookie breakdowns, upload them as actual videos. So.
Yeah, we've got all the videos in the doc, so I guess we can just re-release them anyhow.
I've got them all downloaded to me. Yeah, Ash, you'll have your one in your OneDrive. I don't know if I deleted your one from the vid folder, but it would take 2 seconds to upload it again, or I could just upload it, to be honest.
Yeah, I can just literally send you a link again to obviously the HD version.
Yeah, we can definitely put that up there. I'm sure that there's probably social media clips you can take from this show. It's just going to take ages to find them.
Yeah.
But maybe you'll remember where a certain interview for a certain moment was, and then you'll be able to pinpoint it a bit more accurately. But
yeah, true.
I don't know. We've done some good numbers tonight, haven't we?
I think so.
We really have. Nuts. Absolutely crazy that the first one says 11 hours and 55 minutes, although I think we did stray over 12 hours and it's only done 11:55, and it didn't turn over to the second part.
Oh, did it not?
So we may have lost like the interim 5-6 minutes. But fortunately, Ash, I don't think I was trying not to say anything of consequence in that time.
That sort. I think that crossover. It was rushing through the news, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think so. So no one's going to care, really.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I had to turn it off and then wait a few minutes and wait for the stream to like end, and then I had to turn it on to the new part. That would have been frustrating if I hadn't realised that and we were still on part 1 and just none of this was recorded. That would have been awful. Although I guess it would have been on Twitch. Big Airy says, I'm keeping Matthew singing, don't worry. Oh no, what have I done? Oh, on the pushing money into the future, some of it is option bonuses and some of it is void years. So it's going to depend on when we re-sign people. But Amon Ra St. Brown, for example, has 3 void years on his deal, which has pushed $16.7 million into a void year. However, that's based on an option bonus in the final year of that contract. So if you re-sign him before then, that option bonus just isn't exercised. But that means we have to re-sign him at the end of the 2027 season, which is not that far away, given we only just signed him. So that's 17 million if we don't do anything about that. Then you've got DJ Reader. He's got 3 void years. That's 3.7 million on that. Anzalone's got a void year. That's 1.2 mil on that. Dave Montgomery's got a void year. That's 1.2 million on that. Graham Glasgow, he's got a void year. That's 1.4 million on that. Ali McNeil's got a void year. That's 3 million on that. Kirby Joseph has 4 void years and 4 option bonuses on different years. His pushes $39 million into the future, which means you cannot let him get to that, which means he's going to get re-signed. We have to re-sign or cut him by 2028. You can't let him see 2029 because you've got too much in option bonuses happening. And frankly, you might have to re-sign him before that. So we have been slightly more clever than just pushing money into the future because some of it, the big money is in option bonuses and you can re-sign people before then. But only if they want to sign a new contract. If they don't sign a new contract, you've got to cut these guys.
I think the benefit with it is, look, so we're talking Amon Ra. By then, hopefully, he would have really established himself as a top 5 receiver. He'll probably want to be paid like that, so he'll want the new contract. Kirby, as much as he is such a good guy off the field, he sees himself as the potential best safety in the league. So by the time we get around to then, his contract probably be in the 15 to 20 range at the least. So he'll probably want to re-up. So I think that's part of the reason why it's become so popular now with roster building to do that, because there's always that incentive for the player that when it comes around to that, they're going to get a raise. Of course they want to sign a new contract, unless they absolutely hate the fucking place they're in which case they're going to get cut. They get to walk away with all the guaranteed money and go somewhere else they're more happy. So either way for the player, like either I get a raise or I get cut and I get to find somewhere that I'm happy at. It's a win-win for the player, and then for the team, obviously all those option bonuses don't get picked up then, and it gets rolled into whatever happens. Best of both worlds.
Yeah, but the ones we can't get out of, the void year deals, that is starting to add up. It's not huge money, but I think it could be approaching something like 20 million.
What would it be? I know obviously you can't probably, but I think as well we've got to spend money. So you said with most of these ones, I know obviously like Anzalone and Graham probably be next season. They'll be hitting 2020. I know. Again, this is conjecture, but with the new TV deal in 2027, cap's going to explode.
Maybe, but if that's true, the less you spend now, the more you have to spend when that happens. If you spend more now in anticipation of that happening, then you have less than the people that don't do that. So
I think you can only roll over a certain amount though, can't you?
No, I'm not saying about rollover.
Yeah.
I'm just saying if you're pushing money into the future that's going to go against that cap for stuff which has already happened, then the cap is artificially lowered in future years for players you've already had. If you don't do that, that's all new cap for you. That's the problem with pushing money into the future, is it gives you something now, but it really does detract from what you can have in the future because you've already spent it.
But then it's the balance of what would you rather have the money in 2027 for theoretical player X or Anzalone?
Well, given that I'm going to hopefully be alive for the next 50 years, I kind of don't like the idea of spending tomorrow's money. Like, I'm going to care about this team in 5 years' time. So why do I want to have the team in 5 years' time probably be shit if you overspend? That doesn't make any sense.
I think it's about the balance. Like,
yeah, it's about balance.
Yeah, it's increasing. It's about balance. Like, we're not going to go and do it. We're not going to be the Saints. Let's be honest. That's the big warning sign of why you don't do it. But we're going to be like
the Rams
Ravens.
did it, and then they had to blow it up. And Holmes is a part of that system, so it's not like he hasn't seen what can happen, and it's not like he's not capable of that. So I don't think we can definitively say we haven't seen enough of Holmes. He's not been around long enough to know whether that's something he would be willing to do in the right moment.
It's the right moment, because we haven't seen. Obviously, you're saying he's coming from the Rams. They're very much FDM picks. The last first round pick they made before Verse was Jared Goff. We have seen aggressive Brad Holmes trading up for players and that, but we haven't seen him go through FDM pick style. Let's trade for all these players at trade deadline, really push for a Super Bowl. I think he said time and time again, what was it with the signing all these contracts? We don't want to buy the holiday. We don't want to get the nice expensive holiday this year to not so then we can't pay for the kids' college fund in a couple of years. He very much is that kind of guy that has one eye on today. What can we do to make today's team better? But he's always got that eye in the future, and that's why I know it's blind faith, but I have faith that he's going to make the right decisions. He's not going to get screw us. So as soon as his contract ends, suddenly the team's going to have to get blown up, and we're having to basically field a CFL team in the NFL and just blow it up for a couple of years, or what the Saints are doing, which I think Brett Coleman released a video on last week, ethical tanking. We're not going to be like that. We're going to have that nice balance of we're competitive for now, but we've always got that sort of development mindset, as Kent mentioned earlier, to be ready for the future. So then, as we mentioned earlier, draft a tackle high next year. So then if and when Decker goes, you still got that option now on the offensive line. That's still nice and solid. You start looking for linebackers. We have kind of done a bit, but start looking for those players in a couple of years' time. As you mentioned, drafting Tyleek to replace DJ Reader, that kind of thing. I think right now, yes, the most likely hit, but as soon as that cap hit explodes in 2027, we're going to look back and be like, why were we stressing about this? But at the same time, we could look back at it at the same time and be like, well, shit.
Oh, 11 minutes to go. Not long. Apologies for the silence. I'm just kind of out of it.
Yeah, we're all out of it at this point, I think.
I never thought we'd ever see the day when we had nothing to say.
True.
They thought it was impossible to shut us up. They eventually managed.
I could say that looks like I might be wrong about Aidan O'Connell because he's playing really well for the Raiders right now.
Yeah.
49 seconds left in that game. He's throwing, what is it?
Let's get these questions done. Grand as it is, how much does Goff have in the tank? Another elephant in the room question concern. No, Goff's got lot. Goff will have something left in the tank till he wins the Super Bowl. I fully believe that.
And beyond that, we've seen now, okay, not everyone's going to be a Brady and play till their mid-40s, but Rodgers is pushing 40, he's still around. It is a lot easier now for QBs with the protection they get to play longer, to play until they're nearly 40. And Goff's just turned 30, so that's another 10 years, theoretically. At least another 5 or so where he's theoretically able to have high tier play. And then by then, hopefully, we would have found a backup QB who we can groom to be maybe his eventual successor, or we put ourselves in a position as a team where when Goff eventually goes, we're able to do what we mentioned earlier with the 49ers, where we still have a good team, but there's enough circumstances that we're able to pick high enough to get a franchise QB, a la, like, look what's happened with the Commanders picking over second overall with getting Jaden Daniels to suddenly beating us and getting to the NFC conference game. Like, it can happen.
Yeah. Could you imagine if Goff had a longer tenure here than Stafford? Nobody would have predicted that when he first arrived.
Yeah.
That would be crazy. But yeah, he's always going to have something left in the tank because everyone thinks he's not capable of winning a Super Bowl. And when people think that, the fire will always be there. The cap going up. Grandad, so what's the time to F them picks was last year when it was rumoured that a few of the top pass rushers were possibly available? No, there's a way you do it. Right, at the minute, we've not F them picks. We've got no restructures. We've got nothing like that. Which means now you're in a position where next year we will start restructuring to keep the window open, because we haven't restructured so far, that will give us a big window to push into the future and still keep everything going. And then when you're at the end of that window, that's when you start effing them picks. So I think we're still a little while away from the F them picks stage yet. So no, I don't think we've missed the time. We've done it just right. We've kept the cap in a very sensible position so far, as the guys have just been discussing about. We're not the Saints. We don't owe 80 million in dead cap every year. We have very little, and that means we can restructure in the future because the cap's healthy. So, no, we've not missed our window to F them picks. We've done the right thing so far. In 3 or 4 years, maybe. Who wants our picks? There will be late picks. Yes, that is very true. That costs more. How long was Stafford here? 12 seasons?
2009 to 2021.
So that's about 12 seasons, wasn't it? I think.
2021 or 2020?
2020, I think.
So Goff's
yes,
about to go into
yeah.
Goff's about to go into year 5, right? So he's still 8 seasons away. He would need to go till he was nearly 40. Which is unlikely, but we'll see. He'll be one of the longest tenured quarterbacks for sure when he's done, though.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know if Kurt has a Twitter? Oh, yes, he does. Curtis
yes,
Steele.
He does. Yeah, he has his own. It's just him. It's not the Boss Up Ball Out pod. They don't have one.
That's fine. I'm just trying to tag all of the guests we had.
Regulars, I can see us winning the one this year. You know, we all want to win the Super Bowl this year. Perry goes, we cannot afford Parsons at one price. I don't want Parsons. He's overrated. Let the Bears get him. Let the Bears spunk all their money on him. Even though the fact they've got a load of edge rushers already. You think this is a Super Bowl roster? Yeah. I think so. It's got a young interior offensive line, but apart from that, if everything else works out, it's a Super Bowl roster. And it's probably going to have the depth. If it's not one, it's very damn close.
Four minutes to go.
And there's a crazy thing is the Rams bounce back rather quickly from F them picks. I mean, they haven't. Well, when was their Super Bowl now? 3 years ago?
When was the Rams Super Bowl? 2020.
One, wasn't it? First year with staff.
Yeah, and then they went back? Is it two? Oh,
no.
That
No,
didn't.
they had 1 year.
Okay. Yeah, it
So
worked instantly, didn't it? It's
Yeah.
2021.
They're 4 years removed from their Super Bowl now, and they've not shown even a remote possibility of getting back as of yet.
They've
So I
kind
would
of been
argue
on transition on offense,
Yeah.
haven't they? But on defense,
Yeah.
they look like they're getting there.
I would argue they've not bounced back yet. It was 4 years ago, but a Super Bowl is a Super Bowl. I'd probably give a team 10 years after a Super Bowl before I start being critical again. That's just the way it is. But I don't think they've recovered from it just yet. As you know, the more picks, a team can package that up to move, or they move down, lead on more picks in the draft in future. Well, I don't know. I'm seeing words at this point. I'm sorry, Grandizer. I'm trying to get as many as I can. Have not been to a championship game since the Super Bowl with Goff. Well, obviously, other than the Super Bowl itself. Thank you to Contrapastan for gifting out 5 new memberships. It's gone to Danny Mack, Buckeye and MI, King SJ, Dan Lyon. Congratulations on your new memberships. Contrapastan goes, great job, guys. Rest well. I intend to. I'm going to go brush my teeth and then go to bed. And that is it. I might not even brush my teeth. I might just go to bed. I might just gift myself that. Perry goes, the most important thing to a football team is the offensive line, defensive line, then the QB. True. One Pride Footy goes, I'm around a lot of Rams fans and they're frustrated with their roster. It just felt like they've got a lot of good they've drafted well, I think. I feel like they've drafted really well.
I mean, if they're frustrated, I'm sure that we'll be happy to take on Fisk and Kobe Turner for not many draft picks if they're getting so upset.